One of my correspondents, who has had much experience of prostitutes not only in Britain, but also in Germany, France, Belgium, and Holland, has found that the normal manifestations of sexual feeling are much more common in British than in continental prostitutes. I should say, he writes that in normal coitus, foreign women are generally unconscious of sexual excitement. I don't think I have ever known a foreign woman who had any semblance of orgasm. British women, on the other hand, if a man is moderately kind and shows that he has some feelings beyond mere sensual gratification, often abandon themselves to the wildest delights of sexual excitement. Of course, in this life, as in others, there is keen competition, and a woman to vie with her competitors must please her gentlemen friends, but a man of the world can always distinguish between real and simulated passion. It is possible, however, that he may be most successful in arousing the feelings of his own fellow countrywomen. On the other hand, this writer finds that the foreign women are more anxious to provide for the enjoyment of their temporary consorts, and to ascertain what pleases them. The foreigner seems to make it the business of her life to discover some abnormal mode of sexual gratification for her consort for their own pleasure. Also, foreign prostitutes frequently ask for cunnilingus in preference to normal coitus. While anal coitus is also common, the difference evidently is that the British women, when they seek gratification, find it in normal coitus, while the foreign women prefer more abnormal methods. There is, however, one class of British prostitutes, which this correspondent finds to be an exception to the general rule. The class of those who are recruited from the lower walks of the stage. Such women are generally more licentious, that is to say, more acquainted with the bizarre in sexualism than girls who come from shops or bars. They show a knowledge of fellatio and even anal coitus, and during menstruation frequently suggest intermammary coitus. On the whole, it would appear that prostitutes, though not usually impelled to their life by motives of sensuality on entering and during the early part of their career, possess a fairly average amount of sexual impulse, with variations in both directions of excess and deficiency, as well as of perversion at a somewhat later period. It is useless to attempt to measure the sexual impulse of prostitutes by the amount of pleasure they take in the professional performance of sexual intercourse. It is necessary to ascertain whether they possess sexual instincts which are gratified in other ways. In a large proportion of cases, this is found to be so. Masturbation, especially, is extremely common among prostitutes. Everywhere, however prevalent it may be among women who have no other means of obtaining sexual gratification, it is admitted by all to be still more prevalent among prostitutes, indeed almost universal. Homosexuality, though not so common as masturbation, is very frequently found among prostitutes in France. It would seem more frequently than in England, and it may indeed be said that it occurs more often among prostitutes than among any other class of women. It is favored by the acquired distaste for normal coitus due to professional intercourse with men, which leads homosexual relationships to be regarded as pure and ideal. By comparison, it would appear also that, in a considerable proportion of cases, prostitutes present a congenital condition of sexual inversion, such a condition with an accompanying indifference to intercourse with men being a predisposing cause of the adoption of a prostitute's career. Curella even regards prostitutes as constituting a subvariety of congenital inverts. On a ruling in Germany states that about 20% prostitutes are homosexual. When asked what induced them to become prostitutes, more than one inverted woman of the street has replied to her that it was purely a matter of business, sexual feeling not coming into the question, except with a friend of the same sex. The occurrence of congenital inversion among prostitutes, although we need not regard prostitutes as necessarily degenerate, as a class, suggests the question whether we are likely to find an unusually large number of physical and other anomalies among them. It cannot be said that there is unanimity of opinion on this point. For some authorities, prostitutes are merely normal, ordinary women of low social rank, if indeed their instincts are not even a little superior to those of the class in which they were born. Other investigators find among them so large a proportion of individuals deviating from the normal that they are inclined to place prostitutes generally among one or other of the abnormal classes. Baumgarten, in Vienna, from a knowledge of over 8,000 prostitutes, concluded that only a very minute proportion are either criminal or psychopathic in temperament or organization. Archive für Criminal Anthropology, Vol. say 1902. It is not clear, however, that Baumgarten carried out any detailed and precise investigations. Mr. Lane, a London police magistrate, has stated, as the result of his own observation, that prostitution is at once a symptom and outcome of the same deteriorated physique and decadent moral fiber, which determine the manufacture of male, tramps, petty thieves, and professional beggars, of whom the prostitute is in general the female analog. Ethnological Journal, April, 1905 p. 40. 1. This estimate is doubtless correct, as regards a considerable proportion of the women, often enfeebled by drink, who pass through the police courts, but it could scarcely be applied without qualification to prostitutes generally. Morasso Archivio di Psichiatria, 1896. Fasc. I has protested against a purely degenerative view of prostitutes on the strength of his own observations. There is, he states, a category of prostitutes, unknown to scientific inquirers, which he calls that of the prostitute di alto bordo. Among these, the signs of degeneration, physical or moral, are not to be found in greater number than among women who do not belong to prostitution. They reveal all sorts of characters, some of them showing great refinement, and are chiefly marked off by the possession of an unusual degree of sexual appetite, even among the more degraded group of the bassa prostituziani. He asserts, we find a predominance of sexual as professional characters rather than the signs of degeneration. It is sufficient to quote one more testimony, as set down many years ago, by a woman of high intelligence and character, Mrs. Craik. The novelist, the women who fall are by no means the worst of their station, she wrote. I have heard it affirmed by more than one lady, one in particular, whose experience was as large as her benevolence, that many of them are of the very best, refined, intelligent, truthful, and affectionate. I don't know how it is, she would say, whether their very superiority makes them dissatisfied with their own rank, such brutes or clowns, as laboring men, often are so, that they fall easier victims to the rank above them, or whether, though this theory will shock many people, other virtues can exist and flourish entirely distinct from and after the loss of that, which we are accustomed to believe the indispensable prime virtue of our sex, chastity. I cannot explain it. I can only say that it is so, that some of my most promising village girls have been the first to come to harm, and some of the best and most faithful servants I ever had have been girls who have fallen into shame, and who, had I not gone to the rescue, and put them in the way to do well, would infallibly have become lost women. A Woman's Thoughts About Women, 1858 p. 290. 1. Various writers have insisted on the good moral qualities of prostitutes. Thus in France, Despines first enumerates their vices, as 1. Greediness and love of drink, 2. Lying, 3. Anger, 4. Want of order and untidiness, 5. Mobility of character, 6. Need of movement, 7. Tendency to homosexuality, and then proceeds to detail their good qualities, their maternal and filial affection, their charity to each other, and their refusal to denounce each other. While they are frequently religious, sometimes modest, and generally very honest. Despines Psychologie Naturelle Vol. Roman 3 pp. 207. Et sec. As regards Sicilian prostitutes, cf. Caleri Archivio di Psichiatria Fasc, Roman 4 1903, the charity towards each other, often manifested in distress, is largely neutralized by a tendency to professional suspicion and jealousy of each other. Lombroso believes that the basis of prostitution must be found in moral idiocy, if by moral idiocy we are to understand a condition at all closely allied with insanity. This assertion is dubious. There seems no clear relationship between prostitution and insanity, and Tamio has shown La Prostituzione p. 76 that the frequency of prostitutes in the various Italian provinces is in inverse ratio to the frequency of insane persons. As insanity increases, prostitution decreases. But if we mean a minor degree of moral imbecility, that is to say a bluntness of perception for the ordinary moral considerations of civilization, which, while it is largely due to the hardening influence of an unfavorable early environment, may also rest on a congenital predisposition, there can be no doubt that moral imbecility of slight degree is very frequently found among prostitutes. It would be plausible, doubtless, to say that every woman who gives her virginity in exchange for an inadequate return is an imbecile. If she gives herself for love, she has at the worst made a foolish mistake, such as the young and inexperienced may at any time make. But if she deliberately proposes to sell herself, and does so for nothing or next to nothing, the case is altered. The experiences of Comminges in Paris are instructive on this point. For many young girls, he writes, modesty has no existence. They experience no emotion in showing themselves. Completely undressed, they abandon themselves to any chance individual whom they will never see again. they attach no importance to their virginity, they are deflowered under the strangest conditions, without the least thought or care about. The act they are accomplishing, no sentiment, no calculation, pushes them into a man's arms, they let themselves go without reflection, and without motive in an almost animal manner from indifference, and without pleasure. He was acquainted with 4 to 5 girls between the ages of 12 and 17, who were deflowered by chance strangers, whom they never met again. They lost their virginity in Dumas' phrase, as they lost their milk teeth, and could give no plausible account of the loss. A girl of 15 mentioned by Comminges, living with her parents, who supplied all her wants, lost her virginity by casually meeting a man, who offered her 2 francs if she would go with him. She did so without demur, and soon begun to accost men on her own account. A girl of 14, also living comfortably with her parents, sacrificed her virginity at a fair in return for a glass of beer, and henceforth begun to associate with prostitutes. Another girl of the same age, at a local fête, wishing to go round on the hobby horse, spontaneously offered herself to the man directing the machinery for the pleasure of a ride. Yet another girl of 15, at another fête, offered her virginity in return for the same momentary joy. Comminges, Prostitution Clandestine. 1897 pp. 101. Et seq. In the United States, Dr. W. Travis Gibb, examining physician to the New York Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Children, bears similar testimony to the fact that in a fairly large proportion of rape cases the child is the willing victim. It is horribly pathetic, he says, Medical Record, April 20, 1907, to learn how far a nickel or a quarter will go towards purchasing the virtue of these children. In estimating the tendency of prostitutes to display congenital physical anomalies, the crudest and most obvious test, though not a precise or satisfactory one, is the general impression produced by the face in France, when nearly 1,000 prostitutes were divided into 5 groups. From the point of view of their looks, only from 7 to 14% were found to belong to the first group, or that of those who could be said to possess youth and beauty. Journal de la Prostitution, Public, 1860 p. 168. Woods Hutchinson, again, judging from an extensive acquaintance with London, Paris, Vienna, New York, Philadelphia, and Chicago, asserts that a handsome or even attractive-looking prostitute is rare, and that the general average of beauty is lower than in any other class of women. Whatever other evils, he remarks, the fatal power of beauty may be responsible, for it has nothing to do with prostitution. Woods Hutchinson, The Economics of Prostitution, American Gynecological and Obstetric Journal, September, 1895. It must of course be borne in mind that these estimates are liable to be vitiated, through being based chiefly on the inspection of women who most obviously belong to the class of prostitutes, and have already been coarsened by their profession. If we may, concluding the fact is probably undisputed that beautiful, agreeable, and harmoniously formed faces are rare rather than common among prostitutes, we may certainly say that minute examination will reveal a large number of physical abnormalities. One of the earliest important physical investigations of prostitutes was that of Dr. Pauline Tarnowski in Russia, first published in the Vrach in 1887, and afterwards as Études anthropométriques sur les prostituées et les voleuses. She examined 50 St. Petersburg prostitutes who had been inmates of a brothel for not less than 2 years, and also 50 peasant women of so far as possible the same age and mental development. She found that the prostitute showed shorter anterior-posterior and transverse diameters of skull. 2, a proportion equal to 84%, showed various signs of physical degeneration, irregular skull asymmetry, of face anomalies of heart, palate, teeth, ears, etc. This tendency to anomaly among the prostitutes was to some extent explained when it was found that about 4/5 of them had parents who were habitual drunkards, and nearly 1/5 were the last survivors of large families. Such families have been often produced by degenerate parents. The frequency of hereditary degeneration has been noted by Bonhoeffer among German prostitutes. He investigated 190 Breslau prostitutes in prison, and therefore of a more abnormal class than ordinary prostitutes, and found that 102 were hereditarily degenerate, and mostly with one or both parents, who were drunkards. 53 also showed feeble-mindedness. Zeitschrift für die Gesamtstrafwissenschaft, BD, Roman 23 p. 106. The most detailed examinations of ordinary non-criminal prostitutes, both anthropometrically and as regards the prevalence of anomalies, have been made in Italy, though not on a sufficiently large number of subjects. to yield absolutely decisive results. Thus Fornaciari made a detailed examination of 60 prostitutes belonging chiefly to Emilia and Venice, and also of 27 others belonging to Bologna, the latter group being compared with a third group of 20 normal women belonging to Bologna Archivio di Psichiatria 1892 Fasc Roman 6. The prostitutes were found to be of lower type than the normal individuals, having smaller heads and larger faces. As the author himself points out, his subjects were not sufficiently numerous to justify far-reaching generalizations, but it may be worthwhile to summarize some of his results. At equal heights, the prostitutes showed greater weight. At equal ages, they were of shorter stature than other women, not only of well todo, but of the poor class. Height of face, bizygomatic diameter, though not the distance between zygomas, the distance from chin to external auditory meatus, and the size of the jaw were all greater in the prostitutes. The hands were longer and broader compared to the palm than in ordinary women. The foot also was longer in prostitutes, and the thigh as compared to the calf was larger. It is noteworthy that in most particulars, and especially in regard to head measurements, the variations were much greater among the prostitutes than among the other women examined. This is to some extent, though not entirely, to be accounted for by the slightly greater number of the former. Ardo, in the same number of the Archivio, gave the result of observations undertaken at Lombroso's suggestion as to the frequency of abnormalities among prostitutes. The subjects were 7 to 4 in number, and belonged to Professor Giovannini's Clinica Syphilipatica at Turin. The abnormalities investigated were virile distribution of hair on pubis, chest, and limbs, hypertrichosis on forehead, left-handedness, atrophy of nipple, and tattooing, which was only found once, combining Ardis observations with another series of observations on 55 prostitutes examined by Lombroso. It is found that virile disposition of hair is found in 15%, as against 6% in normal women, some degree of hypertrichosis in 18%, left-handedness in 11%, but in normal women as high as 12%, according to Gallia, and atrophy of nipple in 12%. Giuffrido Ruggeri again, Edi della Società Romana di Antropologia, 1897 p. 216, on examining 82 prostitutes, found anomalies in the following order of decreasing frequency: tendency of eyebrows to meet lack of cranial symmetry, depression at root of nose, defective development of calves, hypertrichosis, and other anomalies of hair adherent or absent, lobule prominent, zygoma prominent, forehead or frontal bones, bad implantation of teeth, Darwinian tubercle of ear, thin vertical lips. These signs are separately of little or no importance, though together not without significance as an indication of general anomaly. More recently, Escarilla, in an elaborate study, Archivio di Psichiatria 1906, Fasc Roman 6 p. 812, of the fingerprints of prostitutes, comes to the conclusion that even in this respect, prostitutes tend to form a class showing morphological inferiority to normal women. The patterns tend to show unusual simplicity and uniformity, and the significance of this is indicated by the fact that a similar uniformity is shown by the fingerprints of the insane and deaf-mutes de Sanctis and Toscano. Edi Società Romana Antropologia Vol. Roman 8 1901, Fasc Roman 2. In Chicago, Dr. Harriet Alexander, in conjunction with Dr. E. S. Talbot and Dr. J. G. Kiernan, examined 30 prostitutes in the Bridewell or House of Correction. Only the obtuse class of professional prostitutes reached this institution, and it is not therefore surprising that they were found to exhibit very marked stigmata of degeneracy in race. Nearly half of those examined were Celtic Irish in 16. The zygomatic processes were unequal, and very prominent other facial asymmetries were common. In 3 cases, the heads were of Mongoloid type. 16 were epignathic, and 11 prognathic. 5 showed arrest of development of face. Brachycephaly predominated. 17 cases. The rest were mesodysphalic. There were no dolichocephals. Abnormalities in shape of the skull were numerous, and 29 had defective ears. 4 were demonstrably insane, and 1 was an epileptic. H. Roman 100b. Alexander. Physical abnormalities in prostitutes. Chicago Academy of Medicine, April 1893. E. S. Talbot. Degeneracy, p. 320, Roman 499. Irregularities of the teeth. 4th edition, p. 141. It would seem on the whole, so far as the evidence at present goes, that prostitutes are not quite normal representatives of the ranks into which they were born. There has been a process of selection of individuals who slightly deviate congenitally from the normal average and are correspondingly slightly inapt for normal life. The psychic characteristics which accompany such deviation are not always necessarily of an obviously unfavorable nature. The slightly neurotic girl of low class, birth disinclined for hard work through defective energy, and perhaps greedy and selfish may even seem to possess a refinement superior to her station. While however there is a tendency to anomaly among prostitutes, it must be clearly recognized that that tendency remains slight so long as we consider impartially the whole class of prostitutes. Those investigators who have reached the conclusion that prostitutes are a highly degenerate and abnormal class have only observed special groups of prostitutes, more especially those who are frequently found in prison. It is not possible to form a just conception of prostitutes by studying them only in prison, any more than it would be possible to form a just conception of clergymen, doctors, or lawyers by studying them exclusively in prison. And this remains true even although a much larger proportion of prostitutes than of members of the more reputable professions pass through prisons. That fact, no doubt, partly indicates the greater abnormality of prostitutes. It has of course to be remembered that the special conditions of the lives of prostitutes tend to cause in them the appearance of certain professional characteristics, which are entirely acquired, and not congenital. In that way, we may account for the gradual modification of the feminine secondary and tertiary sexual characters, and the appearance of masculine characters, such as the frequent deep voice, etc. But with all due allowance for these acquired characters, it remains true that such comparative investigations as have so far been made, although inconclusive, seem to indicate that even apart from the prevalence of acquired anomalies, the professional selection of their avocation tends to separate out from the general population of the same social class individuals who possess anthropometrical characters varying in a definite direction. The observations thus made seem in this way to indicate that prostitutes tend to be in weight over the average, though not in stature, that in length of arm they are inferior though the hands are longer. This has been found alike in Italy and Russia. They have smaller ankles and larger calves, and still larger thighs in proportion to their large calves. The estimated skull capacity and the skull circumference and diameters are somewhat below the normal, not only when compared with respectable women, but also with thieves. There is a tendency to brachycephaly both in Italy and Russia. The cheekbones are usually prominent, and the jaws develop. The hair is darker than in respectable women, though less so than in thieves. It is also unusually abundant not only on the head, but also on the pudenda, and elsewhere. The eyes have been found to be decidedly darker than those of either respectable women or criminals. So far as the evidence goes, it serves to indicate that prostitutes tend to approximate to the type which, as was shown in the previous volume, there is reason to regard as specially indicative of developed sexuality. It is, however, unnecessary to discuss this question until our anthropometrical knowledge of prostitutes is more extended and precise. The moral justification of prostitution there are and always have been moralists, many of them people whose opinions are deserving of the most serious respect, to consider that, allowing for the need of improved hygienic conditions, the existence of prostitution presents no serious problem for solution. It is at most, they say, a necessary evil, and at best a beneficent institution, the bulwark of the home, the inevitable reverse of which, monogamy, is the obverse, the immoral guardian of public morality, is the definition of prostitutes given by one writer who takes the humble view of the matter, and another, taking the loftier ground, writes, the prostitute fulfills a social mission. She is the guardian of virginal modesty, the channel to carry off adulterous desire, the protector of matrons who fear late maternity. It is her part to act as the shield of the family. Female de se, said Balzac, in his Physiologie du Marriage, of prostitutes they sacrifice themselves for the republic and make of their bodies a rampart for the protection of respectable families. In the same way Schopenhauer called prostitutes human sacrifices on the altar of monogamy. Lecky, again, in an oft-quoted passage of Rhetoric, may be said to combine both the higher and the lower view of the prostitute's mission in human society, to which he even seeks to give a hieratic character, the supreme type of vice. He declared, she is ultimately the most efficient guardian of virtue, but for her the unchallenged purity of countless happy homes would be polluted, and not a few who, in the pride of their untempted chastity, think of her with an indignant shudder, would have known the agony of remorse and of despair on that one degraded and ignoble form. are concentrated the passions that might have filled the world with shame she remains, while creeds and civilizations rise and fall the eternal priestess of humanity, blasted for the sins of the people. I am not aware that the Greeks were greatly concerned with the moral justification of prostitution. They had not allowed it to assume very offensive forms, and for the most part they were content to accept it. The Romans usually accepted it too, but we gather not quite so easily. There was an austerely serious, almost puritanic spirit in the Romans, of the old stock, and they seem sometimes to have felt the need to assure themselves that prostitution really was morally justifiable. It is significant to note that they were accustomed to remember that Cato was said to have expressed satisfaction on seeing a man emerge from a brothel, for otherwise he might have gone to lie with his neighbor's wife. The social necessity of prostitution is the most ancient of all the arguments of moralists in favor of the toleration of prostitutes. And if we accept the eternal validity of the marriage system with which prostitution developed, and of the theoretical morality based on that system, this is an exceedingly forcible, if not an unanswerable argument. The advent of Christianity with its special attitude towards the flesh necessarily caused an enormous increase of attention to the moral aspects of prostitution. When prostitution was not morally denounced, it became clearly necessary to morally justify it. It was impossible for a church, whose ideals were more or less ascetic, to be benevolently indifferent in such a matter. As a rule, we seem to find throughout that, while the more independent and irresponsible divines take the side of denunciation, those theologians who have had thrust upon them the grave responsibilities of ecclesiastical statesmanship have rather tended towards the reluctant moral justification of prostitution. Of this, we have an example of the first importance in St. Augustine, after St. Paul, the chief builder of the Christian Church, in a treatise written in 386, to justify the divine regulation of the world. We find him declaring that just as the executioner, however repulsive he maybe, occupies a necessary place in society, so the prostitute, and her like, however sordid and ugly and wicked they may be, are equally necessary. Remove prostitutes from human affairs, and you would pollute the world with lust. Offer meretrices de rebus humanis turbivoris omnia libidinibus aquinas. The only theological thinker of Christendom who can be named with Augustine was of the same mind with him on this question of prostitution. He maintained the sinfulness of fornication, but he accepted the necessity of prostitution as a beneficial part of the social structure, comparing it to the sewers, which keep a palace pure. Prostitution in towns is like the sewer in a palace. Take away the sewers, and the palace becomes an impure and stinking place. Liguori, the most influential theologian of more modern times, was of the like opinion. This wavering and semi-indulgent attitude towards prostitution was indeed generally maintained by theologians. Some, following Augustine and Aquinas, would permit prostitution for the avoidance of greater evils. Others were altogether opposed to it. Others again would allow it in towns, but nowhere else. It was, however, universally held by theologians that the prostitute has a right to her wages and is not obliged to make restitution. The earlier Christian moralists found no difficulty in maintaining that there is no sin in renting a house to a prostitute for the purposes of her trade. Absolution was always granted for this, and abstention not required. Fornication, however, always remained a sin, and from the 12th century onwards, the Church made a series of organized attempts to reclaim prostitutes. All Catholic theologians hold that a prostitute is bound to confess the sin of prostitution, and most, though not all, theologians have believed that a man also must confess intercourse with a prostitute at the same time. While there was a certain indulgence to the prostitute herself, the Church was always very severe on those who lived on the profits of promoting prostitution on the Lenons. Thus the Council of Elvira, which was ready to receive without penance the prostitute who married, refused reconciliation, even at death, to persons who had been guilty of Lenocinium. Protestantism, in this, as in many other matters of sexual morality, having abandoned the confessional, was usually able to escape the necessity for any definite and responsible utterances concerning the moral status of prostitution. When it expressed any opinion or sought to initiate any practical action, it naturally founded itself on the biblical injunctions against fornication, as expressed by St. Paul, and showed no mercy for prostitutes, and no toleration for prostitution. This attitude, which was that of the Puritans, was the more easy since in Protestant countries, with the exception of special districts at special periods such as Geneva and New England, in the 17th and 18th centuries theologians, have in these matters been called upon to furnish religious exhortation, rather than to carry out practical policies, the latter task they have left to others, and a certain confusion and uncertainty has thus often arisen in the lay Protestant mind. This attitude in a thoughtful and serious writer is well illustrated in England by Burton. Writing a century after the Reformation, he refers with mitigated approval to our pseudo-Catholics, who are severe with adultery, but indulgent to fornication, being perhaps of Cato's mind, that it should be encouraged to avoid worse mischiefs at home, and who holds brothels as necessary as churches, and have whole colleges of courtesans in their towns and cities. They hold it impossible, he continues, for idle persons, young, rich, and lusty, so many servants, monks, friars, to live honest, too tyrannical a burden, to compel them to be chaste, and most unfit to suffer poor men, younger brothers, and soldiers at all to marry, as also diseased persons, votaries, priests, servants. Therefore, as well to keep and ease the one as the other, they tolerate and wink at these kind of brothel houses, and stews many probable arguments they have to prove the lawfulness, the necessity, and a toleration of them as of usury, and without question in policy, they are not to be contradicted, but altogether in religion. It was not until the beginning of the following century that the ancient argument of St. Augustine for the moral justification of prostitution was boldly and decisively stated in Protestant England by Bernard Manville in his Fable of the Bees, and at its first promulgation, it seemed so offensive to the public mind that the book was suppressed. If courtesans and strumpets were to be prosecuted with as much rigor as some silly people would have it, Manville wrote, what locks or bars would be sufficient to preserve the honor of our wives and daughters, it is manifest that there is a necessity of sacrificing one part of womankind to preserve the other, and prevent a filthiness of a more heinous nature, from whence I think I may justly conclude that chastity may be supported by incontinence, and the best of virtues want the assistance of the worst of vices. After Mandeville's time, this view of prostitution began to become common in Protestant as well as in other countries, though it was not usually so clearly expressed. It may be of interest to gather together a few more modern examples of statements brought forward for the moral justification of prostitution. Thus in France, Musnier de Querlon, in his story of Sapphion written in the middle of the 18th century, puts into the mouth of a Greek courtesan many interesting reflections concerning the life and position of the prostitute. She defends her profession with much skill, and argues that, while men imagine that prostitutes are merely the despised victims of their pleasures, these wood tyrants are really dupes, who are ministering to the needs of the women. They trample beneath their feet and themselves equally deserve the contempt they bestow. We return disgust for disgust, as they must surely perceive we often abandon to them merely a statue, and while inflamed by their own desires, they consume themselves on insensible charms. Our tranquil coldness leisurely enjoys their sensibility. Then it is we resume all our rights. A little hot blood has brought these proud creatures to our feet, and rendered us mistresses of their fate. On which side, I ask, is the advantage? But all men, she adds, are not so unjust towards the prostitute. And she proceeds to pronounce a eulogy, not without a slight touch of irony in it, of the utility, facility, and convenience of the brothel. A large number of the modern writers on prostitution insist on its socially beneficial character. Thus Charles Richard concludes his book on the subject with the words, "The conduct of society with regard to prostitution must proceed from the principle of gratitude without false shame for its utility and compassion for the poor creatures at whose expense this is attained. La prostitution, Devant le Philosophe 1882 p. 171, to make marriage permanent, is to make it difficult. An American medical writer observes to make it difficult is to defer it is to maintain in the community an increasing number of sexually perfect individuals with normal, or in cases where repression is prolonged, excessive sexual appetites. The social evil is the natural outcome of the physical nature of man, his inherited impulses, and the artificial conditions under which he is compelled to live. The social evil. Medicine, August and September 1906. Woods Hutchinson. While speaking with strong disapproval of prostitution, and regarding prostitutes as the worst specimens of the sex, yet regards prostitution as a social agency of the highest value, from a medico-economic point of view, I venture to claim it as one of the grand selective and eliminative agencies of nature, and of highest value to the community. It may be roughly characterized as a safety valve for the institution of marriage, the Gospel according to Darwin p. 193 cf. The same authors. Article on the Economics of Prostitution, summarized in Boston Medical and Surgical Journal, November 21, 1895. Adolf Gerson, in a somewhat similar spirit, argues Die Ursache der Prostitution, Sexual Problem, September 1908, that prostitution is one of the means used by nature to limit the procreative activity of men, and especially to postpone the period of sexual maturity. Molinari considers that the social benefits of prostitution have been manifested in various ways from the first by sterilizing, for instance, the more excessive manifestations of the sexual impulse. Prostitution suppressed the necessity for the infanticide of superfluous children, and led to the prohibition of that primitive method of limiting the population. G. de Molinari, La Viriculture p. 45. In quite another way than that mentioned by Molinari, prostitution has, even in very recent times, led to the abandonment of infanticide in the Chinese province of Pingyang. Matignon states, it was usual not many years ago for poor parents to kill 40% of the girl children, or even all of them at birth, for they were too expensive to rear, and brought nothing in, since men who wished to marry could easily obtain a wife in the neighboring province of Wenzhou, where women were very easy to obtain now. However, the line of steamships along the coast makes it very easy for girls to reach the brothels of Shanghai, where they can earn money for their families. The custom of killing them has therefore died out. Matignon Archives d'Anthropologie Criminelle, 1896 p. 72. Under present conditions, writes Dr. F. Erhard, auch ein Wort zur Ehereform Geschlecht und Gesellschaft, jogging, I heft 9 prostitution in the broadest sense, including free relationships, is necessary in order that young men may in some degree learn to know women for conventional conversation. Cannot suffice for this. An exact knowledge of feminine thought and action is, however, necessary for proper choice, since it is seldom possible to rely on the certainty of instinct. It is good also that men should wear off their horns before marriage, for the polygamous tendency will break through somewhere. Prostitution will only spoil those men in whom there is not much to spoil, and if the desire for marriage is thus lost, the man's unbegotten children may have cause to thank him. Neser Naki and many others have pleaded for prostitution, and even for brothels, as necessary evils. It is scarcely necessary to add that many among even the strongest upholders of the moral advantages of prostitution believe that some improvement in method is still desirable. Thus Beralt looks forward to a time when regulated brothels will become less contemptible. Various improvements may, he thinks, in the near future deprive them of the barbarous attributes which mark them out for the opprobrium of the skeptical or ignorant multitude, while their recognizable advantages will put an end to the contempt aroused by their cynical aspect. La Maison de Tolerance, These de Paris, 1904. The civilizational value of prostitution. The moral argument for prostitution is based on the belief that our marriage system is so infinitely precious that an institution which serves as its buttress must be kept in existence, however ugly or otherwise objectionable it may in itself be. There is, however, another argument in support of prostitution, which scarcely receives the emphasis it deserves. I refer to its influence in adding an element in some form or another necessary of gaiety and variety to the ordered complexity of modern life, a relief from the monotony of its mechanical routine, a distraction from its dull and respectable monotony. This is distinct from the more specific function of prostitution as an outlet for superfluous sexual energy, and may even affect those who have little or no commerce with prostitutes. This element may be said to constitute the civilizational value of prostitution. It is not merely the general conditions of civilization, but more specifically, the conditions of urban life, which make this factor insistent. Urban life imposes, by the stress of competition, a very severe and exacting routine of dull work. At the same time, it makes men and women more sensitive to new impressions, more enamored of excitement and change. It multiplies the opportunities of social intercourse. It decreases the chances of detection of illegitimate intercourse, while at the same time, it makes marriage more difficult by heightening social ambitions and increasing the expenses of living. It postpones the time when a home can be created. Urban life delays marriage, and yet renders the substitutes for marriage more imperative. There cannot be the slightest doubt that it is this motive effort to supplement the imperfect opportunities for self-development offered by our restrained mechanical and laborious civilization which plays one of the chief parts in inducing women to adopt, temporarily or permanently, a prostitute's life. We have seen that the economic factor is not, as was once supposed, by any means predominant in this choice, nor again, is there any reason to suppose that an overmastering sexual impulse is a leading factor. But a large number of young women turn instinctively to a life of prostitution because they are moved by an obscure impulse, which they can scarcely define to themselves or express, and are often ashamed to confess. It is therefore surprising that this motive should find so large a place even in the formal statistics of the factors of prostitution. Merrick in London found that 5,000 or nearly a third of the prostitutes he investigated voluntarily gave up home or situation for a life of pleasure, and he puts this at the head of the causes of prostitution in America. Sanger found that inclination came almost at the head of the causes of prostitution, while Woods Hutchinson found love of display, luxury, and idleness by far at the head. Disgusted and wearied with work is the reason assigned by a large number of Belgian girls when stating to the police their wish to be enrolled as prostitutes in Italy. A similar motive is estimated to play an important part in Russia. Desire for amusement comes second among the causes of prostitution. There can, I think, be little doubt that as a thoughtful student of London life has concluded, the problem of prostitution is at bottom a mad and irresistible craving for excitement, a serious and willful revolt against the monotony of commonplace ideals and the uninspired drudgery of everyday life. It is this factor of prostitution, we may reasonably conclude, which is mainly responsible for the fact pointed out by F. Schiller, that with the development of civilization, the supply of prostitutes tends to outgrow the demand. Charles Booth seems to be of the same opinion, and quotes Life and Labor of the People, 3rd series, Vol. Roman 7, p. 364. From a Rescue Committee report, the popular idea is that these women are eager to leave a life of sin. The plain and simple truth is that for the most part, they have no desire at all to be rescued. So many of these women do not, and will not, regard prostitution as a sin. I am taken out to dinner and to some place of amusement every night. Why should I give it up? Merrick, who found that 5% of 14,000 prostitutes who passed through Millbank prison were accustomed to combine religious observance with the practice of their profession, also remarks in regard to their feelings about morality, I am convinced that there are many poor men and women who do not in the least understand what is implied in the term immorality. Out of courtesy to you they may assent to what you say, but they do not comprehend your meaning. When you talk of virtue or purity, you are simply talking over their heads. Merrick op. Cit. p. 28. The same attitude may be found. Prostitutes everywhere in Italy. Ferriani mentions a girl of 15, who when accused of indecency with a man in a public garden, denied with tears and much indignation. He finally induced her to confess, and then asked her, "Why did you try to make me believe you were a good girl?" She hesitated, smiled, and said, "Because they say girls ought not to do what I do, but ought to work, but I am what I am, and it is no concern of theirs." This attitude is often more than an instinctive feeling in intelligent prostitutes. It frequently becomes a reasoned conviction. I can bear everything, if so it must be, wrote the author of the Tagebuch, Einer Verlorenen, p. 291, even serious and honorable contempt. But I cannot bear scorn, contemptize, if it is justified. If a poor and pretty girl with sick and bitter heart stands alone in life, cast off with temptations and seductions offering on every side, and in spite of that, out of inner conviction, she chooses the gray and monotonous path of renunciation and middle-class morality, I recognize in that girl a personality who has a certain justification in looking down with contemptuous pity on weaker girls. But those geese who, under the eyes of their shepherds and lifelong owners, have always been pastured in smooth green fields, have certainly no right to laugh scornfully at others who have not been so fortunate, nor must it be supposed that there is necessarily any sophistry in the prostitute's justification of herself. Some of our best thinkers and observers have reached a conclusion that is not dissimilar. The actual conditions of society are opposed to any high moral feeling in women. Marrow observes La Puberta, p. 462, for between those who sell themselves to prostitution and those who sell themselves to marriage the only difference is in price and duration of the contract. We have already seen how very large a part in prostitution is furnished by those who have left domestic service to adopt this life. Ante, p. 264. It is not difficult to find in this fact evidence of the kind of impulse which impels a woman to adopt the career of prostitution, the servant in our society of equality, wrote Goncourt, recalling somewhat earlier days, when she was often admitted to a place in the family life, has become nothing but a paid pariah, a machine for doing household work, and is no longer allowed to share the employer's human life. And in England, even half a century ago, we already find the same statements concerning the servant's position. Domestic service is a complete slavery with early hours and late hours, and constant running up and down stairs, till her legs are swollen. An amount of ingenuity appears too often to be exercised worthy of a better cause in obtaining the largest possible amount of labor out of the domestic machine. In addition, she is a kind of lightning conductor to receive the ill temper and morbid feelings of her mistress and the young ladies, so that, as some have said, I felt so miserable, I did not care what became of me, I wished I was dead. The servant is deprived of all human relationships. She must not betray the existence of any simple impulse or natural need. At the same time, she lives on the fringe of luxury. She is surrounded by the tantalizing visions of pleasure and amusement, for which her fresh young nature craves. It is not surprising that, repelled by unrelieved drudgery and attracted by idle luxury, she should take the plunge which will alone enable her to enjoy the glittering aspects of civilization, which seems so desirable to her. It is sometimes stated that the prevalence of prostitution among girls who were formerly servants is due to the immense numbers of servants who are seduced by their masters or the young men of the family, and are thus forced onto the streets. Undoubtedly, in a certain proportion of cases, perhaps sometimes a fairly considerable proportion, this is a decisive factor in the matter, but it scarcely seems to be the chief factor. The existence of relationships between servants and masters, it must be remembered, by no means necessarily implies seduction. In a large number of cases, the servant in a household is in sexual matters the teacher rather than the pupil. In The Sexual Impulse in Women, in the third volume of these studies, I have discussed the part played by servants as sexual initiators of the young boys in the households, in which they are placed. The more precise statistics of the causes of prostitution seldom assign seduction as the main determining factor in more than about 20% of cases, though this is obviously one of the most easily avowable motives. See P. 256. Seduction, by any kind of employer, constitutes only a proportion, usually less than half even, of these cases. The special case of seduction of servants by masters can thus play no very considerable part as a factor of prostitution. The statistics of the parentage of illegitimate children have some bearing on this question. In a series of 180 unmarried mothers assisted by the Berlin Bund, Fur Mutterschutz particulars are given of the occupations both of the mothers and, as far as possible, of the fathers. The former were 1/3 servant girls, and the great majority of the remainder assistants in trades or girls carrying on work at home at the head of the fathers. Among 120 cases came artisans 33, followed by tradespeople 22. Only a small proportion, 20 to 25, could be described as gentlemen, and even this proportion loses some of its significance when it is pointed out that some of the girls were also of the middle class. In 19 cases, the fathers were married men. Mutterschutz, January 1907, p. 45. Most authorities in most countries are of opinion that girls who eventually, usually between the ages of 15 and 20, become prostitutes, have lost their virginity at an early age, and in the great majority of cases through men of their own class. The girl of the people falls by the people. Stated Roos in France, La Prostitution, p. 41. It is her like workers like herself who have the first fruits of her beauty and virginity. The man of the world who covers her with gold and jewels only has their leavings. Martineau again de la Prostitution clandestine, 1885, showed that prostitutes are usually deflowered by men of their own class, and Genel in Bordeaux found reason for believing that it is not chiefly their masters who lead servants astray. They often go into service because they have been seduced in the country, while lazy, greedy, and unintelligent girls are sent from the country into the town to service in Edinburgh. W. Tate, Magdalenism, 1842, found that soldiers more than any other class in the community are the seducers of women, the Highlanders being especially notorious in this respect. Soldiers have this reputation everywhere, and in Germany especially, it is constantly found that the presence of the soldiery in a country district, as at the annual manoeuvres, is the cause of unchastity and illegitimate births. It is so also in Austria, where long ago Gross Hoffinger stated that soldiers were responsible for at least a third of all illegitimate births, a share out of all proportion to their numbers. In Italy, Maro, investigating the occasion of the loss of virginity in 22, prostitutes found that 10 gave themselves more or less spontaneously to lovers or masters, 10 yielded in the expectation of marriage, and 2 were outraged. La Puberta p. 461. The loss of virginity, Maro adds, though it may not be the direct cause of prostitution, often leads on to it. When a door has once been broken in a prostitute said to him, "It is difficult to keep it closed in Sardinia," as a Mantegazza and Siuffo found prostitutes are very largely servants from the country who have already been deflowered by men of their own class. This civilizational factor of prostitution, the influence of luxury and excitement and refinement in attracting the girl of the people, as the flame attracts the moth, is indicated by the fact that it is the country dwellers who chiefly succumb to the fascination, the girls whose adolescent explosive and orgiastic impulses, sometimes increased by a slight congenital lack of nervous balance, have been latent in the dull monotony of country life, and heightened by the spectacle of luxury, acting on the unrelieved drudgery of town life, find at last their complete gratification in the career of a prostitute. To the town girl born and bred in the town, this career has not usually much attraction unless she has been brought up from the first in an environment that predisposes her to adopt it. She is familiar from childhood with the excitements of urban civilization, and they do not intoxicate her. She is moreover more shrewd to take care of herself than the country girl, and too well acquainted with the real facts of the prostitute's life to be very anxious to adopt her career beyond this. Also, it is probable that the stock she belongs to possess a native or acquired power of resistance to unbalancing influences, which has enabled them to survive in urban life. She has become immune to the poisons of that life. In all great cities, a large proportion, if not the majority of the inhabitants, have usually been born outside the city. In London, only about 50% of heads of households are definitely reported as born in London, and it is not therefore surprising that prostitutes also should often be outsiders. Still, it remains a significant fact that so typically urban a phenomenon as prostitution should be so largely recruited from the country. This is everywhere the case. Merrick enumerates the regions from which came some 14,000 prostitutes who passed through Millbank Prison. Middlesex, Kent, Surrey, Essex, and Devon are the counties that stand at the head, and Merrick estimates that the contingent of London from the 4 counties which make up London was 7,000, or one half of the whole. Military towns like Colchester and naval ports like Plymouth supply many prostitutes to London. Ireland furnished many more than Scotland and Germany, far more than any other European country. France, being scarcely represented at all. Merrick work among the fallen 1890 pp 1418. It is of course possible that the proportions among those who pass through a prison do not accurately represent the proportions among prostitutes generally. The registers of the London Salvation Army Rescue Home show that 60% of the girls and women come from the provinces. A Sherwell Life in West London ch.v. This is exactly the same proportion as Tate found among prostitutes, generally half a century earlier. In Edinburgh, Sanger found that of 2,000 prostitutes in New York, as many as 1238 were born abroad. 706 in Ireland, while of the remaining 762 only half were born in the state of New York. And clearly, though the exact figures are not given, a still smaller proportion in New York City prostitutes come from the north, where the climate is uncongenial and manufacturing and sedentary occupations prevail much more than from the south. Thus Maine, a cold, bleak maritime state, sent 24 of these prostitutes to New York, while equidistant Virginia, which at the same rate should have sent 7 to 2, only sent 9. There was a similar difference between Rhode Island and Maryland. Sanger, History of Prostitution, p. 452. It is instructive to see here the influence of a dreary climate and monotonous labor in stimulating the appetite for a life of pleasure in France, as shown by a map in Parent Duchatelet's work, Vol. I. pp. 3764, 1857. If the country is divided into 5 zones on the whole running east and west, there is a steady and progressive decrease in the number of prostitutes each zone sends to Paris. As we descend southwards, little more than a third seem to belong to Paris. And as in America, it is the serious and hardworking north with its relatively cold climate, which furnishes the largest contingent. Even in Old France, Dufour remarks opposite Vol. Roman 4 ch. Roman 15 prostitution, as the fabliaux and Romans show, was less infamous in the Langue d'Oil than in the Langue d'Oc, so that they were doubtless rare in the south at a later period. Roos states La Prostitution p. 12, that nearly all the prostitutes of Paris come from the provinces. Genel found that of 1,000 Bordeaux prostitutes only 4 to 6 belonged to the city itself, and Pot Appendix to parent Duchet Litval Roman 2 p. 446 states that of nearly 4,000 Lyon prostitutes, only 376 belonged to Lyon in Vienna. 1873, Schrank remarks that of over 1,500 prostitutes, only 615 were born in Vienna. The general rule, it will be seen, though the variations are wide, is that little more than a third of a city's prostitutes are children of the city. It is interesting to note that this tendency of the prostitute to reach cities from afar, this migratory tendency which they nowadays share with waiterses, no merely modern phenomenon. There are few cities in Lombardy or France, or Gaul wrote St. Boniface, nearly 12 centuries ago, in which there is not an adulteress or prostitute of the English nation. And the saint attributes this to the custom of going on pilgrimage to foreign shrines. At the present time, there is no marked English element among continental prostitutes. Thus in Paris, according to Roos La Prostitution p. 12, the foreign prostitutes in decreasing order are Belgian, German, Alsace-Lorraine, Swiss, especially Geneva, Italian, Spanish, and only then English. Connoisseurs in this matter say indeed that the English prostitute, as compared with her continental and especially French sister, fails to show to advantage, being usually grasping as regards money and deficient in charm. It is the appeal of civilization, though not of what is finest and best in civilization, which more than any other motive calls women to the career of a prostitute. It is now necessary to point out that for the man also the same appeal makes itself felt in the person of the prostitute. The common and ignorant assumption that prostitution exists to satisfy the gross sensuality of the young unmarried man, and that if he is taught to bridle gross sexual impulse, or induced to marry early, the prostitute must be idle, is altogether incorrect. If all men married when quite young, not only would the remedy be worse than the decease, a point which it would be out of place to discuss here, but the remedy would not cure the disease. The prostitute is something more than a channel to drain off superfluous sexual energy, and her attraction by no means ceases when men are married. For a large number of the men who visit prostitutes, if not the majority, are married, and alike whether they are married or unmarried, the motive is not one of uncomplicated lust. In England, a well-informed writer remarks that the value of marriage as a moral agent is evidenced by the fact that all the better-class prostitutes in London are almost entirely supported by married men, while in Germany, as stated in the interesting series of reminiscences by a former prostitute, Hedwig Hards, Beicht einer Gefallenen p. 208, the majority of the men who visit prostitutes are married. The estimate is probably excessive. Neisser states that only 25% of cases of gonorrhea occur in married men. This indication is probably misleading in the opposite direction, as the married would be less reckless than the young and unmarried as regards the motives which lead married men to prostitutes. Hedwig Hard narrates from her own experiences an incident which is instructive, and no doubt typical. In the town in which she lived quietly as a prostitute, a man of the best social class was introduced by a friend and visited her habitually. She had often seen and admired his wife, who was one of the beauties of the place, and had 2 charming children. Husband and wife seemed devoted to each other, and everyone envied their happiness. He was a man of intellect and culture, who encouraged Hedwig's love of books. She became greatly attached to him, and one day ventured to ask him how he could leave his lovely and charming wife to come to one who was not worthy to tie her shoelace. "Yes, my child," he answered, "but all her beauty and culture brings nothing to my heart. She is cold as ice proper, and above all phlegmatic, pampered, and spoilt. She lives only for herself. We are 2 good comrades, and nothing more. If, for instance, I come back from the club in the evening and go to her bed, perhaps a little excited, she becomes nervous, and she thinks it improper to wake her. If I kiss her, she defends herself and tells me that I smell horribly of cigars and wine, and if perhaps I attempt more, she jumps out of bed, bristles up as though I were assaulting her, and threatens to throw herself out of the window. If I touch her so, for the sake of peace, I leave her alone and come to you." There can be no doubt whatever that this is the experience of many married men who would be well content to find the sweetheart as well as the friend in their wives. But the wives, from a variety of causes, have proved incapable of becoming the sexual mates of their husbands, And the husbands, without being carried away by any impulse of strong passion or any desire for infidelity, seek abroad what they cannot find at home. This is not the only reason why married men visit prostitutes. Even men, who are happily married to women in all chief respects fitted to them, are apt to find, after some years of married life, a mysterious craving for variety. They are not tired of their wives. They have not the least wish or intention to abandon them. They will not, if they can help it, give them the slightest pain. But from time to time, they are led by an almost irresistible and involuntary impulse to seek a temporary intimacy with women to whom nothing would persuade them to join themselves permanently. Pepys, whose diary, in addition to its other claims upon us, is a psychological document of unique importance, furnishes a very characteristic example of this kind of impulse. He had married a young and charming wife to whom he is greatly attached, and he lives happily with her save for a few occasional domestic quarrels soon healed by kisses. His love is witnessed by his jealousy, a jealousy which, as he admits, is quite unreasonable, for she is a faithful and devoted wife, yet a few years after marriage, and in the midst of a life of strenuous official activity, Pepys cannot resist the temptation to seek the temporary favors of other women, seldom prostitutes, but nearly always women of low social class, shop women, workmen's wives, superior servant girls. Often, he is content to invite them to a quiet alehouse, and to take a few trivial liberties. Sometimes, they absolutely refuse to allow more than this. When that happens, he frequently thanks Almighty God, as he makes his entry in his diary at night, that he has been saved from temptation, and from loss of time and money in any case. He is apt to vow that it shall never occur again. It always does occur again. Pepys is quite sincere with himself. He makes no attempt at justification or excuse. He knows that he has yielded to a temptation. It is an impulse that comes over him at intervals, an impulse that he seems unable long to resist. Throughout it all, he remains an estimable and diligent official, and in most respects a tolerably virtuous man, with a genuine dislike of loose people and loose talk. The attitude of Pepys is brought out with incomparable simplicity and sincerity, because he is setting down these things for his own eyes only, but his case is substantially that of a vast number of other men, perhaps indeed of the typical homme moyen sensuel. See Pepys' diary. Ed Wheatley, for example, vol. Roman 4, passim. There is a third class of married men, less considerable in number, but not unimportant, who are impelled to visit prostitutes, the class of sexually perverted men. There are a great many reasons why such men may desire to be married, and in some cases they marry women with whom they find it possible to obtain the particular form of sexual gratification they crave. But in a large proportion of cases this is not possible. The conventionally bred woman often cannot bring herself to humor even some quite innocent fetishistic whim of her husband's, for it is too alien to her feelings, and too incomprehensible to her ideas. Even though she may be genuinely in love with him in many cases, the husband would not venture to ask, and scarcely even wish, that his wife should lend herself to play the fantastic or possibly degrading part his desires demand. In such a case, he turns naturally to the prostitute, the only woman whose business it is to fulfill his peculiar needs. Marriage has brought no relief to these men, and they constitute a noteworthy proportion of a prostitute's clients in every great city. The most ordinary prostitute of any experience can supply cases from among her own visitors to illustrate a treatise of psychopathic sexuality. It may suffice here to quote a passage from the Confessions of a young London Strand prostitute, as written down from her lips by a friend to whom I am indebted for the document. I have merely turned a few colloquial terms into more technical forms after describing how, when she was still a child of 13 in the country, a rich old gentleman would frequently come and exhibit himself before her and other girls, and was eventually arrested and imprisoned. She spoke of the perversities she had met with since she had become a prostitute. She knew a young man about 25, generally dressed in a sporting style, who always came with a pair of live pigeons, which he brought in a basket. She and the girl with whom she lived had to undress and take the pigeons and wring their necks. He would stand in front of them, and as the necks were wrung, orgasm occurred. Once a man met her in the street and asked her if he might come with her and lick her boots. She agreed, and he took her to a hotel, paid half a guinea for a room, and when she sat down got under the table and licked her boots, which were covered with mud. He did nothing more than, there were some things, she said, that were too dirty to repeat. Well, one man came home with her and her friend and made them urinate into his mouth. She also had stories of flagellation, generally of men who whipped the girls, more rarely of men, who liked to be whipped by them. One man, who brought a new birch, every time liked to whip her friend. Until he drew blood, she knew another man who would do nothing but smack her nates violently. Now all these things, which come into the ordinary day's work of the prostitute, are rooted in deep and almost irresistible impulses, as will be clear to any reader of the discussion of erotic symbolism in the previous volume of these studies. They must find some outlet. But it is only the prostitute who can be relied upon through her interests and training to overcome the natural repulsion to such actions and gratify desires, which without gratification might take on other and more dangerous forms. Although Woods Hutchinson quotes with approval the declaration of a friend out of thousands, "I have never seen one with good table manners," there is still a real sense in which the prostitute represents, however inadequately, the attraction of civilization. There was no house in which I could habitually see a lady's face, and hear a lady's voice, wrote the novelist Anthony Trollope in his autobiography concerning his early life in London. No allurement to decent respectability came in my way. It seems to me that in such circumstances, the temptations of loose life will almost certainly prevail with a young man. The temptation, at any rate, prevailed with me in every great city. It has been said there are thousands of men who have no right to call any woman but a barmaid by her Christian name. All the brilliant fever of civilization pulses round them in the streets, but their lips never touch it. It is the prostitute who incarnates this fascination of the city, far better than the virginal woman. Even if intimacy with her were within reach, the prostitute represents it, because she herself feels it, because she has even sacrificed her woman's honor in the effort to identify herself with it. She has unbridled feminine instincts. She is a mistress of the feminine arts of adornment. She can speak to him concerning the mysteries of womanhood and the luxuries of sex with an immediate freedom and knowledge the innocent maiden cloistered in her home would be incapable of. She appeals to him by no means only because she can gratify the lower desires of sex, but also because she is in her way an artist, an expert in the art of feminine exploitation, a leader of feminine fashions, for she is this, and there are, as Simmel has stated in his philosophy, der mode, good psychological reasons why she always should be this. Her uncertain social position makes all that is conventional and established hateful to her, while her temperament makes perpetual novelty delightful in new fashions. She finds an aesthetic form of that instinct of destruction, which seems peculiar to all pariah existences, in so far as they are not completely enslaved in spirit. However surprising it may seem to some, a modern writer remarks prostitutes must be put on the same level as artists. Both use their gifts and talents for the joy and pleasure of others. And as a rule for payment, what is the essential difference between a singer who gives pleasure to hearers by her throat and a prostitute who gives pleasure to those who seek her by another part of her body? All artworks, on the senses, he refers to the significant fact that actors and especially actresses were formerly regarded much as prostitutes, are now. R. Hellman Huber Geschlechtsfreiheit, pp. 245,252. Bernaldo de Quiros and Lanaz, Aguilanido La Mala Vida, and Madrid, p. 242, trace the same influence still lower in the social scale. They are describing the more squalid kind of café chantant, in which in Spain and elsewhere, the most vicious and degenerate feminine creatures become waitresses, and occasionally singers and dancers playing the part of amiable and distinguished head heir to the public of Carmen, and shopboys who frequent these resorts, dressed with what seems to the youth irreproachable taste, with hair elaborately prepared and clean face, adorned with flowers or trinkets, affable, and at times haughty, superior in charm and in finery to the other women. He is able to know the waitresses become the most elevated example of the femme galante, whom he is able to contemplate and talk to the courtesan of his sphere. But while to the simple, ignorant, and hungry youth, the prostitute appeals as the embodiment of many of the refinements and perversities of civilization, on many more complex and civilized men, she exerts an attraction of an almost reverse kind. She appeals by her fresh and natural coarseness, her frank familiarity with the crudest facts of life, and so lifts them for a moment out of the withering atmosphere of artificial thought and unreal sentiment, in which so many civilized persons are compelled to spend the greater part of their lives. They feel in the words, which the royal friend of a woman of this temperament is said to have used in explaining her incomprehensible influence over him, "She is so splendidly vulgar." In illustration of this aspect of the appeal of prostitution, I may quote a passage in which the novelist Hermant in his Confession d'un enfant de hirer letter Romans 7 has set down the reasons which may lead the super-refined child of a cultured age, yet by no means radically or completely vicious, to find satisfaction in commerce with prostitutes, as long as my heart was not touched the object of my satisfaction, was completely indifferent to me. I was moreover a great lover of absolute liberty, which is only possible in the circle of these anonymous creatures, and in their reserved dwelling there. Everything became permissible with other women however low we may seek them, certain convenances must be observed, a kind of protocol to these one can say everything one is protected by incognito, and assured that nothing will be divulged. I profited by this freedom, which suited my age but with a perverse fancy which was not characteristic of my years. I scarcely know where I found what I said to them, for it was the opposite of my tastes, which were simple, and if I may venture to say so classic. It is true that in matters of love unrestrained naturalism always tends to perversion, a fact that can only seem paradoxical at first sight. Primitive peoples have many traits in common with degenerates. It was however only in words that I was unbridled, and that was the only occasion on which I can recollect seriously lying. But that necessity, which I then experienced of expelling a lower depth of ignoble instincts, seems to me characteristic and humiliating. I may add that even in the midst of these dissipations, I retained a certain reserve. The contacts to which I exposed myself failed to soil me. Nothing was left. When I had crossed the threshold, I have always retained from that forcible and indifferent commerce the habit of attributing no consequence to the action of the flesh. The amorous function which religion and morality have surrounded with mystery, or seasoned with sin, seems to me a function like any other, a little vile, but agreeable, and one to which the usual epilogue is too long. This kind of companionship only lasted for a short time. This analysis of the attitude of a certain common type of civilized modern man seems to be just, but it may perhaps occur to some readers that a commerce which led to the action of the flesh being regarded as of no consequence can scarcely be said to have left no taint. In a somewhat similar manner, Henry de Rignier, in his novel Les Rencontres de Monsieur Briot p. 50, represents Burkill as deliberately preferring to take his pleasures with servant girls rather than with ladies, for pleasure was to his mind a kind of service which could well be accommodated with the services they are accustomed to give, and then they are robust and agreeable. They possess the naivete which is always charming in the common people, and they are not apt to be repelled by those little accidents which might offend the fastidious sensibilities of delicately bred ladies. Bloch, who has especially emphasized this side of the appeal of prostitution, does Sexualleben unserer Zeit, pp. 359,362, refers to the delicate and sensitive young Danish writer J. P. Jacobsen, who seems to have acutely felt the contrast between the higher and more habitual impulses and the occasional outburst of what he felt to be lower instincts in his Niels Lihin. He describes the kind of double life in which a man is true for a fortnight to the god he worships, and is then overcome by other powers, which madly bear him in their grip towards what he feels to be humiliating, perverse, and filthy. At such moments Bloch remarks the man is another being, the two souls in the breast become a reality. Is that the famous scholar, the lofty idealist, the fine-souled aesthetician, the artist who has given us so many splendid and pure works in poetry and painting? We no longer recognize him, for at such moments another being has come to the surface, another nature is moving within him, and with the power of an elementary force is impelling him towards things at which his upper consciousness, the civilized man within him, would shudder. Bloch believes that we are here concerned with a kind of normal masculine masochism, which prostitution serves to gratify. Roman 4. The present social attitude towards prostitution. We have now surveyed the complex fact of prostitution in some of its most various and typical aspects, seeking to realize intelligently and sympathetically the fundamental part it plays as an elementary constituent of our marriage system. Finally, we have to consider the grounds on which prostitution now appears to a large and growing number of persons not only an unsatisfactory method of sexual gratification, but a radically bad method. The movement of antagonism towards prostitution manifests itself most conspicuously, as might beforehand have been anticipated, by a feeling of repugnance towards the most ancient and typical, once the most credited and best established prostitutional manifestation, the brothel, the growth of this repugnance, is not confined to one or two countries, but is international, and may thus be regarded as corresponding to a real tendency in our civilization. It is equally pronounced, prostitutes themselves, and in the people who are their clients the distaste on the one side increases the distaste on the other, since only the most helpless or the most stupid prostitutes are nowadays willing to accept the servitude of the brothel. The brothel keeper is forced to resort to extraordinary methods for entrapping victims, and even to take part in that cosmopolitan trade in white slaves, which exists solely to feed brothels. This state of things has a natural reaction in prejudicing the clients of prostitution against an institution which is going out of fashion and out of credit. An even more fundamental antipathy is engendered by the fact that the brothel fails to respond to the high degree of personal freedom and variety which civilization produces, and always demands, even when it fails to produce on one side. The prostitute is disinclined to enter into a slavery, which usually fails even to bring her any reward on the other side. Her client feels it as part of the fascination of prostitution under civilized conditions that he shall enjoy a freedom and choice the brothel cannot provide. Thus, it comes about that brothels which once contained nearly all the women who made it a business to minister to the sexual needs of men, now contain only a decreasing minority, and that the transformation of cloistered prostitution into free prostitution is approved by many social reformers as a gain to the cause of morality. The decay of brothels, whether as cause or as effect, has been associated with a vast increase of prostitution outside brothels, but the repugnance to brothels in many essential respects also applies to prostitution generally, and as we shall see, it is exerting a profoundly modifying influence on that prostitution. The changing feeling in regard to prostitution seems to express itself mainly in two ways. On the one hand, there are those who, without desiring to abolish prostitution, resent the abnegation which accompanies it, and are disgusted by its sordid aspects. They may have no moral scruples against prostitution, and they know no reason why a woman should not freely do as she will with her own person. But they believe that if prostitution is necessary, the relationships of men with prostitutes should be humane and agreeable to each party, and not degrading to either. It must be remembered that under the conditions of civilized urban life, the discipline of work is often too severe, and the excitements of urban existence too constant to render an abandonment to orgy a desirable recreation. The gross form of orgy appeals not to the town dweller but to the peasant, and to the sailor or soldier who reaches the town after long periods of dreary routine and emotional abstinence. It is a mistake even to suppose that the attraction of prostitution is inevitably associated with the fulfillment of the sexual act. So far is this from being the case that the most attractive prostitute may be a woman who, possessing few sexual needs of her own, desires to please by the charm of her personality. These are among those who most often find good husbands. There are many men who are even well content merely to have a few hours free intimacy with an agreeable woman, without any further favor, although that may be open to them. For a very large number of men, under urban conditions of existence, the prostitute is ceasing to be the degraded instrument of a moment's lustful desire. They seek an agreeable human person with whom they may find relaxation from the daily stress or routine of life. When an act of prostitution is thus put on a humane basis, although it by no means thereby becomes conducive to the best development of either party, it at least ceases to be hopelessly degrading. Otherwise, it would not have been possible for religious prostitution to flourish for so long in ancient days among honorable women of good birth, on the shores of the Mediterranean, even in regions like Lydia, where the position of women was peculiarly high. It is true that the monetary side of prostitution would still exist, but it is possible to exaggerate its importance. It must be pointed out that though it is usual to speak of the prostitute as a woman who sells herself, this is rather a crude and inexact way of expressing in its typical form the relationship of a prostitute to her client. A prostitute is not a commodity with a market price like a loaf or a leg of mutton. She is much more on a level with people belonging to the professional classes who accept fees in return for services rendered. The amount of the fee varies on the one hand, in accordance with professional standing, on the other hand, in accordance with the client's means, and under special circumstances, may be graciously dispensed with altogether. Prostitution places on a venal basis intimate relationships which ought to spring up from natural love, and in so doing degrades them. But strictly speaking, there is in such a case no sale. To speak of a prostitute selling herself is scarcely even a pardonable rhetorical exaggeration. It is both inexact and unjust. This tendency in an advanced civilization towards the humanization of prostitution is the reverse process, we may note, to that which takes place at an earlier stage of civilization, when the ancient conception of the religious dignity of prostitution begins to fall into disrepute. When men cease to reverence women who are prostitutes in the service of a goddess, they set up in their place prostitutes who are merely abject slaves, flattering themselves that they are thereby working in the cause of progress and morality on the shores of the Mediterranean. This process took place more than 2,000 years ago and is associated with the name of Solon today. We may see the same process going on in India, in some parts of India, as at Jejuri near Pune. First-born girls are dedicated to Khandoba or other gods. They are married to the god, and, termed muralis, they serve in the temple, sweep it, and wash the holy vessels. Also they dance, sing, and prostitute themselves. They are forbidden to marry, and they live in the homes of their parents' brothers or sisters, being consecrated to religious service. They are untouched by degradation nowadays. However, Indian reformers, in the name of civilization and science, seek to persuade the muralis that they are plunged in a career of degradation. No doubt, in time, the wood moralists will drive the muralis out of their temples and their homes, deprive them of all self-respect, and convert them into wretched outcasts, all in the cause of science and civilization. See, for example, an article by Mrs. Kashabai Diodhar, The New Reformer, October 1907. So, it is that early reformers create for the reformers of a later day the task of humanizing prostitution afresh. There can be no doubt that this more humane conception of prostitution is today beginning to be realized in the actual civilized life of Europe. Thus, in writing of prostitution in Paris, Dr. Robert Mitchell's Erotische Strafzuchtmutterschutz, 1906, Heft 9 p. 368, remarks, while in Germany the prostitute is generally considered as an outcast creature and treated accordingly, an instrument of masculine lust, to be used and thrown away, and whom one would under no circumstances recognize in public, in France, the prostitute plays in many respects the part which once gives significance and fame to the heder of Athens. And after describing the consideration and respect which the Parisian prostitute is often able to require of her friends, and the non-sexual relation of comradeship which she can enter into with other men, the writer continues, a girl who certainly yields herself for money, but by no means for the first comer's money, and who, in addition to her business friends, feels the need of, so to say, non-sexual companions with whom she can associate in a free comrade-like way, and by whom she is treated and valued as a free human being, is not wholly lost for the moral worth of humanity. All prostitution is bad, Mitchells concludes, but we should have reason to congratulate ourselves if love relationships of this Parisian species represented the lowest known form of extraconjugal sexuality. As bearing on the relative consideration accorded to prostitutes, I may mention that a Paris prostitute remarked to a friend of mine that Englishmen would ask her questions which no Frenchman would venture to ask. It is not, however, only in Paris, although here more markedly and prominently, that this humanizing change in prostitution is beginning to make itself felt. It is manifested, for instance, in the greater openness of a man's sexual life. While he formerly slinked into a brothel in a remote street, Dr. Willie Helpach remarks nervouset at Unculture p. 169, he now walks abroad with his liaison, visiting the theatres and cafés, without indeed any anxiety to meet his acquaintances, but with no embarrassment on that point. The thing is becoming more commonplace, more natural. It is also, Helpach proceeds to point out, thus becoming more moral also, and much unwholesome prudery and pruriency is being done away with. In England, where change is slow, this tendency to the humanization of prostitution may be less pronounced, but it certainly exists. In the middle of the last century, Lecky wrote History of European Morals, Vol. Roman 2 p. 285, that habitual prostitution is, in no other European country, so hopelessly vicious or so irrevocable. That statement, which was also made by Parent Duchatelet and other foreign observers, is fully confirmed by the evidence on record, but it is a statement which would hardly be made today, except perhaps in reference to special confined areas of our cities. It is the same in America, and we may doubtless find this tendency reflected in the Report on the Social Evil 1902, drawn up by a committee in New York, who gave it p. 176 as one of their chief recommendations that prostitution should no longer be regarded as a crime, in which light one gathers it had formerly been regarded in New York. That may seem but a small step in the path of humanization, but it is in the right direction. It is by no means only in lands of European civilization that we may trace with developing culture the refinement and humanization of the slighter bonds of relationship with women. In Japan, exactly, the same demands led several centuries ago to the appearance of the geisha. In the course of an interesting and precise study of the geisha, Mr. R.T. Farah remarks 19th century, April 1904, the geisha is in no sense necessarily a courtesan. She is a woman educated to attract perfected from her childhood in all the intricacies of Japanese literature, practiced in wit and repartee, inured to the rapid giving-take of conversation on every topic human and divine from her earliest youth. She is broken into an inviolable charm of manner, incomprehensible to the finest European, yet she is almost invariably a blossom of the lower classes, with dumpy claws and squat ugly nails. Her education, physical and moral, is far harder than that of the ballerina, and her success is achieved only after years of struggle and a bitter agony of torture, and the geisha's social position may be compared with that of the European actress. The geisha house offers prizes as desirable as any of the Western stage. A great geisha with 20 nobles sitting round her contending for her laughter, and kept in constant check by the flashing bodkin of her wit, holds a position no less high and famous than that of Sarah Bernhardt in her prime. She is equally sought, equally flattered, quite as madly adored that quiet little elderly plain girl in dull blue, but she is prized thus primarily for her tongue, whose power only ripens fully as her physical charms decline. She demands vast sums for her owners, and even so often appears and dances only at her own pleasure. Few, if any, Westerners ever see a really famous geisha. She is too great to come before a European, except for an august or imperial command. Finally, she may and frequently does marry into exalted places. In all this there is not the slightest necessity for any illicit relation. In some respects, the position of the ancient Greek hetera was more analogous to that of the Japanese geisha than to that of the prostitute in the strict sense for the Greeks. Indeed, the hetera was not strictly a porn or prostitute. At all, the name meant friend or companion, and the woman to whom the name was applied held an honorable position which could not be accorded to the mere prostitute. Athanas BK Roman 13 chs XXVX brings together passages showing that the hetera could be regarded as an independent citizen, pure, simple, and virtuous altogether, distinct from the common crew of prostitutes, though these might ape her name. The hetera were almost the only Greek women, says Donaldson, woman p. 59, who exhibited what was best and noblest in women's nature. This fact renders it more intelligible why a woman of such intellectual distinction as Aspasia should have been a hetera. There seems little doubt as to her intellectual distinctions. Skynes, in his dialogue entitled Aspasia, writes, Gompers, the historian of Greek philosophy, Greek thinkers, vol. Roman 3 pp. 124 and 343, puts, in the mouth of that distinguished woman, an incisive criticism of the mode of life traditional for her sex. It would be exceedingly strange, Gompers adds, in arguing that an inference may thus be drawn concerning the historical Aspasia, if three authors, Plato, Xenophon, and Skynshed, agreed in fictitiously enduing the companion of Pericles with what we might very reasonably have expected her to possess: a highly cultivated mind and intellectual influence. It is even possible that the movement for woman's right, which, as we dimly divine through the pages of Aristophanes, took place in Athens in the 4th century, B. Roman 100, was led by hetera. According to Ivo Brunn's Frauen Emancipation, in Athens 1900 p. 19, the most certain information which we possess concerning Aspasia bears a strong resemblance to the picture which Euripides and Aristophanes present to us of the leaders of the woman movement. It was the existence of this movement which made Plato's ideas on the community of women appear far less absurd than they do to us. It may perhaps be thought by some that this movement represented on a higher plane that love of destruction, or as we should better say, that spirit of revolt and aspiration, which Simmel finds to mark the intellectual and artistic activity of those who are unclassed or dubiously classed in the social hierarchy. Ninon de Lenclos, as we have seen, was not strictly a courtesan, but she was a pioneer in the assertion of woman's rights. A Fra Bain, who a little later in England occupied a similarly dubious social position, was likewise a pioneer in generous humanitarian aspirations, which have since been adopted in the world at large. These refinements of prostitution may be said to be chiefly the outcome of the late and more developed stages in civilization, as Schertz has put it Altersklassen Unmannerbund p. 191. The cheerful, skillful, and artistically accomplished hetera frequently stands as an ideal figure in opposition to the intellectually uncultivated wife, banished to the interior of the house, the courtesan of the Italian Renaissance. Japanese geishas, Chinese flower girls, and Indian beateras all show some not unnoble features. The breadth of a free artistic existence they have achieved with, it is true, the sacrifice of their highest worth and independence from the oppressive rule of man and of household duties, and a part of the feminine endowment which is so often crippled comes in them to brilliant development. Prostitution in its best form may thus offer a path by which these feminine characteristics may exert a certain influence on the development of civilization. We may also believe that the artistic activity of women is in some measure able to offer a counterpoise to the otherwise less pleasant results of sexual abandonment, preventing the coarsening and destruction of the emotional life. In his Magda Sudermann has described a type of woman who, from the standpoint of strict morality, is open to condemnation, but in her art finds a foothold the strength of which even ill will must unwillingly recognize in his sex and character. Weininger has developed in a more extreme and extravagant manner the conception of the prostitute as a fundamental and essential part of life, a permanent feminine type. There are others, apparently in increasing numbers, who approach the problem of prostitution not from an aesthetic standpoint, but from a moral standpoint. This moral attitude is not, however, that conventionalized morality of Cato and St. Augustine and Lecky set forth in previous pages, according to which the prostitute in the street must be accepted as the guardian of the wife in the home. These moralists reject indeed the claim of that belief to be considered moral at all. They hold that it is not morally possible that the honor of some women shall be purchasable at the price of the dishonor of other women, because at such a price, virtue loses all moral worth. When they read that, as Goncourt stated, the most luxurious articles of women's trousseau, the bridal chemises of girls, with dowries of 600,000 francs, are made in the prison of Clairvaux, they see the symbol of the intimate dependence of our luxurious virtue on our squalid vice, and while they accept the historical and sociological evidence, which shows that prostitution is an inevitable part of the marriage system, which still survives among us, they ask whether it is not possible so to modify our marriage system that it shall not be necessary to divide feminine humanity into disreputable women who make sacrifices, which it is dishonorable to make, and respectable women who take sacrifices, which it cannot be less dishonorable to accept. Prostitutes, a distinguished man of science, has said, Duclocks Elhygiene Social p. 243, have become things which the public uses when it wants them, and throws on the dung heap when it has made them vile in its Pharisaism. It even has the insolence to treat their trade as shameful, as though it were not just as shameful to buy as to sell in this market block. Sexualeben unserer Zeit ch. Roman 15 insists that prostitution must be ennobled, and that only so can it be even diminished. Isidore Dyer of New Orleans also argues that we cannot check prostitution unless we create in the minds of men and women a spirit of tolerance, instead of intolerance of fallen women. This point may be illustrated by a remark by the prostitute author of the Tagebuch Einer Verlorenen. If the profession of yielding the body ceased to be a shameful one, she wrote, the army of unfortunates would diminish by 4/5. I will even say 9/10 myself. For example, how gladly would I take a situation as companion or governess? One of two things, wrote the eminent sociologist Tard La Morale, Sexual Archives d'Anthropologie Criminelle, January 1907. Either prostitution will disappear through continuing to be dishonorable, and will be replaced by some other institution, which will better remedy the defects of monogamous marriage, or it will survive by becoming respectable, that is to say, by making itself respected, whether liked or disliked. Tard thought this might perhaps come about by a better organization of prostitutes, a more careful selection among those who desired admission to their ranks, and the cultivation of professional virtues, which would raise their moral level. If courtesans fulfill a need, Balzac had already said, in his Physiologie du Marriage, they must become an institution. This moral attitude is supported and enforced by the inevitable democratic tendency of civilization, which, although it by no means destroys the idea of class, undermines that idea as the mark of fundamental human distinctions, and renders it superficial. Prostitution no longer makes a woman a slave. It ought not to make her even a pariah. My body is my own, said the young German prostitute of today, and what I do with it is nobody else's concern. When the prostitute was literally a slave, moral duty towards her was by no means necessarily identical with moral duty towards the free woman. But when even in the same family, the prostitute may be separated by a great and impassable social gulf from her married sister, it becomes possible to see, and in the opinion of many imperatively necessary to see, that a readjustment of moral values is required. For thousands of years, prostitution has been defended on the ground that the prostitute is necessary to ensure the purity of women in a democratic age. It begins to be realized that prostitutes also are women. The developing sense of a fundamental human equality underlying the surface divisions of class tends to make the usual attitude towards the prostitute, the attitude of her clients, even more than that of society generally, seem painfully cruel. The callous and coarsely frivolous tone of so many young men about prostitutes, it has been said, is simply cruelty of a peculiarly brutal kind, not to be discerned in any other relation of life. And if this attitude is cruel even in speech, it is still more cruel in action, whatever attempts may be made to disguise its cruelty. Canon Littleton's remarks may be taken to refer chiefly to young men of the upper middle class, concerning what is perhaps the usual attitude of lower middle class people towards prostitution. I may quote from a remarkable communication, which has reached me from Australia. What are the views of a young man brought up in a middle-class Christian English family on prostitutes? Take my father, for instance. He first mentioned prostitutes to me, if I remember rightly, when speaking of his life before marriage, and he spoke of them as he would speak of a horse he had hired, paid for, and dismissed from his mind, when it had rendered him service. Although my mother was so kind and good, she spoke of abandoned women with disgust and scorn, as of some unclean animal, as it flatters vanity and pride to be able, with good countenance and universal consent, to look down on something. I soon grasped the situation, and adopted an attitude which is in the main that of most middle-class Christian Englishmen towards prostitutes. But as puberty develops, this attitude has to be accommodated with the wish to make use of this scum, these moral lepers, the ordinary young man who likes a spice of immorality, and has it when in town, and thinks it is not likely to come to his mother's or sister's ears, does not get over his arrogance and disgust, or abate them in the least. He takes them with him more or less disguised to the brothel, and they color his thoughts and actions all the time he is sleeping with prostitutes, or kissing them, or passing his hands over them, as he would over a mare, getting as much as he can for his money. To tell the truth, on the whole, that was my attitude too. But if anyone had asked me for the smallest reason for this attitude, for this feeling of superiority, pride, hauteur, and prejudice, I should, like any other respectable young man, have been entirely at a loss, and could only have gaped foolishly. From the modern moral standpoint, which now concerns us, not only is the cruelty involved in the dishonor of the prostitute absurd, but not less absurd, and often not less cruel, seems the honor bestowed on the respectable women on the other side of the social gulf. It is well recognized that men sometimes go to prostitutes to gratify the excitement aroused by fondling their betrothed, as the emotional and physical results of ungratified excitement are not infrequently more serious in women than in men. The betrothed women in these cases are equally justified in seeking relief from other men, and the vicious circle of absurdity might thus be completed. From the point of view of the modern moralist, there is another consideration which was altogether overlooked in the conventional and traditional morality we have inherited, and was indeed practically non-existent in the ancient days, when that morality was still a living reality. Women are no longer divided only into the two groups of wives, who are to be honored, and prostitutes, who are the dishonored guardians of that honor. There is a large third class of women, who are neither wives nor prostitutes. For this group of the unmarried virtuous, the traditional morality had no place at all, it simply ignored them. But the new moralist, who is learning to recognize both the claims of the individual and the claims of society, begins to ask whether, on the one hand, these women are not entitled to the satisfaction of their affectional and emotional impulses if they so desire, and on the other hand, whether, since a high civilization involves a diminished birth rate, the community is not entitled to encourage every healthy and able-bodied woman to contribute to maintain the birth rate when she so desires. All the considerations briefly indicated in the preceding page's fundamental sense of human equality, generated by our civilization, the repugnance to cruelty, which accompanies the refinement of urban life, the ugly contrast of extremes, which shock our developing democratic tendencies, the growing sense of the rights of the individual to authority over his own person, the no less strongly emphasized right of the community, to the best that the individual can yield, all these considerations are every day more strongly influencing the modern moralist to assume towards the prostitute an attitude altogether different from that of the morality which we derived from Cato and Augustine. He sees the question in a larger and more dynamic manner, instead of declaring that it is well worthwhile to tolerate, and at the same time to condemn the prostitute in order to preserve the sanctity of the wife in her home. He is not only more inclined to regard each as the proper guardian of her own moral freedom, but he is less certain about the time-honored position of the prostitute, and moreover by no means sure that the wife in the home may not be fully as much in need of rescuing as the prostitute in the street. He is prepared to consider whether reform in this matter is not most likely to take place in the shape of a fairer apportionment of sexual privileges and sexual duties to women generally, with an inevitably resultant elevation in the sexual lives of men also. The revolt of many serious reformers against the injustice and degradation now involved by our system of prostitution is so profound that some have declared themselves ready to accept any revolution of ideas, which would bring about a more wholesome transmutation of moral values. Better indeed, where Saturnalia of free men and women, exclaims Edward Carpenter Love's, coming of age p. 62, than the spectacle which as it is our great cities present at night. Even those who would be quite content with as conservative a treatment as possible of social institutions still cannot fail to realize that prostitution is unsatisfactory, unless we are content to make very humble claims of the sexual act. The act of prostitution, Godfrey declares, the science of sex p. 202, may be physiologically complete, but it is complete in no other sense. All the moral and intellectual factors, which combine with physical desire to form the perfect sexual attraction, are absent. All the higher elements of love, admiration, respect, honor, and self-sacrificing devotion are as foreign to prostitution as to the egoistic act of masturbation. The principal drawbacks to the morality of the act lie in its associations more than in the act itself. Any affectional quality which a more or less promiscuous connection might possess is at once destroyed by the intrusion of the monetary element in the resulting degradation. The woman has the largest share, since it makes her a pariah and involves her in all the hardening and depraving influences of social ostracism, but her degradation only serves to render her influence on her partners more demoralizing. Prostitution, he concludes, has a strong tendency towards emphasizing the naturally selfish attitude of men towards women, and encouraging them in the delusion born of unregulated passions that the sexual act itself is the aim and end of the sex life. Prostitution can therefore make no claim to afford even a temporary solution to the sex problem. It fulfills only that mission which has made it a necessary evil, the mission of palliative to the physical rigors of celibacy and monogamy. It does so at the cost of a considerable amount of physical and moral deterioration, much of which is undoubtedly due to the action of society in completing the degradation of the prostitute by persistent ostracism. Prostitution was not so great an evil when it was not thought so great, yet even at its best, it was a real evil, a melancholy and sordid travesty of sincere and natural passional relations. It is an evil which we are bound to have with us so long as celibacy is a custom, and monogamy a law. It is the wife as well as the prostitute who is degraded by a system which makes venal love possible. The time has gone past, the same writer remarks elsewhere p. 195, when a mere ceremony can really sanctify what is base, and transform lust and greed into the sincerity of sexual affection. If to enter into sexual connections with a man for a solely material end is a disgrace to humanity, it is a disgrace under the marriage bond, just as much as apart from the hypocritical blessing of the Church, or the law. If the public prostitute is a being who deserves to be treated as a pariah, it is hopelessly irrational to withhold every sort of moral opprobrium from the woman who leads a similar life under a different set of external circumstances. Either the prostitute wife must come under the moral ban, or there must be an end to the complete ostracism under which the prostitute labors. The thinker who more clearly and fundamentally than others, and first of all, realized the dynamical relationships of prostitution as dependent upon a change in the other social relationships of life was James Hinton more than 30 years ago in fragmentary writings that still remain unpublished, since he never worked them into an orderly form. Hinton gave vigorous and often passionate expression to this fundamental idea. It may be worth while to quote a few brief passages from Hinton's MSS. I feel that the laws of force should hold also amid the waves of human passion, that the relations of mechanics are true, and will rule also in human life. There is a tension, a crushing of the soul by our modern life, and it is ready for a sudden spring to a different order in which the forces shall rearrange themselves. It is a dynamical question, presented in moral terms, keeping a portion of the woman population, without prospect of marriage, means having prostitutes, that is women, as instruments of man's mere sensuality. And this means the killing in many of them of all pure love or capacity of it. This is the fact we have to face today. I saw a young woman whose life was being consumed by her want of love. A case of threatened utter misery. Now see the price at which we purchase her ill health for her ill health. We pay the crushing of another girl into hell. We give that for it. Her wretchedness of soul and body are bought by prostitution. We have prostitutes made for that. We devote some women recklessly to perdition to make a hothouse heaven for the rest. One wears herself out in vainly trying to endure pleasures she is not strong enough to enjoy, while other women are perishing for lack of these very pleasures. If marriage is this, is it not embodied lust? The happy Christian homes are the true dark places of the earth. Prostitution for man, restraint for woman, are two sides of the same thing, and both are denials of love. Like luxury and asceticism, the mountains of restraint must be used to fill up the abysses of luxury. Some of Hinton's views were set forth by a writer intimately acquainted with him in a pamphlet entitled The Future of Marriage and Ironican for a Question of Today, by a respectable woman, 1885. When once the conviction is forced home upon the good women, the writer remarks that their place of honor and privilege rests upon the degradation of others. As its basis, they will never rest till they have either abandoned it or sought for it some other pedestal. If our inflexible marriage system has, for its essential condition, the existence side by side with it of prostitution, then one of two things follows. Either prostitution must be shown to be compatible with the well-being moral and physical of the women who practice it, or our marriage system must be condemned. If it was clearly put before anyone, he could not seriously assert that to be virtue which could only be practiced at the expense of another's vice, whilst the laws of physics are becoming so universally recognized that no one dreams of attempting to annihilate a particle of matter or of force. Yet we do not instinctively apply the same conception to moral forces, but think and act as if we could simply do away with an evil, while leaving unchanged that which gives it its strength. This is the only view of the social problem which can give us hope. That prostitution should simply cease, leaving everything else as it is, would be disastrous, if it were possible. But it is not possible. The weakness of all existing efforts to put down prostitution is that they are directed against it as an isolated thing, whereas it is only one of the symptoms proceeding from a common disease. Ellen Key, who during recent years has been the chief apostle of a gospel of sexual morality, based on the needs of women, as the mothers of the race, has, in a somewhat similar spirit, denounced alike prostitution and rigid marriage, declaring in her essays on love and marriage that the development of erotic personal consciousness is as much hindered by socially regulated morality as by socially regulated immorality, and that the two lowest and socially sanctioned expressions of sexual dualism, rigid marriage and prostitution, will gradually become impossible, because with the conquest of the idea of erotic unity, they will no longer correspond to human needs. We may sum up the present situation as regards prostitution by saying that on the one hand, there is a tendency for its elevation, in association with the growing humanity and refinement of civilization characteristics, which must inevitably tend to mark more and more both those women who become prostitutes and those men who seek them. On the other hand, but perhaps through the same dynamic force, there is a tendency towards the slow elimination of prostitution by the successful competition of higher and purer methods of sexual relationship, freed from pecuniary considerations. This refinement and humanization, this competition by better forms of sexual love, are indeed an essential part of progress, as civilization becomes more truly sound, wholesome, and sincere. This moral change cannot, it seems probable, fail to be accompanied by the realization that the facts of human life are more important then the forms for all changes from lower to higher social forms from savagery to civilization are accompanied in so far as they are vital change be, a slow and painful groping towards the truth that it is only in natural relations that sanity and sanctity can be found for as Nietzsche said the return to nature should rather be called the ascent, only so can we achieve the final elimination from our hearts of that clinging tradition, that there is any impurity or dishonor in acts of love for which the reasonable, and not merely the conventional conditions have been fulfilled, for it is vain to attempt to cleanse our laws or even our bylaws, until we have first cleansed our hearts. It would be out of place here to push further the statement of the moral question, as it is today beginning to shape itself in the sphere of sex, in a psychological discussion. We are only concerned to set down the actual attitude of the moralist, and of civilization. The practical outcome of that attitude must be left to moralists and sociologists, and the community generally to work out. Our inquiry has also, it may be hoped, incidentally tended to show that in practically dealing with the question of prostitution, it is preeminently necessary to remember the warning, which as regards many other social problems has been embodied by Herbert Spencer in his famous illustration of the bent iron plate. In trying to make the bent plate smooth, it is useless, Spencer pointed out, to hammer directly on the buckled up part. If we do so, we merely find that we have made matters worse. Our hammering, to be effective, must be around, and not directly on the offensive elevation we wish to reduce, only so can the iron plate be hammered smooth. But this elementary law has not been understood by moralists. The plain, practical, common-sense reformer, as he fancied himself to be from the time of Charlemagne onwards, over and over again, brought his heavy fist directly down on to the evil of prostitution, and has always made matters worse. It is only by wisely working outside and around the evil that we can hope to lessen it effectually, by aiming to develop and raise the relationships of men to women and of women to women, by modifying our notions of sexual relationships, and by introducing a saner and truer conception of womanhood and of the responsibilities of women as of men, by attaining socially as well as economically a higher level of human living. It is only by such methods as these that we can reasonably expect to see any diminution and alleviation of the evil of prostitution. So long as we are incapable of such methods, we must be content with the prostitution. We deserve learning to treat it with the pity and the respect which so intimate a failure of our civilization is entitled to. See, for example, Chetham's Halcyon, Lectures The Mysteries Pagan and Christian, pp. 123, 136. Hormers Taschenbuch 1835 p. 255, Hagelstan. In a chapter on medieval festivals, in his Süddeutsches Bauernleben im Mittelalter, shows how in these Christian orgies, which were really of pagan origin, the German people reacted with tremendous and boisterous energy against the laborious and monotonous existence of everyday life. This was clearly realized by the more intelligent upholders of the Feast of Fools. Austere persons wished to abolish this feast, and in a remarkable petition sent up to the Theological Faculty of Paris, and quoted by Flogelgeschichte des Grottes Commission, 4th edition p. 204, the case for the feast is thus presented: we do this according to ancient custom, in order that folly which is second nature to man, and seems to be inborn, may at least once a year have free outlet. Wine casks would burst if we failed sometimes to remove the bung, and let in air. Now we are all ill-bound casks and barrels, which would let out the wine of wisdom, if by constant devotion and fear of God we allowed it to ferment. We must let in air so that it may not be spoilt. Thus on some days we give ourselves up to sport, so that with the greater zeal we may afterwards return to the worship of God. The Feast of Fools was not suppressed until the middle of the 16th century, and relics of it persisted as at Aix till near the end of the 18th century. Amere la vie au temps des libres prétures vol Roman 2 ch Roman 10, a good and scholarly account of the Feast of Fools, is given by E.K. Chambers. The medieval stage ch Roman 13. It is true that the Church and the early Fathers often anathematized the theatre, but Gregory of Nazianzen wished to found a Christian theatre. The medieval mysteries were certainly under the protection of the clergy, and St. Thomas Aquinas, the greatest of the schoolmen, only condemns the theatre with cautious qualifications. Spencer and Gillen, Northern Tribes of Central Australia, ch Roman 12112. Journal Anthropological Institute, July Dec 1904 p. 329. Westermarck Origin and Development of the Moral Ideas Vol. Roman 2, pp. 28, 39, shows how widespread is the custom of setting apart a periodical rest day. A. E. Crawley The Mystic Rose pp. 273 et seq. Crawley brings into association with this function of great festivals the custom found in some parts of the world of exchanging wives at these times. It has nothing whatever to do with the marriage system, except as breaking it for a season women of forbidden degree being lent on the same grounds, as conventions and ordinary relations are broken at festivals of the Saturnalia type, the object being to change life, and start afresh, by exchanging everything one can, while the very act of exchange coincides with the other desire to weld the community together. Ib. p. 479. See the analysis of the sexual impulse in Vol. Roman 3 of these studies. G. Murray Ancient Greek Literature p. 211. The Greek drama probably arose out of a folk festival of more or less sexual character, and it is even possible that the medieval drama had a somewhat similar origin. C. Donaldson, The Greek Theatre Gilbert Murray Locke Cit Carl Pearson, The Chances of Death Vol. Roman 2, pp. 1356, 280 et seq. R. Canudo Les Courges Francais Mercure de France, May 1, 1907 p. 180. This is in fact Sipples declares the process of human experience p. 743 arts, great function to rehearse within us, greater egoistic possibilities, to habituate us to larger actualizations of personality in a rudimentary manner, and so to arouse aimlessly, but splendidly the sheer as yet unfulfilled possibilities within us. Even when monotonous labor is intellectual, it is not thereby protected against degrading orgiastic reactions. Prof. Roman 50 Gerlet shows, Die New Generation January 1909, pp. 316, how the strenuous unremitting intellectual work of Prussian seminaries leads among both teachers and scholars to the worst forms of the orgy. Rabutox discusses various definitions of prostitution de la prostitution en Europe pp. 119, et sec. For the origin of the names, to designate the prostitute. C. Schrader Reallexikon Art Beischlifferin. Digest Lib. Roman 23 tit. Roman 2 p. 43, if she only gave herself to one or two persons, though for money it was not prostitution. Guillaume la prostitution p. 8. The element of venality is essential, and religious writers, like Robert Wardlaw Roman 500 of Edinburgh, in his lectures on female prostitution, 1842 p. 14, who define prostitution as the illicit intercourse of the sexes, and synonymous with theological fornication, fall into an absurd confusion. Such marriages are sometimes stigmatized as legalized prostitution, remarks Sidgwick Methods of Ethics BK Roman 3 ch. Zai, but the phrase is felt to be extravagant and paradoxical. Bonger Criminalite et Conditions, Economiques p. 378. Bonger believes that the act of prostitution is intrinsically equal to that of a man or woman who contracts a marriage for economical reasons. E. Richard La Prostitution, a Paris 1890 p. 44, it may be questioned whether publicity or notoriety should form an essential part of the definition. It seems, however, to be involved, or the prostitute cannot obtain clients. Roos states that she must in addition be absolutely without means of subsistence. That is certainly not essential, nor is it necessary, as the Digest insisted that the act should be performed without pleasure, that may be as it will, without affecting the prostitutional nature of the act. Hawkesworth Account of the Voyages etc., 1775, Vol. Roman 2 p. 254. R. W. Codrington The Melanesians p. 235. F. S. Cross Romanisch Forschungen, 1903 p. 290. H. Schurz Altersklassen und Mannerbund, 1902 p. 190, in this work Schurz brings together pp. 189,201, some examples of the germs of prostitution among primitive peoples. Many facts and references are given by Westermarck History of Human Marriage pp. 66, et seq., and Origin and Development of the Moral Ideas Vol. Roman 2 pp. 441, et seq. Bachofen, more especially in his Mutterrecht, and Sage von Tannequil, argued that even religious prostitution sprang from the resistance of primitive instincts to the individualization of love. C.F. Robertson Smith, Religion of Semites, 2nd edition, p. 59. Whatever the reason may be, there can be no doubt that there is a widespread tendency for religion and prostitution to be associated, it is possibly to some extent a special case of that general connection between the religious and sexual impulses, which has been discussed elsewhere. Appendix C. To vol I of these studies, thus a B. Ellis in his book on the U.S.-speaking peoples of West Africa, pp. 124-141, states that here women dedicated to a god become promiscuous prostitutes. W. G. Sumner Folkways, ch. Romans 16, brings together many facts concerning the wide distribution of religious prostitution. Herodotus BK ICH CX6 Baruch CH Romans 6 p. 43. Modern scholars confirm the statements of Herodotus from the study of Babylonian literature, though inclined to deny that religious prostitution occupied so large a place, as he gives it a tablet of the Gilgamesh epic, according to Morris Jastrow, refers to prostitutes as attendants of the goddess Ishtar in the city Uruk or Erech, which was thus a center, and perhaps the chief center of the rites described by Herodotus. Morris Jastrow, The Religion of Babylonia and Assyria, 1898 p. 475. Ishtar was the goddess of fertility, the great mother goddess, and the prostitutes were priestesses attached to her worship who took part in ceremonies intended to symbolize fertility. These priestesses of Ishtar were known by the general name Kadishtu, the Holy Ones. Opsit, pp. 480, 660. It is usual among modern writers to associate Aphrodite Pandemos, rather than Urania, with venal or promiscuous sexuality. But this is a complete mistake, for the Aphrodite Pandemos was purely political and had no sexual significance. The mistake was introduced perhaps intentionally by Plato. It has been suggested that that arch-juggler who disliked democratic ideas purposely sought to pervert and vulgarize the conception of Aphrodite Pandemos. Farnell Cults of Greek States, Vol. Roman 2 p. 660. Athenus BK Roman 13 cap Roman 32. It appears that the only other Hellenic community where the temple cult involved unchastity was a city of the Locrian Epizepherae. Farnell Op. Cit. Vol. Roman 2 p. 636. I do not say an earlier promiscuity, for the theory of a primitive sexual promiscuity is now widely discredited, though there can be no reasonable doubt that the early prevalence of motherite was more favorable to the sexual freedom of women than the later patriarchal system. Thus, in very early Egyptian days, woman could give her favors to any man she chose by sending him her garment, even if she were married in time. The growth of the rights of men led to this being regarded as criminal, but the priestesses of Amen retained the privilege to the last, as being under divine protection. Flinders Petrie Egyptian Tales, pp. 1048. It should be added that Farnell, The Position of Women in Ancient Religion Archive für Religionswissenschaft, 1904 p. 88 seeks to explain the religious prostitution of Babylonia as a special religious modification of the custom of destroying virginity before marriage in order to safeguard the husband from the mystic dangers of defloration. E. S. Hartland, also concerning the rite at the Temple of Mylata. Anthropological Essays, presented to E. B. Tyler p. 189, suggests that this was a puberty rite connected with ceremonial defloration. This theory is not, however, generally accepted by Semitic scholars. The girls of this tribe, who are remarkably pretty after spending 2 or 3 years in thus amassing a little dowry, return home to marry, and are said to make model wives and mothers. They are described by Bertharand in Parent Duchatlet, La Prostitution, a Paris Vol. Roman 2 p. 539. In Abyssinia, according to Fieschi British Medical Journal, March 13, 1897, where prostitution has always been held in high esteem, the prostitutes, who are now subject to medical examination twice a week, still attach no disgrace to their profession and easily find husbands afterwards. Potter Sorab and Rustum pp. 168. Et sec. Gives references as regards peoples widely dispersed in the Old World, and the New, among whom the young women have practiced prostitution to obtain a dowry. At Trowles in Lydia, even in the 2nd century A. Roman 500, as Sir W. Roman 1000 Ramps notes, cities of Phrygia Vol. IPP 94 115, sacred prostitution was still an honorable practice for women of good birth who felt themselves called upon to live the divine life under the influence of divine inspiration. The gradual secularization of prostitution from its earlier religious form has been traced by various writers. See, for example, Dupuy La Prostitution. Dans L. Antiquite, the earliest complementary reference to the hetera in literature, is to be found, according to Bennick Antimachus, of Colophon p. 36 in Bacchylides. Cicero Oratio Procilio Cap Roman 20143. Pierre Dufour Histoire de la Prostitution Vol Roman 2, CHS Roman 19 Roman 20, the real author of this well-known history of prostitution, which though not scholarly in its methods, brings together a great mass of interesting information, is said to be Paul Lacroix. Rabutox in his Histoire de la Prostitution en Europe describes many attempts to suppress prostitution, cf. Dufour op. Cit. Vol. Roman 30, 145. Dufour op. Cit. Vol. Roman 6 ch. Roman 41. It was in the reign of the homosexual Henry Roman III that the tolerance of brothels was established. In the 18th century, especially houses of prostitution in Paris attained to an astonishing degree of elaboration and prosperity owing to the constant watchful attention of the police. A vast amount of detailed information concerning these establishments was accumulated, and during recent years much of it has been published. A summary of this literature will be found in Duren's Neuforschungen über den Marquis de Sade, und sen Zeit 1904 pp 97, et seq. Rabutox op. Cit. p. 54. Calza has written the history of Venetian prostitution, and some of the documents he found have been reproduced by Mantegazza, Gli Amori degli Umimi Cap Roman 14, at the beginning of the 17th century. A comparatively late period Coriat visited Venice, and in his Crudities, gives a full and interesting account of its courtesans, who then numbered, he says, at least 20,000. The revenue they brought into the state maintained a dozen galleys. J. Schrank die Prostitution in Wien BD, IPP, 152,206. U. Robert Les Signs die Infamie, au Moyen Age ch. Roman 40, 151. Rudeck Geschichte der Öffentlichen Sittlichkeit, in Deutschland pp. 2636, gives many details concerning the important part played by prostitutes and brothels in medieval German life. They are described by Rabutox op. Cit. pp. 90 et seq. L'année sociologique, 7th year 1904 p. 440. Block der Ursprung der Syphilis, as regards the German Fraunhofen C. Max Bauer des Geschlechtsleben in der Deutschen Vergangenheit pp. 133,214. In Paris Dufour states, op. Cit. Vol. VCH, Roman 34 brothels under the ordinances of St. Louis had many rights which they lost at last in 1560, when they became merely tolerated houses, without statutes, special costumes, or confinement to special streets. Cortigiana hoc est meretrix honesta, wrote Burchard the Pope's secretary at the beginning of the 16th century, Diarium ed Thuasni, Vol. Roman 2 p. 440, 2. Other authorities are quoted by Thuasni in a note. Burchard Diarium Vol. Roman 3 p. 167, Thuasni quotes other authorities in confirmation. The example of Holland, where some large cities have adopted the regulation of prostitution, and others have not, is instructive as regards the illusory nature of the advantages of regulation. In 1883 Dr. Desprez brought forward figures supplied by Dutch officials showing that in Rotterdam, where prostitution was regulated, both prostitution and venereal diseases were more prevalent than in Amsterdam, a city without regulation, a Desprez la prostitution, en France p. 122. It was in 1802 that the medical inspection of prostitutes in Paris brothels was introduced, though not until 1825 fully established and made general. Roman 1000 Roman 50, Heidingsfeld The Control of Prostitution Journal American Medical Association January 30, 1904. See for example G. Birault La Maison de Tolerance, These de Paris 1904. Thus the circumstances of the English army in India are of a special character. A number of statements from the reports of committees, official publications, etc., regarding the good influence of regulation in reducing venereal diseases in India, are brought together by Surgeon Colonel F. H. Welch. The Prevention of Syphilis Lancet August 12, 1899. The system has been abolished, but only as the result of a popular outcry, and not on the question of its merits. Thus Richard, who accepts regulation, and was instructed to report on it, for the Paris Municipal Council, would not have girls inscribed as professional prostitutes until they are of age and able to realize what they are binding themselves to. Richard La Prostitution, a Paris p. 147. But at that age, a large proportion of prostitutes have been practicing their profession for years. In Germany, where the cure of infected prostitutes under regulation is nearly everywhere compulsory, usually at the cost of the community, it is found that 18 is the average age at which they are affected by syphilis. The average age of prostitutes in brothels is higher than that of those outside, and a much larger proportion have therefore become immune to disease Blaschko hygiene der syphilis, in Wales Handbuch der Hygiene BD, Roman 2 p. 62 1900. A Sherwell Life in West London 1897, ch. Roman 51 65. Bonger brings together statistics illustrating this point op. Cit. pp. 40-26. The Nightless City p. 125. Stromberg as quoted by Aschaffenburg das Verbrechen 1903 p. 77. Monotrift für Harnkrankheiten und Sexualhygiene 1906, Heft 10 p. 460. But this cause is undoubtedly effective in some cases of unmarried women in Germany, unable to get work. See article by Sister Henrietta Arendt, police assistant, at Stuttgart Sexual Problem, December 1908. Thus, for instance, we find Irma von Troll-Boristiani saying in her book I Am Frauenreich p. 176 go, and ask these unfortunate creatures if they willingly and freely devoted themselves to vice, and nearly all of them will tell you a story of need and destitution of hunger, and lack of work which compelled them to it, or else of love and seduction, and the fear of the discovery of their false step, which drove them out of their homes helpless and forsaken into the pool of vice, from which there is hardly any salvation. It is of course quite true that the prostitute is frequently ready to tell such stories to philanthropic persons who expect to hear them, and sometimes even put the words into her mouth. Roman 100 Booth Life and Labor Final Volume p. 125, similarly in Sweden Kullberg, states that girls of 13 to 17, living at home with their parents in comfortable circumstances, have often been found on the streets. W. Acton Prostitution, 1870 pp. 39-49. In Lyon, according to Potten of 3884 prostitutes, 3194 abandoned, or apparently abandoned their profession in Paris. A very large number became servants' dressmakers, or tailoresses' occupations, which in many cases doubtless they had exercised before Parent Duchetlit de la Prostitution, 1857 vol. IP, 584 vol. Roman 2 p. 451. Sloggett, quoted by Acton, stated that at Davenport 250 of the 1775 prostitutes, they're married. It is well known that prostitutes occasionally marry extremely well. It was remarked nearly a century ago that marriages of prostitutes to rich men were especially frequent in England, and usually turned out well. The same seems to be true still in their own social rank. They not infrequently marry cabmen and policemen, the two classes of men with whom they are brought most closely in contact in the streets. As regards Germany, Roman 100 K. Schneider die Prostitut und die Gesellschaft states that young prostitutes take up all sorts of occupations and situations, sometimes if they have saved a little money, establishing a business, while old prostitutes become procuresses, brothel keepers, lavatory women, and so on. Not a few prostitutes marry, he adds, but the proportion among inscribed German prostitutes is very small, less than 2%. G. de Molinari, La Viriculture, 1897 p. 155. Roos and other writers have reproduced typical extracts from the private account books of prostitutes, showing the high rate of their earnings, even in the common brothels in Philadelphia. According to Goodchild, The Social Evil in Philadelphia, Arena, March 1896, girls earn $20 or more a week, which is far more than they could earn in any other occupation open to them. A desprez la prostitution, en France 1883. Bonger, Criminalite et Conditions, Economiques, 1905 pp. 378,414. La Donna Delinquent p. 401. Rasiborski, Trait de l'Impuissance p. 20. It may be added that Berg, a leading authority on the anatomical peculiarities of the external female sexual organs, who believe that strong development of the external genital organs accompanies libidinous tendencies, has not found such development to be common among prostitutes. Hammer, who has had much opportunity of studying the psychology of prostitutes, remarks that he has seen no reason to suspect sexual coldness. Monotrift, für Harnkrankheit Unsexual Hygiene, 1906, Heft 2p85. Although, as he has elsewhere stated, he is of opinion that indolence rather than excess of sensuality is the chief cause of prostitution. See the sexual impulse in women in the third volume of these studies. Tate stated that in Edinburgh, many married women living with their husbands in comfortable circumstances and having children were found to be acting as prostitutes, that is, in the regular habit of making assignations with strangers. W. Tate Magdalenism in Edinburgh, 1842, p. 16. Jank brings together opinions to this effect. Die Wilkerlich Hervorbringen, des Geschlechts, p. 275. If we compare a prostitute of 35 with her respectable sister, Acton remarked prostitution, 1870 p. 39, we seldom find that the constitutional ravages, often thought to be necessary consequences of prostitution, exceed those attributable to the cares of a family and the heart-wearing struggles of virtuous labor. Hirschfeld states Wesson der Liebe p. 35 that the desire for intercourse with a sympathetic person is heightened and not decreased by a professional act of coitus. This has been clearly shown by Hans Ostwald, from whom I take the above-quoted observation of a prostitute, one of the best authorities on prostitute life and character. See, for example, his article Die erotischen Beziehungen zwischen den Unzuhalter Sexual Problem, June 1908, in the subsequent number of the same periodical, July 1908, p. 393. Dr. Max Marcuse supports Ostwald's experiences and says that the letters of prostitutes and their bullies are love letters exactly like those of respectable people of the same class, and with the same elements of love and jealousy. These relationships, he remarks, often prove very enduring. The prostitute author of the Tagebuch einer Verlorenen p. 147 also has some remarks on the prostitute's relations to her bully, stating that it is simply the natural relationship of a girl to her lover. Thus Moraglia found that among 180 prostitutes in North Italian brothels, and among 23 elegant Italian and foreign cocottes, everyone admitted that she masturbated preferably by friction of the clitoris. 113 of them, the majority declared that they preferred solitary or mutual masturbation to normal coitus. Hammer states Zane Lebenslauf Berliner Kontrollmädchen in Ostwald's series of Großstadt Dokument, 1905, that when in hospital, all but 3 or 4 of 60 prostitutes masturbate, and those who do not are laughed at by the rest. Jahrbuch für Sexual Zwischenstufen Jahrgang Roman 7 1905 p. 148, Sexual Inversion, Vol. Roman 2 of these studies. Ch. Roman 4 Hammer found that of 25 prostitutes in a reformatory, as many as 23 were homosexual, or on good grounds suspected to be such. Hirschfeld Berlin's Dritts Geschlecht p. 65 mentions that prostitutes sometimes accost better-class women who from their manlike air they take to be homosexual from persons of their own sex. Prostitutes will accept a smaller remuneration and sometimes refuse payment altogether. With prostitution, as with criminality, it is of course difficult to disentangle the element of heredity from that of environment, even when we have good grounds for believing that the factor of heredity, here as throughout the whole of life, cannot fail to carry much weight. It is certain, in any case, that prostitution frequently runs in families. It has often been my experience, writes a former prostitute Hedwig Hard, Beicht einer Gefallenen, p. 156, that when in a family a girl enters this path, her sister soon afterwards follows her. I have met with innumerable cases. Sometimes 3 sisters will all be on the register, and I knew a case of 4 sisters, whose mother, a midwife, had been in prison, and the father drank. In this case, all 4 sisters, who were very beautiful, married, one at least very happily, to a rich doctor, who took her out of the brothel at 16 and educated her. This fact is not contradicted by the undoubted fact that prostitutes are by no means always contented with the life they choose. This point has been discussed by Bloch. Sexualleben unserer Zeit ch. Roman 13190. Various series of observations are summarized by Lombroso and Ferrero, La Donna Delinquent, 1893, Part 3, Cap Roman 4191. History of European Morals, Vol. Roman 3 p. 283. Similarly, Lord Morley has written Didrat Vol. Roman 2 p. 20, The Purity of the Family, so lovely and dear as it is, has still only been secured hitherto by retaining a vast and dolorous host of female outcasts, upon whose heads, as upon the scapegoat of the Hebrew ordinance, we put all the iniquities of the children of the house, and all their transgressions in all their sins, and then banish them with maledictions into the foul outer wilderness, and the land not inhabited. Horace Satires lib I2. Augustine de Ordine bk Roman 2, ch Roman 40, 195. De regimine principum opuscula Roman 20 lib Roman 4 cap Roman 14. I am indebted to the Rev. H. Northcote for the reference to the precise place where this statement occurs. It is usually quoted more vaguely. Lee History of Auricular Confession, Vol. Roman 2 p. 69. There was even, it seems, an eccentric decision of the Salamanca theologians that a nun might so receive money licite et valide. Lee Opsit Vol. Roman 2 pp. 263, 399. Rabutox de la Prostitution, en Europe pp. 22 et sec. Burton Anatomy of Melancholy, Part 3, Sect Roman 3, Mem Roman 4 subs Roman 2200. B. Manville Remarks to Fable of the Bees, 1714 pp. 939, cfp. Sackman Bernard de Manville pp. 1014. These conditions favor temporary free unions, but they also favor prostitution. The reason is, according to Adolf Gerson's Sexual Problem, September 1908, that the woman of good class will not have free unions, partly moved by moral traditions, and partly by the feeling that a man should be legally her property. She will not give herself out of love to a man, and he therefore turns to the lower-class woman who gives herself for money. Many girls, said Ellis Hopkins, get into mischief merely because they have in them an element of the black kitten, which must frolic and play, but has no desire to get into danger. Do you not think it a little hard, she added, that men should have dug by the side of her foolish dancing feet a bottomless pit, and that she cannot have her jump and fun in safety, and put on her fine feathers like the silly bird-witted thing? She is without a single false step, dashing her over the brink, and leaving her with the very womanhood dashed out of her. A Sherwell Life in West London, 1897, ch Roman 5204. As quoted by Bloch Sexualleben unserer Zeit p. 358 in Berlin, during recent years, the number of prostitutes has increased at nearly double the rate at which the general population has increased. It is no doubt probable that the supply tends to increase the demand. Goncourt Journal Vol. Roman 3 p. 49. Vanderkiest, The Dens of London, 1854 p. 242. Bonger Criminalite et Conditions, Economiques p. 406, refers to the prevalence of prostitution among dressmakers and milliners, as well as among servants, as showing the influence of contact with luxury, and adds that the rich women who look down on prostitution do not always realize that they are themselves an important factor of prostitution, both by their luxury and their idleness, while they do not seem to be aware that they would themselves act in the same way if placed under the same conditions. H. Lippert, in his book on prostitution in Hamburg, laid much stress on the craving for dress and adornment as a factor of prostitution, and Bloch, Das Sexualleben unserer Zeit p. 372, considers that this factor is usually underestimated, and that it exerts an especially powerful influence on servants. Since this was written, the influence of several generations of town life in immunizing a stock to the evils of that life, though without reference to prostitution, has been set forth by Reibmeier die Entwicklungsgeschichte des Talents, Ungenies 1908 Vol. Roman 2 pp. 73, et sec. In France, this intimacy is embodied in the delicious privilege of tutoement. The mystery of tutoement, exclaims Ernest La Jeunesse in El Holocaust, barriers, broken down veils drawn away, and the ease of existence at a time when I was very lonely and trying to grow accustomed to Paris and to misfortune. I would go miles on foot naturalito, see a girl cousin and an aunt, merely to have something to tutor. Sometimes they were not at home, and I had to come back with my thirst for confidence and familiarity and brotherliness. For some facts and references to the extensive literature concerning this trade, see, for example, Bloch, Das Sexualleben unserer Zeit, pp. 374,376. Also K. Roman 1000 Bear Zeitschrift für Sexualwissenschaft, Sept. 1908, Paolucci de Calbulli, Nuova Antologia, April 1902. These considerations do not, it is true, apply to many kinds of sexual perverts, who form an important proportion of the clients of brothels. These can frequently find what they crave inside a brothel much more easily than outside. Thus Charles Booth, in his great work on Life and Labor in London Final, Volume p. 128, recommends that houses of accommodation, instead of being hunted out, should be tolerated as a step towards the suppression of brothels. Towns like Woolwich, Aldershot, Portsmouth, Plymouth, it has been said, abound with wretched, filthy monsters that bear no resemblance to women. But it is drink, scorn, brutality, and disease which have reduced them to this state, not the mere fact of associating with men. The contract of prostitution, in the opinion of prostitutes themselves, Bernaldo de Quiros and Lanaz Aguilanito, Remarque La Malavita, en Madrid p. 254, cannot be assimilated to a sale, nor to a contract of work, nor to any other form of barter recognized by the civil law. They consider that in these pacts there always enters an element which makes it much more like a gift in a matter in which no payment could be adequate. A woman's body is without price, is an axiom of prostitution. The money placed in the hands of her who procures the satisfaction of sexual desire is not the price of the act, but an offering which the priestess of Venus applies to her maintenance. To the Spaniard, it is true every transaction which resembles trade is repugnant, but the principle underlying this feeling holds good of prostitution generally. Journal des Goncourt Roman 3. This was in 1866. Rev. the Hun Roman 100 Littleton Training of the Young in Laws of Sex p. 42. See for example R. W. Taylor Treatise on Sexual Disorders, 1897, pp. 745, Jorg Hirth Weege zur Heimat, 1909, p. 619, narrates the case of a young officer who, being excited by the caresses of his betrothed, and having too much respect for her to go further than this, and too much respect for himself to resort to masturbation, knew nothing better than to go to a prostitute. Syphilis developed a few days after the wedding. Hirth adds briefly that the results were terrible. It is an oft-quoted passage, but can scarcely be quoted too often. You see that this Rothirn plate is not quite flat. It sticks up a little here towards the left cockles. As we say, how shall we flatten it? Obviously, you reply by hitting down on the part that is prominent. Well, here is a hammer, and I give the plate a blow as you advise. Harder. You say, still no effect. Another stroke. Well, there is one, and another, the prominence remains. You see the evil is as great as ever. Greater indeed. But that is not all. Look at the warp, which the plate has got near the opposite edge, where it was flat before. It is now curved. A pretty bungle we have made of it. Instead of curing the original defect, we have produced a second. Had we asked an artisan practiced in planishing, as it is called, he would have told us that no good was to be done, but only mischief by hitting down on the projecting part. He would have taught us how to give variously directed and specially adjusted blows with a hammer elsewhere, so attacking the evil, not by direct, but by indirect actions. The required process is less simple than you thought. Even a sheet of metal is not to be successfully dealt with after those common-sense methods, in which you have so much confidence. What then shall we say about a society? Is humanity more readily straightened than an iron plate? The Study of Sociology p. 270. Chapter Roman 8. The Conquest of the Venereal Diseases. The significance of the venereal diseases. The history of syphilis. The problem of its origin. The social gravity of syphilis. The social dangers of gonorrhea. The modern change in the methods of combating venereal diseases. Causes of the decay of the system of police regulation. Necessity of facing the facts. The innocent victims of venereal diseases, not crimes. The principle of notification. The Scandinavian system. Gratuitous treatment. Punishment for transmitting venereal diseases. Sexual education in relation to venereal diseases. Lectures, etc. Discussion in novels and on the stage. The disgusting, not the immoral. It may perhaps excite surprise that in the preceding discussion of prostitution, scarcely a word has been said of venereal diseases. In the eyes of many people, the question of prostitution is simply the question of syphilis, but from the psychological point of view with which we are directly concerned, as from the moral point of view with which we cannot fail to be indirectly concerned, the question of the diseases which may be, and so frequently are associated with prostitution, cannot be placed in the first line of significance. The two questions, however intimately they may be mingled, are fundamentally distinct. Not only would venereal diseases still persist even though prostitution had absolutely ceased, but on the other hand, when we have brought syphilis under the same control as we have brought the somewhat analogous disease of leprosy, the problem of prostitution would still remain. Yet even from the standpoint which we here occupy, it is scarcely possible to ignore the question of venereal disease, for the psychological and moral aspects of prostitution, and even the whole question of the sexual relationships are to some extent affected by the existence of the serious diseases, which are specially liable to be propagated by sexual intercourse. Fournier, one of the leading authorities on this subject, has well said that syphilis, alcoholism, and tuberculosis are the three modern plagues. At a much earlier period, 1851, Schopenhauer in Perurga und Paralipomena had expressed the opinion that the two things which mark modern social life in distinction from that of antiquity, and to the advantage of the latter, are the knightly principle of honor and venereal disease together. He added they have poisoned life, and introduced a hostile and even diabolical element into the relations of the sexes, which has indirectly affected all other social relationships. It is like a merchandise, says Havelock, of syphilis which civilization has everywhere carried so that only a very few remote districts of the globe, as in Central Africa and Central Brazil, are today free from it. It is undoubtedly true that in the older civilized countries, the manifestations of syphilis, though still severe, and a cause of physical deterioration in the individual and the race, are less severe than they were even a generation ago. This is partly the result of earlier and better treatment, partly, it is possible, the result also of the syphilization of the race, some degree of immunity having now become an inherited possession, although it must be remembered that an attack of syphilis does not necessarily confer immunity from the actual attack of the disease, even in the same individual. But it must be added that even though it has become less severe, syphilis, in the opinion of many, is nevertheless still spreading even in the chief centers of civilization. This has been noted alike in Paris and in London. According to the belief which is now tending to prevail, syphilis was brought to Europe at the end of the 15th century by the first discoverers of America in Seville, the chief European port for America. It was known as the Indian disease. But when Charles Roman VIII and his army first brought it to Italy in 1495, although this connection with the French was only accidental, it was called the Gallic disease, a monstrous disease, said Catanius, never seen in previous centuries, and altogether unknown in the world. The synonyms of syphilis were at first almost innumerable. It was in his Latin poem Syphilis sive morbus Gallicus, written before 1521, and published at Verona in 1530, that Fracastorus finally gave the disease its now universally accepted name, inventing a romantic myth to account for its origin. Although the weight of authoritative opinion now seems to incline towards the belief that syphilis was brought to Europe from America on the discovery of the New World, it is only within quite recent years that that belief has gained ground, and it scarcely even yet seems certain that what the Spaniards brought back from America was really a disease absolutely new to the Old World, and not a more virulent form of an old disease, of which the manifestations had become benign. Buret, for instance, La syphilis aujourd'hui et chez les anciens, 1890, who some years ago reached the deep conviction that syphilis dates from the creation of man, and believed from a minute study of classic authors that syphilis existed in Rome under the Caesars, was of opinion that it has broken out at different places, and at different times in epidemic bursts exhibiting different combinations of its manifold symptoms, so that it passed unnoticed at ordinary times, and at the times of its more intense manifestation was looked upon as a hitherto unknown disease. It was thus regarded in classic times, he considers, as coming from Egypt, though he looked upon its real home as Asia. Leopold Gluck has likewise quoted Archive für Dermatologie, on syphilis, January 1899, passages from the medical epigrams of a 16th-century physician, Gabriel Ayala, declaring that syphilis is not really a new disease, though popularly supposed to be so, but an old disease which has broken out with hitherto unknown violence. There is, however, no conclusive reason for believing that syphilis was known at all in classic antiquity. A Roman 5 not theft, die Legend von der Altertumsyphilis, in the Rheinfleisch Festschrift, 1907 pp. 377,592, has critically investigated the passages in classic authors, which were supposed by Rosenbaum, Buret, Proksch, and others to refer to syphilis. It is quite true not theft, admits that many of these passages might possibly refer to syphilis, and one or two would even better fit syphilis than any other disease. But on the whole they furnish no proof at all, and no syphilologist, he concludes, has ever succeeded in demonstrating that syphilis was known in antiquity. That belief is a legend, the most damning argument against it, Not Theft points out, is the fact that although in antiquity there were great physicians who were keen observers, not one of them gives any description of the primary, secondary, tertiary, and congenital forms of this disease. China is frequently mentioned as the original home of syphilis, but this belief is also quite without basis, and the Japanese physician Okamura has shown Monotrift für praktische Dermatologie, Vol. Roman 28 pp. 296, et sec. that Chinese records reveal nothing relating to syphilis earlier than the 16th century. At the Paris Academy of Medicine, in 1900, photographs from Egypt were exhibited by Fouquet of human remains which date from B. Roman 100, showing bone lesions, which seem to be clearly syphilitic. Fournier, however, one of the greatest of authorities, considered that the diagnosis of syphilis could not be maintained until other conditions liable to produce somewhat similar bone lesions had been eliminated. British Medical Journal, September 29, 1900 p. 946, in Florida, and various regions of Central America, in undoubtedly pre-Columbian burial places, diseased bones have been found which good authorities have declared could not be anything else than syphilitic. For example, British Medical Journal, November 20, 1897 p. 1487, though it may be noted that so recently as 1899, the cautious Virchow stated that pre-Columbian syphilis in America was still for him an open question. Zeitschrift für Ethnologie Heft 2 and 3 1899 p. 216. From another side seller, the distinguished authority Mexican Antiquity shows Zeitschrift für Ethnologie 1895 Heft 5 p. 449 that the ancient Mexicans were acquainted with a disease which, as they described it, might well have been syphilis. It is obvious, however, that while the difficulty of demonstrating syphilitic diseased bones in America is as great as in Europe, the demonstration, however complete, would not suffice to show that the disease had not already in existence also in the Old World. The plausible theory of Ayala, that 15th-century syphilis was a virulent recrudescence of an ancient disease, has frequently been revived in more modern times. Thus not the origin of syphilis. New York Medical Journal, October 31, 1908, suggests that though not new in 15th-century Europe, it was then imported afresh in a form rendered more aggravated by coming from an exotic race, as is believed often to be the case. It was in the 18th century that Gina Struck began the rehabilitation of the belief that syphilis is really a comparatively modern disease of American origin, and since then various authorities of weight have given their adherence to this view. It is to the energy and learning of Dr. Iwan Bloch of Berlin, the first volume of whose important work, Der Ursprung der Syphilis, was published in 1901, that we owe the fullest statement of the evidence. Favor of the American origin of syphilis. Bloch regards Ruy Diaz de Ayala, a distinguished Spanish physician, as the weightiest witness for the Indian origin of the disease, and concludes that it was brought to Europe by Columbus men from Central America, more precisely from the island of Haiti, to Spain in 1493 and 1494, and immediately afterwards was spread by the armies of Charles Roman VIII in an epidemic fashion over Italy and the other countries of Europe. It may be added that even if we have to accept the theory that the central regions of America constitute the place of origin of European syphilis, we still have to recognize that syphilis has spread in the North American continent very much more slowly and partially than it has in Europe, and even at the present day, there are American Indian tribes among whom it is unknown. Holder, on the basis of his own experiences among Indian tribes, as well as of wide inquiries among agency physicians, prepare tables showing that among some 30 tribes and groups of tribes 18 were almost or entirely free from venereal disease, while among 13, it was very prevalent almost without exception. The tribes where syphilis is rare or unknown refuse sexual intercourse with strangers, while those among whom such disease is prevalent are morally lax. It is the whites who are the source of infection among these tribes. A B. Holder Gynesic Notes, among the American Indians, American Journal of Obstetrics, 1892, No. 1. Syphilis is only one, certainly the most important of a group of 3 entirely distinct venereal diseases, which have only been distinguished in recent times, and so far as their precise nature and causation are concerned, are indeed only today beginning to be understood. Although 2 of them were certainly known in antiquity, it is but 70 years ago since Ricord, the great French syphilologist following Bassereau, first taught the complete independence of syphilis both from gonorrhea and soft canker at the same time, expounding clearly the 3 stages, primary, secondary, and tertiary, through which syphilitic manifestations tend to pass, while the full extent of tertiary syphilitic symptoms is scarcely yet grasped, and it is only today beginning to be generally realized that two of the most prevalent and serious diseases of the brain and nervous system, general paralysis and tabes dorsalis, or locomotor ataxia, have their predominant though not sole and exclusive cause in the invasion of the syphilitic poison many years before in 1879. A new stage of more precise knowledge of the venereal diseases began with Neisser's discovery of the gonococcus, which is the specific cause of gonorrhea. This was followed a few years later by the discovery by Ducry and Unna of the bacillus of soft canker, the least important of the venereal diseases because exclusively local in its effects. Finally, in 1905, after Metchnikoff had prepared the way by succeeding in carrying syphilis from man to monkey and Lasser, by inoculation from monkey to monkey fritz, Schaden made his great discovery of the protozoal Spirachta pallida, since sometimes called Treponema pallidum, which is now generally regarded as the cause of syphilis, and thus revealed the final hiding place of one of the most dangerous and insidious foes of humanity. There is no more subtle poison than that of syphilis. It is not like smallpox or typhoid, a disease, which produces a brief and sudden storm of violent struggle with the forces of life, in which it tends, even without treatment, provided the organism is healthy, to succumb, leaving little or no traces of its ravages behind. It penetrates ever deeper and deeper into the organism with the passage of time, leading to ever new manifestations, and no tissue is safe from its attack. And so subtle is this all-pervading poison that though its outward manifestations are amenable to prolonged treatment, it is often difficult to say that the poison has been finally killed out. The immense importance of syphilis, and the chief reason why it is necessary to consider it here, lies in the fact that its results are not confined to the individual himself, nor even to the persons to whom he may impart it by the contagion due to contact in or out of sexual relationships. It affects the offspring, and it affects the power to produce offspring. It attacks men and women at the center of life as the progenitors of the coming race, inflicting either sterility or the tendency to aborted and diseased products of conception. The father alone can perhaps transmit syphilis to his child, even though the mother escapes infection, and the child born of syphilitic parents may come into the world apparently healthy, only to reveal its syphilitic origin after a period of months or even years. Thus, syphilis is probably a main cause of the enfeeblement of the race. Alike in the individual and in his offspring, syphilis shows its deteriorating effects on all the structures of the body, but especially on the brain and nervous system. There are, as has been pointed out by Mott, a leading authority in this matter, 5 ways in which syphilis affects the brain and nervous system. 1. By moral shock. 2. By the effects of the poison in producing anemia and impaired general nutrition. 3. By causing inflammation of the membranes and tissues of the brain. 4. By producing arterial degeneration, leading on to brain-softening paralysis and dementia. 5. As a main cause of the parasyphilitic affections of general paralysis and tabes dorsalis. It is only within recent years that medical men have recognized the preponderant part played by acquired or inherited syphilis in producing general paralysis, which so largely helps to fill lunatic asylums, and tabes dorsalis, which is the most important disease of the spinal cord. Even today, it can scarcely be said that there is complete agreement as to the supreme importance of the factor of syphilis in these diseases. There can, however, be little doubt that in about 9 to 5% at least of cases of general paralysis, syphilis is present. Syphilis is not indeed by itself an adequate cause of general paralysis, for among many savage peoples, syphilis is very common, while general paralysis is very rare. It is, as Krafft-Ebing was accustomed to say, syphilization and civilization working together, which produce general paralysis. Perhaps in many cases, there is reason for thinking on a nervous soil that is hereditarily degenerated to some extent. This is shown by the abnormal prevalence of congenital stigmata of degeneration, found in general paralytics by Nacke and others. Paralyticus nascitur ac. Fit. According to the dictum of Obersteiner, once undermined by syphilis, the deteriorated brain is unable to resist the jars and strains of civilized life, and the result is general paralysis, truly described as one of the most terrible scourges of modern times. In 1902, the psychological section of the British Medical Association, embodying the most competent English authority on this question, unanimously passed a resolution recommending that the attention of the legislature and other public bodies should be called to the necessity for immediate action in view of the fact that general paralysis, a very grave and frequent form of brain disease together with other varieties of insanity, is largely due to syphilis, and is therefore preventable, yet not a single step has yet been taken in this direction. The dangers of syphilis lie not alone in its potency and its persistence, but also in its prevalence. It is difficult to state the exact incidence of syphilis, but a great many partial investigations have been made in various countries, and it would appear that from 5 to 20% of the population in European countries is syphilitic, while about 15% of the syphilitic cases die from causes directly or indirectly due to the disease. In France, generally Fournier estimates that 17% of the whole population have had syphilis, and at Toulouse Audrey considers that 18% of all his patients are syphilitic. In Copenhagen, where notification is obligatory, over 4% of the population are said to be syphilitic. In America, a committee of the Medical Society of New York, appointed to investigate the question, reported, as the result of exhaustive inquiry, that in the city of New York, not less than 250,000 of cases of venereal disease occurred every year, and a leading New York dermatologist has stated that among the better-class families he knows intimately, at least one-third of the sons have had syphilis. In Germany, 800,000 cases of venereal disease are by one authority estimated to occur yearly, and in the larger universities, 25% of the students are infected every term. Venereal disease being, however, especially common among students, the yearly number of men invalided in the German army by venereal diseases equals a third of the total number wounded in the Franco-Prussian War, yet the German army stands fairly high as regards freedom from venereal disease when compared with the British Army, which is more syphilized than any other European army. The British Army, however, being professional and not national, is less representative of the people than is the case in countries where some form of conscription prevails. At one London hospital, it could be ascertained that 10% of the patients had had syphilis. This probably means a real proportion of about 15%, a high, though not extremely high ratio. Yet it is obvious that even if the ratio is really lower than this, the national loss in life and health in defective procreation and racial deterioration must be enormous and practically incalculable. Even in cash, the venereal budget is comparable in amount to the general budget of a great nation. Stritch estimates that the cost to the British nation of venereal diseases in the Army, Navy, and government departments alone amounts annually to 3 million, and when allowance is made for superannuations and sick leave indirectly occasioned through these diseases, though not appearing in the returns as such, the more accurate estimate of the cost to the nation is stated to be 7 million. The adoption of simple hygienic measures for the prevention and the speedy cure of venereal diseases will be not only indirectly, but even directly a source of immense wealth to the nation. Syphilis is the most obviously and conspicuously appalling of the venereal diseases, yet it is less frequent, and in some respects less dangerously insidious than the other chief venereal disease, gonorrhea. At one time, the serious nature of gonorrhea, especially in women, was little realized. Men accepted it with a light heart as a trivial accident. Women ignored it. This failure to realize the gravity of gonorrhea, even sometimes on the part of the medical profession, so that it has been popularly looked upon, in Grandin's words, as of little more significance than a cold in the nose, has led to a reaction on the part of some towards an opposite extreme, and the risks and dangers of gonorrhea have been even unduly magnified. This is notably the case as regards sterility. The inflammatory results of gonorrhea are indubitably a potent cause of sterility in both sexes. Some authorities have stated that not only 80% of the deaths from inflammatory diseases of the pelvic organs, and the majority of the cases of chronic invalidism in women, but 90% of involuntary sterile marriages are due to gonorrhea. Neisser, a great authority, ascribes to this disease, without doubt, 50% of such marriages. Even this estimate is, in the experience of some observers, excessive. It is fully proved that the great majority of men who have had gonorrhea, even if they marry within 2 years of being infected, fail to convey the disease to their wives, and even of the women infected by their husbands, more than half have children. This is, for instance, the result of Erb's experience, and Kish speaks still more strongly in the same sense. Bum again, although regarding gonorrhea as one of the 2 chief causes of sterility in women, finds that it is not the most frequent cause, being only responsible for about one-third of the cases. The other two-thirds are due to developmental faults in the genital organs. Dunning in America has reached results which are fairly concordant with bums. With regard to another of the terrible results of gonorrhea, the part it plays in producing lifelong blindness from infection of the eyes at birth, there has long been no sort of doubt. The Committee of the Ophthalmological Society in 1884 reported that 30 to 41% of the inmates of 4 asylums for the blind in England owed their blindness to this cause. In German asylums, Reinhard found that 30% lost their sight from the same cause. The total number of persons blind from gonorrheal infection from their mothers at birth is enormous. The British Royal Commission on the Condition of the Blind estimated there were about 7,000 persons in the United Kingdom alone, or 22% of the blind persons in the country, who became blind as the result of this disease. And Mukherjee stated in his address on ophthalmology at the Indian Medical Congress of 1894 that in Bengal alone, there were 600,000 totally blind beggars, 40% of whom lost their sight at birth through maternal gonorrhea, and this refers to the beggar class. Although gonorrhea is liable to produce many and various calamities, there can be no doubt that the majority of gonorrheal persons escape either suffering or inflicting any very serious injury. The special reason why gonorrhea has become so peculiarly serious a scourge is its extreme prevalence. It is difficult to estimate the proportion of men and women in the general population who have had gonorrhea, and the estimates vary within wide limits. They are often set too high. Herb of Heidelberg, anxious to disprove exaggerated estimates of the prevalence of gonorrhea, went over the records of 2,200 patients in his private practice, excluding all hospital patients, and found the proportion of those who had suffered from gonorrhea was 48%. Among the working classes, the disease is much less prevalent than among higher-class people. In a Berlin industrial sick club, 412 per 10,000 men and 69 per 10,000 women had gonorrhea in a year. Taking a series of years, the club showed a steady increase in the number of men and decrease in the number of women with venereal infection. This seems to indicate that the laboring classes are beginning to have intercourse more with prostitutes and less with respectable girls. In America, Wood Ruggles has given, as had Nagarath previously for New York, the prevalence of gonorrhea among adult males as from 75 to 80%. Tenney places it much lower, 20% for males and 5% for females in England. A writer in The Lancet some years ago found, as the result of experience and inquiries, that 75% adult males have had gonorrhea once, 40% twice, 15% 3 or more times, according to Dulberg. About 20% of new cases occur in married men of good social class, the disease being comparatively rare among married men of the working class in England. Gonorrhea in its prevalence is thus only second to measles, and in the gravity of its results, scarcely second to tuberculosis. And yet, as Grandin remarks in comparing gonorrhea to tuberculosis, witness the activity of the crusade against the latter, and the criminal apathy displayed when the former is concerned, the public must learn to understand. Another writer remarks that gonorrhea is a pest that concerns its highest interests and most sacred relations, as much as do smallpox, cholera, diphtheria, or tuberculosis. It cannot fairly be said that no attempts have been made to beat back the flood of venereal disease. On the contrary, such attempts have been made from the first, but they have never been effectual. They have never been modified to changed condition at the present day. They are hopelessly unscientific and entirely opposed alike to the social and the individual demands of modern peoples. At the various conferences on this question, which have been held during recent years, the only generally accepted conclusion which has emerged is that all the existing systems of interference or non-interference with prostitution are unsatisfactory. The character of prostitution has changed, and the methods of dealing with it must change. Brothels and the systems of official regulation which grew up with special reference to brothels are alike out of date. They have about them a medieval atmosphere and antiquated spirit, which now render them unattractive, and suspected the conspicuously distinctive brothel is falling into disrepute. The liveried prostitute, absolutely under municipal control, can scarcely be said to exist. Prostitution tends to become more diffused, more intimately mingled with social life, generally less easily distinguished as a definitely separable part of life. We can nowadays only influence it by methods of permeation, which bear upon the whole of our social life. The objection to the regulation of prostitution is still of slow growth, but it is steadily developing everywhere and may be traced equally in scientific opinion and in popular feeling in France. The municipalities of some of the largest cities have either suppressed the system of regulation entirely or shown their disapproval of it, while an inquiry among several hundred medical men showed that less than one-third were in favor of maintaining regulation. Die New Generation, June 1909 p. 244. In Germany, where there is in some respects more patient endurance of interference with the liberty of the individual than in France, England, or America, various elaborate systems for organizing prostitution and dealing with venereal disease continue to be maintained, but they cannot be completely carried out, and it is generally admitted that in any case they could not accomplish the objects sought. Thus in Saxony, no brothels are officially tolerated, though as a matter of fact they nevertheless exist here as in many other parts of Germany. Most minute and extensive regulations are framed for the use of prostitutes. Thus at Leipzig, they must not sit on the benches in public promenades, nor go to picture galleries or theaters or concerts or restaurants, nor look out of their windows, nor stare about them in the street, nor smile, nor wink, etc., etc. In fact, a German prostitute who possesses the heroic self-control to carry out conscientiously all the self-denying ordinances officially decreed for her guidance would seem to be entitled to a government pension for life. Two methods of dealing with prostitution prevail in Germany. In some cities, public houses of prostitution are tolerated though not licensed. In other cities, prostitution is free though secret. Hamburg is the most important city where houses of prostitution are tolerated and segregated, but it is stated everywhere by far the larger proportion of the prostitutes belong to the so-called secret class. In Hamburg alone are suspected men, when accused of infecting women. Officially examined men of every social class must obey a summons of this kind, which is issued secretly, and if diseased, they are bound to go under treatment, if necessary under compulsory treatment in the city hospital, until no longer dangerous to the community. In Germany, it is only when a woman has been repeatedly observed to act suspiciously in the streets that she is quietly warned. If the warning is disregarded, she is invited to give her name and address to the police, and interviewed. It is not until these methods fail that she is officially inscribed as a prostitute. The inscribed women in some cities, at all events, contribute to a sick benefit fund, which pays their expenses. When in hospital, the hesitation of the police to inscribe a woman on the official list is legitimate and inevitable, for no other course would be tolerated. Yet, the majority of prostitutes begin their careers very young, and as they tend to become infected very early after their careers begin, it is obvious that this delay contributes to render the system of regulation ineffective. In Berlin, where there are no officially recognized brothels, there are some 6,000 inscribed prostitutes, but it is estimated that there are over 60,000 prostitutes who are not inscribed. The foregoing facts are taken from a series of papers describing personal investigations in Germany made by Dr. F. Bierhoff of New York Police Methods for the Sanitary Control of Prostitution, New York Medical Journal, August 1907. The estimation of the amount of clandestine prostitution can indeed never be much more than guesswork. Exactly the same figure of 60,000 is commonly brought forward as the probable number of prostitutes, not only in Berlin, but also in London and in New York. It is absolutely impossible to say whether it is under or over. The real number for secret prostitution is quite intangible. Even if the facts were miraculously revealed, there would still remain the difficulty of deciding what is and what is not prostitution. The avowed and public prostitute is linked by various gradations on the one side to the respectable girl living at home, who seeks some little relief from the oppression of her respectability, and on the other hand, to the married woman, who is married for the sake of a home. In any case, however, it is very certain that public prostitutes living entirely on the earnings of prostitution form but a small proportion of the vast army of women, who may be said in a wide sense of the word to be prostitutes. Roman 1e, who use their attractiveness to obtain from men not love alone, but money or goods. The struggle against syphilis is only possible if we agree to regard its victims as unfortunate and not as guilty. We must give up the prejudice which has led to the creation of the term shameful diseases, and which commands silence concerning this scourge of the family, and of humanity in these. Words of Duclaux, the distinguished successor of Pasteur at the Pasteur Institute, in his noble and admirable work, Hygiene Social, we have indicated to us, I am convinced the only road by which we can approach the rational and successful treatment of the great social problem of venereal disease. The supreme importance of this key to the solution of a problem which has often seemed insoluble is today beginning to become recognized in all quarters, and in every country. Thus a distinguished German authority, Professor Fingergeschlecht, Ungesellschaft BD, I Heft 5 declares that venereal disease must not be regarded as the well-merited punishment for a debauched life, but as an unhappy accident. It seems to be in France, however, that this truth has been proclaimed with most courage and humanity, and not alone by the followers of science and medicine, but by many who might well be excused from interfering with so difficult and ungrateful a task. Thus the brothers Paul and Victor Marguerite, who occupy a brilliant and honorable place in contemporary French letters, have distinguished themselves by advocating a more humane attitude towards prostitutes and a more modern method of dealing with the question of venereal disease. The true method of prevention is that which makes it clear to all that syphilis is not a mysterious and terrible thing, the penalty of the sin of the flesh, a sort of shameful evil branded by Catholic malediction, but an ordinary disease which may be treated and cured. It may be remarked that the aversion to acknowledge venereal disease is at least as marked in France as in any other country. Maladies hontuses is a consecrated French term, just as loathsome disease is in English. In the hospital, says Landret, it requires much trouble to obtain an avowal of gonorrhea, and we may esteem ourselves happy if the patient acknowledges the fact of having had syphilis. No evils can be combated until they are recognized simply and frankly and honestly discussed. It is a significant and even symbolic fact that the bacteria of disease rarely flourish when they are open to the free currents of pure air. Obscurity, disguise, concealment furnish the best conditions for their vigor and diffusion, and these favoring conditions we have for centuries past accorded to venereal diseases. It was not always so, as indeed the survival of the word venereal itself, in this connection, with its reference to a goddess, alone suffices to show. Even the name syphilis itself, taken from a romantic poem in which Fracastorus sought a mythological origin, for the disease bears witness to the same fact. The romantic attitude is indeed as much out of date as that of hypocritical and shamefaced obscurantism. We need to face these diseases in the same simple, direct, and courageous way which has already been adopted successfully in the ease of smallpox, a disease which of old men thought analogous to syphilis, and which was indeed once almost as terrible in its ravages. At this point, however, we encounter those who say that it is unnecessary to show any sort of recognition of venereal diseases, and immoral to do anything that might seem to involve indulgence to those who suffer from such diseases. They have got what they deserve, and may well be left to perish. Those who take this attitude place themselves so far outside the pale of civilization to say nothing of morality or religion that they might well be disregarded the progress of the race. The development of humanity in fact and in feeling has consisted in the elimination of an attitude which it is an insult to primitive peoples to term savage. Yet it is an attitude which should not be ignored, for it still carries weight with many who are too weak to withstand those who juggle with fine moral phrases. I have even seen in a medical quarter the statement that venereal disease cannot be put on the same level with other infectious diseases, because it is the result of voluntary action. But all the diseases, indeed all the accidents and misfortunes of suffering human beings, are equally the involuntary results of voluntary actions. The man who is run over in crossing the street, the family poisoned by unwholesome food, the mother who catches the disease of the child she is nursing, all these suffer as the involuntary result of the voluntary act of gratifying some fundamental human instinct of activity, the instinct of nutrition, the instinct of affection, the instinct of sex is as fundamental as any of these, and the involuntary evils which may follow the voluntary act of gratifying it stand on exactly the same level. This is the essential fact. A human being, in following the human instincts implanted within him, has stumbled and fallen. Any person who sees not this essential fact, but merely some subsidiary aspect of it, reveals a mind that is twisted and perverted. He has no claim to arrest our attention. But even if we were to adopt the standpoint of the wood moralist, and to agree that everyone must be left to suffer his deserts It is far indeed from being the fact that all those who contract venereal diseases are in any sense receiving their deserts. In a large number of cases, the disease has been inflicted on them in the most absolutely involuntary manner. This is of course true in the case of the vast number of infants who are infected at conception or at birth. But it is also true, in a scarcely less absolute manner, of a large proportion of persons infected in later life. Syphilis infantium, or syphilis of the innocent, as it is commonly called, may be said to fall into 5 groups. 1. The vast army of congenitally syphilitic infants, who inherit the disease from father or mother. 2. The constantly occurring cases of syphilis, contracted in the course of their professional duties by doctors, midwives, and wet nurses. 3. Infection, as a result of affection, as in simple kissing. 4. Accidental infection from casual contacts, and from using in common the objects and utensils of daily life, such as cups, towels, razors, knives, as in ritual circumcision, etc. 5. The infection of wives by their husbands. Hereditary congenital syphilis belongs to the ordinary pathology of the disease, and is a chief element in its social danger, since it is responsible for an enormous infantile mortality. The risks of extragenital infection in the professional activity of doctors, midwives, and wet nurses is also universally recognized. In the case of wet nurses, infected by their employers' syphilitic infants at their breast, the penalty inflicted on the innocent is peculiarly harsh and unnecessary. The influence of infected localess midwives is notably dangerous, for they may inflict widespread injury in ignorance. Thus the case has been recorded of a midwife whose finger became infected in the course of her duties, and directly or indirectly contaminated 100 persons. Kissing is an extremely common source of syphilitic infection, and of all extragenital regions, the mouth is by far the most frequent seat of primary syphilitic sores. In some cases, it is true especially in prostitutes, this is the result of abnormal sexual contacts, but in the majority of cases, it is the result of ordinary and slight kisses, as between young children, between parents and children, between lovers and friends, and acquaintances. Fairly typical examples which have been reported are those of a child kissed by a prostitute who became infected, and subsequently infected its mother, and grandmother of a young French bride, contaminated on her wedding day, by one of the guests who, according to French custom, kissed her on the cheek, after the ceremony of an American girl, who, returning from a ball, kissed, at parting, the young man who had accompanied her home, thus acquiring the disease, which she not long afterwards imparted in the same way to her mother and 3 sisters. The ignorant and unthinking are apt to ridicule those who point out the serious risks of miscellaneous kissing, but it remains nevertheless true that people who are not intimate enough to know the state of each other's health are not intimate enough to kiss each other. Infection, by the use of domestic utensils, linen, etc., while comparatively rare among the better social classes, is extremely common among the lower classes, and among the less civilized nations. In Russia, according to Tarnowski, the chief authority, 70% of all cases of syphilis in the rural districts are due to this cause, and to ordinary kissing, and a special conference in St. Petersburg in 1897, for the consideration of the methods of dealing with venereal disease, recorded its opinion to the same effect. Much the same seems to be true regarding Bosnia and various parts of the Balkan Peninsula, where syphilis is extremely prevalent among the peasantry. As regards the last group, according to Bulk, America, 50% of women generally contract syphilis innocently, chiefly from their husbands, while Fournier states that in France, 75% of married women with syphilis have been infected by their husbands, most frequently 70% by husbands who were themselves infected before marriage. And suppose that they were cured among men, the proportion of syphilitics who have been accidentally infected, though less than among women, is still very considerable. It is stated to be at least 10%. And possibly, it is a much larger proportion of cases. The scrupulous moralist, who is anxious that all should have their deserts, cannot fail to be still more anxious to prevent the innocent from suffering in place of the guilty. But it is absolutely impossible for him to combine these two aims. Syphilis cannot be at the same time perpetuated for the guilty and abolished for the innocent. I have been taking only syphilis into account, but nearly all that is said of the accidental infection of syphilis applies, with equal or greater force, to gonorrhea. For though gonorrhea does not enter into the system by so many channels as syphilis, it is a more common as well as a more subtle and elusive disease. The literature of syphilis infantium is extremely extensive. There is a bibliography at the end of Duncan Bulkley's Syphilis, in The Innocent, and a comprehensive summary of the question, in a Leipzig inaugural dissertation, by F. Moses zur Casuistik der extragenitalen Syphilis Infection, 1904. Even however, when we have put aside the vast number of venereally infected people, who may be said to be in the narrowest, and most conventionally moral sense innocent victims of the diseases they have contracted, there is still much to be said on this question. It must be remembered that the majority of those who contract venereal diseases by illegitimate sexual intercourse are young. They are youths ignorant of life, scarcely yet escaped from home, still undeveloped, incompletely educated, and easily duped. By women in many cases they have met as they thought a nice girl, not indeed strictly virtuous, but it seemed to them above all suspicion of disease, though in reality she was a clandestine prostitute. Or they are young girls who have indeed ceased to be absolutely chaste, but have not yet lost all their innocence, and who do not consider themselves, and are not by others considered prostitutes. That indeed is one of the rocks on which the system of police regulation of prostitution comes to grief, for the police cannot catch the prostitute at a sufficiently early stage. Of women who become syphilitic, according to Fournier 20%, are infected before they are 19 in hospitals. The proportion is as high as 40%, and of men 15%. Cases occur between 11 and 21 years of age. The age of maximum frequency of infection is for women 20 years in the rural population 18, and for men 23 years in Germany. Finds that as many as 85% men with gonorrhea contracted the disease between the ages of 16 and 25, a very small percentage being infected after 30. These young things for the most part fell into a trap which nature had baited with her most fascinating lure. They were usually ignorant, not seldom they were deceived by an attractive personality. Often they were overcome by passion. Frequently, all prudence and reserve had been lost in the fumes of wine. From a truly moral point of view, they were scarcely less innocent than children. I ask, says Duclaux, whether when a young man or a young girl abandon themselves to a dangerous caress, society has done what it can to warn them. Perhaps its intentions were good, but when the need came for precise knowledge, a silly prudery has held it back, and it has left its children without viaticum. I will go further and proclaim that, in a large number of cases, the husbands who contaminate their wives are innocent. No one is responsible for the evil which he commits without knowing it, and without willing it. I may recall the suggestive fact already referred to, that the majority of husbands who infect their wives contracted the disease before marriage. They entered on marriage believing that their disease was cured, and that they had broken with their past doctors, have sometimes and quacks frequently contributed to this result by too sanguine an estimate of the period necessary to destroy the poison. So great an authority as Fournier formerly believed that the syphilitic could safely be allowed to marry 3 or 4 years after the date of infection, but now with increased experience, he extends the period to 4 or 5 years. It is undoubtedly true that especially when treatment has been thorough and prompt, the diseased constitution in a majority of cases can be brought under complete control in a shorter period than this. But there is always a certain proportion of cases in which the powers of infection persist for many years, and even when the syphilitic husband is no longer capable of infecting his wife, he may still perhaps be in a condition to effect a disastrous influence on the offspring. In nearly all these cases, there was more or less ignorance, which is but another word for innocence, as we commonly understand innocencined. When at last, after the event, the facts are more or less bluntly explained to the victim, he frequently exclaims, "Nobody told me." It is this fact which condemns the pseudo-moralist. If he had seen to it that mothers began to explain the facts of sex to their little boys and girls from childhood, if he had, as Dr. Joseph Price urges, taught the risks of venereal disease in the Sunday school, if he had plainly preached on the relations of the sexes from the pulpit, if he had seen to it that every youth at the beginning of adolescence received some simple technical instruction from his family doctor concerning sexual health and sexual decease, then, though there would still remain the need of pity for those who strayed from a path that must always be difficult to walk in, the wood moralist, at all events, would in some measure be exculpated. But he has seldom indeed lifted a finger to do any of these things. Even those who may be unwilling to abandon an attitude of private moral intolerance towards the victims of venereal diseases may still do well to remember that since the public manifestation of their intolerance is mischievous, and at the best useless, it is necessary for them to restrain it in the interests of society. they would not be the less free to order their own personal conduct in the strictest accordance with their superior moral rigidity, and that after all is for them the main thing. But for the sake of society, it is necessary for them to adopt what they may consider the convention of a purely hygienic attitude. Towards these diseases, the erring are inevitably frightened by an attitude of moral reprobation into methods of concealment, and these produce an endless chain of social evils, which can only be dissipated by openness. As Ducklocks has so earnestly insisted, it is impossible to grapple successfully with venereal disease unless we consent not to introduce our prejudices or even our morals and religion into the question, but treat it purely and simply as a sanitary question. And if the pseudo-moralist still has difficulty in cooperating towards the healing of this social sore, he may be reminded that he himself, like every one of us, little though we may know ithas, certainly had a great army of syphilitic and gonorrheal persons among his own ancestors. During the past 4 centuries, we are all bound together, and it is absurd even when it is not inhuman to cast contempt on our own flesh and blood. I have discussed rather fully the attitude of those who plead morality as a reason for ignoring the social necessity of combating venereal disease, because although there may not be many who seriously and understandingly adopt so antisocial and inhuman an attitude, there are certainly many who are glad at need of the existence of so fine an excuse for their moral indifference or their mental indolence. When they are confronted by this great and difficult problem, they find it easy to offer the remedy of conventional morality, although they are well aware that on a large scale that remedy has long been proved to be ineffectual. They ostentatiously affect to proffer the useless thick end of the wedge, at a point where it is only possible, with much skill and prudence, to insinuate the thin working end. The general acceptance of the fact that syphilis and gonorrhea are diseases, and not necessarily crimes or sins, is the condition for any practical attempt to deal with this question from the sanitary point of view, which is now taking the place of the antiquated and ineffective police point of view. The Scandinavian countries of Europe have been the pioneers in practical modern hygienic methods of dealing with venereal disease. There are several reasons why this has come about. All the problems of sexual love, as well as of sexual disease, have long been prominent in these countries, and an impatience with prudish hypocrisy seems here to have been more pronounced than elsewhere. We see this spirit, for instance, emphatically embodied in the plays of Ibsen, and to some extent in Bjornson's works. The fearless and energetic temper of the people impels them to deal practically with sexual difficulties, while their strong instincts of independence render them averse to the bureaucratic police methods which have flourished in Germany and France. The Scandinavians have thus been the natural pioneers of the methods of combating venereal diseases, which are now becoming generally recognized to be the methods of the future, and they have fully organized the system of putting venereal diseases under the ordinary law and dealing with them as with other contagious diseases. The first step in dealing with a contagious disease is to apply to it the recognized principles of notification. Every new application of the principle, it is true, meets with opposition. It is without practical result. It is an unwarranted inquisition into the affairs of the individual. It is a new tax on the busy medical practitioner, etc. Certainly notification by itself will not arrest the progress of any infectious disease, but it is an essential element in every attempt to deal with the prevention of disease. Unless we know precisely the exact incidence, local variations, and temporary fluctuations of a disease, we are entirely in the dark, and can only beat about at random. All progress in public hygiene has been accompanied by the increased notification of disease, and most authorities are agreed that such notification must be still further extended. Any slight inconvenience thus caused to individuals being of trifling importance compared to the great public interests at stake. It is true that so great an authority as Neisser has expressed doubt concerning the extension of notification to gonorrhea. The diagnosis cannot be infallible, and the patients often give false names. These objections, however, seem trivial. Diagnosis can very seldom be infallible, though in this field no one has done so much for exact diagnosis as Neisser himself, and names are not necessary for notification, and are not indeed required in the form of compulsory notification of venereal disease, which existed a few years ago in Norway. The principle of the compulsory notification of venereal diseases seems to have been first established in Prussia, where it dates from 1835. The system here, however, is only partial, not being obligatory in all cases, but only when in the doctor's opinion secrecy might be harmful to the patient himself, or to the community. It is only obligatory when the patient is a soldier. This method of notification is indeed on a wrong basis. It is not part of a comprehensive sanitary system, but merely an auxiliary to police methods of dealing with prostitution. According to the Scandinavian system, notification, though not an essential part of the system, rests on an entirely different basis. The Scandinavian plan in a modified form has lately been established in Denmark. This little country, so closely adjoining Germany for some time, followed in this matter the example of its great neighbor, and adopted the police regulation of prostitution and venereal disease. The more fundamental Scandinavian affinities of Denmark were, however, eventually asserted, and in 1906, the system of regulation was entirely abandoned, and Denmark resolved to rely on thorough and systematic application of the sanitary principle already accepted in the country, although something of German influence still persists in the strict regulation of the streets, and the penalties imposed upon brothel keepers leaving prostitution itself free. The decisive feature of the present system is, however, that the sanitary authorities are now exclusively medical. Everyone, whatever his social or financial position, is entitled to the free treatment of venereal disease, whether he avails himself of it or not. He is, in any case, bound to undergo treatment. Every diseased person is thus, so far as it can be achieved, in a doctor's hands. All doctors have their instructions in regard to such cases. They have not only to inform their patients that they cannot marry so long as risks of infection are estimated to be present, but that they are liable for the expenses of treatment, as well as the dangers suffered by any persons whom they may infect. Although it has not been possible to make the system at every point thoroughly operative, its general success is indicated by the entire reliance now placed on it, and the abandonment of the police regulation of prostitution. A system very similar to that of Denmark was established some years previously in Norway. The principle of the treatment of venereal disease at the public expense exists also in Sweden, as well as in Finland, where treatment is compulsory. It can scarcely be said that the principle of notification has yet been properly applied on a large scale to venereal diseases, but it is constantly becoming more widely advocated, more especially in England and the United States, where national temperament and political traditions render the system of the police regulation of prostitution impossible, even if it were more effective than it practically is, and where the system of dealing with venereal disease on the basis of public health has to be recognized as not only the best but the only possible system. In association with this, it is necessary, as is also becoming ever more widely recognized, that there should be the most ample facilities for the gratuitous treatment of venereal diseases. The general establishment of free dispensaries open in the evenings is especially necessary, for many can only seek advice and help at this time. It is largely to the systematic introduction of facilities for gratuitous treatment that the enormous reduction in venereal disease in Sweden, Norway, and Bosnia is attributed. It is the absence of the facilities for treatment, the implied feeling that the victims of venereal disease are not sufferers, but merely offenders not entitled to care, that has in the past operated so disastrously in artificially promoting the dissemination of preventable diseases, which might be brought under control. If we dispense with the paternal methods of police regulation, if we rely on the general principles of medical hygiene, and for the rest allow the responsibility for his own good or bad actions to rest on the individual himself, there is a further step already fully recognized in principle, which we cannot neglect to take. We must look on every person as accountable for the venereal diseases he transmits, so long as we refuse to recognize venereal diseases as on the same level as other infectious diseases, and so long as we offer no full and fair facilities for their treatment. It is unjust to bring the individual to account for spreading them. But if we publicly recognize the danger of infectious venereal diseases, and if we leave freedom to the individual, we must inevitably declare with ducklocks that every man or woman must be held responsible for the diseases he or she communicates. According to the Oldenburg Code of 1814, it was a punishable offense for a venereally diseased person to have sexual intercourse with a healthy person, whether or not infection resulted. In Germany today, however, there is no law of this kind, although eminent German legal authorities, notably von List, are of opinion that a paragraph should be added to the code. declaring that sexual intercourse on the part of a person who knows that he is diseased should be punishable by imprisonment for a period not exceeding 2 years, the law not to be applied as between married couples, except on the application of one of the parties. At the present time in Germany, the transmission of venereal disease is only punishable as a special case of the infliction of bodily injury. In this matter, Germany is behind most of the Scandinavian countries, where individual responsibility for venereal infection is well recognized and actively enforced. In France, though the law is not definite and satisfactory actions for the transmission of syphilis are successfully brought before the court's opinion seems to be more decisively in favor of punishment for this offense than it is in Germany. In 1883, Desprez discussed the matter and considered the objections few may avail themselves of the law. He remarks, but all would be rendered more cautious by the fear of infringing it, while the difficulties of tracing and proving infection are not greater, he points out, than those of tracing and proving paternity. In the case of illegitimate children, Desprez would punish with imprisonment for not more than 2 years any person knowing himself to be diseased who transmitted a venereal disease, and would merely fine those who communicated the contagion by imprudence, not realizing that they were diseased. The question has more recently been discussed by Orientes in a Paris thesis. He states that the present French law as regards the transmission of sexual diseases is not clearly established and is difficult to act upon, but it is certainly just that those who have been contaminated and injured in this way should easily be able to obtain reparation, although it is admitted in principle that the communication of syphilis is an offense even under common law. He is in agreement with those who would treat it as a special offense, making a new and more practical law. Heavy damages are even at the present time obtained in the French courts from men who have infected young women in sexual intercourse, and also from the doctors, as well as the mothers of syphilitic infants, who have infected the foster mothers they were entrusted to. Although the French Penal Code forbids in general the disclosure of professional secrets, it is the duty of the medical practitioner to warn the foster mother in such a case of the danger she is incurring, but without naming the disease. If he neglects to give this warning, he may be held liable. In England, as well as in the United States, the law is more unsatisfactory and more helpless in relation to this class of offenses than it is in France. The mischievous and barbarous notion already dealt with, according to which venereal disease is the result of illicit intercourse and should be tolerated as a just visitation of God, seems still to flourish in these countries with fatal persistency. In England, the communication of venereal disease by illicit intercourse is not an actionable wrong if the act of intercourse has been voluntary, even although there has been willful and intentional concealment of the disease. Ex turpi causa non oritur actio, it is sententiously said, for there is much dormitative virtue in a Latin maxim, no legal offense has still been committed if a husband contaminates his wife or a wife her husband. The freedom enjoyed in this matter by England and the United States is well illustrated by an American case, quoted by Dr. Isidore Dyer of New Orleans in his report to the Brussels Conference on the Prevention of Venereal Diseases in 1899. A patient with primary syphilis refused even charitable treatment and carried a book wherein she kept the number of men she had inoculated. When I first saw her, she declared the number had reached 219, and that she would not be treated until she had revenge on 500 men in a community where the most elementary rules of justice prevailed. Facilities would exist to enable this woman to obtain damages from the man who had injured her, or even to secure his conviction to a term of imprisonment. In obtaining some indemnity for the wrong done her and securing the revenge she craved, she would at the same time have conferred a benefit on society. She is shut out from any action against the one person who injured her, but as a sort of compensation she is allowed to become a radiating focus of disease, to shorten many lives, to cause many deaths, to pile up incalculable damages. And in so doing, she is today perfectly within her legal rights. A community which encourages this state of things is not only immoral but stupid. There seems, however, to be a growing body of influential opinion, both in England and in the United States, in favor of making the transmission of venereal disease an offense punishable by heavy fine or by imprisonment. In any enactment, no stress should be put on the infection being conveyed knowingly. Any formal limitation of this kind is unnecessary, as in such a case the court always takes into account the offender's ignorance or mere negligence, and it is mischievous, because it tends to render an enactment ineffective, and to put a premium on ignorance. The husbands who infect their wives with gonorrhea immediately after marriage have usually done so from ignorance, and it should be at least necessary for them to prove that they have been fortified in their ignorance by medical advice. It is sometimes said that the existing law could be utilized for bringing actions of this kind, and that no greater facilities should be offered for fear of increasing attempts at blackmail. The inutility of the law at present, for this purpose, is shown by the fact that it seldom or never happens that any attempt is made to utilize it, while not only are there a number of existing punishable offenses which form the subject of attempts at blackmail, but blackmail can still be demanded even in regard to disreputable actions that are not legally punishable at all. Moreover, the attempt to levy blackmail is itself an offense always sternly dealt with in the courts. It is possible to trace the beginning of a recognition that the transmission of a venereal disease is a matter of which legal cognizance may be taken in the English law courts. It is now well settled that the infection of a wife by her husband may be held to constitute the legal cruelty, which according to the present law must be proved in addition to adultery before a wife can obtain divorce from her husband. In 1777, Restif de la Bretonne proposed in his Gynographs that the communication of a venereal disease should itself be an adequate ground for divorce. This, however, is not at present generally accepted. It is sometimes said that it is very well to make the individual legally responsible for the venereal disease he communicates, but that the difficulties of bringing that responsibility home would still remain, and those who admit these difficulties frequently reply that at the worst we should have in our hands a means of educating responsibility. The man who deliberately ran the risk of transmitting such infection would be made to feel that he was no longer fairly within his legal rights, but had done a bad action. We are thus led on finally to what is now becoming generally recognized as the chief and central method of combating venereal disease, if we are to accept the principle of individual responsibility as ruling in the sphere of life, organized sanitary and medical precautions, and proper legal protection for those who have been injured, are inoperative. Without the educative influence of elementary hygienic instruction, placed in the possession of every young man and woman in a sphere that is necessarily so intimate, medical organization and legal resort can never be all-sufficing. Knowledge is needed at every step in every individual to guide, and even to awaken that sense of personal moral responsibility, which must here always rule wherever the importance of these questions is becoming acutely realized, and, notably at the congresses of the German Society for Combating Venereal Deceased problem, is resolving itself mainly into one of education. And although opinion and practice in this matter are today more advanced in Germany than elsewhere, the conviction of this necessity is becoming scarcely less pronounced in all other civilized countries, in England and America, as much as in France and the Scandinavian lands. A knowledge of the risks of disease by sexual intercourse, both in and out of marriage and, indeed, apart from sexual intercourse, Altogethurus, a further stage of that sexual education, which, as we have already seen, must begin so far as the elements are concerned at a very early age. Youths and girls should be taught, as the distinguished Austrian economist Anton von Menger wrote shortly before his death, in his excellent little book New Sittenlehre, that the production of children is a crime when the parents are syphilitic or otherwise incompetent through transmissible chronic diseases. Information about venereal disease should not indeed be given until after puberty is well established. It is unnecessary and undesirable to impart medical knowledge to young boys and girls, and to warn them against risks they are yet little liable to be exposed to. It is when the age of strong sexual instinct, actual or potential, begins, that the risks under some circumstances of yielding to it need to be clearly present to the mind. No one who reflects on the actual facts of life ought to doubt that it is in the highest degree desirable that every adolescent youth and girl ought to receive some elementary instruction in the general facts of venereal disease, tuberculosis, and alcoholism. These three plagues of civilization are so widespread, so subtle, and manifold in their operation that everyone comes in contact with them during life, and that everyone is liable to suffer even before he is aware, perhaps hopelessly and forever, from the results of that contact. Vague declamation about immorality and vaguer warnings against it have no effect and possess no meaning, while rhetorical exaggeration is unnecessary. A very simple and concise statement of the actual facts concerning the evils that beset life is quite sufficient and adequate. and quite essential to ignore this need, is only possible to those who take a dangerously frivolous view of life. It is the young woman as much as the youth who needs this enlightenment. There are still some persons so ill-informed as to believe that though it may be necessary to instruct the youth, it is best to leave his sister unsullied, as they consider it by a knowledge of the facts of life. This is the very reverse of the truth. It is desirable, indeed, that all should be acquainted with facts so vital to humanity, even although not themselves personally concerned. But the girl is even more concerned than the youth. A man has the matter more within his own grasp, and if he so chooses, he may avoid all the grosser risks of contact with venereal disease. But it is not so with the woman. Whatever her own purity, she cannot be sure that she may not have to guard against the possibility of disease in her future husband as well as in those to whom she may entrust her child. It is a possibility which the educated woman, so far from being dispensed from, is more liable to encounter than is the working class woman, for venereal disease is less prevalent among the poor than the rich. The careful physician, even when his patient is a minister of religion, considers it his duty to inquire if he has had syphilis, and the clergyman of most severely correct life recognizes the need of such inquiry and may perhaps smile, but seldom feels himself insulted. The relationship between husband and wife is even much more intimate and important than that between doctor and patient, and a woman is not dispensed from the necessity of such inquiry concerning her future husband by the conviction that the reply must surely be satisfactory. Moreover, it may well be in some cases that if she is adequately enlightened, she may be the means of saving him before it is too late from the guilt of premature marriage and its fateful consequences, so deserving to earn his everlasting gratitude. Even if she fails in winning, that she still has her duty to herself and to the future race which her children will help to form. In most countries, there is a growing feeling in favor of the enlightenment of young women, equally with young men, as regards venereal diseases. Thus in Germany, Max Flesch in his Prostitution und Frauenkrankheiten considers that at the end of their school days all girls should receive instruction concerning the grave physical and social dangers to which women are exposed in life. In France, Duclaux, in his L'hygiène sociale, is emphatic that women must be taught already. He states doctors who by custom have been made in spite of themselves the husband's accomplices will tell you of the ironical gaze they sometimes encounter when they seek to lead a wife astray concerning the causes of her ills. The day is approaching of a revolt against the social lie, which has made so many victims, and you will be obliged to teach women what they need to know in order to guard themselves against you. It is the same in America. Reform in this field, Isidore Dyer declares, must emblazon on its flag the motto knowledge is health as well of mind as of body for women as well as for men. In a discussion introduced by Denslow Lewis at the annual meeting of the American Medical Association in 1901, on the limitation of venereal diseases, Medico-Legal Journal, June and September 1903, there was a fairly general agreement among all the speakers that almost or quite the chief method of prevention lay in education. The education of women as much as of men education lies at the bottom of the whole thing, declared one speaker, Seneca Egbert of Philadelphia, and we will never gain much headway until every young man and every young woman, even before she falls in love and becomes engaged, knows what these diseases are and what it will mean if she marries a man who has contracted them. Educate father and mother, and they will educate their sons and daughters, exclaims Egbert Grandin, more especially in regard to gonorrhea. Medical Record, May 26, 1906. I lay stress on the daughter, because she becomes the chief sufferer from inoculation, and it is her right to know that she should protect herself against the gonorrheic as well as against the alcoholic. We must fully face the fact that it is the woman herself who must be accounted responsible as much as a man for securing the right conditions of a marriage. She proposes to enter into in practice at the outset that responsibility may no doubt be in part delegated to parents or guardians. It is unreasonable that any false delicacy should be felt about this matter on either side. Questions of money and of income are discussed before marriage, and as public opinion grows sounder, none will question the necessity of discussing the still more serious question of health, alike that of the prospective bridegroom and of the bride. An incalculable amount of disease and marital unhappiness would be prevented if, before an engagement was finally concluded, each party placed himself or herself in the hands of a physician and authorized him to report to the other party Such a report would extend far beyond venereal disease if its necessity became generally recognized. It would put an end to much fraud which now takes place when entering the marriage bond. It constantly happens at present that one party or the other conceals the existence of some serious disease or disability, which is speedily discovered after marriage, sometimes with a painful and alarming shock, as when a man discovers his wife in an epileptic fit on the wedding night, and always with the bitter and abiding sense of having been duped. There can be no reasonable doubt that such concealment is an adequate cause of divorce. Sir Thomas More doubtless sought to guard against such frauds when he ordained in his Utopia that each party should before marriage be shown naked to the other. The quaint ceremony he describes was based on a reasonable idea, for it is ludicrous, if it were not often tragic in its results, that any person should be asked to undertake to embrace for life a person whom he or she has not so much as seen. It may be necessary to point out that every movement in this direction must be the spontaneous action of individuals directing their own lives according to the rules of an enlightened conscience, and cannot be initiated by the dictation of the community as a whole enforcing its commands by law in these matters. Law can only come in at the end, not at the beginning. In the essential matters of marriage and procreation, laws are primarily made in the brains and consciences of individuals for their own guidance. Unless such laws are already embodied in the actual practice of the great majority of the community, it is useless for parliaments to enact them by statute. They will be ineffective, or else they will be worse than ineffective by producing undesigned mischiefs. We can only go to the root of the matter by insisting on education in moral responsibility and instruction in matters of fact. The question arises as to the best person to impart this instruction. As we have seen, there can be little doubt that before puberty, the parents, and especially the mother, are the proper instructors of their children in esoteric knowledge. But after puberty, the case is altered. The boy and the girl are becoming less amenable to parental influence. There is greater shyness on both sides, and the parents rarely possess the more technical knowledge that is now required at this stage. It seems that the assistance of the physician, of the family doctor, if he has the proper qualities for the task, should be called in. The plan usually adopted and now widely carried out is that of lectures setting forth the main facts concerning venereal diseases, their dangers, and allied topics. This method is quite excellent. Such lectures should be delivered at intervals by medical lecturers at all urban educational, manufacturing, military, and naval centers, wherever indeed a large number of young persons are gathered together. It should be the business of the central educational authority either to carry them out or to enforce on those controlling or employing young persons the duty of providing such lectures. The lectures should be free to all who have attained the age of 16. In Germany, the principle of instruction by lectures concerning venereal diseases seems to have become established at all events so far as young men are concerned, and such lectures are constantly becoming more usual. In 1907, the Minister of Education established courses of lectures by doctors on sexual hygiene and venereal diseases for higher schools and educational institutions. Though attendance was not made compulsory, the courses now frequently given by medical men to the higher classes in German secondary schools on the general principles of sexual anatomy and physiology nearly always include sexual hygiene, with special reference to venereal diseases. See, for example, Sexualpädagogik pp. 131,153, in Austria. Also, lectures on personal hygiene and the dangers of venereal disease are delivered to students about to leave the gymnasium for the university, and the working men's clubs have instituted regular courses of lectures on the same subjects, delivered by physicians in France. Many distinguished men, both inside and outside the medical profession, are working for the cause of the instruction of the young in sexual hygiene, though they have to contend against a more obstinate degree of prejudice and prudery on the part of the middle class than is to be found in the Germanic lands. The Commission Extraparlementaire du Régime des Mœurs, with the conjunction of Augignor, Alfred Fournier, Yves Guillaume, and other distinguished professors, teachers, etc., has lately pronounced in favor of the official establishment of instruction in sexual hygiene to be given in the highest classes at the lycees or in the earliest class at higher educational colleges. Such instruction, it is argued, would not only furnish needed enlightenment, but also educate the sense of moral responsibility. There is in France also an active and distinguished, though unofficial, Société Française de Prophylaxie Sanitaire, et morale, which delivers public lectures on sexual hygiene. Fournier Pinard, Berlereau, and other eminent physicians have written pamphlets on this subject for popular distribution. See, for example, Le Progrès Medical of September 1907 in England. And the United States, very little has yet been done in this direction. But in the United States, at all events, opinion in favor of action is rapidly growing. See, for example, W. A. Funk, The Venereal Peril Medical Record, April 13, 1907, the American Society of Sanitary and Moral Prophylaxis, based on the Parent Society, founded in Paris in 1900, by Fournier, was established in New York in 1905. There are similar societies in Chicago and Philadelphia. The main object is to study venereal diseases and to work toward their social control. Doctors, laymen, and women are members. Lectures and short talks are now given under the auspices of these societies to small groups of young women in social settlements, and in other ways with encouraging success. It is found to be an excellent method of reaching the young women of the working classes. Both men and women physicians take part in the lectures. Clement Cleveland Presidential Address on Prophylaxis of Venereal Diseases, Transactions, American Gynecological Society, Philadelphia, Vol. Roman 32, 1907. An important auxiliary method of carrying out the task of sexual hygiene, and at the same time of spreading useful enlightenment, is furnished by the method of giving to every syphilitic patient in clinics, where such cases are treated, a card of instruction for his guidance in hygienic matters, together with a warning of the risks of marriage within 4 or 5 years after infection, and in no case without medical advice. Such printed instruction in clear, simple, and incisive language should be put into the hands of every syphilitic patient as a matter of routine, and it might be as well to have a corresponding card for gonorrheal patients. This plan has already been introduced at some hospitals, and it is so simple and unobjectionable a precaution that it will no doubt be generally adopted in some countries. This measure is carried out on a wider scale, thus in Austria, as the result of a movement in which several university professors have taken an active part. Leaflets and circulars explaining briefly the chief symptoms of venereal diseases and warning against quacks and secret remedies are circulated among young laborers and factory hands, matriculating students and scholars who are leaving trade schools. In France, where great social questions are sometimes faced with a more chivalrous daring than elsewhere, the dangers of syphilis and the social position of the prostitute have alike been dealt with by distinguished novelists and dramatists. Huysmans inaugurated this movement with his first novel Marthe, which was immediately suppressed by the police. Shortly afterwards, Edmond de Goncourt published La Fille Elisa, the first notable novel of the kind, by a distinguished author. It was written with much reticence and was not indeed a work of high artistic value, but it boldly faced a great social problem and clearly set forth the evils of the common attitude towards prostitution. It was dramatized and played by Antoine at the Théâtre Libre. But when in 1891 Antoine wished to produce it at the Porte Saint-Martin Theatre, the censor interfered and prohibited the play on account of its contexture générale. The Minister of Education defended this decision on the ground that there was much in the play that might arouse repugnance, and discussed repugnance. Here is more moral than attraction, exclaimed Roman 1000 Paul Déroulède, and the newspapers criticized a censure which permitted on the stage all the trivial indecencies which favor prostitution, but cannot tolerate any attack on prostitution. In more recent years, the brothers Marguerite, both in novels and in journalism, have largely devoted their distinguished abilities and high literary skill to the courageous and enlightened advocacy of many social reforms. Victor Marguerite, in his Prostitute 1907, a novel which has attracted wide attention and been translated into various languages, sought to represent the condition of women in our actual society, and more especially the condition of the prostitute, under what he regards as the odious and iniquitous system still prevailing. The book is a faithful picture of the real facts, thanks to the assistance the author received from the Paris Prefecture of Police, and largely for that reason is not altogether a satisfactory work of art, but it vividly and poignantly represents the cruelty, indifference, and hypocrisy so often shown by men towards women, and is a book which on that account cannot be too widely read. One of the most notable of modern plays is Brieux's Les Avariés, 1902. This distinguished dramatist, himself a medical man, dedicates his play to Fournier, the greatest of syphilographers. I think with you, he writes here, that syphilis will lose much of its danger when it is possible to speak openly of an evil, which is neither a shame nor a punishment, and when those who suffer from it, knowing what evils they may propagate, will better understand their duties towards others and towards themselves. The story developed in the drama is the old and typical story of the young man who has spent his bachelor days in what he considers a discreet and regular manner, having only had 2 mistresses, neither of them prostitutes. But at the end of this period, at a gay supper at which he bids farewell to his bachelor life, he commits a fatal indiscretion and becomes infected by syphilis. His marriage is approaching, and he goes to a distinguished specialist who warns him that treatment takes time and that marriage is impossible for several years. He finds a quack, however, who undertakes to cure him in 6 months. At the end of the time he marries, a syphilitic child is born. The wife discovers the state of things and forsakes her home to return to her parents. Her indignant father, a deputy in Parliament, arrives in Paris. The last word is with the great specialist, who brings finally some degree of peace and hope into the family. The chief morals, Bria points out, are that it is the duty of the bride's parents before marriage to ascertain the bridegroom's health, that the bridegroom should have a doctor's certificate, that at every marriage, the part of the doctors is at least as important as that of the lawyers. Even if it were a less accomplished work of art, then it is less avarice, is a play which, from the social and educative point of view alone, all who have reached the age of adolescence should be compelled to see. Another aspect of the same problem has been presented in Plus Fort que le Mal, a book written in dramatic form, though not as a properly constituted play, intended for the stage by a distinguished French medical author, who here adopts the name of a spy. De Metz, the author, who is not, however, pleading pro domo, calls for a more sympathetic attitude towards those who suffer from syphilis, and though he writes with much less dramatic skill than Bria, and scarcely presents his moral in so unequivocal a form, his work is a notable contribution to the dramatic literature of syphilis. It will probably be some time before these questions, poignant as they are from the dramatic point of view and vitally important from the social point of view, are introduced on the English or the American stage. It is a remarkable fact that, notwithstanding the puritanic elements which still exist in Anglo-Saxon thought and feeling generally, the puritanic aspect of life has never received embodiment in the English or American drama. On the English stage, it is never permitted to hint at the tragic side of wantonness. Vice must always be made seductive, even though a deus ex machina causes it to collapse at the end of the performance. As Mr. Bernard Shaw has said, the English theatrical method by no means banishes vice. It merely consents that it shall be made attractive, its charms are advertised, and its penalties suppressed. Now, it is futile to plead that the stage is not the proper place for the representation and discussion of illegal operations, incest, and venereal disease. If the stage is the proper place for the exhibition and discussion of seduction, adultery, promiscuity, and prostitution, it must be thrown open to all the consequences of these things, or it will demoralize the nation. The impulse to insist that vice shall always be made attractive is not really, notwithstanding appearances, a vicious impulse. It arises from a mental confusion, a common psychic tendency, which is by no means confined to Anglo-Saxon lands, and is even more well-marked among the better educated in the merely literary sense than among the worse educated people. The aesthetic is confused with the moral, and what arouses disgust is thus regarded as immoral. In France, the novels of Zola, the most pedestrianly moralistic of writers, were for a long time supposed to be immoral, because they were often disgusting. The same feeling is still more widespread in England. If a prostitute is brought on the stage, and she is pretty well-dressed, seductive, she may gaily sail through the play, and everyone is satisfied. But if she were not particularly pretty, well-dressed, or seductive, if it were made plain that she was diseased, and was reckless in infecting others with that disease, if it were hinted that she could on occasion be foul-mouthed, if in short a picture were shown from life, then we should hear that the unfortunate dramatist had committed something that was disgusting and immoral. Disgusting it might be, but on that very account it would be moral. There is a distinction here that the psychologist cannot too often point out, or the moralist too often emphasize. It is not for the physician to complicate and confuse his own task as teacher by mixing it up with considerations which belong to the spiritual sphere, but in carrying out impartially his own special work of enlightenment, he will always do well to remember that there is in the adolescent mind, as it has been necessary to point out in a previous chapter, a spontaneous force working on the side of sexual hygiene. Those who who believe that the adolescent mind is merely bent on sensual indulgence, are not less false and mischievous in their influence than are those who think it possible and desirable for adolescents to be preserved in sheer sexual ignorance, however concealed, suppressed, or deformed usually by the misplaced and premature zeal of foolish parents. And teachers there arise at puberty ideal impulses, which even though they may be rooted in sex, yet in their scope transcend sex. These are capable of becoming far more potent guides of the physical sex impulse than are merely material or even hygienic considerations. It is time to summarize and conclude this discussion of the prevention of venereal disease, which, though it may seem to the superficial observer to be merely a medical and sanitary question, outside the psychologist's sphere, is yet seen on closer view to be intimately related even to the most spiritual conception of the sexual relationships. Not only are venereal diseases the foes to the finer development of the race, but we cannot attain to any wholesome and beautiful vision of the relationships of sex, so long as such relationships are liable at every moment to be corrupted and undermined at their source. We cannot yet precisely measure the interval which must elapse before, so far as Europe at least is concerned, syphilis and gonorrhea are sent to that limbo of monstrous old dead diseases to which plague and leprosy have gone, and smallpox is already drawing near. But society is beginning to realize that into this field also must be brought the weapons of light and air, the sword and the breastplate with which all diseases can alone be attacked. As we have seen, there are 4 methods by which in the more enlightened countries venereal disease is now beginning to be combated. 1. By proclaiming openly that the venereal diseases are diseases like any other disease, although more subtle and terrible than most, which may attack anyone from the unborn baby to its grandmother, and that they are not more than other diseases, the shameful penalties of sin, from which relief is only to be sought, if at all, by stealth, but human calamities too, by adopting methods of securing official information concerning the extent, distribution, and variation of venereal disease through the already recognized plan of notification and otherwise, and by providing such facilities for treatment, especially for free treatment, as may be found necessary. 3. By training the individual sense of moral responsibility, so that every member of the community may realize that to inflict a serious disease on another person, even only as a result of reckless negligence, is a more serious offense than if he or she had used the knife or the gun or poison as the method of attack, and that it is necessary to introduce special legal provision in every country to assist the recovery of damages for such injuries, and to inflict penalties by loss of liberty or otherwise for by the spread of hygienic knowledge, so that all adolescents, youths and girls alike, may be furnished at the outset of adult life with an equipment of information which will assist them to avoid the grosser risks of contamination and enable them to recognize and avoid danger at the earliest stages. A few years ago, when no method of combating venereal disease was known, except that system of police regulation, which is now in its decadence, it would have been impossible to bring forward such considerations. As these, they would have seemed utopian today. They are not only recognizable as practical, but they are being actually put into practice, although it is true with very varying energy and insight in different countries. Yet it is certain that in the competition of nationalities, as Max von Niesen has well said, that country will best take a leading place in the march of civilization, which has the foresight and courage to introduce and carry through those practical movements of sexual hygiene which have so wide and significant a bearing on its own future, and that of the human race generally. It is probable that Schopenhauer felt a more than merely speculative interest in this matter. Bloch has shown good reason for believing that Schopenhauer himself contracted syphilis in 1813, and that this was a factor in constituting his conception of the world, and in confirming his constitutional pessimism. Medizinische Klinik Nos. 25 and 26, 1906. Havelberg in Senator and Kaminer Health and Disease, in relation to marriage vol. IPP 186,189. This is the very definite opinion of Loans, after an experience of 54 years, in the treatment of venereal diseases, in Liverpool British Medical Journal, Feb 9, 1907, p. 334. It is further indicated by the fact, if it is a real fact, that since 1876, there has been a decline of both the infantile and general mortality from syphilis in England. There is no doubt whatever that syphilis is on the increase in London, judging from hospital work alone, says Pernit British Medical Journal March 30, 1907. Syphilis was evidently very prevalent however a century or two ago, and there is no ground for asserting positively that it is more prevalent today. See for example Anisser die experimentelle Syphilisforschung, 1906, and E. Hoffman, who was associated with Schauden's discovery Die Ideologie der Syphilis, 1906, D. Arce, Power A System of Syphilis, 1908, etc. F. W. Mott Pathology of Syphilis, in the Light of Modern Research British Medical Journal February, 2019. 09, also Archives of Neurology and Psychiatry Vol. Roman 4, 1909. There is some difference of opinion on this point, and though it seems probable that early and thorough treatment usually cures the disease in a few years, and renders further complications highly improbable, it is not possible, even under the most favorable circumstances, to speak with absolute certainty as to the future. That syphilis has been, and is one of the chief causes of physical degeneration in England, cannot be denied, and it is a fact that is acknowledged on all sides, writes Lieutenant Colonel Lambkin, the medical officer in command of the London Military Hospital for Venereal Diseases, to grapple with the treatment of syphilis among the civil population of England, ought to be the chief object of those interested in that most burning question, the physical degeneration of our race. British Medical Journal, August 19, 1905. F. W. Mott Syphilis, as a cause of insanity. British Medical Journal, October 18, 1902. It can seldom be proved in more than 80% of cases, but in 20% of old syphilitic cases, it is commonly impossible to find traces of the disease, or to obtain a history of it. Crocker found that it was only in 80% of cases of absolutely certain syphilitic skin diseases that he could obtain a history of syphilitic infection, and Mott found exactly the same percentage in absolutely certain syphilitic lesions of the brain. Mott believes, for example, syphilis, in relation to the nervous system. British Medical Journal, January 4, 1908, that syphilis is the essential cause of general paralysis and tabes. Audrey La Semaine Médicale, June 26, 1907. When Europeans carry syphilis to lands inhabited by people of lower race, the results are often very much worse than this. Thus Lambkin, as a result of a special mission to investigate syphilis in Uganda, found that in some districts as many as 90% of the people suffer from syphilis, and 50 to 60% of the infant mortality is due to this cause. These people are Buganda, a highly intelligent, powerful, and well-organized tribe, before they received in the gift of syphilis the full benefit of civilization and Christianity, which Lambkin points out has been largely the cause of the spread of the disease, by breaking down social customs and emancipating the women. Christianity is powerful enough to break down the old morality, but not powerful enough to build up a new morality. British Medical Journal, October 3, 1908, p. 1037. Even within the limits of the English Army, it is found in India. H. Roman 100 French syphilis in the Army, 1907, that venereal disease is 10 times more frequent among British troops than among native troops outside of national armies. It is found by admission to hospital and death rates that the United States stands far away at the head for frequency of venereal disease, being followed by Great Britain, then France and Austria-Hungary, Russia, and Germany. There is no dispute concerning the antiquity of gonorrhea in the Old World, as there is regarding syphilis. The disease was certainly known at a very remote period. Even Esarhaddon, the famous king of Assyria referred to in the Old Testament, was treated by the priests for a disorder which, as described in the cuneiform documents of the time, could only have been gonorrhea. The disease was also well known to the ancient Egyptians, and evidently common, for they recorded many prescriptions for its treatment. Ophel Gonorrhoe 1350, Vor Christi Gebert Monatscheft für praktische Dermatologie, 1899, p. 260. Cf. Memorandum, by Sidney Stephenson, Report of Ophthalmia Neonatorum, Committee, British Medical Journal, May 8, 1909. The extent of these evils is set forth, for example, in a comprehensive S. by Taylor, American Journal Obstetrics, January 1908. Neisser brings together figures bearing on the prevalence of gonorrhea in Germany. Senator and Kaminer Health and Disease, in relation to marriage. Vol. Roman 2, pp. 480, 6492. Lancet, September 23, 1882. As regards women, Dr. Francis Ivins, British Medical Journal, June 19, 1909, has found at Liverpool that 14% of gynecological cases revealed the presence of gonorrhea, they were mostly poor respectable married women. This is probably a high proportion as Liverpool is a busy seaport, but it is less than Sanger's estimate of 18%. E. H. Grandin Medical Record, May 26, 1906. E. W. Cushing Sociological Aspects of Gonorrhea Transactions, American Gynecological Society, Vol. Roman 22, 1897. It is only in very small communities ruled by an autocratic power with absolute authority to control conditions and to examine persons of both sexes that reglementation becomes in any degree effectual. This is well shown by Dr. W. Harwood, who describes the system he organized in the minds of the Minnesota Iron Company Journal American Medical Association December 22, 1906. The women in the brothels on the company's estate were of the lowest class and disease was very prevalent. Careful examination of the women was established, and control of the men who immediately on becoming diseased were bound to declare by what woman they had been infected. The woman was responsible for the medical bill of the man she infected, and even for his board if incapacitated, and the women were compelled to maintain a fund for their own hospital expenses when required. In this way venereal disease, though not entirely uprooted, was very greatly diminished. A clear and comprehensive statement of the present position of the question is given by Iwan Bloch, Das Sexualleben unserer Zeit chs. Roman 13 Roman 15, how ineffectual the system of police regulation is even in Germany, where police interference is tolerated to so marked a degree, may be illustrated by the case of Mannheim. Here the regulation of prostitution is very severe and thorough, yet a careful inquiry in 1905 among the doctors of Mannheim 92 of whom sent in detailed returns showed that of 600 cases of venereal disease in men, nearly half had been contracted from prostitutes. About half the remaining cases, nearly a quarter of the whole, were due to waitresses and barmaids. Then followed servant girls Lyon and Loeb in Sexualpädagogik. The Proceedings of the Third German Congress for Combating Venereal Diseases, 1907 p. 295. A sixth less numerous class might be added of the young girls, often no more than children, who have been practically raped by men who believe that intercourse with a virgin is a cure for obstinate venereal disease in America. This belief is frequently held by Italians, Chinese, Negroes, etc. W. Travis Gibb, examining physician of the New York Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Children, has examined over 900 raped children. Only a small proportion, he states, of the cases actually occurring, and finds that 13% have venereal diseases. A fairly large proportion of these cases, among girls from 12 to 16, are, he states, willing victims. Dr. Flora Pollock, also of the Johns Hopkins Hospital Dispensary, estimates that in Baltimore alone from 800 to 1,000 children between the ages of 1 and 15 are venereally infected. Every year, the largest number she finds is at the age of 6, and the chief cause appears to be not lust but superstition. For a discussion of inherited syphilis, see for example Clement, Lucas, Lancet, February 1, 1908. Much harm has been done in some countries by the foolish and mischievous practice of friendly societies and sick clubs of ignoring venereal diseases, and not according free medical aid or sick pay to those members who suffer from them. This practice prevailed, for instance, in Vienna, until 1907, when a more humane and enlightened policy was inaugurated, venereal diseases being placed on the same level as other diseases. Active measures against venereal disease were introduced in Sweden early in the last century, and compulsory and gratuitous treatment, established compulsory notification, was introduced many years ago in Norway, and by 1907, there was a great diminution in the prevalence of venereal diseases. There is compulsory treatment. See for example more social diseases, and marriage ch. Roman 30, 7245. A committee of the Medical Society of New York appointed in 1902 to consider this question reported in favor of notification, without giving names and addresses, and Dr. Roman 100 R. Drysdale, who took an active part in the Brussels International Conference of 1899, advocated a similar plan in England. British Medical Journal, February 3, 1900. Thus in Munich in 1908, a man who had given gonorrhea to a servant girl was sent to prison for 10 months on this ground. The state of German opinion today on this subject is summarized by Bloch, Sexualleben unserer Zeit p. 424. A desprez la prostitution, a Paris p. 191. F. Orientis études médicales sur la jurisprudence actuelle à propos de la transmission des maladies vénériennes, these de Paris, 1906. In England at present, a husband knowingly and willfully infecting his wife with the venereal disease cannot be convicted criminally either under a charge of assault or of inflicting grievous bodily harm and Geary, the law of marriage p. 479. This was decided in 1888, in the case of R. Roman 5 Clarence, by 9 judges, to 4 judges, in the court for the consideration of Crown cases reserved. Modern democratic sentiment is opposed to the sequestration of a prostitute, merely because she is diseased, but there can be no reasonable doubt whatever that if a diseased prostitute infects another person and is unable to pay the very heavy damages which should be demanded in such a case, she ought to be secluded and subjected to treatment that is necessary in the interests of the community. But it is also necessary to avoid placing a premium on the commission of an offense, which would ensure gratuitous treatment and provision for a prostitute, without means that she should be furnished with facilities for treatment in any case. It has, however, been decided by the Paris Court of Appeal that for a husband to marry, when knowingly suffering from a venereal disease, and to communicate that disease to his wife, is a sufficient cause for divorce semaine médicale, May 1896. The large volume entitled Sexuelle Pédagogique, containing the proceedings of the third of these congresses, almost ignores the special subject of venereal disease, and is devoted to the questions involved by the general sexual education of the young, which, as many of the speakers maintained, must begin with the child at his mother's knee. Workmen's soldiers, and so on. Neisser remarks Senator and Camner Health and Disease, in relation to marriage vol. Roman 2 p. 485, can more easily find non-prostitute girls of their own class willing to enter into amorous relations with them, which result in sexual intercourse, and they are therefore less exposed to the danger of infection than those men who have recourse almost exclusively to prostitutes. See also Block Sexuelleben Unserer, Zeit p. 437. The character and extent of such lectures are fully discussed in the Proceedings of the Third Congress of the German Society for Combating Venereal Diseases, Sexuelle Pädagogik, 1907. I leave out of account as beyond the scope of the present work the auxiliary aids to the suppression of venereal diseases, furnished by the promising new methods, only now beginning to be understood of treating, or even aborting such diseases. See, for example, Metchnikoff, The New Hygiene, 1906. Max von Niesen Herr Dr. Darf ich erraten, Mutterschutz, 1906 p. 352. Chapter Roman 9, Sexual Morality. Prostitution, in relation to our marriage system. Marriage and morality. The definition of the term morality. Theoretical morality, its division into traditional morality and ideal morality. Practical morality. Practical morality, based on custom, the only subject of scientific ethics. The reaction between theoretical and practical morality. Sexual morality, in the past, an application of economic morality. The combined rigidity and laxity of this morality, the growth of a specific sexual morality, and the evolution of moral ideals. Manifestations of sexual morality. Disregard of the forms of marriage. Trial marriage after conception of child. Phenomena in Germany, Anglo-Saxon countries, Russia, etc. The status of woman. The historical tendency favoring moral equality of women with men. The theory of the matriarchate. Mother descent women in Babylonia, Egypt. Rome, the 18th and 19th centuries. The historical tendency favoring moral inequality of woman. The ambiguous influence of Christianity. Influence of Teutonic custom and feudalism. Chivalry. Woman in England. The sale of wives. The vanishing subjection of woman. Inaptitude of the modern man to domineer. The growth of moral responsibility in women. The concomitant development of economic independence. The increase of women who work. Invasion of the modern industrial field by women. In how far this is socially justifiable. The sexual responsibility of women and its consequences. The alleged moral inferiority of women. The self-sacrifice of women. Society not concerned with sexual relationships. Procreation, the sole sexual concern of the state. The supreme importance of maternity. It has been necessary to deal fully with the phenomena of prostitution, because however aloof we may personally choose to hold ourselves from those phenomena, they really bring us to the heart of the sexual question, in so far as it constitutes a social problem, If we look at prostitution from the outside as an objective phenomenon, as a question of social dynamics, it is seen to be not a merely accidental and eliminable incident of our present marriage system, but an integral part of it, without which it would fall to pieces. This will probably be fairly clear to all who have followed the preceding exposition of prostitutional phenomena. There is, however, more than this to be said. Not only is prostitution today, as it has been for more than 2,000 years, the buttress of our marriage system, but if we look at marriage not from the outside as a formal institution, but from the inside with relation to the motives that constitute it, we find that marriage in a large proportion of cases is itself in certain respects a form of prostitution. This has been emphasized so often, and from so many widely different standpoints, that it may seem hardly necessary to labor the point here, but the point is one of extreme importance in relation to the question of sexual morality. Our social conditions are unfavorable to the development of a high moral feeling in woman. The difference between the woman who sells herself in prostitution and the woman who sells herself in marriage, according to the saying of Marrow already quoted, is only a difference in price and duration of the contract. Or as Forel puts it, marriage is a more fashionable form of prostitution, that is to say, a mode of obtaining or disposing of, for monetary considerations. A sexual commodity marriage is indeed not merely a more fashionable form of prostitution, it is a form sanctified by law and religion, and the question of morality is not allowed to intrude. Morality may be outraged with impunity, provided that law and religion have been invoked. The essential principle of prostitution is thus legalized and sanctified among us. That is why it is so difficult to arouse any serious indignation, or to maintain any reasoned objections against our prostitution, considered by itself. The most plausible ground is that of those who, bringing marriage down to the level of prostitution, maintain that the prostitute is a blackleg, who is accepting less than the market rate of wages Roman 1e marriage for the sexual services she renders. But even this low ground is quite unsafe. The prostitute is really paid extremely well, considering how little she gives in return. The wife is really paid extremely badly, considering how much she often gives, and how much she necessarily gives up for the sake of the advantage of economic dependence on her husband. She must give up, as Ellen Key observes, those rights over her children, her property, her work, and her own person, which she enjoys as an unmarried woman. Even, it may be added, as a prostitute, the prostitute never signs away the right over her own person, as the wife is compelled to do. The prostitute, unlike the wife, retains her freedom and her personal rights. Although these may not often be of much worth, it is the wife rather than the prostitute who is the black. It is by no means only during recent years that our marriage system has been arraigned before the bar of morals. 40 years ago, James Hinton exhausted the vocabulary of denunciation in describing the immorality and selfish licentiousness, which our marriage system covers with the cloak of legality and sanctity. There is an unsoundness in our marriage relations. Hinton wrote, not only practically are they dreadful, but they do not answer to feelings and convictions far too widespread to be wisely ignored. Take the case of women of marked eminence, consenting to be a married man's mistress of pure and simple girls, saying they cannot see why they should have a marriage by law, of a lady saying that if she were in love, she would not have any legal tie of its being necessary or thought. So by good and wise mento keep one sex in bitter and often fatal ignorance these things, and how many more show some deep unsoundness in the marriage relations. This must be probed and searched to the bottom. At an earlier date, in 1847, Gross Hoffinger, in his Die Schicksal der Frauen und die Prostitution, a remarkable book, which Bloch, with little exaggeration, describes as possessing an epoch-marking significance, vigorously showed that the problem of prostitution is in reality the problem of marriage, and that we can only reform away prostitution by reforming marriage, regarded as a compulsory institution, resting on an antiquated economic basis. Gross Hoffinger was a pioneering precursor of Ellen Key. More than a century and a half earlier, a man of very different type scathingly analyzed the morality of his time with a brutal frankness, indeed, that seemed to his contemporaries a revoltingly cynical attitude towards their sacred institutions, and they felt that nothing was left to them save to burn his books describing modern marriage in his fable of the Bees 1714 p. 64, and what that marriage might legally cover. Manville wrote, "The fine gentleman, I spoke of need not practice any greater self-denial than the savage, and the latter acted more according to the laws of nature and sincerity than the first. The man that gratifies his appetite after the manner the custom of the country allows of has no censure to fear if he is hotter than goats or bulls. As soon as the ceremony is over, let him sate, and fatigue himself with joy and ecstasies of pleasure raise, and indulge his appetite by turns as extravagantly as his strength and manhood will give him leave. He may with safety laugh at the wise men, that should reprove him all the women, and above 9 in 10 of the men are of his side. Nay, he has the liberty of valuing himself upon the fury of his unbridled passions, and the more he wallows in lust, and strains every faculty to be abandonedly voluptuous, the sooner he shall have the good will, and gain the affection of the women, not the young vain and lascivious only, but the prudent grave and most sober matrons. Thus the charge brought against our marriage system from the point of view of morality is that it subordinates the sexual relationship to considerations of money and of lust. That is precisely the essence of prostitution. The only legitimately moral end of marriage, whether we regard it from the wider biological standpoint or from the narrower standpoint of human societies, as a sexual selection effected in accordance with the laws of sexual selection, and having as its direct object a united life of complete mutual love, and as its indirect object the procreation of the race, unless procreation forms part of the object of marriage, society has nothing whatever to do with it and has no right to make its voice heard. But if procreation is one of the ends of marriage, then it is imperative from the biological and social points of view that no influences outside the proper natural influence of sexual selection should be permitted to affect the choice of conjugal partners, for in so far as wholesome sexual selection is interfered with, the offspring is likely to be injured, and the interests of the race affected. It must of course be clearly understood that the idea of marriage as a form of sexual union based not on biological, but on economic considerations is very ancient, and is sometimes found in societies that are almost primitive. Whenever, however, marriage on a purely property basis, and without due regard to sexual selection, has occurred among comparatively primitive and vigorous peoples, it has been largely deprived of its evil results by the recognition of its merely economic character, and by the absence of any desire to suppress even nominally other sexual relationships on a more natural basis, which were outside. This artificial form of marriage, polygamy, especially tended to conciliate unions on an economic basis with unions on a natural sexual basis. Our modern marriage system has, however, acquired an artificial rigidity which excludes the possibility of this natural safeguard and compensation. Whatever its real moral content may be, a modern marriage is always legal and sacred. We are indeed so accustomed to economic forms of marriage that, as Sidgwick truly observed, method of ethics BK Roman 2ch, when they are spoken of as legalized prostitution, it constantly happens that the phrase is felt to be extravagant and paradoxical. A man who marries for money or for ambition is departing from the biological and moral ends of marriage. A woman who sells herself for life is morally on the same level as one who sells herself for a night. The fact that the payment seems larger, that in return for rendering certain domestic services and certain personal complacencies in which she may be quite inexpert, will secure an almshouse in which she will be fed and clothed and sheltered for life, makes no difference in the moral aspect of her case. The moral responsibility is, it need scarcely be said, at least as much the man's as the woman's. It is largely due to the ignorance and even the indifference of men, who often know little or nothing of the nature of women, and the art of love, the unintelligence with which even men who might, one thinks, be not without experience, select as a mate a woman who, however fine and charming she may be, possesses none of the qualities which her wooer really craves. Is a perpetual marvel to refrain from testing and proving the temper and quality of the woman he desires for a mate is no doubt an amiable trait of humility on a man's part, but it is certain that a man should never be content with less than the best of what a woman's soul and body have to give, however unworthy he may feel himself of such a possession. This demand, it must be remarked, is in the highest interest of the woman herself. A woman can offer to a man what is a part, at all events, of the secret of the universe. The woman degrades herself, who sinks to the level of a candidate for an asylum for the destitute. Our discussion of the psychic facts of sex has thus, it will be seen, brought us up to the question of morality over and over again. In setting forth the phenomena of prostitution, it has been necessary to use the word moral. That word, however, is vague, and even it may be misleading, because it has several senses. So far it has been left to the intelligent reader, as he will not fail to perceive to decide from the context in what sense the word was used. But at the present point, before we proceed to discuss sexual psychology, in relation to marriage, it is necessary, in order to avoid ambiguity, to remind the reader what precisely are the chief main senses in which the word morality is commonly used. The morality with which ethical treatises are concerned is theoretical morality. It is concerned with what people ought or what is right for them to do. Socrates in the Platonic dialogues was concerned with such theoretical morality. What ought people to seek in their actions? The great bulk of ethical literature, until recent times one may say, the whole of it is concerned with that question. Such theoretical morality is, as Sidgwick said, a study, rather than a science, for science can only be based on what is not on what ought to be. Even within the sphere of theoretical morality, there are two very different kinds of morality, so different indeed, that sometimes each regards the other as even inimical, or at best only by courtesy, with yet a shade of contempt. Moral. These two kinds of theoretical morality are traditional morality and ideal morality. Traditional morality is founded on the long-established practices of a community and possesses the stability of all theoretical ideas based in the past social life and surrounding every individual born into the community from his earliest years. It becomes the voice of conscience, which speaks automatically in favor of all the rules that are thus firmly fixed even when the individual himself no longer accepts them. Many persons, for example, who were brought up in childhood to the puritanical observance of Sunday, will recall how long after they had ceased to believe that such observances were right, they yet, in the violation of them, heard the protest of the automatically aroused voice of conscience, that is to say, the expression within the individual of customary rules, which have indeed now ceased to be his own, but were those of the community in which he was brought up. Ideal morality, on the other hand, refers not to the past of the community, but to its future. It is based not on the old social actions that are becoming antiquated, and perhaps even antisocial in their tendency, but on new social actions that are as yet only practiced by a small though growing minority of the community. Nietzsche in modern times has been a conspicuous champion of ideal morality, the heroic morality of the pioneer, of the individual, of the coming community, against traditional morality, or as he called it, herd morality, the morality of the crowd. These two moralities are necessarily opposed to each other, but we have to remember they are both equally sound and equally indispensable, not only to those who accept them, but to the community which they both contribute to hold in vital theoretical balance. We have seen them both, for instance, applied to the question of prostitution. Traditional morality defends prostitution not for its own sake, but for the sake of the marriage system, which it regards as sufficiently precious to be worth a sacrifice, while ideal morality refuses to accept the necessity of prostitution and looks forward to progressive changes in the marriage system, which will modify and diminish prostitution. But altogether, outside theoretical morality, or the question of what people ought to do, there remains practical morality, or the question of what as a matter of fact people actually do. This is the really fundamental and essential morality. Latin mores and Greek both refer to custom, to the things that are and not to the things that ought to be, except in the indirect and secondary sense that whatever the members of the community in the mass actually do is the thing that they feel they ought to do in the first place. However, a moral act was not done because it was felt that it ought to be done, but for reasons of a much deeper and more instinctive character. It was not first done because it was felt it ought to be done, but it was felt it ought to be done because it had actually become the custom to do it. The actions of a community are determined by the vital needs of a community under the special circumstances of its culture, time, and land. When it is the general custom for children to kill their aged parents, that custom is always found to be the best not only for the community, but even for the old people themselves who desire it. The action is both practically moral and theoretically moral. And when, as among ourselves, the aged are kept alive, that action is also both practically and theoretically moral. It is in no wise dependent on any law or rule, opposed to the taking of life, for we glory in the taking of life under the patriotic name of war, and are fairly indifferent to it when involved by the demands of our industrial system. But the killing of the aged no longer subserves any social need, and their preservation ministers to our civilized emotional needs. The killing of a man is indeed notoriously an act which differs widely in its moral value at different periods, and in different countries. It was quite moral in England, 2 centuries ago, and less, to kill a man for trifling offenses against property, for such punishment commended itself as desirable to the general sense of the educated community today. It would be regarded as highly immoral. We are even yet only beginning to doubt the morality of condemning to death and imprisoning for life an unmarried girl who destroyed her infant at birth, solely actuated, against all her natural impulses, by the primitive instinct of self-defense. It cannot be said that we have yet begun to doubt the morality of killing men in war, though we no longer approve of killing women and children, or even non-combatants generally. Every age or land has its own morality. Custom in the strict sense of the word, well says Westermarck, involves a moral rule society, is the school in which men learn to distinguish between right and wrong. The headmaster is custom. Custom is not only the basis of morality, but also of law. Custom is law. The field of theoretical morality has been found so fascinating a playground for clever philosophers that there has sometimes been a danger of forgetting that after all it is not theoretical morality, but practical morality, the question of what men in the mass of a community actually do, which constitutes the real stuff of morals. If we define more precisely what we mean by morals on the practical side, we may say that it is constituted by those customs which the great majority of the members of a community regard as conducive to the welfare of the community at some particular time, and place. It is for this reason Roman 1e, because it is a question of what is, and not of merely what some think ought to be. Practical morals form the proper subject of science, if the word ethics is to be used as the name for a science. Westermarck says the object of that science can only be to study the moral consciousness as a fact. Lecky's History of European Morals is a study in practical, rather than in theoretical morals. Dr. Westermarck's great work, The Origin and Development of the Moral Ideas, is a more modern example of the objectively scientific discussion of morals. Although this is not perhaps clearly brought out by the title, it is essentially a description of the actual historical facts of what has been and not of what ought to be. Mr. Roman 50T Hobhouse's Morals in Evolution, published almost at the same time, is similarly a work which, while professedly dealing with ideas Roman 1e with rules and regulations, and indeed disclaiming the task of being the history of conduct, yet limits itself to those rules, which are in fact the normal conduct of the average man. Vol. I. p. 26. In other words, it is essentially a history of practical morality, and not of theoretical morality. One of the most subtle and suggestive of living thinkers, Roman 1000 Jules de Gaultier, in several of his books, and notably in La dépendance de la morale, et l'indépendance des mœurs, 1907, has analyzed the conception of morals in a somewhat similar sense. Phenomena relative to conduct, as he puts it, op. cit. p. 58, are given in experience like other phenomena, so that morality, or the totality of the laws which at any given moment of historic evolution are applied to human practice, is dependent on customs. I may also refer to the masterly exposition of this aspect of morality in Lévi-Bruhl's La morale et la science des mœurs. There is an English translation. Practical morality is thus the solid natural fact which forms the biological basis of theoretical morality, whether traditional or ideal. The excessive fear, so widespread among us, lest we should injure morality, is misplaced. We cannot hurt morals, though we can hurt ourselves. Morals is based on nature, and can at the most only be modified, as Crawley rightly insists. Even the categorical imperatives of our moral traditions, so far from being, as is often popularly supposed, attempts to suppress nature, arise in the desire to assist nature. They are simply an attempt at the rigid formulation of natural impulses. The evil of them only lies in the fact that, like all things that become rigid and dead, they tend to persist beyond the period when they were a beneficial vital reaction to the environment. They thus provoke new forms of ideal morality, and practical morals develops new structures in accordance with new vital relationships to replace older and desiccated traditions. There is clearly an intimate relationship between theoretical morals and practical morals, or morality proper, for not only is theoretical morality the outcome in consciousness of realized practices embodied in the general life of the community, but having thus become conscious, it reacts on those practices and tends to support them, or by its own spontaneous growth to modify them. This action is diverse according as we are dealing with one or the other of the strongly marked divisions of theoretical morality, traditional and posterior morality, retarding the vital growth of moral practice or ideal and anterior morality, stimulating the vital growth of moral practice practical morality or morals proper, may be said to stand between these two divisions of theoretical morality practice, is perpetually following after anterior theoretical morality, in so far of course as ideal morality really is anterior, and not as so often happens astray up a blind alley posterior. Or, traditional morality always follows after practice. The result is that while the actual morality in practice at any time or place is always closely related to theoretical morality, it can never exactly correspond to either of its forms, it always fails to catch up with ideal morality, it is always outgrowing traditional morality. It has been necessary at this point to formulate definitely the three chief forms in which the word moral is used, although under one shape or another they cannot but be familiar to the reader. In the discussion of prostitution, it has indeed been easily possible to follow the usual custom of allowing the special sense in which the word was used to be determined by the context, but now when we are, for the moment, directly concerned with the specific question of the evolution of sexual morality, it is necessary to be more precise in formulating the terms we use in this chapter. Except when it is otherwise stated, we are concerned primarily with morals proper with actual conduct, as it develops among the masses of a community, and only secondarily with anterior morality, or with posterior morality. Sexual morality, like all other kinds of morality, is necessarily constituted by inherited traditions, modified by new adaptations to the changing social environment. If the influence of tradition becomes unduly pronounced, the moral life tends to decay and lose its vital adaptability. If adaptability becomes too facile, the moral life tends to become unstable, and to lose authority, it is only by a reasonable synthesis of structure and function of what is called the traditional, with what is called the ideal that the moral life can retain its authority without losing its reality. Many, even among those who call themselves moralists, have found this hard to understand. In a vain desire for an impossible logicality, they have overemphasized either the ideal influence on practical morals, or still more frequently, the traditional influence which has appealed to them because of the impressive authority. Its dicta seem to convey the results in the sphere we are here concerned with have often been unfortunate, for no social impulse is so rebellious to decayed traditions, so volcanically eruptive as that of sex. We are accustomed to identify our present marriage system with morality in the abstract, and for many people, perhaps for most, it is difficult to realize that the slow and insensible movement, which is always affecting social life at the present time, as at every other time, is profoundly affecting our sexual morality. Transference of values is constantly taking place. What was once the very standard of morality becomes immoral. What was once without question immoral becomes a new standard. Such a process is almost as bewildering as for the European world 2,000 years ago was the great struggle between the Roman city and the Christian church, when it became necessary to realize that what Marcus Aurelius, the great pattern of morality, had sought to crush, as without question immoral, was becoming regarded as the supreme standard of morality. The classic world considered love and pity and self-sacrifice as little better than weakness, and sometimes worse. The Christian world not only regarded them as moralities, but incarnated them in a God. Our sexual morality has likewise disregarded natural human emotions, and is incapable of understanding those who declare that to retain unduly traditional laws that are opposed to the vital needs of human societies is not a morality but an immorality. The reason why the gradual evolution of moral ideals, which is always taking place, tends in the sexual sphere, at all events among ourselves, to reach a stage in which there seems to be an opposition between different standards, lies in the fact that as yet we really have no specific sexual morality at all. That may seem surprising at first to one who reflects on the immense weight which is usually attached to sexual morality, and it is undoubtedly true that we have a morality which we apply to the sphere of sex, but that morality is one which belongs mainly to the sphere of property, and was very largely developed on a property basis. All the historians of morals in general, and of marriage in particular, have set forth this fact, and illustrated it with a wealth of historical material. We have as yet no generally recognized sexual morality, which has been based on the specific sexual facts of life. That becomes clear at once when we realize the central fact that the sexual relationship is based on love, at the very least on sexual desire, and that basis is so deep as to be even physiological for, in the absence of such sexual desire, it is physiologically impossible for a man to effect intercourse with a woman. Any specific sexual morality must be based on that fact, but our so-called sexual morality, so far from being based on that fact, attempts to ignore it altogether. It makes contracts, it arranges sexual relationships beforehand, it offers to guarantee permanency of sexual inclinations, it introduces that is considerations of a kind that is perfectly sound in the economic sphere, to which such considerations rightly belong, but ridiculously incongruous in the sphere of sex, to which they have solemnly been applied. The economic relationships of life in the large sense are, as we shall see, extremely important in the evolution of any sound sexual morality, but they belong to the conditions of its development and do not constitute its basis. The fact that from the legal point of view marriage is primarily an arrangement for securing the rights of property and inheritance is well illustrated by the English divorce law. Today, according to this law, if a woman has sexual intercourse with any man beside her husband, he is entitled to divorce her. If, however, the husband has intercourse with another woman beside his wife, she is not entitled to a divorce that is only accorded if in addition he has also been cruel to her or deserted her. And from any standpoint of ideal morality, such a law is obviously unjust, and it has now been discarded in nearly all civilized lands except England. But from the standpoint of property and inheritance, it is quite intelligible, and on that ground it is still supported by the majority of Englishmen. If the wife has intercourse with other men, there is a risk that the husband's property will be inherited by a child who is not his own, but the sexual intercourse of the husband with other women is followed by no such risk. The infidelity of the wife is a serious offense against property. The infidelity of the husband is no offense against property, and cannot possibly therefore be regarded as a ground for divorce from our legal point of view. The fact that his adultery, complicated by cruelty, is such a ground is simply a concession to modern feeling, yet as Helena Stocker truly points out, Verskettenheit im Liebesleben des Weibes, und des Manns Zeitschrift für Sexualwissenschaft, Dec. 1908, a married man who has an unacknowledged child with a woman outside of marriage has committed an act as seriously antisocial as a married woman who has a child without acknowledging that the father is not her husband. In the first case, the husband, and in the second case, the wife, have placed an undue amount of responsibility on another person. The same point is brought forward by the author of The Question of English Divorce, p. 56. I insist here on the economic element in our sexual morality, because that is the element which has given it a kind of stability and become established in law. But if we take a wider view of our sexual morality, we cannot ignore the ancient element of asceticism, which has given religious passion and sanction to it. Our sexual morality is thus in reality a bastard born of the union of property morality with primitive ascetic morality, neither in true relationship to the vital facts of the sexual life. It is indeed the property element which, with a few inconsistencies, has become finally the main concern of our law, but the ascetic element within the past, a wavering relationship to law, has had an important part in molding popular sentiment, and in creating an attitude of reprobation towards sexual intercourse per se, although such intercourse is regarded as an essential part of the property-based and religiously sanctified institution of legal marriage. The glorification of virginity led by imperceptible stages to the formulation of fornication as a deadly sin, and finally as an actual secular crime. It is sometimes stated that it was not until the Council of Trent that the Church formally anathematized those who held that the state of marriage was higher than that of virginity, but the opinion had been more or less formally held from almost the earliest ages of Christianity, and is clear in the epistles of Paul. All the theologians agree that fornication is a mortal sin. Caramule, indeed the distinguished Spanish theologian, who made unusual concessions to the demands of reason and nature, held that fornication is only evil because it is forbidden, but innocent. I formally condemned that proposition. Fornication as a mortal sin became gradually secularized into fornication. As a crime, fornication was a crime in France, even as late as the 18th century, as Tard found in his historical investigations of criminal procedure in Périgord. Adultery was also a crime and severely punished quite independently of any complaint from either of the parties. Tard, Archéologie criminelle, en Périgord, Archives de l'Anthropologie criminelle, Nov. 15, 1898. The Puritans of the Commonwealth days in England, like the Puritans of Geneva, followed the Catholic example and adopted ecclesiastical offenses against chastity into the secular law. By an act passed in 1653, fornication became punishable by 3 months' imprisonment, inflicted on both parties by the same act. The adultery of a wife, nothing is said of a husband, was made felony, both for her and her partner in guilt, and therefore punishable by death. Scobel Acts and Ordinances, p. 121. The action of a pseudo-morality, such as our sexual morality has been, is double-edged. On the one side, it induces a secret and shamefaced laxity. On the other, it upholds a rigid and uninspiring theoretical code, which so few can consistently follow that theoretical morality is thereby degraded into a more or less empty form. The human race would gain much, said the wise Seneca, if virtue were made less laborious. The merit would not be so great. But what is the use of an elevation which can rarely be sustained at present? As a more recent moralist, Ellen Key, puts it, we only have an immorality which favors vice and makes virtue irrealizable. And as she exclaims with pardonable extravagance, to preach a sounder morality to the young, without at the same time condemning the society which encourages the prevailing immorality, is worse than folly, it is crime. It is on the lines along which Seneca a century ago and Ellen Key today are great pioneers that the new forms of anterior or ideal theoretical morality are now moving in advance according to the general tendency in morals of traditional morality, and even of practice. There is one great modern movement of a definite kind, which will serve to show how clearly sexual morality is today moving towards a new standpoint. This is the changing attitude of the bulk of the community towards both state marriage and religious marriage, and the growing tendency to disallow state interference with sexual relationships apart from the production of children. There has no doubt always been a tendency among the masses of the population in Europe to dispense with the official sanction of sexual relationships until such relationships have been well established, and the hope of offspring has become justifiable. This tendency has been crystallized into recognized customs among numberless rural communities, little touched either by the disturbing influences of the outside world or the controlling influences of theological Christian conceptions. But at the present day, this tendency is not confined to the more primitive and isolated communities of Europe, among whom, on the contrary, it has tended to die out. It is an unquestionable fact, says Professor Bruno Mayer, that far more than the half of sexual intercourse now takes place outside legal marriage. It is among the intelligent classes and in prosperous and progressive communities that this movement is chiefly marked. We see throughout the world the practical common sense of the people shaping itself in the direction which has been pioneered by the ideal moralists, who invariably precede the new growth of practical morality. The voluntary childless marriages of today have served to show the possibility of such unions outside legal marriage, and such free unions are becoming, as Mrs. Parsons points out, a progressive substitute for marriage. The gradual but steady rise in the age for entering on legal marriage also points in the same direction, though it indicates not merely an increase of free unions, but an increase of all forms of normal and abnormal sexuality. Outside marriage, thus, in England and Wales in 1906, only 43 per 1,000 husbands and 146 per 1,000 wives were under age, while the average age for husbands was 28 years. And for wives, 26 years for men. The age has gone up some 8 months during the past 40 years for women, more than this in the large cities like London, where the possibilities of extramatrimonial relationships are greater. The age for legal marriage is higher than in the country. If we are to regard the age of legal marriage as on the whole the age at which the population enters into sexual unions, it is undoubtedly too late. Bayer, a leading German neurologist, finds that there are evils alike in early and in late marriage, and comes to the conclusion that in temperate zones, the best age for women to marry is the 21st year, and for men the 25th. Yet under bad economic conditions, and with a rigid marriage law, early marriages are in every respect disastrous. They are among the poorest sign of destitution. The very poorest marry first, and they do so through the feeling that their condition cannot be worse. Dr. Michael Ryan brought together much interesting evidence concerning the causes of early marriage in Ireland in his Philosophy of Marriage, 1837, pp. 58-72. Among the poor, therefore, early marriage is always a misfortune. Many good people, says Mr. Thomas Holmes, secretary of the Howard Association and missionary at police courts, in an interview Daily Chronicle, Sept. 8, 1906, advise boys and girls to get married in order to prevent what they call a disgrace. This I consider to be absolutely wicked, and it leads to far greater evils than it can possibly avert. Early marriages are one of the commonest causes, both of prostitution and divorce. They lead to prostitution in innumerable cases, even when no outward separation takes place. The fact that they lead to divorce is shown by the significant circumstance that in England, although only 146 per 1,000 women are under 21 at marriage, of the wives concerned in divorce cases, 280 per 1,000 were under 21 at marriage, and this discrepancy is even greater than it appears for in the well-to-do class, which can alone afford the luxury of divorce. The normal age at marriage is much higher than for the population generally in experience, as was long ago pointed out by Milton, who had learnt this lesson to his cost, leads to shipwreck in marriage. They who have lived most loosely, he wrote, prove most successful in their matches, because their wild affections unsettling at will have been so many divorces to teach them experience. Miss Clapperton, referring to the educated classes, advocates very early marriage even during student life, which might then be to some extent carried on side by side scientific meliorism. Ch. Romans 17. Ellen Key also advocates early marriage, but she wisely adds that it involves the necessity for easy divorce, that indeed is the only condition which can render early marriage generally desirable. Young people, unless they possess very simple and inert nature, can neither foretell the course of their own development and their own strongest needs, nor estimate accurately the nature and quality of another personality. A marriage formed at an early age very speedily ceases to be a marriage in anything. But name sometimes a young girl applies for a separation from her husband, even on the very day after marriage. More or less permanent free unions formed among us in Europe are usually to be regarded merely as trial marriages, that is to say, they are a precaution rendered desirable both by uncertainty as to either the harmony or the fruitfulness of union, until actual experiment has been made, and by the practical impossibility of otherwise rectifying any mistake, in consequence of the antiquated rigidity of most European divorce laws. Such trial marriages are therefore demanded by prudence and caution, and as foresight increases with the development of civilization and constantly grows among us, we may expect that there will be a parallel development in the frequency of trial marriage, and in the social attitude towards such unions. The only alternative is that a radical reform in European marriage laws should render the divorce of a legal marriage as economical and as convenient as the divorce of a free marriage cannot yet be expected, for law always lags behind public opinion and public practice. If, however, we take a wider historical view, we find that we are in presence of a phenomenon which, though favored by modern conditions, is very ancient and widespread, dating, so far as Europe is concerned, from the time when the Church first sought to impose ecclesiastical marriage, so that it is practically a continuation of the ancient European custom of private marriage. Trial marriages pass by imperceptible gradations into the group of courtship customs, which, while allowing the young couple to spend the night together in a position of more or less intimacy, exclude as a rule actual sexual intercourse. Night courtship flourishes in stable and well-knit European communities not liable to disorganization by contact with strangers. It seems to be specially common in Teutonic and Celtic lands, and is known by various names as probnacht, fenstron, kiltgang, handfasting, bundling, sitting up, courting on the bed, etc. It is well known in Wales. It is found in various English counties, as in Cheshire. It existed in 18th century Ireland. According to Richard Twist Travels in New England, it was known as tarrying in Holland. It is called questing in Norway, where it is called nightrunning. On account of the long distance between the homesteads, I am told that it is generally practiced, though the clergy preach against it. The young girl puts on several extra skirts and goes to bed, and the young man enters by door or window and goes to bed with her. They talk all night, and are not bound to marry, unless it should happen that the girl becomes pregnant. Rees and Brimmer Jones, Welsh People, pp. 58-24, have an interesting passage on this night courtship, with numerous references. As regards Germany, see for example Rudek Geskicht, Der Offentlichen Sittlichkeit, pp. 146,154. With reference to trial marriage, generally many facts and references are given by Roman 1000 A. Potter Sorab and Rustum, pp. 129,137. The custom of free marriage unions, usually rendered legal before or after the birth of children, seems to be fairly common in many, or perhaps all, rural parts of England. The union is made legal if found satisfactory, even when there is no prospect of children. In some counties, it is said to be almost a universal practice for the women to have sexual relationships before legal marriage. Sometimes, she marries the first man whom she tries. Sometimes, she tries several before finding the man who suits her. Such marriages necessarily on the whole turn out better than marriages in which the woman, knowing nothing of what awaits her and having no other experiences for comparison, is liable to be disillusioned, or to feel that she might have done better even when legal recognition is not sought. Until after the birth of children, it by no means follows that any more deterioration is involved. Thus, in some parts of Staffordshire, where it is the custom of the women to have a child before marriage, notwithstanding this corruption, we are told Burton City of the Saints Appendix, Roman, for the women are very good neighbors, excellent hardworking, and affectionate wives and mothers. The lower social classes, especially peasants, remarks Dr. Erard, auch ein Wort zur Ehereform Geschlecht, und Gesellschaft, jogging, I have 10 no better than we that the marriage bed is the foundation of marriage. On that account, they have retained the primitive custom of trial marriage, which in the Middle Ages was still practiced, even in the best circles. It has the further advantage that the marriage is not concluded until it has shown itself to be fruitful. Trial marriage assumes, of course, that virginity is not valued beyond its true worth. With regard to this point, it may be mentioned that in many parts of the world, a woman is more highly esteemed if she has had intercourse before marriage. See, for example, Potter op. Cit. pp. 163 et seq. While virginity is one of the sexual attractions, woman may possess an attraction that is based on a natural instinct. See the evolution of modesty in vol. I of these studies. Yet an exaggerated attention to virginity can only be regarded as a sexual perversion, allied to pedophilia, the sexual attraction to children. In very small, coordinated communities, the primitive custom of trial marriage tends to decay when there is a great invasion of strangers who have not been brought up to the custom, which seems to them indistinguishable from the license of prostitution, and who fail to undertake the obligations which trial marriage involves. This is what happened in the case of the so-called island custom of Portland, which lasted well on into the 19th century. According to this custom, a woman before marriage lived with her lover until pregnant, and then married him. She was always strictly faithful to him while living with him. But if no pregnancy occurred, the couple might decide that they were not meant for each other and break off relations. The result was that for a long period of years, no illegitimate children were born, and few marriages were childless. But when the Portland stone trade was developed, the workmen imported from London took advantage of the island custom, but refused to fulfill the obligation of marriage. When pregnancy occurred, the custom consequently fell into disuse. See, for example, Translators' Note to Bloch's Sexual Life of Our Time, p. 237, and the quotation there given from Hutchins' History and Antiquities of Dorset vol. Roman 2, p. 820. It is, however, by no means only in rural districts, but in great cities also, that marriages are at the outset free unions. Thus, in Paris, Desprez stated more than 30 years ago, La Prostitution, a Paris p. 137, that in an average arrondissement 9 out of 10 legal marriages are the consolidation of a free union, though while that was an average in a few arrondissements, it was only 3 out of 10. Much the same conditions prevail in Paris. Today, at least half the marriages, it is stated, are of this kind. In Teutonic lands, the custom of free unions is very ancient and well established. Thus, in Sweden, Ellen Key states Lieb, und p. 123, the majority of the population begin married life in this way. The arrangement is found to be beneficial, and marital fidelity is as great as premarital freedom is unbounded in Denmark. Also, a large number of children are conceived before the unions of the parents are legalized. Rubin and Westergaard, quoted by Giedecken Archives d Anthropologie Criminelle, Feb. 15, 1909. In Germany, not only is the proportion of illegitimate births very high, since in Berlin it is 17%, and in some towns very much higher, but antenuptial conceptions take place in nearly half the marriages, and sometimes in the majority. Thus, in Berlin, more than 40% of all legitimate firstborn children are conceived before marriage, while in some rural provinces, where the proportion of illegitimate births is lower, the percentage of marriages following antenuptial conceptions is much higher than in Berlin. The conditions in rural Germany have been especially investigated by a committee of Lutheran pastors, and were set forth a few years ago in 2 volumes, Die Geschlechtliche Verhältnis im Deutschen Reich, which are full of instruction concerning German sexual morality in Hanover. It is said in this work, the majority of authorities state that intercourse before marriage is the rule, at the very least a probe or trial, is regarded as a matter of course preliminary to a marriage, since no one wishes to buy a pig in a poke in Saxony. Likewise, we are told it is seldom that a girl fails to have intercourse before marriage, or that her first child is not born, or at all events conceived outside marriage. This is justified as a proper proving of a bride, before taking her, for good one does not buy even a penny pipe without trying it. A German pastor was informed around Stettin, in 12 districts, nearly half the whole sexual intercourse before marriage is a recognized custom, and in the remainder, if not exactly a custom, it is very common, and is not severely, or even at all condemned by public opinion. In some districts, marriage immediately follows pregnancy. In the Danzig neighborhood again, according to the Lutheran Committee, intercourse before marriage occurs in more than half the cases, but marriage by no means always follows pregnancy. Nearly all the girls who go as servants have lovers, and country people in engaging servants sometimes tell them that at evening and night they may do as they like. This state of things is found to be favorable to conjugal fidelity. The German peasant girl, as another authority, remarks E. H. Mayer, Deutsche Volkskunde, 1898 pp. 154, 164, has her own room, she may receive her lover, it is no great shame if she gives herself to him. The number of women who enter legal marriage still virgins is not large. This refers more especially to Baden, but public opinion protects them, and such opinion is unfavorable to the disregard of the responsibilities involved by sexual relationships. The German woman is less chaste before marriage than her French or Italian sister, but Mayer adds, she is probably more faithful after marriage than they are. It is assumed by many that this state of German morality as it exists today is a new phenomenon, and the sign of a rapid national degeneration. That is by no means the case. In this connection, we may accept the evidence of Catholic priests, who by the experience of the confessional are enabled to speak with authority. An old Bavarian priest thus writes, Geschlecht und Gesellschaft 1907, BD Roman 2, Heft I. At moral congresses, we hear laudation of the good old times, when faith and morality prevailed among the people. Whether that is correct is another question. As a young priest I heard of as many and as serious sins as I now hear of as an old man. The morality of the people is not greater, nor is it less. The error is the belief that immorality goes out of the towns and poisons the country. People talk as though the country were a pure paradise of innocence. I will by no means call our country people immoral, but from an experience of many years, I can say that in sexual respects there is no difference between town and country. I have learnt to know more than 100 different parishes, and in the most various localities, in the mountain, and in the plain, on poor land and on rich land. But everywhere I find the same morals and lack of morals. There are everywhere the same men, though in the country there are often better Christians than in the towns. If, however, we go much farther back than the memories of a living man, it seems highly probable that the sexual customs of the German people of the present day are not substantially different, though it may well be that at different periods, different circumstances have accentuated them from what they were in the dawn of Teutonic history. This is the opinion of one of the profoundest students of Indo-Germanic origins. In his Reallexikon Artkusheit, O. Schrader points out that the oft-quoted Tacitus, strictly considered, can only be taken to prove that women were chaste after marriage, and that no prostitution existed. There can be no doubt, he adds, and the earliest historical evidence shows that women in ancient Germany were not chaste before marriage. This fact has been disguised by the tendency of the old classic writers to idealize the northern peoples. Thus we have to realize that the conception of German virtue, which has been rendered so familiar to the world by a long succession of German writers, by no means involves any special devotion to the virtue of chastity. Tacitus, indeed, in the passage, more often quoted in Germany than any other passage in classic literature, while correctly emphasizing the late puberty of the Germans and their brutal punishment of conjugal infidelity on the part of the wife, seem to imply that they were also chaste. But we have always to remark that Tacitus wrote as a satirizing moralist as well as a historian, and that, as he declaimed concerning the virtues of the German barbarians, he had one eye on the Roman gallery, whose vices he desired to lash much the same perplexing confusion has been created by Gildas, who, in describing the results of the Saxon conquest of Britain, wrote as a preacher as well as a historian, and the same moral purpose as Dill has pointed out distorts Salvian's picture. Of the vices of 5th century Gaul, I may add that some of the evidence in favor of the sexual freedom involved by early Teutonic faiths and customs is brought together in the study of sexual periodicity in the first volume of these studies. Cf. Also Rudek Geschichte der Öffentlichen Sittlichkeit in Deutschland 1897 pp. 146, et seq. The freedom and tolerance of Russian sexual customs is fairly well known. As a Russian correspondent writes to me, the liberalism of Russian manners enables youths and girls to enjoy complete independence. They visit each other alone, they walk out alone, and they return home at any hour they please. They have a liberty of movement as complete as that of grown-up persons. Some avail themselves of it to discuss politics, and others to make love. They are able also to procure any books they please. Thus, on the table of a college girl, I knew I saw the elements of social science then prohibited in Russia. This girl lived with her aunt, but she had her own room, which only her friends were allowed to enter. Her aunt, or other relations, never entered it naturally. She went out, and came back at what hours she pleased. Many other college girls enjoy the same freedom in their families. It is very different in Italy, where girls have no freedom of movement, and can neither go out alone, nor receive gentlemen alone, and where, unlike Russia, a girl who has sexual intercourse outside marriage is really lost and dishonored. Cf. Sexual Problem, OG 1908 p. 506. It would appear that freedom of sexual relationships in Russia, apart from the influence of ancient custom, has largely been rendered necessary by the difficulty of divorce-married couples, who were unable to secure divorce, separated, and found new partners without legal marriage. In 1907, however, an attempt was made to remedy this defect in the law. A liberal divorce law has been introduced, mutual consent, with separation for a period of over a year being recognized as adequate ground for divorce. Bablet to Geschlecht und Gesellschaft BD Roman 2 Heft 5 p. 145. During recent years, there has developed among educated young men and women in Russia a movement of sexual license, which, though it is doubtless supported by the old traditions of sexual freedom, must by no means be confused with that freedom, since it is directly due to causes of an entirely different order. The strenuous revolutionary efforts made during the last years of the past century to attain political freedom absorbed the younger and more energetic section of the educated classes, involved a high degree of mental tension, and were accompanied by a tendency to asceticism. The prospect of death was constantly before their eyes, and any preoccupation with sexual matters would have been felt as out of harmony with the spirit of revolution. But during the present century, revolutionary activity has largely ceased. It has been to a considerable extent replaced by a movement of interest in sexual problems and of indulgence in sexual unrestraint, often taking on a somewhat licentious and sensual character. Free love unions have been formed by the students of both sexes for the cultivation of these tendencies. A novel Artsabashev's S. Sanin has had great influence in promoting these tendencies. It is not likely that this movement in its more extravagant forms will be of long duration. For some account of this movement, see for example Werner der die Sexual Bewegung in Russland Zeitschrift für Sexualwissenschaft, OG 1908. Also Les Associations Erratiques en Russ Journal du Droit International Prive, Jan 1909, fully summarized in Revue des Idées, Feb 1909. The movement of sexual freedom in Russia lies much deeper, however, than this fashion of sensual license. It is found in remote and uncontaminated parts of the country and is connected with very ancient customs. There is considerable interest in realizing the existence of long-continued sexual freedom, some incorrectly termed immorality, for what is in accordance with the customs or mores of a people cannot be immoral among peoples so virile and robust, so eminently capable of splendid achievements, as the Germans and the Russians. There is, however, a perhaps even greater interest in tracing the development of the same tendency among new prosperous and highly progressive communities who have either not inherited the custom of sexual freedom or are now only reviving it. We may, for instance, take the case of Australia and New Zealand. This development may not indeed be altogether recent. The frankness of sexual freedom in Australia and the tolerance in regard to it were conspicuous 30 years ago to those who came from England to live in the southern continent, and were doubtless equally visible at an earlier date. It seems, however, to have developed with the increase of self-conscious civilization after careful inquiry, says the Rev. H. Northcote, who has lived for many years in the Southern Hemisphere. Christianity and sex problems, ch. Roman 8. The writer finds sufficient evidence that of recent years intercourse out of wedlock has tended towards an actual increase in parts of Australia. Coghlan, the chief authority on Australian statistics, states more precisely in his Childbirth in New South Wales, published a few years ago, the prevalence of births of antenuptial conception, matter hitherto little understood, has now been completely investigated in New South Wales. During 6 years, there were 13,366 marriages, in respect of which there was antenuptial conception, and as the total number of marriages was 49,641, at least 27 marriages in 100 followed conception. During the same period, the illegitimate births numbered 14,779. There were therefore 28,145 cases of conception amongst unmarried women in 13,366 instances. Marriage preceded the birth of the child, so that the children were legitimatized in rather more than 4 to 7 cases out of 100. A study of the figures of births of antenuptial conception makes it obvious that in a very large number of instances premarital intercourse is not an anticipation of marriage already arranged, but that the marriages are forced upon the parties and would not be entered into were it not for the condition of the woman. Cf. Powys Biometrica, Vol. I 19012 p. 30, that marriage should be, as Coghlan puts it, forced upon the parties, is not of course desirable in the general moral interests, and it is also a sign of imperfect moral responsibility in the parties themselves. The existence of such a state of things in a young country belonging to a part of the world where the general level of prosperity, intelligence, morality, and social responsibility may perhaps be said to be higher than in any other region inhabited by people of white race, is a fact of the very first significance when we are attempting to forecast the direction in which civilized morality is moving. It is sometimes said, or at least implied, that in this movement women are taking only a passive part, and that the initiative lies with men who are probably animated by a desire to escape the responsibilities of marriage. This is very far from being the case. The active part taken by German girls in sexual matters is referred to again and again by the Lutheran pastors in their elaborate and detailed report of the Danzig district. It is said the young girls give themselves to the youths, or even seduce them. The military maneuvers are frequently a source of unchastity in rural districts. The fault is not merely with the soldiers, but chiefly with the girls, who become half-mad as soon as they see a soldier. It is reported from the Dresden district, and in summarizing conditions in East Germany, the report states in sexual wantonness girls are not behind the young men they allow themselves to be seduced. Only too willingly even grown-up girls often go with half-grown youths, and girls frequently give themselves to several men one after the other. It is, by no means, always the youth who effects the seduction. It is very frequently the girls who entice the youth to sexual intercourse. They do not always wait till the men come to their rooms, but will go to the men's rooms and await them in their beds with this inclination to sexual intercourse. It is not surprising that many believe that after 16 no girl is a virgin. Unchastity among the rural laboring classes is universal and equally pronounced in both sexes. Op. Cit. Vol. I 218. Among women of the educated classes, the conditions are somewhat different. Restraints, both internal and external, are very much greater. Virginity, at all events in its physical fact, is retained for the most part till long past girlhood, and when it is lost, that loss is concealed with a scrupulous care and prudence unknown to the working classes. Yet the fundamental tendencies remain the same so far as England is concerned. Geoffrey Mortimer quite truly writes chapters on Human Love 1890, 8p 117, that the two groups of one women who live in constant secret association with a single lover, and two women who give themselves to men without fear from the force of their passions, are much larger than is generally supposed in all classes of society. There are women who are only virgins by repute. Many have borne children without being even suspected of cohabitation. But the majority adopt methods of preventing conception. A doctor in a small provincial town declared to me that such irregular intimacies were the rule, and not by any means the exception in his district, as regards Germany, a lady doctor Frau Adams Lehmann states in a volume of the Transactions of the German Society for Combating Venereal Disease, Sexualpädagogik p. 271, I can say that during consultation hours, I see very few virgins over 30. These women, she adds, are sensible, courageous, and natural, often the best of their sex. And we ought to give them our moral support. They are working towards a new age. It is frequently stated that the pronounced tendency witnessed at the present time to dispense as long as possible with the formal ceremony of binding marriage is unfortunate, because it places women in a disadvantageous position insofar as the social environment in which she lives views with disapproval sexual relationship without formal marriage. The statement is obviously to that extent true, though it must be remarked on the other hand that when social opinion strongly favors legal marriage, it acts as a compelling force in the direction of legitimating free unions. But if the absence of the formal marriage bond constituted a real and intrinsic disadvantage to women in sexual relations, they would not show themselves so increasingly ready to dispense with it. And as a matter of fact, those who are intimately acquainted with the facts declare that the absence of formal marriage tends to give increased consideration to women, and is even favorable to fidelity, and to the prolongation of the union. This seems to be true as regards people of the most different social classes, and even of different races. It is probably based on fundamental psychological facts, for the sense of compulsion always tends to produce a movement of exasperation and revolt. We are not here concerned with the question as to how far formal marriage also is based on natural facts. That is a question which will come up for discussion at a later stage. The advantage for women of free sexual unions over compulsory marriage is well recognized in the case of the working classes of London, among whom sexual relationships before marriage are not unusual, and are indulgently regarded. It is for instance clearly asserted in the monumental work of Roman 100, Both Life and Labor of the People. It is even said of rough laborers. We read, for instance, in the final volume of this work p. 41, that they behave best if not married to the woman with whom they live. The evidence on this point is often the more impressive, because brought forward by people who are very far indeed from being anxious to base any general conclusions on it. Thus, in the same volume, a clergyman is quoted as saying these people manage to live together fairly peaceably so long as they are not married, but if they marry, it always seems to lead to blows and rows. It may be said that in such a case, we witness not so much the operation of a natural law as the influences of a great center of civilization, exerting its moralizing effects even on those who stand outside the legally recognized institution of marriage. That contention may, however, be thrust aside. We find exactly the same tendency in Jamaica, where the population is largely colored, and the stress of a high civilization can scarcely be said to exist legal. Marriage is here discarded to an even greater extent than in London, for little care is taken to legitimate children by marriage. It was found by a committee, appointed to inquire into the marriage laws of Jamaica, that 3 out of every 5 births are illegitimate. That is to say that legal illegitimacy has ceased to be immoral, having become the recognized custom of the majority of the inhabitants. There is no social feeling against illegitimacy. The men approve of the decay of legal marriage, because they say the women work better in the house when they are not married. The women approve of it, because they say that men are more faithful when not bound by legal marriage. This has been well brought out by W. P. Livingstone in his interesting book Black Jamaica, 1899. The people recognize, he tells us, p. 210, that faithful living together constitutes marriage. They say that they are married, but not parsoned. One reason against legal marriage is that they are disinclined to incur the expense of the official sanction. In Venezuela, it may be added, where also the majority of births take place outside official marriage, the chief reason is stated to be not moral laxity, but the same disinclination to pay the expenses of legal weddings, frequently in later life. Sometimes, when they have grown-up sons and daughters, couples go through the official ceremony in Abyssinia. Also, it is stated by Hugues Leroux, where the people are Christian and marriage is indissoluble, and the ceremony expensive. It is not usual for married couples to make their unions legal until old age is coming on. Sexual problem, April 1908 p. 217. It is significant that this condition of things in Jamaica as elsewhere is associated with the superiority of women. The women of the peasant class, remarks Livingstone p. 212, are still practically independent of the men, and are frequently their superiors both in physical and mental capacity. they refuse to bind themselves to a man who may turn out to be good for nothing, a burden, instead of a help and protection. So long as the unions are free, they are likely to be permanent. If made legal, the risk is that they will become intolerable and cease by one of the parties leaving the other. The necessity for mutual kindness and forbearance establishes a condition that is the best guarantee of permanency. P. 214. It is said, however, that under the influence of religious and social pressure, the people are becoming more anxious to adopt respectable ideas of sexual relationships, though it seems evident in view of Livingstone's statement that such respectability is likely to involve a decrease of real morality. Livingstone points out, however, one serious defect in the present conditions, which makes it easy for immoral men to escape paternal responsibilities, and this is the absence of legal provision for the registration of the father's name on birth certificates. P. 256. In every country where the majority of births are illegitimate, it is an obvious social necessity that the names of both parents should be duly registered on all birth certificates. It has been an unpardonable failure on the part of the Jamaican government to neglect the simple measure needed to give each child born in the country a legal father. P. 258. We thus see that we have today reached a position in which, partly owing to economic causes, and partly to causes which are more deeply rooted in the tendencies involved by civilization, women are more often detached than of old from legal sexual relationship with men, and both sexes are less inclined than in earlier stages of civilization to sacrifice their own independence, even when they form such relationships. I never heard of a woman over 16 years of age who, prior to the breakdown of Aboriginal customs after the coming of the whites, had not a husband, wrote Kerr of the Australian blacks. Even as regards some parts of Europe, it is still possible today to make almost the same statement. But in all the richer, more energetic and progressive countries, very different conditions prevail. Marriage is late, and a certain proportion of men, and a still larger proportion of women, who exceed the men in the general population, never marry at all. Before we consider the fateful significance of this fact of the growing proportion of adult unmarried women, whose sexual relationships are unrecognized by the state and largely unrecognized altogether, it may be well to glance summarily at the two historical streams of tendency, both still in action among us, which affect the status of women, the one favoring the social equality of the sexes, the other favoring the social subjection of women. It is not difficult to trace these two streams, both in conduct and opinion, in practical morality and in theoretical morality. At one time, it was widely held that in early states of society, before the establishment of the patriarchal stage, which places women under the protection of men, a matriarchal stage prevailed in which women possessed supreme power. Bachofen, half a century ago, was the great champion of this view. He found a typical example of a matriarchal state among the ancient Lycians of Asia Minor, with whom Herodotus stated the child takes the name of the mother and follows her status, not that of the father. Such peoples, Bachofen believed, where ginkocratic power was in the hands of women. It can no longer be said that this opinion, in the form held by Bachofen, meets with any considerable support. As to the widespread prevalence of descent through the mother, there is no doubt whatever that it has prevailed very widely, but such descent through the mother, it has become recognized, by no means necessarily involves the power of the mother, and mother descent may even be combined with a patriarchal system. There has even been a tendency to run to the opposite extreme from Bachofen, and to deny that mother descent conferred any special claim for consideration on women. That, however, seems scarcely accordance with the evidence, and even in the absence of evidence, could scarcely be regarded as probable. It would seem that we may fairly take as a type of the matriarchal family that based on the Ambel-Anak marriage of Sumatra, in which the husband lives in the wife's family paying nothing and occupying a subordinate position. The example of the Lycians is here in point, for although, as reported by Herodotus, there is nothing to show that there was anything of the nature of a ginkocracy in Lycia, we know that women in all these regions of Asia Minor enjoyed high consideration and influence, traces of which may be detected in the early literature and history of Christianity. A decisive and better-known example of the favorable influence of mother descent on the status of woman is afforded by the Bina marriage of early Arabia. Under such a system, the wife is not only preserved from the subjection involved by purchase, which always casts upon her some shadow of the inferiority belonging to property, but she herself is the owner of the tent and the household property. and enjoys the dignity always involved by the possession of property and the ability to free herself from her husband. It is also impossible to avoid connecting the primitive tendency to mother descent and the emphasis it involved on maternal rather than paternal generative energy with the tendency to place the goddess, rather than the god, in the forefront of primitive pantheons, a tendency which cannot possibly fail to reflect honor on the sex to which the supreme deity belongs, and which may be connected with the large part which primitive women often play in the functions of religion. Thus, according to traditions common to all the central tribes of Australia, the woman formerly took a much greater share in the performance of sacred ceremonies, which are now regarded as coming almost exclusively within the masculine province. And in at least one tribe, which seems to retain ancient practices, the women still actually take part in these ceremonies. It seems to have been much the same in Europe. We observe too, both in the Celtic pantheon and among Mediterranean peoples, that while all the ancient divinities have receded into the dim background, yet the goddesses loom larger than the gods in Ireland, where ancient custom and tradition have always been very tenaciously preserved. Women retained a very high position and much freedom both before and after marriage. Every woman, it was said, is to go the way she willeth freely, and, after marriage, she enjoyed a better position and greater freedom of divorce than was afforded either by the Christian Church or the English common law. There is less difficulty in recognizing that mother descent was peculiarly favorable to the high status of women when we realize that even under very unfavorable conditions, women have been able to exert great pressure on the men and to resist successfully the attempts to tyrannize over them. If we consider the status of woman in the great empires of antiquity, we find on the whole that in their early stage, the stage of growth, as well as in their final stage, the stage of fruition, women tend to occupy a favorable position, while in their middle stage, usually the stage of predominating military organization on a patriarchal basis, women occupy a less favorable position. This cyclic movement seems to be almost a natural law of the development of great social groups. It was apparently well marked in the very stable and orderly growth of Babylonia in the earliest times. A Babylonian woman had complete independence and equal rights with her brothers and her husband later, as shown by the Code of Hammurabi. A woman's rights, though not her duties, were more circumscribed in the still later Neo-Babylonian periods. She again acquired equal rights with her husband. In Egypt, the position of women stood highest at the end, but it seems to have been high throughout the whole of the long course of Egyptian history, and continuously improving, while the fact that little regard was paid to prenuptial chastity, and that marriage contracts placed no stress on virginity, indicate the absence of the conception of women as property. More than 3,500 years ago, men and women were recognized as equal in Egypt. The high position of the Egyptian woman is significantly indicated by the fact that her child was never illegitimate. Illegitimacy was not recognized even in the case of a slave woman's child. It is the glory of Egyptian morality, says Emiliano, to have been the first to express the dignity of woman. The idea of marital authority was altogether unknown in Egypt. There can be no doubt that the high status of woman in two civilizations, so stable, so vital, so long-lived, and so influential on human culture as Babylonia and Egypt, is a fact of much significance. Among the Jews, there seems to have been no intermediate stage of subordination of women, but instead a gradual progress throughout from complete subjection of the woman as wife to ever greater freedom. At first, the husband could repudiate his wife at will without cause. This was not an extension of patriarchal authority but a purely marital authority. The restrictions on this authority gradually increased and begin to be observable already in the book of Deuteronomy. The Mishnah went further and forbade divorce whenever the wife's condition inspired pity, as in insanity, captivity, etc. By a Roman 500, divorce was no longer possible except for legitimate reasons or by the wife's consent. At the same time, the wife also began to acquire the right of divorce in the form of compelling the husband to repudiate her on penalty of punishment. In case of refusal on divorce, the wife became an independent woman in her own right and was permitted to carry off the dowry which her husband gave her on marriage. Thus, notwithstanding Jewish respect for the letter of the law, the flexible jurisprudence of the rabbis, in harmony with the growth of culture, accorded an ever-growing measure of sexual justice and equality to women. Roman 500 W. Amram, the Jewish law of divorce. Among the Arabs, the tendency of progress has also been favorable to women in many respects, especially as regards inheritance before Muhammad, in accordance with the system prevailing at Medina. Women had little or no right of inheritance. The legislation of the Quran modified this rule without entirely abolishing it, and placed women in a much better position. This is attributed largely to the fact that Muhammad belonged not to Medina, but to Mecca, where traces of matriarchal custom still survived. W. Marquise, des parents, et des allies successibles, en droit musulman. It may be pointed out, for it is not always realized that even that stage of civilization when it occurs which involves the subordination and subjection of woman, and her rights, really has its origin in the need for the protection of women, and is sometimes even a sign of the acquirement of new privileges by women. They are, as it were, locked up not in order to deprive them of their rights, but in order to guard those rights in the later, more stable phase of civilization, when women are no longer exposed to the same dangers. This motive is forgotten, and the guardianship of woman and her rights seems, and indeed has really become a hardship rather than an advantage. Of the status of women at Rome in the earliest periods, we know little or nothing. The patriarchal system was already firmly established when Roman history begins to become clear, and it involved unusually strict subordination of the woman to her father first and then to her husband. But nothing is more certain than that the status of women in Rome rose with the rise of civilization exactly in the same way as in Babylonia and in Egypt. In the case of Rome, however, the growing refinement of civilization and the expansion of the empire were associated with the magnificent development of the system of Roman law, which in its final forms consecrated the position of women. In the last days of the Republic, women already began to attain the same legal level as men, and later the great Antonine jurisconsults, guided by their theory of natural law, reached the conception of the equality of the sexes as a principle of the code of equity. The patriarchal subordination of women fell into complete discredit, and this continued until in the days of Justinian, under the influence of Christianity, the position of women began to suffer. In the best days, the older forms of Roman marriage gave place to a form apparently old, but not hitherto considered reputable, which amounted in law to a temporary deposit of the woman by her family. She was independent of her husband, more especially as she came to him with her own dowry, and only nominally dependent on her family. Marriage was a private contract accompanied by religious ceremony, if desired, and being a contract, it could be dissolved for any reason in the presence of competent witnesses, and with due legal forms after the advice of the family council had been taken. Consent was the essence of this marriage, and no shame therefore attached to its dissolution, nor had it any evil effect either on the happiness or the morals of Roman women. Such a system is obviously more in harmony with modern civilized feeling than any system that has ever been set up in Christendom. In Rome also, it is clear that this system was not a mere legal invention, but the natural outgrowth of an enlightened public feeling in favor of the equality of men and women, often even in the field of sexual morality. Plautus, who makes the old slave Sirrah ask why there is not the same law in this respect for the husband as for the wife, had preceded the legist Ulpian who wrote it, seems to be very unjust that a man demands chastity of his wife, while he himself shows no example of it. Such demands lie deeper than social legislation, but the fact that these questions presented themselves to typical Roman men indicates the general attitude towards women in the final stage of Roman society. The bond of the patriarchal system, so far as women were concerned, dwindled to a mere thread binding them to their fathers, and leaving them quite free face to face with their husbands. The Roman matron of the empire, says Havelock, was more fully her own mistress than the married woman of any earlier civilization, with the possible exception of a certain period of Egyptian history, and it must be added, than the wife of any later civilization down to our own generation. On the strength of the statements of two satirical writers, Juvenal and Tacitus, it has been supposed by many that Roman women of the late period were given up to license. It is, however, idle to seek in satirists any balanced picture of a great civilization. Havelock, Cit. p. 216, concludes that on the whole Roman women worthily retained the position of their husbands' companions, counselors, and friends, which they had held when an austere system placed them legally in his power. Most authorities seem now to be of this opinion, though at an earlier period Friedlander expressed himself more dubiously. Thus Dill, in his Judicious Roman Society p. 163, states that the Roman woman's position both in law and in fact rose during the empire, Without being less virtuous or respected, she became far more accomplished and attractive with fewer restraints. She had greater charm and influence even in public affairs, and was more and more the equal of her husband in the last age of the Western Empire. There is no deterioration in the position and influence of women. Principal Donaldson, also in his valuable historical sketch Woman, considers p. 113 that there was no degradation of morals in the Roman Empire. The licentiousness of pagan Rome is nothing to the licentiousness of Christian Africa, Rome, and Gaul. If we can put any reliance on the description of Salvian, Salvian's description of Christendom is probably exaggerated and one-sided. But exactly the same may be said, in an even greater degree, of the descriptions of ancient Rome, left by clever pagan satirists and ascetic Christian preachers. It thus becomes necessary to leap over considerably more than 1,000 years before we reach a stage of civilization in any degree approaching in height the final stage of Roman society in the 18th and 19th centuries, at first in France. Then in England, we find once more the moral and legal movement tending towards the equalization of women with men. We find also a long series of pioneers of that movement, foreshadowing its developments: Mary Astor Sophia, a lady of quality, Seger, Mrs. Wheeler, and very notably Mary Wollstonecraft in A Vindication of the Rights of Woman, and John Stuart Mill in The Subjection of Women. The main European stream of influences in this matter within historical times has involved, we can scarcely doubt, when we take into consideration its complex phenomena, as a whole, the maintenance of an inequality to the disadvantage of women. The fine legacy of Roman law to Europe was indeed favorable to women, but that legacy was dispersed, and for the most part lost, in the more predominating influence of tenacious Teutonic custom associated with the vigorously organized Christian Church. Notwithstanding that the facts do not all point in the same direction, and that there is consequently some difference of opinion, it seems evident that on the whole, both Teutonic custom and Christian religion were unfavorable to the equality of women with men. Teutonic custom in this matter was determined by two decisive factors: one, the existence of marriage by purchase, which, although, as Crawley has pointed out, it by no means necessarily involves the degradation of women, certainly tends to place them in an inferior position; and two, preoccupation with war, which is always accompanied by a depreciation of peaceful and feminine occupations, and an indifference to love. Christianity was at its origin favorable to women, because it liberated and glorified the most essentially feminine emotions. But when it became an established and organized religion with definitely ascetic ideals, its whole emotional tone grew unfavorable to women. It had from the first excluded them from any priestly function. It now regarded them as the special representatives of the despised element of sex in life. The eccentric Tertullian had once declared that woman was janua diaboli. Nearly 700 years later, even the gentle and philosophically Anselm wrote Femina fax est Satan 291. Thus among the Franks, with whom the practice of monogamy prevailed, a woman was never free. She could not buy or sell or inherit without the permission of those to whom she belonged. She passed into the possession of her husband by acquisition, and when he fixed the wedding day, he gave her parents coins of small money as a reha, and the day after the wedding she received from him a present. The Morgengabe, a widow, belonged to her parents. Again, Bedalier Histoire de Meurs des Francais Vol. IP 180. It is true that the Salic law ordained a pecuniary fine for touching a woman, even for squeezing her finger. But it is clear that the offense thus committed was an offense against property, and by no means against the sanctity of a woman's personality. The primitive German husband could sell his children, and sometimes his wife, even into slavery. In the 11th century, cases of wife-selling are still heard of, though no longer recognized by law. The traditions of Christianity were more favorable to sexual equality than were Teutonic customs, but in becoming amalgamated with those customs, they added their own special contribution. As to woman's impurity, this spiritual inferiority of woman was significantly shown by the restrictions sometimes placed on women in church, and even in the right to enter a church. In some places, they were compelled to remain in the narthex, even in non-monastic churches. See, for these rules, Smith and Cheetham Dictionary of Christian Antiquities. Art sexes, separation of. By attempting to desexualize the idea of man, and to oversexualize the idea of woman, Christianity necessarily degraded the position of woman and the conception of womanhood, as Donaldson well remarks. In pointing this out, op. cit. p. 182, I may define man as a male human being, and woman as a female human being. What the early Christians did was to strike the male out of the definition of man and human being out of the definition of woman. Religion generally appears to be a powerfully depressing influence on the position of woman, notwithstanding the appeal which it makes to woman. Westermark considers, indeed, origin and development of the moral ideas vol. IP 669, that religion has probably been the most persistent cause of the wife's subjection to her husband's rule. It is sometimes said that the Christian tendency to place women in an inferior spiritual position went so far that a church council formally denied that women have souls. This foolish story has indeed been repeated in a parrot-like fashion by a number of writers. The source of the story is probably to be found in the fact recorded by Gregory of Tours in his History Lib Roman 8 Cap Roman 20, that at the Council of Macon in 585, a bishop was in doubt as to whether the term man included woman, but was convinced by the other members of the council that at Roman 999, the same difficulty has presented itself to lawyers in more modern times, and has not always been resolved so favorably to woman as by the Christian Council of Macon. The low estimate of women that prevailed even in the early church is admitted by Christian scholars. We cannot but notice, writes Merrick Art Marriage Smith and Cheetham Dictionary of Christian Antiquities, even in the greatest of the Christian fathers, a lamentably low estimate of woman, and consequently of the marriage relationship. Even St. Augustine can see no justification for marriage, except in a grave desire deliberately adopted of having children, and in accordance with this view, all married intercourse, except for this single purpose, is harshly condemned. If marriage is sought after for the sake of children, it is justifiable if entered into as a remedium to avoid worse evils. It is pardonable. The idea of the mutual society help and comfort that the one ought to have of the other both in prosperity and adversity hardly existed, and could hardly yet exist. From the woman's point of view, Lily Braun, in her important work on the Woman Question, Die Frauenfrage 1901 pp 28, et seq., concludes that insofar as Christianity was favorable to women, we must see that favorable influence in the placing of women on the same moral level as men, as illustrated in the saying of Jesus, "Let him who is without sin amongst you cast the first stone," implying that each sex owes the same fidelity. It reached, she adds, no further than this Christianity, which women accepted as a deliverance with so much enthusiasm and died for as martyrs, has not fulfilled their hopes. Even as regards the moral equality of the sexes in marriage, the position of Christian authorities was sometimes equivocal. One of the greatest of the fathers, St. Basil, in the latter half of the 4th century, distinguished between adultery and fornication, as committed by a married man, if with a married woman it was adultery, if with an unmarried woman it was merely fornication. In the former case, a wife should not receive her husband back. In the latter case, she should art adultery. Smith and Cheetham Dictionary of Christian Antiquities. Such a decision, by attaching supreme importance to a distinction which could make no difference to the wife, involved a failure to recognize her moral personality. Many of the fathers in the Western Church, however, like Jerome, Augustine, and Ambrose, could see no reason why the moral law should not be the same for the husband as for the wife. But as late Roman feeling both on the legal and popular side was already approximating to that view, the influence of Christianity was scarcely required to attain it. It ultimately received formal sanction in the Roman canon law, which decreed that adultery is equally committed by either conjugal party, in 2 degrees, 1 simplex of the married with the unmarried, and 2 duplex of the married with the married. It can scarcely be said, however, that Christianity succeeded in attaining the inclusion of this view of the moral equality of the sexes into actual practical morality. It was accepted in theory. It was not followed in practice. W. G. Sumner, discussing this question, Folkways, pp. 359,361, concludes, "Why are these views not in the mores? Undoubtedly it is because they are dogmatic in form, invented or imposed by theological authority or philosophical speculation. They do not grow out of the experience of life, and cannot be verified by it. The reasons are in ultimate physiological facts, by virtue of which one is a woman, and the other is a man. There is, however, more to be said on this point later." It was probably, however, not so much the Church as Teutonic customs and the development of the feudal system, with the masculine and military ideals it fostered, that was chiefly decisive in fixing the inferior position of women in the medieval world. Even the ideas of chivalry, which have often been supposed to be peculiarly favorable to women, so far as they affected women, seem to have been of little practical significance. In his great work on chivalry, Gaudier brings forward much evidence to show that the feudal spirit, like the military spirit, always, and everywhere on the whole involved at bottom, a disdain for women, even though it occasionally idealized them. Go into your painted and gilded rooms, we read in Renous de Montauban, sit in the shade, make yourselves comfortable, drink, eat, work, tapestry, dye silk. But remember that you must not occupy yourselves with our affairs. Our business is to strike with the steel sword silence, and if the woman insists, she is struck on the face till the blood comes. The husband had a legal right to beat his wife, not only for adultery, but even for contradicting him. Women were not, however, entirely without power, and in a 13th-century collection of caudoums, it is set down that a husband must only beat his wife reasonably. Resnablement, as regards the husband's right to chastise his wife. See also Hobhouse Morals in Evolution Vol. IP 234. In England, it was not until the reign of Charles Roman II, from which so many modern movements date, that the husband was deprived of this legal right. In the eyes of a feudal knight, it may be added, the beauty of a horse competed often successfully with the beauty of a woman. In Gerber's de Metz, two knights, Garin and his cousin Gerbert, ride by a window at which sits a beautiful girl with the face of a rose and the white flesh of a lily. Look, cousin Gerbert, look, by Saint Mary, a beautiful woman. Ah, Gerbert, replies, a beautiful beast is my horse. I have never seen anything so charming as that young girl. With her fresh color and her dark eyes, says Garin, I know no steed to compare with mine, retorts Gerbert. When the men were thus absorbed in the things that pertain to war, it is not surprising that amorous advances were left to young girls to make. In all the chansons de geste, Gaudier remarks it is the young girls who make the advances, often with effrontery, though he adds wives are represented as more virtuous. Roman 50. Gaudier, La Chevalerie, pp. 2368, 34850. In England, Pollock and Maitland, History of English Law Vol. Roman 2, p. 437, do not believe that a lifelong tutela of women ever existed, as among other Teutonic peoples. From the conquest onwards, Hobhouse states, Op. Cit. Vol. IP 224, the unmarried English woman, on attaining her majority, becomes fully equipped with all legal and civil rights, as much a legal personality as the Babylonian woman had been 3,000 years before, but the developed English law more than made up for any privileges thus accorded to the unmarried by the inconsistent manner in which it swathed up the wife in endless folds of irresponsibility, except when she committed the supreme offense of injuring her lord and master. The English wife, as Hobhouse continues, Locke Sit, was if not her husband's slave, at any rate his liege subject. If she killed him, it was petty treason, the revolt of a subject against a sovereign in a miniature kingdom, and a more serious offense than murder. Murder she could not commit in his presence, for her personality was merged in him. He was responsible for most of her crimes and offenses. It was that fact which gave him the right to chastise her. And he could not even enter into a contract with her, for that would be entering into a contract with himself. The very being and legal existence of a woman is suspended during marriage, said Blackstone, or at least is incorporated and consolidated into that of her husband, under whose wing, protection, and cover she performs everything. So great a favorite, he added, is the female sex of the laws of England. The strength of woman, says Hobhouse, interpreting the sense of the English law, was her weakness. She conquered by yielding. Her gentleness had to be guarded from the turmoil of the world, her fragrance to be kept sweet and fresh away from the dust and the smoke of battle, hence her need of a champion and guardian. In France, the wife of the medieval and Renaissance periods occupied much the same position in her husband's house. He was her absolute master and lord, the head and soul of the feminine and feeble creature, who owed to him perfect love and obedience. She was his chief servant, the eldest of his children, his wife and subject. She signed herself your humble, obedient daughter and friend when she wrote to him. The historian de Mal de la Clavière, who has brought together evidence on this point in his Femmes de la Renaissance, remarks that even though the husband enjoyed this lofty and superior position in marriage, it was still generally he, and not the wife, who complained of the hardships of marriage. Law and custom assumed that a woman should be more or less under the protection of a man, and even the ideals of fine womanhood which arose in this society during feudal and later times were necessarily tinged by the same conception. It involved the inequality of women as compared with men, But under the social conditions of a feudal society, such inequality was to woman's advantage. Masculine force was the determining factor in life, and it was necessary that every woman should have a portion of this force on her side. This sound and reasonable idea naturally tended to persist even after the growth of civilization rendered force a much less decisive factor. In social life in England, in Queen Elizabeth's time, no woman must be masterless, although the feminine subjects of Queen Elizabeth had in their sovereign the object lesson of a woman who could play a very brilliant and effective part in life, and yet remain absolutely masterless still later in the 18th century. Even so, fine moralist as Shaftesbury in his Characteristics refers to lovers of married women as invaders of property. If such conceptions still ruled even in the best minds, it is not surprising that in the same century, even in the following century, they were carried out into practice by less educated people who frankly bought and sold women. Schrader in his Reallexikon Art Brodkopf points out that originally the purchase of a wife was the purchase of her person, and not merely of the right of protecting her. The original conception probably persisted long in Great Britain, on account of its remoteness from the centers of civilization. In the 11th century, Gregory, Roman 7, desired Lanfranc to stop the sale of wives in Scotland and elsewhere. In the island of the English Pike History of Crime in England, Vol. IP 99, the practice never quite died out, however, in remote country districts. Such transactions have taken place even in London. Thus, in the Annual Register, for 1767 p. 99, we read about 3 weeks ago a bricklayer's laborer at Marylebone sold a woman whom he had cohabited with for several years to a fellow workman. For a quarter guinea and a gallon of beer, the workman went off with the purchase, and she has since had the good fortune to have a legacy of 200, and some plate left her by a deceased uncle in Devonshire. The parties were married last Friday. The Rev. J. Edward Vaux Church Folklore 2nd edition, p. 146, narrates 2 authentic cases in which women had been bought by their husbands in open market in the 19th century. In one case, the wife with her own full consent was brought to market with a halter round her neck, sold for half a crown, and led to her new home 12 miles off by the new husband who had purchased her. In the other case, a publican bought another man's wife for a 2-gallon jar of gin. It is the same conception of woman as property which even to the present has caused the retention in many legal codes of clauses, rendering a man liable to pay pecuniary damages to a woman, previously a virgin, whom he has intercourse with, and subsequently forsakes. Natalie Futsch, Die Jungfranschaft im Recht und Sitte. Sexual problem, Feb 1908. The woman is dishonored by sexual intercourse, depreciated in her market value, exactly as a new garment becomes second-hand, even if it has but once been worn. A man, on the other hand, would disdain the idea that his personal value could be diminished by any number of acts of sexual intercourse. This fact has even led some to advocate the abolition of physical virginity. Thus, the German authoress of Uniponitentiam 1907, considering that the protection of a woman is by no means so well secured by a little piece of membrane as by the presence of a true and watchful soul inside, advocates the operation of removal of the hymen in childhood. It is undoubtedly true that the undue importance attached to the hymen has led to a false conception of feminine honor, and to an unwholesome conception of feminine purity. Custom and law are slowly changing in harmony with changed social conditions, which no longer demand the subjection of women either in their own interests or in the interests of the community. Concomitantly with these changes, a different ideal of womanly personality is developing. It is true that the ancient ideal of the lordship of the husband over the wife is still more or less consciously affirmed around us. The husband frequently dictates to the wife what avocations she may not pursue, what places she may not visit, what people she may not know, what books she may not read. He assumes to control her even in personal matters, having no direct concern with himself, by virtue of the old masculine prerogative of force, which placed a woman under the hand, as the ancient patriarchal legists termed it, of a man. It is, however, becoming more and more widely recognized that such a part is not suited to the modern man. The modern man, as Rosa Maerter has pointed out in a thoughtful essay, is no longer equipped to play this domineering part in relation to his wife, the noble savage leading a wild life on mountain and in forest, hunting dangerous beasts and scalping enemies when necessary, may occasionally bring his club gently and effectively on to the head of his wife, even it may be with grateful appreciation on her part, but the modern man who for the most part spends his days tamely at a desk who has been trained to endure silently the insults and humiliations which superior officials or patronizing clients may inflict upon him. This typical modern man is no longer able to assume effectually the part of the noble savage. When he returns to his home, he is indeed so unfitted for the part that his wife resents his attempts to play it. He is gradually recognizing this even apart from any consciousness of the general trend of civilization. The modern man of ideas recognizes that as a matter of principle his wife is entitled to equality with himself. The modern man of the world feels that it would be both ridiculous and inconvenient not to accord his wife much the same kind of freedom which he himself possesses, and moreover, while the modern man has to some extent acquired feminine qualities, the modern woman has to a corresponding extent acquired masculine qualities. Brief and summary, as the preceding discussion has necessarily been, it will have served to bring us face to face with the central fact in the sexual morality, which the growth of civilization has at the present day rendered inevitable. Personal responsibility. The responsible human being, man or woman, is the center of modern ethics, as of modern law. That is the conclusion reached by Havelock in his discussion of the evolution of human morality. The movement which is taking place among us to liberate sexual relationships from an excessive bondage to fixed and arbitrary regulations would have been impossible and mischievous, but for the concomitant growth of a sense of personal responsibility in the members of the community. It could not indeed have subsisted for a single year without degenerating into license and disorder. Freedom in sexual relations involves mutual trust, and that can only rest on a basis of personal responsibility. Where there can be no reliance on personal responsibility, there can be no freedom. In most fields of moral action, this sense of personal responsibility is acquired at a fairly early stage of social progress. Sexual morality is the last field of morality to be brought within the sphere of personal responsibility. The community imposes the most varied, complicated, and artificial codes of sexual morality on its members, especially its feminine members, and naturally enough, it is always very suspicious of their ability to observe these codes, and is careful to allow them so far as possible no personal responsibility in the matter, but a training in restraint when carried through a long series of generations is the best preparation for freedom. The law laid on the earlier generations, as old theology stated, the matter has been the schoolmaster to bring the later generations to Christ, or as new science expresses exactly the same idea, the later generations have become immunized and have finally acquired a certain degree of protection against the virus, which would have destroyed the earlier generations. The process by which a people acquires the sense of personal responsibility is slow, and perhaps it cannot be adequately acquired at all by races lacking a high grade of nervous organization. This is especially the case as regards sexual morality, and has often been illustrated on the contact of a higher with a lower civilization. It has constantly happened that missionaries entirely against their own wishes, it need not be said, be overthrowing the strict moral system they have found established, and by substituting the freedom of European customs among people entirely unprepared for such freedom, have exerted the most disastrous effects on morality. This has been the case among the formerly well-organized and highly moral Baganda of Central Africa, as recorded in an official report by Colonel Lambkin, British Medical Journal, Oct. 3, 1908. As regards Polynesia, also R. Roman 50 Stevenson, in his interesting book In the South Seas, Ch.V. pointed out that while before the coming of the whites, the Polynesians were on the whole chaste, and the young carefully watched, now it is far otherwise. Even in Fiji, where according to Lord Stanmore, who was High Commissioner of the Pacific and an independent critic, missionary effort has been wonderfully successful, where all own at least nominal allegiance to Christianity, which has much modified life and character, yet chastity has suffered. This was shown by a royal commission on the condition of the native races in Fiji. Mr. Fitchett, commenting on this report, Australasian Review of Reviews, Oct. 1897, remarks, not a few witnesses examined by the commission declare that the moral advance in Fiji is of a curiously patchy type. The abolition of polygamy, for example, they say, has not told at every point in favor of women. The woman is the toiler in Fiji, and when the support of the husband was distributed over 4 wives, the burden on each wife was less than it is now when it has to be carried by one in heathen times. female chastity was guarded by the club. A faithless wife and unmarried mother was summarily put to death. Christianity has abolished club law and purely moral restraints, or the terror of the penalties of the next world, do not to the limited imagination of the Fijian quite take its place, so the standard of Fijian chastity is distressingly low. It must always be remembered that when the highly organized primitive system of mixed spiritual and physical restraints is removed, chastity becomes more delicately and unstably poised the controlling power of personal responsibility valuable and essential, as it cannot permanently and unremittingly restrain the volcanic forces of the passion of love. Even in high civilizations, no perfection of moral constitution. In a woman, Hinland has well said, no power of will, no wish and resolution to be good, no force of religion or control of custom, can secure what is called the virtue of woman, the emotion of absolute devotion, with which some man may inspire her, will sweep them all away. Society, in choosing to erect itself on that basis, chooses inevitable disorder. And so long as it continues to choose, it will continue to have that result. It is necessary to insist for a while on this personal responsibility in matters of sexual morality, in the form in which it is making itself felt among us, and to search out its implications. The most important of these is undoubtedly economic independence. That is indeed so important that moral responsibility in any fine sense can scarcely be said to have any existence in its absence. Moral responsibility and economic independence are indeed really identical. They are but two sides of the same social fact. The responsible person is the person who is able to answer for his actions, and if need be to pay for them. The economically dependent person can accept a criminal responsibility. He can with an empty purse go to prison or to death. But in the ordinary sphere of everyday morality, that large penalty is not required of him. If he goes against the wishes of his family, or his friends, or his parish, they may turn their backs on him, but they cannot usually demand against him the last penalties of the law. He can exert his own personal responsibility. He can freely choose to go his own way, and to maintain himself in it before his fellowmen on one condition, that he is able to pay for it. His personal responsibility has little or no meaning, except in so far as it is also economic independence. In civilized societies, as they attain maturity, the women tend to acquire a greater and greater degree alike of moral responsibility and economic independence. Any freedom and seeming equality of women, even when it actually assumes the air of superiority, which is not so based, is unreal. It is only on sufferance. It is the freedom accorded to the child, because it asks for it so prettily, or may scream if it is refused. This is merely parasitism. The basis of economic independence ensures a more real freedom, even in societies which by law and custom hold women in strict subordination. The woman who happens to be placed in possession of property enjoys a high degree alike of independence and of responsibility. The growth of a high civilization seems indeed to be so closely identified with the economic freedom and independence of women that it is difficult to say which is cause and which effect. Herodotus, in his fascinating account of Egypt, a land which he regarded as admirable beyond all other lands, noted with surprise that, totally unlike the fashion of Greece, women left the men at home to the management of the loom and went to market to transact the business of commerce. It is the economic factor in social life which secures the moral responsibility of women, and which chiefly determines the position of the wife in relation to her husband. In this respect, in its late stages, civilization returns to the same point it had occupied at the beginning, when, as has already been noted, we find greater equality with men, and at the same time greater economic independence. In all the leading modern civilized countries for a century past, custom and law have combined to give an ever greater economic independence to women. In some respects, England took the lead by inaugurating the great industrial movement, which slowly swept women into its ranks and made inevitable the legal changes which by 1882 ensured to a married woman the possession of her own earnings. The same movement, with its same consequences, is going on elsewhere in the United States. Just as in England, there is a vast army of 5 million women, rapidly increasing, who earn their own living, and their position in relation to men workers is even better than in England. In France, from 25 to 75% of the workers in most of the chief industrious liberal professions, commerce, agriculture, factory, industries, are women, and in some of the very largest, such as home industries and textile industries, more women are employed than men in Japan. It is said 3/5 of the factory workers are women, and all the textile industries are in the hands of women. This movement is the outward expression of the modern conception of personal rights, personal moral worth, and personal responsibility, which, as Hobhouse has remarked, has compelled women to take their lives into their own hands, and has at the same time rendered the ancient marriage laws an anachronism, and the ancient ideals of feminine innocence shrouded from the world, a mere piece of false sentiment. There can be no doubt that the entrance of women into the field of industrial work in rivalry with men, and under somewhat the same conditions as men, raises serious questions of another order. The general tendency of civilization towards the economic independence and the moral responsibility of women is unquestionable, but it is by no means absolutely clear that it is best for women, and therefore for the community, that women should exercise all the ordinary avocations and professions of men on the same level, as men not only have the conditions of the avocations and professions developed in accordance with the special aptitudes of men, but the fact that the sexual processes by which the race is propagated demand an incomparably greater expenditure of time and energy on the part of women than of men, precludes women in the mass from devoting themselves so exclusively as men to industrial work. For some biologists, indeed, it seems clear that outside the home and the school, women should not work at all. Any nation that works its women is damned, says Woods Hutchinson. The Gospel according to Darwin, p. 199. That view is extreme, yet from the economic side, also Hobson, in summing up this question, regards the tendency of machine industry to drive women away from the home as a tendency antagonistic to civilization. The neglect of the home, he states, is on the whole the worst injury modern industry has inflicted on our lives, and it is difficult to see how it can be compensated by any increase of material products. Factory life, for women save in extremely rare cases, saps the physical and moral health of the family. The exigencies of factory life are inconsistent with the position of a good mother, a good wife, or the maker of a home. Save in extreme circumstances, no increase of the family wage can balance these losses, whose values stand upon a higher qualitative level. J. A. Hobson, Evolution of Modern Capitalism, ch. Roman 12 cf. What has been said in ch. I of the present volume, it is now beginning to be recognized that the early pioneers of the woman's movement, in working to remove the subjection of woman, were still dominated by the old ideals of that subjection, according to which the masculine is in all main respects the superior sex. Whatever was good for man, they thought, must be equally good for woman. That has been the source of all that was unbalanced and unstable, sometimes both a little pathetic and a little absurd in the old woman's movement. There was a failure to perceive that first of all women must claim their right to their own womanhood as mothers of the race, and thereby the supreme lawgivers in the sphere of sex, and the large part of life dependent on sex. This special position of woman seems likely to require a readjustment of economic conditions to their needs, though it is not likely that such readjustment would be permitted to affect their independence or their responsibility. We have had, as Madame Juliette Adam has put it, the rights of men sacrificing women, followed by the rights of women sacrificing the child, that must be followed by the rights of the child reconstituting the family. It has already been necessary to touch on this point in the first chapter of this volume, and it will again be necessary in the last chapter. The question as to the method by which the economic independence of women will be completely ensured, and the part which the community may be expected to take in ensuring it on the ground of woman's special childbearing functions, is from the present point of view subsidiary. There can be no doubt, however, as to the reality of the movement in that direction. Whatever doubt there may be as to the final adjustment of the details, it is only necessary in this place to touch on some of the general and more obvious respects in which the growth of woman's responsibility is affecting sexual morality. The first and most obvious way in which the sense of moral responsibility works is in an insistence on reality in the relationships of sex. Moral irresponsibility has too often combined with economic dependence to induce a woman to treat the sexual event in her life, which is biologically of most fateful gravity, as a merely gay and trivial event, at the most an event which has given her a triumph over her rivals, and over the superior male who, on his part, willingly condescends for the moment to assume the part of the vanquished. Gallantry to the ladies, we are told of the hero of the greatest and most typical of English novels, was among his principles of honor. and he held it as much incumbent on him to accept a challenge to love as if it had been a challenge to fight. He heroically goes home for the night with a lady of title he meets at a masquerade, though at the time, very much in love with the girl whom he eventually marries, the woman whose power lies only in her charms, and who is free to allow the burden of responsibility to fall on a man's shoulder, could lightly play the seducing part, and thereby exert independence and authority in the only shapes open to her. The man on his part, introducing the misplaced idea of honor into the field from which the natural idea of responsibility has been banished, is prepared to descend at the lady's bidding into the arena, according to the old legend, and rescue the glove even though he afterwards flings it contemptuously in her face. The ancient conception of gallantry, which Tom Jones so well embodies, is the direct outcome of a system involving the moral irresponsibility and economic dependence of women, and is as opposed to the conceptions prevailing in the earlier and later civilized stages of approximate sexual equality, as it is to the biological traditions of natural courtship in the world generally. In controlling her own sexual life, and in realizing that her responsibility for such control can no longer be shifted on to the shoulders of the other sex, women will also indirectly affect the sexual lives of men, much as men already affect the sexual lives of women. In what ways that influence will in the main be exerted, it is still premature to say. According to some, just as formerly men bought their wives and demanded prenuptial virginity in the article thus purchased, so nowadays among the better classes women are able to buy their husbands, and in their turn are disposed to demand continence. That, however, is too simple-minded a way of viewing the question. It is enough to refer to the fact that women are not attracted to virginal innocence in men, and that they frequently have good ground for viewing such innocence with suspicion. Yet it may well be believed that women will more and more prefer to exert a certain discrimination in the approval of their husbands' past lives. However, instinctively, a woman may desire that her husband shall be initiated in the art of making love to her. She may often well doubt whether the finest initiation is to be secured from the average prostitute. Prostitution, as we have seen, is ultimately as incompatible with complete sexual responsibility as is the patriarchal marriage system with which it has been so closely associated. It is an arrangement mainly determined by the demands of men, to whatever extent it may have incidentally subserved various needs of women. Men arranged that one group of women should be set apart to minister exclusively to their sexual necessities, while another group should be brought up in asceticism as candidates for the privilege of ministering to their household and family necessities. That this has been in many respects a most excellent arrangement is sufficiently proved by the fact that it has nourished for so long a period, notwithstanding the influences that are antagonistic to it. But it is obviously only possible during a certain stage of civilization and in association with a certain social organization. It is not completely congruous with a democratic stage of civilization involving the economic independence and the sexual responsibility of both sexes alike in all social classes. It is possible that women may begin to realize this fact earlier than men. It is also believed by many that women will realize that a high degree of moral responsibility is not easily compatible with the practice of dissimulation, and that economic independence will deprive deceit, which is always the resort of the weak, of whatever moral justification it may possess. Here, however, it is necessary to speak with caution, or we may be unjust to women. It must be remarked that in the sphere of sex, men also are often the weak, and are therefore apt to resort to the refuge of the weak. With the recognition of that fact, we may also recognize that deception in women has been the cause of much of the age-long blunders of the masculine mind. In the contemplation of feminine ways, men have constantly committed the double error of overlooking the dissimulation of women and of overestimating it. This fact has always served to render more difficult still the inevitably difficult course of women through the devious path of sexual behavior. Pepys, who represents so vividly and so frankly the vices and virtues of the ordinary masculine mind, tells how one day when he called to see Mrs. Martin, her sister Doll went out for a bottle of wine and came back indignant because a Dutchman had pulled her into a stable and tumbled and tossed her. Pepys, having been himself often permitted to take liberties with her, it seemed to him that her indignation with the Dutchman was the best instance of woman's falseness in the world. He assumes without question that a woman who has accorded the privilege of familiarity to a man she knows, and one hopes respects, would be prepared to accept complacently the brutal attentions of the first drunken stranger she meets in the street. It was the assumption of woman's falseness, which led the ultramasculine Pepys into a sufficiently absurd error. At this point, indeed, we encounter what has seemed to some a serious obstacle to the full moral responsibility of women. Dissimulation, Lombroso and Ferrero argue, is in woman almost physiological, and they give various grounds for this conclusion. The theologians on their side have reached a similar conclusion. A confessor must not immediately believe a woman's words, says Father Gurry. For women are habitually inclined to lie. This tendency, which seems to be commonly believed to affect women as a sex, however free from it, a vast number of individual women are, may be said, and with truth, to be largely the result of the subjection of women, and therefore likely to disappear as that subjection disappears in so far, however, as it is almost physiological and based on radical feminine characters, such as modesty, affectability, and sympathy, which have an organic basis in the feminine constitution, and can therefore never altogether be changed. Feminine dissimulation seems scarcely likely to disappear. The utmost that can be expected is that it should be held in check by the developed sense of moral responsibility, and being reduced to its simply natural proportions, become recognizably intelligible. It is unnecessary to remark that there can be no question here as to any inherent moral superiority of one sex over the other. The answer to that question was well stated many years ago by one of the most subtle moralists of love. Taken altogether, concluded Senanker de Elamorval Roman 2 p. 85, we have no reason to assert the moral superiority of either sex. Both sexes, with their errors and their good intentions, very equally fulfill the ends of nature. We may well believe that in either of the two divisions of the human species, the sum of evil and that of good are about equal. If, for instance, as regards love, we oppose the visibly licentious conduct of men to the apparent reserve of women, it would be a vain valuation, for the number of faults committed by women with men is necessarily the same as that of men with women. There exist among us fewer scrupulous men than perfectly honest women, but it is easy to see how the balance is restored if this question of the moral preeminence of one sex over the other were not insoluble. It would still remain very complicated with reference to the whole of the species, or even the whole of a nation, and any dispute here seems idle. This conclusion is in accordance with the general compensatory and complementary relationship of women to men. See, for example, Havelock, Ellis, Man and Woman, 4th edition, especially pp. 448 et seq. In a recent symposium on the question whether women are morally inferior to men, with special reference to aptitude for loyalty, La Revue Jan. 1 1909, to which various distinguished French men and women contributed their opinions, some declared that women are usually superior, others regarded it as a question of difference, rather than of superiority or inferiority. All were agreed that, when they enjoy the same independence as men, women are quite as loyal as men. It is undoubtedly true that partly, as a result of ancient traditions and education, partly of genuine feminine characteristics, many women are diffident as to their right to moral responsibility and unwilling to assume it, and an attempt is made to justify their attitude by asserting that woman's part in life is naturally that of self-sacrifice, or to put the statement in a somewhat more technical form, that women are naturally masochistic, and that there is, as Krafft-Ebing argues, a natural sexual subjection of woman. It is by no means clear that this statement is absolutely true, and if it were true, it would not serve to abolish the moral responsibility of women. Bloch, Beiträge zur Theologie der Psychopathia Sexualis, Part 2, p. 178, in agreement with Eulenberg, energetically denies that there is any such natural sexual subjection of women, regarding it as artificially produced, the result of the socially inferior position of women, and arguing that such subjection is in much higher degree a physiological characteristic of men than of women. It has been necessary to discuss this question in dealing with love and pain. In the third volume of these studies, it seems certainly clear that the notion that women are especially prone to self-sacrifice has little biological validity. Self-sacrifice, by compulsion, whether physical or moral compulsion, is not worthy of the name. When it is deliberate, it is simply the sacrifice of a lesser good for the sake of a greater good. Doubtless, a man who eats a good dinner may be said to sacrifice his hunger, even within the sphere of traditional morality. A woman who sacrifices her honor for the sake of her love to a man has by her sacrifice gained something that she values more. What a triumph it is to a woman. A woman has said to give pleasure to a man she loves. And in a morality on a sound biological basis, no sacrifice is here called for. It may rather be said that the biological laws of courtship fundamentally demand self-sacrifice of the male rather than of the female. Thus the lioness, according to Gerard the lion hunter, gives herself to the most vigorous of her lion wooers. She encourages them to fight among themselves for superiority, lying on her belly to gaze at the combat, and lashing her tail with delight. Every female is wooed by many males, but she only accepts one. It is not the female who is called upon for erotic self-sacrifice, but the male. That is indeed part of the divine compensation of nature, for since the heavier part of the burden of sex rests on the female, it is fitting that she should be less called upon for renunciation. It thus seems probable that the increase of moral responsibility may tend to make a woman's conduct more intelligible to others. It will in any case certainly tend to make it less the concern of others. This is emphatically the case as regards the relations of sex in the past. Men have been invited to excel in many forms of virtue. Only one virtue has been open to women that is no longer possible to place upon a woman. Main responsibility for her own sexual conduct is to deprive that conduct of its conspicuously public character as a virtue or a vice. Sexual union, for a woman as much as for a man, is a physiological fact. It may also be a spiritual fact. But it is not a social act. It is on the contrary an act which beyond all other acts demands retirement and mystery for its accomplishment. That indeed is a general human, almost zoological fact. Moreover, this demand of mystery is more especially made by woman in virtue of her greater modesty, which we have found reason to believe has a biological basis. It is not until a child is born or conceived that the community has any right to interest itself in the sexual acts of its members. The sexual act is of no more concern to the community than any other private physiological act. It is an impertinence, if not an outrage, to seek to inquire into it. But the birth of a child is a social act. Not what goes into the womb, but what comes out of it concerns society. The community is invited to receive a new citizen. It is entitled to demand that that citizen shall be worthy of a place in its midst, and that he shall be properly introduced by a responsible father and a responsible mother. The whole of sexual morality, as Ellen Key has said, revolves round the child. At this final point in our discussion of sexual morality, we may perhaps be able to realize the immensity of the change which has been involved by the development in women of moral responsibility. So long as responsibility was denied to women, so long as a father or a husband backed up by the community held himself responsible for a woman's sexual behavior for her virtue, it was necessary that the whole of sexual morality should revolve around the entrance to the vagina. It became absolutely essential to the maintenance of morality that all eyes in the community should be constantly directed on to that point, and the whole marriage law had to be adjusted accordingly. That is no longer possible when a woman assumes her own moral responsibility in sexual as in other matters. It becomes not only intolerable, but meaningless for the community to pry into her most intimate physiological or spiritual acts. She is herself directly responsible to society as soon as she performs a social act, and not before. In relation to the fact of maternity, the realization of all that is involved in the new moral responsibility of women is especially significant under a system of morality by which a man is left free to accept the responsibility for his sexual acts, while a woman is not equally free to do the like. A premium is placed on sexual acts which have no end in procreation, and a penalty is placed on the acts which lead to procreation. The reason is that it is the former class of acts in which men find chief gratification. It is the latter class in which women find chief gratification, for the tragic part of the old sexual morality, in its bearing on women, was that while it made men alone morally responsible for sexual acts, in which both a man and a woman took part, women were rendered both socially and legally incapable of availing themselves of the fact of masculine responsibility, unless they had fulfilled conditions which men had laid down for them, and yet refrained from imposing upon themselves. The act of sexual intercourse, being the sexual act in which men found chief pleasure, was under all circumstances an act of little social gravity. The act of bringing a child into the world, which is for women the most massively gratifying of all sexual acts, was counted a crime, unless the mother had before fulfilled the conditions demanded by man. That was perhaps the most unfortunate, and certainly the most unnatural of the results of the patriarchal regulation of society, it has never existed in any great state where women have possessed some degree of regulative power. It has of course been said by abstract theorists that women have the matter in their own hands. They must never love a man until they have safely locked him up in the legal bonds of matrimony. Such an argument is absolutely futile, for it ignores the fact that while love and even monogamy are natural, legal marriage is merely an external form with a very feeble power of subjugating natural impulses. Except when those impulses are weak, and no power at all of subjugating them, permanently civilization involves the growth of foresight and of self-control in both sexes. But it is foolish to attempt to place on these fine and ultimate outgrowths of civilization a strain which they could never bear. How foolish it is has been shown once, and for all, by Lee in his admirable history of sacerdotal celibacy. Moreover, when we compare the respective aptitudes of men and women in this particular region, it must be remembered that men possess a greater power of forethought and self-control than women, notwithstanding the modesty and reserve of women. The sexual sphere is immensely larger in women, so that when its activity is once aroused, it is much more difficult to master or control. The reasons were set out in detail in the discussion of the sexual impulse in women in Volume 3 of these studies. It is therefore unfair to women and unduly favors men when too heavy a premium is placed on forethought and self-restraint in sexual matters. Since women play the predominant part in the sexual field, their natural demands rather than those of men must furnish the standard. With the realization of the moral responsibility of women, the natural relations of life spring back to their due biological adjustment. Motherhood is restored to its natural sacredness. It becomes the concern of the woman herself, and not of society, nor of any individual, to determine the conditions under which the child shall be conceived. Society is entitled to require that the father shall in every case acknowledge the fact of his paternity, but it must leave the chief responsibility for all the circumstances of child production to the mother. That is the point of view which is now gaining ground in all civilized lands, both in theory and in practice. For example, E. Belfort Back's outspoken essays p. 6. Such reasons are connected with communal welfare. All immoral acts result in communal unhappiness, all moral acts in communal happiness. As Prof. Matthews remarks, Science and Morality, Popular Science, Monthly, March 1909. See Westermarck, Origin and Development of the Moral Ideas, Vol. I. pp. 380, 6390, 522. Westermarck, Origin and Development of the Moral Ideas, pp. 9, 159. Also the whole of ch. Romans 7 actions that are in accordance with custom call forth public approval, actions that are opposed to custom call forth public resentment, and Westermarck powerfully argues that such approval and such resentment are the foundation of moral judgments. This is well recognized by legal writers. For example, E. A. Schroeder does Recht in der Geschlechtlichen Ordnung p. 5. W. G. Sumner Folkways p. 418 even considers it desirable to change the form of the word in order to emphasize the real and fundamental meaning of morals, and proposes the word mores to indicate popular usages and traditions conducive to societal reform. Immoral, he points out, never means anything but contrary to the mores of the time and place. There is, however, no need whatever to abolish or to supplement the good old ancient word morality so long as we clearly realize that on the practical side, it means essentially custom. Westermarck, opposite Vol. IP 19. See for example exogamy and the mating of cousins in Essays, presented to E. B. Tyler 1907 p. 53. In many departments of primitive life, we find a naive desire to, as it were, assist nature, to affirm what is normal and later to confirm it by the categorical imperative of custom and law. This tendency still flourishes in our civilized communities, and as the worship of the normal is often a deadly foe to the abnormal and eccentric, and too often paralyses originality. The spirit of Christianity, as illustrated by Paulinus in his Epistle Roman 25, was from the Roman point of view, as Dill remarks, Roman Society p. 11, a renunciation not only of citizenship, but of all the hard-won fruits of civilization and social life. It thus happens that, as Lecky said in his History of European Morals, of all the departments of ethics, the questions concerning the relations of the sexes and the proper position of woman are those upon the future of which there rests the greatest uncertainty. some progress has perhaps been made since these words were written, but they still hold true for the majority of people. Concerning economic marriage, as a vestigial survival, see for example Bloch, The Sexual Life of Our Time p. 212. Senanker de Elamor vol Roman 2 p. 233, the author of The Question of English Divorce, attributes the absence of any widespread feeling against sexual license to the absurd rigidity of the law. Bruno Meyer et was von positiver Sexualreform Sexual, Problem Nov 1908. Elsie Clues Parsons, The Family p. 351. Dr. Parsons rightly thinks such unions a social evil when they check the development of personality. For evidence regarding the general absence of celibacy among both savage and barbarous peoples, see for example Westermarck History of Human Marriage ch. Romans 72:72. There are for instance 2 million of unmarried women in France, while in Belgium, 30% of the women, and in Germany, sometimes even 50% are unmarried. Such a position would not be biologically unreasonable in view of the greatly preponderant part played by the female in the sexual process, which ensures the conservation of the race, if the sexual instinct is regarded solely from the physical side, says Roman 500 W. H. Bush des Geschlechtlichen Leben des Weibes, 1839 vol. IP 201. The woman cannot be regarded as the property of the man, but with equal and greater reason the man may be regarded as the property of the woman. Herodotus BK ICH, Roman 173,275. That power and relationship are entirely distinct was pointed out many years ago by Roman 50 von Dargan Mutterrecht und Vaterrecht 1892. Westermarck Origin and Development of the Moral Ideas vol. IP 655, who is inclined to think that Steinmetz has not proved conclusively that mother descent involves less authority of husband over wife, makes the important qualification that the husband's authority is impaired when he lives among his wife's kinsfolk. Robertson Smith Kinship and Marriage in Early Arabia, J. G. Fraser, has pointed out Academy March 27, 1886, that the partially Semitic peoples on the north frontier of Abyssinia, not subjected to the revolutionary processes of Islam, preserve a system closely resembling Bina marriage, as well as some traces of the opposite system by Robertson Smith called Baal marriage, in which the wife is acquired by purchase and becomes a piece of property. Spencer and Gillen, Northern Tribes of Central Australia p. 358. Rees and Brynmer, Jones the Welsh People pp. 556, cf. Rees, Celtic Heathendom p. 93. Rees and Brimmer Jones, Opsit p. 214. Crawley the Mystic Rose p. 41 et sec. Gives numerous instances. Revillout la Femme dans l'Antiquite Journal Asiatique, 1906 vol. Romans 7 p. 57. See also Victor Marx Beiträge zur Assyriologie, 1899, BD Roman 4 heft 1. Donaldson Woman pp. 196-241, et sec Nyatsold die in Egyptian p. 17, thinks the statement of Diodorus that no children were illegitimate needs qualification, but that certainly the illegitimate child in Egypt was at no social disadvantage. Emiliano La Morale Egyptian p. 194 Hobhouse Morals in Evolution vol. IP 187, Flinders Petrie Religion and Conscience in Ancient Egypt pp. 131, et sec. Main Ancient Law ch. Roman 52, 85. Donaldson Woman pp. 109, 120. Mercator Roman 4 5. Digest Roman 48, 13 5. Hobhouse Morals in Evolution vol. IP 213. For an account of the work of some of the less known of these pioneers, see a series of articles by Harriet McIlquham in the Westminster Review, especially Nov 1898 and Nov 1903. The influence of Christianity on the position of women has been well discussed by Lecky History of European Morals, vol. Roman 2 pp. 316, et sec., and more recently by Donaldson Woman BK Roman 30 291. Min Patrologia vol. Clvi p. 680. Rosa Merder Einiges über die Stark, Faust zur Kritik der Weiblichkeit, 1905. Rasmussen People of the Polar North p. 56 describes a ferocious quarrel between husband and wife, who each in turn knocked the other down somewhat later. When I peeped in, they were lying affectionately asleep with their arms around each other. Hobhouse Morals in Evolution Vol Roman 2 p. 367, Dr. Stocker in Die Liebe und die Frauen, also insists on the significance of this factor of personal responsibility. Olive Schreiner has especially emphasized the evils of parasitism for women, the increased wealth of the male. She remarks the woman's movement of our day Harper's, Bazaar Jan 1902, no more of necessity benefits, and raises the female upon whom he expends it than the increased wealth of his mistress, necessarily, benefits mentally or physically a poodle, because she can then give him a down cushion in place of one of feathers, and chicken in place of beef. Olive Schreiner believes that feminine parasitism is a danger which really threatens society at the present time, and that if not averted the whole body of females in civilized societies must sink into a state of more or less absolute dependence. In Rome and in Japan, Hobhouse notes, Op. Cit. Vol. I. pp. 169, 176, the patriarchal system reached its fullest extension, yet the laws of both these countries placed the husband in a position of practical subjugation to a rich wife. Herodotus BK Roman 2 ch. Roman 35 Herodotus noted that it was the woman, and not the man on whom the responsibility for supporting aged parents rested that alone involved a very high economic position of women. It is not surprising that to some observers as to Diodorus Siculus, it seemed that the Egyptian woman was mistress over her husband. Hobhouse Locke Sit Hale and also Gross believe that good economic position of a people involves high position of women. Westermark Moral Ideas, Vol. I. p. 661, here in agreement with Olive Schreiner, thinks this statement cannot be accepted without modification, though, agreeing that agricultural life has a good effect on women's position because they themselves become actively engaged in it. A good economic position has no real effect in raising women's position unless women themselves take a real, and not merely parasitic part in it. Westermark Moral Ideas, Vol. Ich Roman 26, Vol. Roman 2 p. 29, gives numerous references with regard to the considerable proprietary and other privileges of women among savages, which tend to be lost at a somewhat higher stage of culture. The steady rise in the proportion of women among English workers in machine industries began in 1851. There are now, it is estimated, 3.5 million women employed in industrial occupations, beside 1.5 million domestic servants. See, for details, James Haslam, in a series of papers in The Englishwoman 1909. See for example J. A. Hobson, The Evolution of Modern Capitalism, 2nd edition, 1907 ch. Roman 12 Women in Modern Industry. Hobhouse Op. Cit. Vol. IP 228. Fielding Tom Jones, BK Roman 3 ch. Roman 7304. Even the Church to some extent adopted this allotment of the responsibility and solicitation. Roman 1 The sin of a confessor in seducing his female penitent is constantly treated as exclusively the confessor's sin. Adolf Gerson's Sexual Problem, Sept. 1908 p. 547. It has already been necessary to refer to the unfortunate results, which may follow the ignorance of husbands. See for example the sexual impulse in women Vol. Roman 3 of these studies, and will be necessary again in ch. Zi of the present volume. Pepe's Diary, Ed Wheatley Vol. Roman 7 p. 10. Lombroso and Ferrero, La Donna Delinquent, cf. Havelock Ellis Man and Woman 4th edition, p. 196. Gary Theologie, Morale Art 381. Men will not learn what women are. Remarks Rosa Merder zur Kritik der Weiblichkeit, p. 199, until they have left off prescribing what they ought to be. It has been set out, for instance, by Professor Wamund in und Eherecht 1908. I need scarcely refer again to the writings of Ellen Key, which may be said to be almost epoch-making in their significance, especially in German translation, Über Liebe und Ehe, also French translation, and in English translation, Putnam 1909, the valuable though less important work The Century of the Child. See also Edward Carpenter Love's Coming of Age Foral Die Sexual Frage, English translation, Abridged the Sexual Question, Ribman 1908, Block Sexualleben unsier Zeit, English translation, The Sexual Life of Our Time, Ribman 1908, Helene Stocker Die Liebe und die Frauen 1906, and Paul Lepi La Femme dans la Famille 1908. Chapter Roman 10 Marriage. The definition of marriage, among animals the predominance of monogamy, the question of group marriage monogamy, a natural fact not based on human law, the tendency to place the form of marriage above the fact of marriage, the history of marriage, in ancient Rome, Germanic influence on marriage, bridesale, the ring, the influence of Christianity on marriage, the great extent of this influence, the sacrament of matrimony, origin and growth of the sacramental conception, the Church made marriage a public act, canon, law, its sound, chorits, development, its confusions and absurdities, peculiarities of English marriage law, influence of the Reformation on marriage, the Protestant conception of marriage as a secular contract, the Puritan reform of marriage, Milton, as the pioneer of marriage, reform, his views on divorce, the backward position of England in marriage reform, criticism of the English divorce law, traditions of the canon law still persistent, the question of damages for adultery, collusion as a bar to divorce in France, Germany, Austria, Russia, etc., the United States, impossibility of deciding by statute the causes for divorce by mutual consent, its origin and development impeded by the traditions of canon law, Wilhelm von Humboldt, modern pioneer advocates of divorce by mutual consent, the arguments against facility of divorce, the interests of the children, the protection of women, the present tendency of the divorce movement, marriage not a contract, the proposal of marriage for a term of years, legal disabilities and disadvantages in the position of the husband and the wife, marriage not a contract, but a fact only, the non-essentials of marriage, not the essentials, a proper matter for contract, the legal recognition of marriage as a fact without any ceremony, contracts of the person, opposed to modern tendencies, the factor of moral responsibility, marriage as an ethical sacrament, personal responsibility involves freedom, the best guarantee of stability, false ideas of individualism, modern tendency of marriage with the birth of a child, marriage ceases to be a private concern, every child must have a legal father and mother. How this can be affected, the firm basis of monogamy, the question of marriage variations, such variations not inimical to monogamy, the most common variations, the flexibility of marriage holds variations in check, marriage variations versus prostitution, marriage on a reasonable and humane basis. Summary and conclusion. The discussion in the previous chapter of the nature of sexual morality, with the brief sketch it involved of the direction in which that morality is moving, has necessarily left many points vague. It may still be asked what definite and precise forms sexual unions are tending to take among us, and what relation these unions bear to the religious, social, and legal traditions we have inherited. These are matters about which a very considerable amount of uncertainty seems to prevail, for it is not unusual to hear revolutionary or eccentric opinions concerning them. Sexual union involving the cohabitation, temporary or permanent, of two or more persons, and having for one of its chief ends the production and care of offspring, is commonly termed marriage. The group so constituted forms a family. This is the sense in which the words marriage and the family are most properly used, whether we speak of animals or of man. There is thus seen to be room for variation, as regards both the time during which the union lasts and the number of individuals who form it, the chief factor in the determination of these points being the interests of the offspring in actual practice. However, sexual unions, not only in man, but among the higher animals, tend to last beyond the needs of the offspring of a single season, while the fact that in most species the numbers of males and females are approximately equal makes it inevitable that both among animals and in man, the family is produced by a single sexual couple. That is to say that monogamy is, with however many exceptions, necessarily the fundamental rule. It will thus be seen that marriage centers in the child, and has at the outset no reason for existence apart from the welfare of the offspring among those animals of lowly organization, which are able to provide for themselves from the beginning of existence. There is no family and no need for marriage among human races. When sexual unions are not followed by offspring, there may be other reasons for the continuance of the union, but they are not reasons in which either nature or society is, in the slightest degree, directly concerned. The marriage which grew up among animals by heredity on the basis of natural selection, and which has been continued by the lower human races through custom and tradition, by the more civilized races through the superimposed regulative influence of legal institutions, has been marriage for the sake of the offspring. Even in civilized races, among whom the proportion of sterile marriages is large, marriage tends to be so constituted as always to assume the procreation of children, and to involve the permanence required by such procreation. Among birds which from the point of view of erotic development stand at the head of the animal world, monogamy frequently prevails according to some estimates among 90%, and unions tend to be permanent. There is an approximation to the same condition among some of the higher mammals, especially the anthropoid apes. Thus among gorillas and orangutans, permanent monogamic marriages take place, the young sometimes remaining with the parents to the age of 6, while any approach to loose behavior on the part of the wife is severely punished by the husband. The variations that occur are often simply matters of adaptation to circumstances. Thus, according to J. G. Millay, Natural History of British Ducks, pp. 863, the shoveler duck, though normally monogamic, will become polyandric when males are in excess, the two males being in constant and amicable attendance on the female, without signs of jealousy. Among the monogamic mallards, similarly, polygyny and polyandry may also occur. See also R. W. Shufelt, Mating Among Birds, American Naturalist, March 1907. For Mammal Marriages, a valuable paper by Robert Muller. Sagathirahan's Sexual Problem, Jan 1909. And as regards the general prevalence of monogamy, Woods Hutchinson, Animal Marriage, Contemporary Review, Oct. 1904, and Sept. 1905. There has long been a dispute among the historians of marriage as to the first form of human marriage. Some assume a primitive promiscuity gradually modified in the direction of monogamy. Others argue that man began where the anthropoid apes left off, and that monogamy has prevailed on the whole throughout. Both these opposed views, in an extreme form, seem untenable, and the truth appears to lie midway. It has been shown by various writers, and notably Westermarck, History of Human Marriage, Chs. Ivy, that there is no sound evidence in favor of primitive promiscuity, and that at the present day, there are few if any savage peoples living in genuine, unrestricted sexual promiscuity. This theory of a primitive promiscuity seems to have been suggested, as J. A. Godfrey has pointed out, Science of Sex, p. 112, by the existence in civilized societies of promiscuous prostitution, though this kind of promiscuity was really the result rather than the origin of marriage. On the other hand, it can scarcely be said that there is any convincing evidence of primitive strict monogamy beyond the assumption that early man continued the sexual habits of the anthropoid apes. It would seem probable, however, that the great forward step involved in passing from ape to man was associated with a change in sexual habits involving the temporary adoption of a more complex system than monogamy. It is difficult to see in what other social field than that of sex primitive man could find exercise for the developing intellectual and moral aptitudes, the subtle distinctions and moral restraints, which the strict monogamy practiced by animals could afford no scope. For it is also equally difficult to see on what basis other than that of a more closely associated sexual system, the combined and harmonious efforts needed for social progress could have developed. It is probable that at least one of the motives for exogamy or marriage outside the group is, as was probably first pointed out by St. Augustine in his De Civitate Dei, the need of creating a larger social circle, and so facilitating social activities and progress. Exactly the same end is effected by a complex marriage system, binding a large number of people together by common interests. The strictly small and confined monogamic family, however excellently it subserved the interest of the offspring, contained no promise of a wider social progress. We see this among both ants and bees, who of all animals have attained the highest social organization. Their progress was only possible through a profound modification of the systems of sexual relationship, as Espinaz said many years ago in his suggestive work, Des Societés. Animals, the cohesion of the family and the probabilities for the birth of societies are inverse, or, as Schertz more recently pointed out, although individual marriage has prevailed more or less from the first, early social institutions, early ideas, and early religion involved sexual customs, which modified a strict monogamy. The most primitive form of complex human marriage, which has yet been demonstrated as still in existence, is what is called group marriage, in which all the women of one class are regarded as the actual, or at all events potential wives of all the men in another class. This has been observed among some Central Australian tribes of people as primitive and as secluded from external influence as could well be found, and there is evidence to show that it was formerly more widespread among them in the Yurubana tribe. For example, say Spencer and Gillen, a group of men actually do have continually, and as a normal condition, marital relations with a group of women. This state of affairs has nothing whatever to do with polygamy any more than it has with polyandry. It is simply a question of a group of men and a group of women who may lawfully have what we call marital relations. There is nothing whatever abnormal about it. And in all probability, this system of what has been called group marriage, serving as it does to bind more or less closely together groups of individuals who are mutually interested in one another's welfare, has been one of the most powerful agents in the early stages of the upward development of the human race. Spencer and Gillen, Northern Tribes of Central Australia, p. 74 cf. A. W. Howitt, The Native Tribes of Southeast Australia. Group marriage with female descent, as found in Australia, tends to become transformed by various stages of progress into individual marriage, with descent in the male line, a survival of group marriage perhaps persisting in the much-discussed jus prim noctis. It should be added that Mr. N. W. Thomas, in his book on Kinship and Marriage in Australia, 1908, concludes that group marriage in Australia has not been demonstrated, and that Professor Westermarck, in his Origin and Development of the Moral Ideas, as in his previous History of Human Marriage, maintains a skeptical opinion in regard to group marriage generally. He thinks the Yoruban custom may have developed out of ordinary individual marriage, and regards the group marriage theory as the residuary legatee of the old theory of promiscuity. Durkheim also believes that the Australian marriage system is not primitive organization. Matrimonial Australian L. Annie, Sociologique 8th year 1905. With the attainment of a certain level of social progress, it is easy to see that a wide and complicated system of sexual relationships ceases to have its value, and a more or less qualified monogamy tends to prevail as more in harmony with the claims of social stability and executive masculine energy. The best historical discussion of marriage is still probably Westermarck's History of Human Marriage, though at some points it now needs to be corrected or supplemented. Among more recent books dealing with primitive sexual conceptions may be specially mentioned Crawley's Mystic Rose, while the facts concerning the transformation of marriage among the higher human races are set forth in G. E. Howard's History of Matrimonial Institutions, 3 vols, which contains copious bibliographical references. There is an admirably compact, but clear and comprehensive sketch of the development of modern marriage in Pollock and Maitland History of English Law Vol. Roman II. It is necessary to make allowance for variations, thereby shunning the extreme theorists who insist on molding all facts to their theories. But we may conclude that as the approximately equal number of the sexes indicates in the human species, as among many of the higher animals, a more or less permanent monogamy has on the whole tended to prevail. That is a fact of great significance in its implications, for we have to realize that we are here in the presence of a natural fact. Sexual relationships in human, as in animal societies, follow a natural law oscillating on each side of the norm, and there is no place for the theory that that law was imposed artificially. If all artificial laws could be abolished, the natural order of the sexual relationships would continue to subsist substantially, as at present. Virtue, said Cicero, is but nature carried out to the utmost, or, as Halbach put it, arguing that our institutions tend whither nature tends. Art is only nature acting by the help of the instruments she has herself made. Shakespeare had already seen much the same truth when he said that the art which adds to nature is an art that nature makes. Law and religion have buttressed monogamy. It is not based on them, but on the needs and customs of mankind, and these constitute its completely adequate sanctions. Or as Cope put it, marriage is not the creation of law, but the law is its creation. Crawley again, throughout his study of primitive sex relationships, emphasizes the fact that our formal marriage system is not, as so many religious and moral writers once supposed, a forcible repression of natural impulses, but merely the rigid crystallization of those natural impulses, which in a more fluid form have been in human nature from the first. Our conventional forms, we must believe, have not introduced any elements of value, while in some respects they have been mischievous. It is necessary to bear in mind that the conclusion that monogamic marriage is natural and represents an order which is in harmony with the instincts of the majority of people, by no means involves agreement with the details of any particular legal system of monogamy. Monogamic marriage is a natural biological fact, alike in many animals and in man, but no system of legal regulation is a natural biological fact. When a highly esteemed alienist, Dr. Clouston, Writes The Hygiene of Mind, p. 245, there is only one natural mode of gratifying sexual nisus and reproductive instinct, that of marriage. The statement requires considerable exegesis before it can be accepted or even receive an intelligible meaning. And if we are to understand by marriage the particular form and implications of the English marriage law, or even of the somewhat more enlightened Scotch law, the statement is absolutely false. There is a world of difference, as J. A. Godfrey remarks the Science of Sex 1901 p. 278, between natural monogamous marriage and our legal system. The former is the outward expression of the best that lies in the sexuality of man, the latter is a creation, in which religious and moral superstitions have played a most important part, not always to the benefit of individual and social health. We must therefore guard against the tendency to think that there is anything rigid or formal in the natural order of monogamy. Some sociologists would even limit the naturalness of monogamy. Still further, thus Tard, La Morale Sexuelle Archives d'Anthropologie Criminelle, Jan 1907, while accepting as natural under present conditions the tendency for monogamy mitigated by more or less clandestine concubinage to prevail over all other forms of marriage, considers that this is not due to any irresistible influence, but merely to the fact that this kind of marriage is practiced by the majority of people, including the most civilized. With the acceptance of the tendency to monogamy, we are not at the end of sexual morality, but only at the beginning. It is not monogamy that is the main thing, but the kind of lives that people lead in monogamy. The mere acceptance of a monogamic rule carries us but a little way. That is a fact which cannot fail to impress itself on those who approach the questions of sex from the psychological side. If monogamy is thus firmly based, it is unreasonable to fear or to hope for any radical modification in the institution of marriage, regarded not under its temporary religious and legal aspects, but as an order which appeared on the earth even earlier than man. Monogamy is the most natural expression of an impulse, which cannot as a rule be so adequately realized in full fruition under conditions involving a less prolonged period of mutual communion and intimacy. Variations regarded as inevitable oscillations around the norm are also natural, but union in couples must always be the rule because the numbers of the sexes are always approximately equal, while the needs of the emotional life, even apart from the needs of offspring, demand that such unions based on mutual attraction should be so far as possible permanent. It must here again be repeated that it is the reality, and not the form or the permanence of the marriage union, which is its essential and valuable part. It is not the legal or religious formality which sanctifies marriage. It is the reality of the marriage which sanctifies the form. Fielding has satirized in Nightingale Tom Jonas, Friend, the shallow-brained view of connubial society, which degrades the reality of marriage to exalt the form. Nightingale has the greatest difficulty in marrying a girl with whom he has already had sexual relations, although he is the only man who has had relations with her. To Jonas' arguments, he replies, common sense warrants all you say, but yet you well know that the opinion of the world is so contrary to it, that were I to marry a whore though my own, I should be ashamed of ever showing my face again. It cannot be said that Fielding's satire is even yet out of date. Thus in Prussia, according to Adele Schreiber Erithsbeschränkungen, Die New Generation, Feb 1909, it seems to be still practically impossible for a military officer to marry the mother of his own illegitimate child. The glorification of the form at the expense of the reality of marriage has even been attempted in poetry by Tennyson, in the least inspired of his works, The Idols of the King in Lancelot and Elaine and Guinevere, as Julia Magruder points out. North American Review, April 1905, Guinevere is married to King Arthur, whom she has never seen when already in love with Lancelot, so that the marriage was merely a ceremony, and not a real marriage. Cf. Maychild, The Weird of Sir Lancelot. North American Review, Dec. 1908. It may seem to some that so conservative an estimate of the tendencies of civilization in matters of sexual love is due to a timid adherence to mere tradition. That is not the case. We have to recognize that marriage is firmly held in position by the pressure of two opposing forces. There are two currents in the stream of our civilization, one that moves towards an ever greater social order and cohesion, the other that moves towards an ever greater individual freedom. There is real harmony underlying the apparent opposition of these two tendencies, and each is indeed the indispensable complement of the other. There can be no real freedom for the individual in the things that concern that individual alone, unless there is a coherent order in the things that concern him, as a social unit. Marriage, in one of its aspects, only concerns the two individuals involved. In another of its aspects, it chiefly concerns society. The two forces cannot combine to act destructively on marriage, for the one counteracts the other. They combine to support monogamy in all essentials on its immemorial basis. It must be added that in the circumstances of monogamy that are not essential, there always has been, and always must be, perpetual transformation. All traditional institutions, however firmly founded on natural impulses, are always growing dead and rigid at some points, and putting forth vitally new growths at other points. It is the effort to maintain their vitality and to preserve their elastic adjustment to the environment which involves this process of transformation in non-essentials. The only way in which we can fruitfully approach the question of the value of the transformations now taking place in our marriage system is by considering the history of that system in the past. In that way, we learn the real significance of the marriage system, and we understand what transformations are or are not associated with a fine civilization. When we are acquainted with the changes of the past, we are enabled to face more confidently the changes of the present. The history of the marriage system of modern civilized peoples begins in the later days of the Roman Empire, at the time when the foundations were being laid of that Roman law, which has exerted so large an influence in Christendom. Reference has already been made to the significant fact that in late Rome, women had acquired a position of nearly complete independence in relation to their husbands, while the patriarchal authority still exerted over them by their fathers had become for the most part almost nominal. This high status of women was associated, as it naturally tends to be, with a high degree of freedom in the marriage system. Roman law had no power of intervening in the formation of marriages, and there were no legal forms of marriage. The Romans recognized that marriage is a fact, and not a mere legal form. In marriage by usus there was no ceremony at all. It was constituted by the mere fact of living together for a whole year. Yet such marriage was regarded as just as legal and complete as if it had been inaugurated by the sacred rite of conferitio. Marriage was a matter of simple private agreement, in which the man and the woman approached each other on a footing of equality. The wife retained full control of her own property. The barbarity of admitting an action for restitution of conjugal rights was impossible. Divorce was a private transaction to which the wife was as fully entitled as the husband, and it required no inquisitorial intervention of magistrate or court. Augustus ordained, indeed, that a public declaration was necessary, but the divorce itself was a private legal act of the two persons concerned. It is interesting to note this enlightened conception of marriage prevailing in the greatest and most masterful empire which has ever dominated the world at the period, not indeed of its greatest force-effort, the maximum of force, and the maximum of expansion, the bud and the full flower, are necessarily incompatible, but at the period of its fullest development in the chaos that followed the dissolution of the empire, Roman law remained as a precious legacy to the new developing nations. But its influence was inextricably mingled with that of Christianity, which, though not at the first anxious to set up marriage laws of its own, gradually revealed a growing ascetic feeling hostile, alike to the dignity of the married woman and the freedom of marriage and divorce. With that influence was combined the influence introduced through the Bible of the barbaric Jewish marriage system, conferring on the husband rights in marriage and divorce which were totally denied to the wife. This was an influence which gained still greater force at the Reformation, when the authority once accorded to the Church was largely transformed to the Bible. Finally, there was in a great part of Europe, including the most energetic and expansive parts, the influence of the Germans, an influence still more primitive than that of the Jews, involving the conception of the wife as almost her husband's chattel and marriage as a purchase. All these influences clashed, and often appeared side by side, though they could not be harmonized. The result was that the 1500 years that followed the complete conquest of Christianity represent on the whole the most degraded condition to which the marriage system has ever been known to fall for so long a period during the whole course of human history. At first, indeed, the beneficent influence of Rome continued in some degree to prevail and even exhibited new developments. In the time of the Christian emperors, freedom of divorce, by mutual consent, was alternately maintained and abolished. We even find the wise and far-seeing provision of the law enacting that a contract of the two parties never to separate could have no legal validity. Justinian's prohibition of divorce by consent led to much domestic unhappiness, and even crime, which appears to be the reason why it was immediately abrogated by his successor Theodosius, still maintaining the late Roman tradition of the moral equality of the sexes, allowed the wife equally with the husband to obtain a divorce for adultery. That is a point we have not yet attained in England today. It seems to be admitted on all sides that it was largely the fatal influence of the eruption of the barbarous Germans, which degraded when it failed to sweep away the noble conception of the equality of women with men, and the dignity and freedom of marriage, slowly molded, by the organizing genius of the Roman, into a great tradition which still retains a supreme value. The influence of Christianity had at the first no degrading influence of this kind for the ascetic ideal, was not yet predominant priests married as a matter of course, and there was no difficulty in accepting the marriage order established in the secular world. It was even possible to add to it a new vitality and freedom. But the Germans, with all the primitively acquisitive and combative instincts of untamed savages, went far beyond even the early Romans in the subjection of their wives. They allowed indeed to their unmarried girls a large measure of indulgence and even sexual freedom, just as the Christians also reverenced their virgins 319. But the German marriage system placed the wife, as compared to the wife of the Roman Empire, in a condition little better than that of a domestic slave in one form or another, under one disguise or another. The system of wife purchase prevailed among the Germans, and whenever that system is influential, even when the wife is honored, her privileges are diminished among the Teutonic peoples. Generally, as among the early English, marriage was indeed a private transaction, but it took the form of a sale of the bride by the father or other legal guardian to the bridegroom. The Bewedung was a real contract of sale marriage, was the most usual form of marriage. The ring indeed probably was not in origin, as some have supposed, a mark of servitude, but rather a form of bride price or raha, that is to say, earnest money on the contract of marriage, and so the symbol of it at first a sign of the bride's purchase. It was not till later that the ring acquired the significance of subjection to the bridegroom, and that significance later in the Middle Ages was further emphasized by other ceremonies. Thus in England, the York and Sarum manuals in some of their forms direct the bride, after the delivery of the ring, to fall at her husband's feet, and sometimes to kiss his right foot in Russia. Also, the bride kissed her husband's feet at a later period in France. This custom was attenuated, and it became customary for the bride to let the ring fall in front of the altar and then stoop at her husband's feet to pick it up. Feudalism, carried on, and by its military character, exaggerated these Teutonic influences. A fief was land held on condition of military service, and the nature of its influence on marriage is implied in that fact. The woman was given with the fief, and her own will counted for nothing. The Christian Church in the beginning accepted the forms of marriage already existing in those countries in which it found itself, the Roman forms in the lands of Latin tradition, and the German forms in Teutonic lands. It merely demanded, as it also demanded for other civil contracts, such as an ordinary sale, that they should be hallowed by priestly benediction. But the marriage was recognized by the Church even in the absence of such benediction. There was no special religious marriage service, either in the East or the West, earlier than the 6th century. It was simply the custom for the married couple, after the secular ceremonies were completed, to attend the church, listen to the ordinary service, and take the sacrament. A special marriage service was developed slowly, and it was no part of the real marriage during the 10th century. At all events in Italy and France, it was beginning to become customary to celebrate the first part of the real nuptials, still a purely temporal act, outside the church door. Soon this was followed by the regular bridemass, directly applicable to the occasion, inside the church. By the 12th century, the priest directed the ceremony, now involving an imposing ritual, which began outside the church and ended with the bridal mass inside. By the 13th century, the priest, superseding the guardians of the young couple himself, officiated through the whole ceremony. Up to that time, marriage had been a purely private business transaction. Thus, after more than a millennium of Christianity, not by law, but by the slow growth of custom, ecclesiastical marriage was established. It was undoubtedly an event of very great importance, not merely for the Church, but for the whole history of European marriage, even down to today. The whole of our public method of celebrating marriage today is based on that of the Catholic Church, as established in the 12th century, and formulated in the canon law. Even the publication of bans has its origin here, and the fact that in our modern civil marriage, the public ceremony takes place in an office, and not in a church may disguise, but cannot alter the fact that it is the direct and unquestionable descendant of the public ecclesiastical ceremony, which embodied the slow and subtle triumph, so slow and subtle that its history is difficult to trace off Christian priests over the private affairs of men and women. Before they set themselves to this task, marriage everywhere was the private business of the persons concerned. When they had completed their task, and it was not absolutely complete until the Council of Trento, private marriage had become a sin and almost a crime. It may seem a matter for surprise that the Church, which, as we know, had shown an ever greater tendency to reverence virginity and to cast contumely on the sexual relationship, should yet parallel with that movement, and with the growing influence of asceticism, have shown so great an anxiety to capture marriage, and to confer on it a public, dignified, and religious character. There was, however, no contradiction. The factors that were constituting European marriage taken as a whole were indeed of very diverse characters, and often involved unreconciled contradictions. But so far as the central efforts of the ecclesiastical legislators were concerned, there was a definite and intelligible point of view. The very depreciation of the sexual instinct involved the necessity, since the instinct could not be uprooted, of constituting for it a legitimate channel, so that ecclesiastical matrimony was, it has been said, analogous to a license to sell intoxicating liquors. Moreover, matrimony exhibited the power of the Church to confer on the license a dignity and distinction which would clearly separate it from the general stream of lust. Sexual enjoyment is impure. The faithful cannot partake of it until it has been purified by the ministrations of the Church. The solemnization of marriage was the necessary result of the sanctification of virginity. It became necessary to sanctify marriage also, and hence was developed the indissoluble sacrament of matrimony. The conception of marriage as a religious sacrament, a conception of far-reaching influence, is the great contribution of the Catholic Church to the history of marriage. It is important to remember that while Christianity brought the idea of marriage as a sacrament into the mainstream of the institutional history of Europe, that idea was merely developed, not invented by the Church. It is an ancient and even primitive idea. The Jews believed that marriage is a magical religious bond, having in it something mystical resembling a sacrament, and that idea, says Durkheim, L'année sociologique 8th year 1905 p. 419, is perhaps very archaic, and hangs on to the generally magic character of sex relations, the mere act of union. Crawley remarks the mystic Rose p. 318 concerning savages is potentially a marriage ceremony of the sacramental kind. One may even credit the earliest animistic men with some such vague conception before any ceremony became crystallized. The essence of a marriage ceremony, the same writer continues, is the joining together of a man and a woman. In the words of our English service, for this cause shall a man leave his father and mother, and shall be joined unto his wife, and they two shall be one flesh. At the other side of the world, amongst the Orang Benuas, these words are pronounced by an elder when a marriage is solemnized. Listen, all ye that are present, those that were distant are now brought together, those that were separated are now united. Marriage ceremonies in all stages of culture may be called religious with as much propriety as any ceremony. Whatever, those who were separated are now joined together. Those who were mutually taboo now break the taboo. Thus marriage ceremonies prevent sin and neutralize danger. The Catholic conception of marriage was, it is clear in essentials, precisely the primitive conception. Christianity drew the sacramental idea from the archaic traditions in popular consciousness, and its own ecclesiastical contribution lay in slowly giving that idea a formal and rigid shape, and in declaring it indissoluble. As among savages, it was in the act of consent that the essence of the sacrament lay. The intervention of the priest was not in principle necessary to give marriage its religiously binding character. The essence of the sacrament was mutual acceptance of each other by the man and the woman as husband and wife, and technically the priest who presided at the ceremony was simply a witness of the sacrament, the essential fact being thus the mental act of consent. The sacrament of matrimony had the peculiar character of being without any outward and visible sign. Perhaps it was this fact, instinctively felt as a weakness, which led to the immense emphasis on the indissolubility of the sacrament of matrimony, already established by St. Augustine. The canonists brought forward various arguments to account for that indissolubility, and a frequent argument has always been the scriptural application of the term one flesh to married couples, but the favorite argument of the canonists was that matrimony represents the union of Christ with the Church that is indissoluble, and therefore its image must be indissoluble es mean opsit. Vol. IP 64, in part, also one may well believe the idea of the indissolubility of marriage suggested itself to the ecclesiastical mind by a natural association of ideas. The vow of virginity in monasticism was indissoluble, ought not the vow of sexual relationship in matrimony to be similarly indissoluble. It appears that it was not until 1164, in Peter Lombard's sentences, that clear and formal recognition is found of matrimony as one of the 7 sacraments. Howard op. Cit. Vol. IP 333. The Church, however, had not only made marriage a religious act, it had also made it a public act. The officiating priest, who had now become the arbiter of marriage, was bound by all the injunctions and prohibitions of the Church, and he could not allow himself to bend to the inclinations and interests of individual couples or their guardians. It was inevitable that in this matter, as in other similar matters, a code of ecclesiastical regulations should be gradually developed for his guidance. This need of the Church, due to its growing control of the world's affairs, was the origin of canon law. With the development of canon law, the whole field of the regulation of the sexual relationships and the control of its aberrations became an exclusively ecclesiastical matter. The secular law could take no more direct cognizance of adultery than of fornication or masturbation. Bigamy, incest, and sodomy were not temporal crimes. The Church was supreme in the whole sphere of sex. It was during the 12th century that canon law developed, and Gratian was the mastermind who first molded it. He belonged to the Bolognese school of jurisprudence, which had inherited the sane traditions of Roman law. The canons which Gratian compiled were, however, no more the mere result of legal traditions than they were the outcome of cloistered theological speculation. They were the result of a response to the practical needs of the day before those needs had time to form a foundation for fine-spun subtleties. At a somewhat later period, before the close of the century, the Italian jurists were vanquished by the Gallic theologians of Paris, as represented by Peter Lombard. The result was the introduction of mischievous complexities, which went far to rob canon law alike of its certainty and its adaptation to human necessities. Notwithstanding, however, all the parasitic accretions, which swiftly began to form around the canon law, and to entangle its practical activity, that legislation embodied predominantly at the outset, and more obscurely throughout its whole period of vital activity, a sound core of real value. The canon law recognized at the outset that the essential fact of marriage is the actual sexual union, accomplished with the intention of inaugurating a permanent relationship, the copula carnalis, the making of two one flesh, according to the scriptural phrase, a mystic symbol of the union of the Church to Christ, was the essence of marriage, and the mutual consent of the couple alone sufficed to constitute marriage, even without any religious benediction, or without any ceremony at all. The formless and unblessed union was still a real and binding marriage, if the two parties had willed it so to be. Whatever hard things may be said about the canon law, it must never be forgotten that it carried through the Middle Ages, until the middle of the 16th century, the great truth that the essence of marriage lies not in rites and forms, but in the mutual consent of the two persons who marry each other. When the Catholic Church, in its growing rigidity, lost that conception, it was taken up by the Protestants and Puritans in their first stage of ardent vital activity, though it was more or less dropped, as they fell back into a state of subservience to forms. It continued to be maintained by moralists and poets. Thus George Chapman, the dramatist who was both moralist and poet in The Gentleman Usher 1606, represents the rightless marriage of his hero and heroine, which the latter thus introduces. May not we now our contract make and marry before heaven? Are not the laws of God and nature more than formal laws of men? Are outward rites more virtuous than the very substance is of holy nuptials solemnized with the eternal acts of our pure souls? Knit us with God, the soul of all the world. He shall be priest to us, and with such rites as we can here devise we will express and strongly ratify our heart's true vows, which no external violence shall dissolve. And today Ellen Key, the distinguished prophet of marriage reform, declares at the end of her Lieb und Ehe that the true marriage law contains only the paragraph, they who love each other are husband and wife. The establishment of marriage on this sound and naturalistic basis had the further excellent result that it placed the man, and the woman who could thus constitute marriage by their consent, in entire disregard of the wishes of their parents or families, on the same moral level. Here the Church was following alike the later Romans, and the early Christians like Lactantius and Jerome, who had declared that what was licit for a man was licit for a woman. The penitentials also attempted to set up this same moral law for both sexes. The canonists finally allowed assert supremacy to the husband, though on the other hand, they sometimes seemed to assign even the chief part in marriage to the wife, and the attempt was made to derive the word matrimonium from matris munium, thereby declaring the maternal function to be the essential fact of marriage. The sound elements in the canon law conception of marriage were, however, from a very early period largely, if not altogether, neutralized by the verbal subtleties by which they were overlaid, and even by its own fundamental original defects. Even in the 13th century, it began to be possible to attach a superior force to marriage verbally formed per verba de PR senti, than to one constituted by sexual union, while so many impediments to marriage were set up, that it became difficult to know what marriages were valid. An important point, since a marriage even innocently contracted within the prohibited degrees was only a putative marriage, the most serious and the most profoundly unnatural feature of this ecclesiastical conception of marriage was the flagrant contradiction between the extreme facility with which the gate of marriage was flung open to the young couple, even if they were little more than children, and the extreme rigor with which it was locked and bolted when they were inside. That is still the defect of the marriage system we have inherited from the Church, but in the hands of the canonists, it was emphasized both on the side of its facility for entrance and of its difficulty for exit alike, from the standpoint of reason and of humanity. The gate that is easy of ingress must be easy of egress, or if the exit is necessarily difficult, then extreme care must be taken in admission. But neither of these necessary precautions was possible to the canonists. Matrimony was a sacrament, and all must be welcome to a sacrament, the more so since otherwise they may be thrust into the mortal sin of fornication. On the other side, since matrimony was a sacrament when once truly formed beyond the permissible power of verbal quibbles, to invalidate it could never be abrogated the very institution that in the view of the Church had been set up as a bulwark against license became itself an instrument for artificially creating license, so that the net result of the canon law in the long run was the production of a state of things which in the eyes of a large part of Christendom then neutralized the soundness of its original conception. In England, where from the 9th century marriage was generally accepted by the ecclesiastical and temporal powers, as indissoluble, canon law was in the main established, as in the rest of Christendom. There were, however, certain points in which canon law was not accepted by the law of England. By English law, a ceremony before a priest was necessary to the validity of a marriage, though in Scotland, the canon law doctrine was accepted. That simple consent of the parties, even exchanged secretly, sufficed to constitute marriage. Again, the issue of a void marriage, contracted in innocence, and the issue of persons who subsequently marry each other, are legitimate by canon law, but not by the common law of England. Geary marriage and family relations, p. 3 Pollock and Maitland Lock Sit. The canonists regarded the disabilities attaching to bastardy as a punishment inflicted on the offending parents, and considered therefore that no burden should fall on the children when there had been a ceremony in good faith on the part of one at least of the parents. In this respect, the English law is less reasonable and humane. It was at the Council of Merton in 1236 that the barons of England rejected the proposal to make the laws of England harmonize with the canon law, that is, with the ecclesiastical law of Christendom, generally in allowing children born before wedlock to be legitimated by subsequent marriage. Grosseteste poured forth his eloquence and his arguments in favor of the change, but in vain, and the law of England has ever since stood alone in this respect. Freeman Merton, Priory, English towns and districts. The proposal was rejected in the famous formula nolumus legs, angli mutare, a formula which merely stood for an unreasonable and inhumane obstinacy. In the United States, while by common law subsequent marriage fails to legitimate children born before marriage in many of the states, the subsequent marriage of the parents affects by statute the legitimacy of the child, sometimes, as in Maine, automatically, more usually, as in Massachusetts, through special acknowledgement by the father. The appearance of Luther and the Reformation involved the decay of the canon law system so far as Europe as a whole was concerned, It was for many reasons impossible for the Protestant reformers to retain formally either the Catholic conception of matrimony or the precariously elaborate legal structure which the Church had built up on that conception. It can scarcely be said, indeed, that the Protestant attitude towards the Catholic idea of matrimony was altogether a clear, logical, or consistent attitude. It was a revolt and emotional impulse, rather than a matter of reasoned principle in its inevitable necessity. Under the circumstances of the rise of Protestantism lies its justification, and on the whole its wholesome soundness. It took the form, which may seem strange, in a religious movement of proclaiming that marriage is not a religious, but a secular matter. Marriage is, said Luther, a worldly thing, and Calvin put it on the same level as house-building, farming, or shoemaking. But while this secularization of marriage represents the general and final drift of Protestantism, the leaders of Protestantism were themselves not altogether confident and clear-sighted in the matter. Even Luther was a little confused on this point. Sometimes he seems to call marriage a sacrament, sometimes a temporal business to be left to the state. It was the latter view which tended to prevail. But at first there was a period of confusion, if not of chaos, in the minds of the reformers. Not only were they not always convinced in their own minds, they were at variance with each other, especially on the very practical question of divorce. Luther, on the whole, belonged to the more rigid party, including Calvin and Beza, which would grant divorce only for adultery and malicious desertion. Some, including many of the early English Protestants, were in favor of allowing the husband to divorce for adultery, but not the wife. Another party, including Zwingli, were influenced by Erasmus, a more liberal direction, and moving towards the standpoint of Roman imperial legislation admitted various causes of divorce. Some, like Bucer, anticipating Milton, would even allow divorce when the husband was unable to love his wife at the beginning. Some of the reformers adopted the principle of self-divorce as it prevailed among the Jews, and was accepted by some early church councils in this way. Luther held that the cause for the divorce itself affected the divorce without any judicial decree, though a magisterial permission was needed for remarriage. This question of remarriage and the treatment of the adulterer were also matters of dispute. The remarriage of the innocent party was generally accepted in England. It began in the middle of the 16th century, was pronounced valid by the Archbishop of Canterbury, and confirmed by Parliament. Many reformers were opposed, however, to the remarriage of the adulterous party. Bust, Beza, and Melanchthon would have him hanged, and so settle the question of remarriage. Luther and Calvin would like to kill him, but since the civil rulers were slack in adopting that measure, they allowed him to remarry, if possible, in some other part of the country. The final outcome was that Protestantism framed a conception of marriage mainly on the legal and economic factor, a factor not ignored, but strictly subordinated by the canonists, and regarded it as essentially a contract. In so doing, they were on the negative side, effecting a real progress, for they broke the power of an antiquated and artificial system. But on the positive side, they were merely returning to a conception which prevails in barbarous societies, and is most pronounced when marriage is most assimilable to purchase. The steps taken by Protestantism involved a considerable change in the nature of marriage, but not necessarily any great changes in its form. Marriage was no longer a sacrament, but it was still a public and not a private function, and was still, however, inconsistently solemnized in church. And as Protestantism had no rival code to set up both in Germany and England, it fell back on the general principles of canon law, modifying them to suit its own special attitude and needs. It was the later Puritanic movement, first in the Netherlands 1580, then in England 1653, and afterwards in New England, which introduced a serious and coherent conception of Protestant marriage and began to establish it on a civil base. The English reformers under Edward Roman VI and his enlightened advisers, including Archbishop Cranmer, took liberal views of marriage and were prepared to carry through many admirable reforms. The early death of that king exerted a profound influence on the legal history of English marriage. The Catholic reaction under Queen Mary killed off the more radical reformers, while the subsequent accession of Queen Elizabeth, whose attitude towards marriage was grudging, illiberal, and old-fashioned, approximating to that of her father Henry Roman VIII, as witnessed, for instance, in her decided opposition to the marriage of the clergy, permanently affected English marriage law. It became less liberal than that of other Protestant countries, and closer to that of Catholic countries. The reform of marriage attempted by the Puritans began in England in 1644, when an act was passed asserting marriage to be no sacrament nor peculiar to the Church of God, but common to mankind and of public interest to every commonwealth, the act added notwithstanding that it was expedient marriage should be solemnized by a lawful minister of the word. The more radical Act of 1653 swept away this provision and made marriage purely secular. The banns were to be published by registrars specially appointed in the church, or if the parties desired the marketplace, the marriage was to be performed by a justice of the peace. The age of consent to marriage for a man was made 16, for a woman 14. Scobel's Acts and Ordinances, pp. 86-236. The Restoration abolished this sensible act and reintroduced canon law traditions, but the Puritan conception of marriage was carried over to America, where it took root and flourished. It was out of Puritanism, moreover, as represented by Milton, that the first genuinely modern, though as yet still imperfect, conception of the marriage relationship was destined to emerge. The early reformers in this matter acted mainly from an obscure instinct of natural revolt in an environment of plebeian materialism. The Puritans were moved by their feeling for simplicity and civil order as the conditions for religious freedom. Milton, in his Doctrine and Discipline of Divorce, published in 1643, when he was 35 years of age, proclaimed the supremacy of the substance of marriage, the form of it, and the spiritual autonomy of the individual. In the regulation of that form, he had grasped the meaning of that conception of personal responsibility, which is the foundation of sexual relationships, as they are beginning to appear to men today. If Milton had left behind him only his writings on marriage and divorce, they would have sufficed to stamp him with the seal of genius. Christendom had to wait a century and a half before another man of genius of the first rank, Wilhelm von Humboldt, spoke out with equal authority and clearness in favor of free marriage and free divorce. It is to the honor of Milton, and one of his chief claims on our gratitude, that he is the first great protagonist in Christendom of the doctrine that marriage is a private matter, and that therefore it should be freely dissoluble by mutual consent, or even at the desire of one of the parties. We owe to him, says Howard, the boldest defense of the liberty of divorce, which had yet appeared if taken in the abstract, and applied to both sexes alike. It is perhaps the strongest defense which can be made through an appeal to mere authority, though his arguments, being based on reason and experience, are often ill sustained by his authority. He is really speaking the language of the modern social reformer, and Milton's writings on this subject are now sometimes ranked in importance above all his other work. Masson Life of Milton Vol. Roman 3, Howard Op. Cit. Vol. Roman 2 p. 86, Vol. Roman 3 p. 251 Roman 100, B. Wheeler Milton's Doctrine and Discipline of Divorce 19th century, Jan 1907. Marriage, said Milton, is not a mere carnal coition, but a human society. Where that cannot be had, there can be no true marriage. Doctrine of Divorce, BK, ICH Roman 13. It is a covenant, the very being whereof consists not in a forced cohabitation and counterfeit performance of duties, but in unfeigned love and peace. Ib. Ch. Roman 6. Any marriage that is less than this is an idle nothing in the world. The weak point in Milton's presentation of the matter is that he never explicitly accords to the wife the same power of initiative in marriage and divorce. As to the husband, there is, however, nothing in his argument to prevent its equal application to the wife, an application which, while never asserting, he never denies, and it has been pointed out that he assumes that women are the equals of men and demands from them intellectual and spiritual companionship. However ready Milton may have been to grant complete equality of divorce to the wife, it would have been impossible for a 17th-century Puritan to have obtained any hearing for such a doctrine. His arguments would have been received with, if that were possible, even more neglect than they actually met. Milton's scornful sonnet concerning the reception of his book is well known. Milton insists that in the conventional Christian marriage exclusive importance is attached to carnal connection, so long as that connection is possible, no matter what antipathy may exist between the couple, no matter how mistaken they may have been through any error, concealment, or misadventure, no matter if it is impossible for them to live in any union or contentment all their days, yet the marriage still holds good. The two must fadge together. Opposite BK. It is the canon law, he says, which is at fault doubtless by the policy of the devil, for the canon law leads to licentiousness. Opposite, it is, he argues, the absence of reasonable liberty which causes license, and it is the men who desire to retain the privileges of license who oppose the introduction of reasonable liberty. The just ground for divorce is indisposition unfitness, or contrariety of mind, arising from a cause in nature unchangeable hindering, and ever likely to hinder the main benefits of conjugal society, which are solace and peace without the deep and serious verity of mutual love wedlock, is nothing but the empty husks of a mere outside matrimony, a mere hypocrisy, and must be dissolved op sit. Milton goes beyond the usual Puritan standpoint, and not only rejects courts and magistrates, but approves of self-divorce, for divorce cannot rightly belong to any civil or earthly power, since ofttimes the causes of seeking divorce reside so deeply in the radical and innocent affections of nature, as is not within the diocese of law to tamper with. He adds that for the prevention of injustice special points may be referred to the magistrate, who should not, however, in any case, be able to forbid divorce op sit bk Roman 2 ch Roman 21. Speaking from a standpoint which we have not even yet attained, he protests against the absurdity of authorizing a judicial court to toss about and divulge the unaccountable and secret reason of disaffection between man and wife. In modern times, Hinton was accustomed to compare the marriage law to the law of the Sabbath as broken by Jesus. We find exactly the same comparison in Milton. The Sabbath, he believes, was made for God. Yet, when the good of man comes into the scales, we have that voice of infinite goodness and benignity, that Sabbath was made for man, and not man for Sabbath. What thing ever was made more for man alone, and less for God than marriage op sit bk ich? Zai, if man be Lord of the Sabbath, can he be less than Lord of marriage? Milton, in this matter, as in others, stood outside the currents of his age. His conception of marriage made no more impression on contemporary life than his Paradise Lost. Even his own Puritan party, who had passed the Act of 1653, had strangely failed to transfer divorce and nullity cases to the temporal courts, which would at least have been a step on the right road. The Puritan influence was transferred to America, and constituted the leaven which still works in producing the liberal, though too minutely detailed, divorce laws of many states. The American secular marriage procedure followed that set up by the English Commonwealth, and the dictum of the great Quaker George Fox, "We marry none, but are witnesses of it," which was really the sound kernel in the canon law, is regarded as the spirit of the marriage law of the conservative but liberal state of Pennsylvania, where as recently as 1885 a statute was passed expressly authorizing a man and woman to solemnize their own marriage. In England itself, the reforms in marriage law effected by the Puritans were at the Restoration largely submerged. For 2.5 centuries longer, the English spiritual courts administered what was substantially the old canon law. Divorce had indeed become more difficult than before the Reformation, and the married woman's lot was in consequence harder. From the 16th century to the second half of the 19th, English marriage law was peculiarly harsh and rigid, much less liberal than that of any other Protestant country. Divorce was unknown to the ordinary English law, and a special Act of Parliament at enormous expense was necessary to procure it in individual cases. There was even an attitude of self-righteousness in the maintenance of this system. It was regarded as moral. There was complete failure to realize that nothing is more immoral than the existence of unreal sexual unions, not only from the point of view of theoretical, but also of practical morality, for no community could tolerate a majority of such unions. In 1857, an act for reforming the system was at last passed with great difficulty. It was a somewhat incoherent and makeshift measure, and was avowedly put forward only as a step towards further reform, but it still substantially governs English procedure, and in the eyes of many has set a permanent standard of morality. The spirit of blind conservatism, nolumus legs angli muter, which in this sphere had reasserted itself after the vital movement of reform and Puritanism, still persists in questions of marriage and divorce. English legislation and English public feeling are behind alike both the Latin land of France and the puritanically molded land of the United States. The author of an able and temperate essay on the question of English divorce, summing up the characteristics of the English divorce law, concludes that it is 1 unequal, 2 immoral, 3 contradictory, 4 illogical, 5 uncertain, and 6 unsuited to present requirements. It was only grudgingly introduced in a bill presented to Parliament in 1857, which was stubbornly resisted during a whole session, not only on religious grounds by the opponents of divorce, but also by the friends of divorce, who desired a more liberal measure. It dealt with the sexes unequally granting the husband, but not the wife, divorce for adultery alone. In introducing the bill, the Attorney General apologized for this defect, stating that the measure was not intended to be final, but merely as a step towards further legislation that was more than half a century ago. But the further step has not yet been taken, incomplete and unsatisfactory. As the measure was, it seems to have been regarded by many as revolutionary and dangerous in the highest degree. The author of an article on modern divorce in the Universal Review for July 1859, while approving in principle of the establishment of a special divorce court, yet declared that the new court was tending to destroy marriage as a social institution and to sap female chastity, and that everyone now is a husband and wife, at will no one, he adds, can now justly quibble at a deficiency of matrimonial vomitories. Yet according to this law, it is not even possible for a wife to obtain a divorce for her husband's adultery, unless he is also cruel or deserts her. At first, cruelty meant physical cruelty, and of a serious kind, but in course of time the meaning of the word was extended to pain inflicted on the mind, and now coldness and neglect may almost of themselves constitute cruelty, though the English court has sometimes had the greatest hesitation in accepting the most atrocious forms of refined cruelty, because it involved no physical element. The time may very reasonably be looked forward to. However, a legal writer has stated, Montmorency, The Changing Status of a Married Woman, Law Quarterly, Review, April 1897, when almost any act of misconduct will in itself be considered to convey such mental agony to the innocent party as to constitute the cruelty requisite under the Act of 1857. The question of cruelty is fully discussed in J. R. Bishop's Commentaries on Marriage, Divorce, and Separation, 1891 vol. ICH Roman 49, cf. Howard Op. Cit. vol. Roman 2 p. 111. There can be little doubt, however, that cruelty alone is a reasonable cause for divorce in many American states, where the facilities for divorce are much greater than in England. Cruelty is recognized as itself sufficient cause, whether the wife or the husband is the complainant. The acts of cruelty alleged have sometimes been seemingly very trivial, thus, divorces have been pronounced America on the ground of the cruel and inhuman conduct of a wife who failed to sew her husband's buttons on, or because a wife struck plaintiff a violent blow with her bustle, or because a husband does not cut his toenails, or because during our whole married life, my husband has never offered to take me out riding. This has been a source of great mental suffering and injury in many other cases. It must be added the cruelty inflicted by the husband even by the wife, for, though usually, it is not always the husband, who is the brudes of an atrocious and heartrending character. Report on Marriage and Divorce in the United States, issued by Hun Carroll Roman 500, Right Commissioner of Labor 1889, but even in many of the apparently trivial cases of a husband who will not wash and a wife who is constantly evincing a hasty temperament, must be admitted that circumstances which in the more ordinary relationships of life may be tolerated become intolerable in the intimate relationship of sexual union. As a matter of fact, it has been found by careful investigation that the American courts weigh well the cases that come before them and are not careless in the granting of decrees of divorce. In 1859, an exaggerated importance was attached to the gross reasons for divorce to the neglect of subtle, but equally fatal impediments to the continuance of marriage. This was pointed out by Gladstone, who was opposed to making adultery a cause of divorce at all. We have many causes, he said, more fatal to the great obligation of marriage, as disease, idiocy, crime, involving punishment for life. Nowadays, we are beginning to recognize not only such causes as these, but others of a far more intimate character, which, as Milton long ago realized, cannot be embodied in statutes or pleaded in law courts. The matrimonial bond is not merely a physical union, and we have to learn that, as the author of The Question of English Divorce, p. 49, remarks, other than physical divergencies are in fact by far the most important of the originating causes of matrimonial disaster. In England and Wales, more husbands than wives petition for divorce. The wives who petition, being about 40% of the whole divorces, are increasing, though the number is not large. In 1907, about 1,300, of whom less than half remarried. The inadequacy of the divorce law is shown by the fact that during the same year about 7,000 orders for judicial separation were issued by magistrates. These separation orders not only do not give the right to remarry, but they make it impossible to obtain divorce. They are in effect an official permission to form relationships outside state marriage. In the United States, during the years 18,871,906, nearly 40% of the divorces granted were for desertion, which is variously interpreted in different states, and must often mean a separation by mutual consent of the remainder 19% were for unfaithfulness, and the same proportion for cruelty. But while the divorces granted to husbands for the infidelity of their wives are nearly 3 times as great proportionately as those granted to wives for their husbands' adultery, with regard to cruelty, it is the reverse: wives obtaining 27% of their divorces on that ground and husbands only 10%. In Prussia, divorce is increasing. In 1907, there were 8,000 divorces, the cause in half the cases being adultery, and in about 1,000 cases malicious desertion. In cases of desertion, the husbands were the guilty parties nearly twice as often as the wives. In cases of adultery, only a fifth to an eighth part. There cannot be the slightest doubt that the difficulty, the confusion, the inconsistency, and the flagrant indecency which surround divorce and the methods of securing it are due solely and entirely to the subtle persistence of traditions, based on the one hand on the canon law doctrines of the indissolubility of marriage and the sin of sexual intercourse outside marriage, and on the other hand on the primitive idea of marriage as a contract, which economically subordinates the wife to the husband and renders her person, or at all events her guardianship, his property. It is only when we realize how deeply these traditions have become embedded in the religious, legal, social, and sentimental life of Europe that we can understand how it is that barbaric notions of marriage and divorce can today subsist in a stage of civilization which has in many respects advanced beyond such notions. The canon law conception of the abstract religious sanctity of matrimony, when transferred to the moral sphere, makes a breach of the marriage relationship seem a public wrong. The conception of the contractive subordination of the wife makes such a breach on her part, and even by transference of ideas on his part, seem a private wrong. These two ideas of wrong incoherently flourish side by side in the vulgar mind, even today. The economic subordination of the wife as a species of property significantly comes into view when we find that a husband can claim and often secure large sums of money from the man who sexually approaches his property, by such trespass damaging it in its master's eyes. To a psychologist, it would be obvious that a husband who has lacked the skill so to gain and to hold his wife's love and respect that it is not perfectly easy and natural to her to reject the advances of any other man, owes at least as much damages to her as she or her partner owes to him, while if the failure is really on her side, if she is so incapable of responding to love and trust, and so easy a prey to an outsider, then surely the husband, far from wishing for any money compensation, should consider himself more than fully compensated by being delivered from the necessity of supporting such a woman. In the absence of any false traditions that would be obvious, it might not indeed be unreasonable that a husband should pay heavily in order to free himself from a wife, whom evidently he has made a serious mistake in choosing, but to ordain that a man should actually be indemnified because he has shown himself incapable of winning a woman's love is an idea that could not occur in a civilized society that was not twisted by inherited prejudice. Yet, as matters are today, there are civilized countries in which it is legally possible for a husband to enter a prayer for damages against his wife's paramour, in combination with either a petition for judicial separation or for dissolution of wedlock. In this way, adultery is not a crime but a private injury. At the same time, however, the influence of canon law comes inconsistently to the surface and asserts that a breach of matrimony is a public wrong, a sin, transformed by the state into something almost or quite like a crime. This is clearly indicated by the fact that in some countries, the adulterer is liable to imprisonment, a liability scarcely nowadays carried into practice. But exactly the same idea is beautifully illustrated by the doctrine of collusion, which in theory is still strictly observed in many countries. According to the doctrine of collusion, the conditions necessary to make the divorce possible must on no account be secured by mutual agreement. In practice, it is impossible to prevent more or less collusion, but if proved in court, it constitutes an absolute impediment to the granting of a divorce, however just and imperative the demand for divorce may be. The English Divorce Act of 1857 refused divorce when there was collusion as well as when there was any countercharge against the petitioner, and the Matrimonial Causes Act of 1860 provided the machinery for guaranteeing these bars to divorce. This question of collusion is discussed by G.P. Bishop op. Cit. Vol. Roman 2 ch. Roman 9. However, just a cause may be bishop. Remarks if parties collude in its management, so that in real fact both parties are plaintiffs, while by the record, the one appears as plaintiff, and the other as defendant, it cannot go forward. All conduct of this sort, disturbing to the course of justice, falls within the general idea of fraud on the court. Such is the doctrine in principle everywhere. It is quite evident that from the social or the moral point of view, it is best that when a husband and wife can no longer live together, they should part amicably, and in harmonious agreement, effect all the arrangements rendered necessary by their separation. The law ridiculously forbids them to do so, and declares that they must not part at all unless they are willing to part as enemies. In order to reach a still lower depth of absurdity and immorality, the law goes on to say that if, matter of fact, they have succeeded in becoming enemies to each other to such an extent that each has wrongs to plead against the other party, they cannot be divorced at all. That is to say that, when a married couple have reached a degree of separation, which makes it imperatively necessary, not merely in their own interests, but in the moral interests of society, that they should be separated, and their relations to other parties concerned regularized, then they must on no account be separated. It is clear how these provisions of the law are totally opposed to the demands of reason and morality, yet at the same time, it is equally clear how no efforts of the lawyers, however skillful or humane, those efforts may be, can bring the present law into harmony with the demands of modern civilization. It is not the lawyers who are at fault. They have done their best, and in England, it is entirely owing to the skillful and cautious way in which the judges have, so far as possible, pressed the law into harmony with modern needs, that our antiquated divorce laws have survived at all. It is the system which is wrong. That system is the illegitimate outgrowth of the canon law, which grew up around conceptions long since dead. It involves the placing of the person who imperils the theoretical indissolubility of the matrimonial bond in the position of a criminal now that he can no longer be publicly condemned as a sinner. To aid and abet that criminal is itself an offense, and the aider and abetter of the criminal must therefore be inconsequently punished by the curious method of refraining from punishing the criminal. We do not openly assert that the defendant in a divorce case is a criminal. That would be to render the absurdity of it too obvious, and moreover would be hardly consistent with the permission to claim damages, which is based on a different idea. We hover uncertainly between two conceptions of divorce, both of them bad, each inconsistent with the other, and neither of them capable of being pushed to its logical conclusions. The result is that if a perfectly virtuous married couple comes forward to claim divorce, they are told that it is out of the question, for in such a case there must be a defendant. They are to be punished for their virtue. If each commits adultery, and they again come forward to claim divorce, they are told that it is still out of the question, for there must be a plaintiff. Before they were punished for their virtue, now they are to be punished in exactly the same way for their lack of it. The couple must humor the law by adopting a course of action, which may be utterly repugnant to both. If only the wife alone will commit adultery, if only the husband will commit adultery, and also inflict some act of cruelty upon his wife, if the innocent party will descend to the degradation of employing detectives and hunting up witnesses, the law is at their feet, and hastens to accord to both parties the permission to remarry, provided of course that the parties have arranged this without collusion. That is to say that our law, with its ecclesiastical traditions behind it, says to the wife, be a sinner, or to the husband, be a sinner, and a criminal. Then we will do all you wish. The law puts a premium on sin and on crime in order to pile absurdity on absurdity. It claims that this is done in the cause of public morality. To those who accept this point of view, it seems that the sweeping away of divorce laws would undermine the bases of morality, yet there can be little doubt that the sooner such morality is undermined, and indeed utterly destroyed, the better it will be for true morality. There is an influential movement in England for the reform of divorce on the grounds that the present law is unjust, illogical, and immoral, represented by the Divorce Law Reform Union. Even the former president of the Divorce Court, Lord Gorrell, declared from the bench in 1906 that the English law produces deplorable results and is full of inconsistencies, anomalies, and inequalities, amounting almost to absurdities. The points in the law which have aroused most protest, as being most behind the law of other nations, are the great expense of divorce, the inequality of the sexes, the failure to grant divorces for desertion, and in cases of hopeless insanity, and the failure of separation orders, to enable the separated parties to marry again. Separation orders are granted by magistrates for cruelty, adultery, and desertion. This separation is really the direct descendant of the canon law divorce immensa et thoro, and the inability to marry which it involves is merely a survival of the canon law tradition. At the present time, magistrates exercising their discretion, it is admitted in a careful and prudent manner issue some 7,000 separation orders annually, so that every year the population is increased by 14,000 individuals, mostly in the age of sexual vigor, and some little more than children who are forbidden by law to form legal marriages. They contribute powerfully to the great forward movement, which, as was shown in the previous chapter, marks the morality of our age. But it is highly undesirable that free marriages should be formed helplessly by couples who have no choice in the matter, for it is unlikely that under such circumstances, any high level of personal responsibility can be reached. The matter could be easily remedied by dropping altogether a canon law tradition which no longer has any vitality or meaning, and giving to the magistrate's separation order the force of a decree of divorce. New Zealand and the Australian colonies led by Victoria in 1889 have passed divorce laws, which, while more or less framed on the English model, represent a distinct advance. Thus in New Zealand, the grounds for divorce are adultery on either side, willful desertion, habitual drunkenness, and conviction to imprisonment for a term of years. It is natural that an Englishman should feel acutely sensitive to this blot in the law of England, and desire the speedy disappearance of a system so open to scathing sarcasm. It is natural that every humane person should grow impatient of the spectacle of so many blighted lives, of so much misery, inflicted on innocent persons and on persons who, even when technically guilty, are often the victims of unnatural circumstances. The persistence of a medieval system of ecclesiastical tyranny and inquisitorial insolence, into an age when sexual relationships are becoming regarded as the sacred secret of the persons intimately concerned, and when more and more we rely on the responsibility of the individual in making and maintaining such relationships. When, however, we refrain from concentrating our attention on particular countries and embrace the general movement of civilization in the matter of divorce during recent times, there cannot be the slightest doubt as to the direction of that movement. England was a pioneer in the movement half a century ago, and today every civilized country is moving in the same direction. France broke with the old ecclesiastical tradition of the indissolubility of matrimony in 1885 by a divorce law. In some respects, very reasonable, the wife may obtain a divorce on an equality with the husband, though she is liable to imprisonment for adultery. The correspondent occupies a very subordinate position in adultery charges, and facility is offered for divorce on the ground of simple injures graves, excluding as far as possible mere incompatibility of temper, while the judge has the power, which he often successfully exerts, to effect a reconciliation in private, or to grant a decree without public trial. The influence of France has doubtless been influential in molding the divorce laws of the other Latin countries. In Prussia, an enlightened divorce law formerly prevailed by which it was possible for a couple to separate without scandal when it was clearly shown that they could not live together in agreement. But the German Code of 1900 introduced provisions as regards divorce which were, in some respects, more liberal than those of the English law, especially by permitting divorce for desertion and insanitiere on the whole retrograde, as compared with the earlier Prussian law, and placed the matter on a cruder and more brutal basis. For 2 years after the code came into operations, the number of divorces sank. After that, the public and the courts adapted themselves to the new provisions, more especially one which allowed divorce for serious neglect of conjugal duties, and the number of divorces began to increase with great rapidity. But, remarks Hirschfeld, how painful it has now become to read divorce cases. One side abuses the other, makes accusations of the grossest character, employs detectives to obtain the necessary proofs of dishonorable and immoral conduct, whereas, before both parties realized that they had been deceived in each other, that they failed to suit each other, and that they could no longer live together. Thus we see that the narrowing of individual responsibility in sexual matters has not only had no practical effect, but leads to injurious results of a serious kind in England. A similar state of things has prevailed ever since divorce was established, but it seems to have become too familiar to excite either pain or disgust. Yet, as Edner has pointed out, it has moved in a direction contrary to the general tendency of civilization. not only by increasing the inquisitorial authority of public courts, but by emphasizing merely external causes of divorce and abolishing the more subtle internal causes, which constantly grow in importance with the refinement of civilization. In Austria, until recent years, canon law ruled absolutely, and matrimony was indissoluble, as it still remains for the Catholic population. The results as regards matrimonial happiness were in the highest degree deplorable. Half a century ago, Grosshofinger investigated the marital happiness of 100 Viennese couples of all social classes without choice of cases, and presented the results. In detail, he found that 48 couples were positively unhappy, only 16 were undoubtedly happy, and even among these, there was only one case in which happiness resulted from mutual faithfulness, happiness, in the other cases being only attained by setting aside the question of fidelity. This picture, it is to be hoped, no longer remains true. There is an influential Austrian marriage reform association publishing a journal called Die Fessel, or the Fetter One, was chained to another, we are told, in certain circumstances. This must have been the worst and most torturing penalty of all. The most bizarre and repulsive couplings took place there, where it is true many affectionate companionships of the chain, but there were many more which inflicted an eternity of suffering upon one of the pair. This quotation, it must be added, has nothing to do with what the canonists, borrowing the technical term for a prisoner's shackles, suggestively termed the vinculum matrimoniae. It was written many years ago concerning the galleys of the old French convict system. It is, however, recalled to one's mind by the title, which the Austrian Marriage Reform Association has given to its official organ. Russia, where the marriage laws are arranged by the Holy Synod, aided by jurists, stands almost alone among the great countries in the reasonable simplicity of its divorce provisions. Before 1907, divorce was very difficult to obtain in Russia, but in that year, it became possible for a married couple to separate by mutual consent, and after living apart for a year to become thereby entitled to a divorce, enabling them to remarry. This provision is in accordance with the humane conception of the sexual relationship, which has always tended to prevail in Russia, whither, it must be remembered, the stern and unnatural ideals of compulsory celibacy, cherished by the Western Church, never completely penetrated the clergy of the Eastern Church, are married though the marriage must take place before they enter the priesthood, and they could not sympathize with the antisexual tone of the marriage regulations laid down by the celibate clergy of the West. Switzerland, again, which has been regarded as the political laboratory of Europe, also stands apart in the liberality of its divorce legislation. A renewable divorce for 2 years may be obtained in Switzerland when there are circumstances which seriously affect the maintenance of the conjugal tie. To the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg finally belongs the honor of having firmly maintained throughout the great principle of divorce by mutual consent under legal conditions, as established by Napoleon in his Code of 1803. The smaller countries generally are in advance of the large in matters of divorce law. The Norwegian law is liberal. The new Romanian Code permits divorce by mutual consent, provided both parents grant equal shares of their property to the children. The little Principality of Monaco has recently introduced the reasonable provision of granting divorce for, among other causes, alcoholism, syphilis, and epilepsy, so protecting the future race. Outside Europe, the most instructive example of the tendency of divorce is undoubtedly furnished by the United States of America. The divorce laws of the states are mainly on a puritanic basis, and they retain not only the puritanic love of individual freedom, but the puritanic precisionism in some states, notably Iowa. The statutamakers have been constantly engaged in adopting, changing, abrogating, and reenacting the provisions of their divorce laws, and Howard has shown how much confusion and awkwardness arise by such perpetual legislative fiddling over small details. This restless precisionism has somewhat disguised the generally broad and liberal tendency of marriage law in America, and has encouraged foreign criticism of American social institutions. As a matter of fact, the prevalence of divorce in America is enormously exaggerated. The proportion of divorced persons in the population appears to be less than 1%, and contrary to a frequent assertion, it is by no means the rule for divorced persons to remarry immediately. Taking into account the special conditions of life in the United States, the prevalence of divorce is small, and its character by no means reveals a low-grade morality. An impartial and competent critic of the American people, Professor Munsterberg, remarks that the real ground, which mainly leads to divorce in the United States, not the mere legal pretexts made compulsory by the precisionism of the Lowies, the highly ethical objection to continuing externally in a marriage which has ceased to be spiritually congenial. It is the women especially, he says, and generally the very best women who prefer to take the step with all the hardships which it involves to prolonging a marriage, which is spiritually hypocritical and immoral. The people of the United States above all others cherish ideals of individualism. They are also the people among whom above all others there is the greatest amount of what Riebmeier calls blood chaos. Under such circumstances, the difficulties of conjugal life are necessarily at a maximum, and marriage union is liable to subtle impediments, which must forever elude the statute book. There can be little doubt that the practical sagacity of the American people will enable them sooner or later to recognize this fact, and that finally fulfilling the puritanic drift of their divorce legislation as foreshadowed in its outcome by Miltonthi, will agree to trust their own citizens with the responsibility of deciding so private a matter as their conjugal relationships with of course authority in the courts to see that no injustice is committed. It is indeed surprising that the American people, usually intolerant of state interference, should in this matter so long have tolerated such interference in so private a matter. The movement of divorce is not confined to Christendom. It is a mark of modern civilization in Japan. The proportion of divorces is higher than in any other country, not excluding the United States. The most vigorous and progressive countries are those that insist most firmly on the purity of sexual unions. In the United States, it was pointed out many years ago that divorce is most prevalent where the standard of education and morality is highest. It was the New England states with strong puritanic traditions of moral freedom which took the lead in granting facility to divorce. The divorce movement is not, as some have foolishly supposed, a movement making for immorality. Immorality is the inevitable accompaniment of indissoluble marriage. The emphasis on the sanctity of a merely formal union discourages the growth of moral responsibility as regards the hypothetically unholy unions which grow up beneath its shadow. To insist, on the other hand, by establishing facility of divorce, that sexual unions shall be real, is to work in the cause of morality. The lands in which divorce by mutual consent has prevailed longest are probably among the most, and not the least, moral of lands. Surprise has been expressed that although divorce by mutual consent commended itself as an obviously just and reasonable measure 2,000 years ago to the legal-minded Romans, that solution has even yet been so rarely attained by modern states. Wherever society is established on a solidly organized basis, and the claims of reason and humanity receive due consideration, even when the general level of civilization is not in every respect hither, we find a tendency to divorce by mutual consent. In Japan, according to the new civil code, much as in ancient Rome, marriage is effected by giving notice of the fact to the registrar in the presence of two witnesses, and with the consent in the case of young couples of the heads of their families. There may be a ceremony, but it is not demanded by the law. Divorce is effected in exactly the same way, by simply having the registration cancelled, provided both husband and wife are over 25 years of age. For younger couples unhappily married, and for cases in which mutual consent cannot be obtained, judicial divorce exists. This is granted for various specific causes, of which the most important is grave insult, such as to render living together unbearable. Ernest W. Clement, The New Woman in Japan, American Journal Sociology, March 1903. Such a system, like so much else achieved by Japanese organization, seems reasonable, guarded, and effective. In the very different and far more ancient marriage system of China, divorce by mutual consent is equally well established. Such divorce by mutual consent takes place for incompatibility of temperament, or when both husband and wife desire it. There are, however, various antiquated and peculiar provisions in the Chinese marriage laws, and divorce is compulsory for the wife's adultery or serious physical injuries inflicted by either party on the other. The marriage laws of China are fully set forth by Paul d'Enjoy, La Revue, Sept. 1, 1905. Among the Eskimo, who as readers of Nansen's fascinating books on their morals will know are in some respects a highly socialized people, the sexes are absolutely equal. Marriages are perfectly free, and separation is equally free. The result is that there are no uncongenial unions, and that no unpleasant word is heard between man and wife. Stephenson, Harper's Magazine, Nov 1908. Among the ancient Welsh women, both before and after marriage, enjoyed great freedom far more than was afforded either by Christianity or the English common law. Practically, either husband or wife could separate when either one or both chose. Rees and Brynmar Jones, The Welsh People, p. 214. It was so also in ancient Ireland. Women held a very high position, and the marriage tie was very free so as to be practically, it would appear, dissoluble by mutual consent, so far as the Brehon laws show, says Ginnell. The Brehon laws, p. 212. The marriage relation was extremely loose, and divorce was as easy, and could be obtained on as slight ground, as is now the case in some of the states of the American Union. It appears to have been obtained more easily by the wife than by the husband. When obtained on her petition, she took away with her all the property she had brought her husband, all her husband had settled upon her on their marriage, and in addition, so much of her husband's property as her industry appeared to have entitled her to. Even in early French history, we find that divorce by mutual consent was very common. It was sufficient to prepare and duplicate a formal document to this effect, since between N and his wife, there is discord instead of charity according to God, and that in consequence it is impossible for them to live together. It has pleased both to separate, and they have accordingly done so. Each of the parties was thus free either to retire into a cloister, or to contract another union. E de la Badalière Histoire, des Mœurs, des Franquais Vol. IP 317. Such a practice, however it might accord with the germinal principle of consent, embodied in the canon law, was far too opposed to the ecclesiastical doctrine of the sacramental indissolubility of matrimony to be permanently allowed, and it was completely crushed out. The fact that we so rarely find divorce by mutual consent in Christendom, until the beginning of the 19th century, that then it required a man of stupendous and revolutionary genius like Napoleon to reintroduce it, and that even he was unable to do so effectually, is clearly due to the immense victory which the ascetic spirit of Christianity, as firmly embodied in the canon law, had gained over the souls and bodies of men so subjugated were European traditions and institutions by this spirit, that even the volcanic emotional uprising of the Reformation, as we have seen, could not shake it off. When Protestant states naturally resumed the control of secular affairs, which had been absorbed by the Church and rescued from ecclesiastical hands, those things which belonged to the sphere of the individual conscience, it might have seemed that marriage and divorce would have been among the first concerns to be thus transferred. Yet, as we know, England was about as much enslaved to the spirit, and even the letter of canon law in the 19th, as in the 14th century, and even today English law, though no longer supported by the feeling of the masses, clings to the same traditions. There seems to be little doubt, however, that the modern movement for divorce must inevitably tend to reach the goal of separation, by the will of both parties, or under proper conditions and restrictions, by the will of one party. It now requires the will of two persons to form a marriage. Law insists on that condition. It is logical as well as just that law should take the next step, involved by the historical evolution of marriage, and equally insist that it requires the will of two persons to maintain a marriage. This solution is without doubt the only way of deliverance from the crudities, the indecencies, the inextricable complexities, which are introduced into law by the vain attempt to foresee in detail all the possibilities of conjugal disharmony which may arise under the conditions of modern civilization. It is, moreover, we may rest assured, the only solution which the growing modern sense of personal responsibility in sexual matters, traced in the previous chapter, the responsibility of women, as well as of men, will be content to accept. The subtle and complex character of the sexual relationships in a high civilization, and the unhappy results of their state regulation, were well expressed by Wilhelm von Humboldt in his Ideen zu einen Versuch die Grenzen der Wirksamkeit des Staats zu bestimmen. So long ago as 1792, a union so closely allied with the very nature of the respective individuals must be attended with the most hurtful consequences when the state attempts to regulate it by law or through the force of its institutions, to make it repose on anything save simple inclination. When we remember, moreover, that the state can only contemplate the final results of such regulations on the race, we shall be still more ready to admit the justice of this conclusion. It may reasonably be argued that a solicitude for the race only conducts to the same results as the highest solicitude for the most beautiful development of the inner man, for after careful observation, it has been found that the uninterrupted union of one man with one woman is most beneficial to the race, and it is likewise undeniable that no other union springs from true natural harmonious love, and further, it may be observed that such love leads to the same results as those very relations which law and custom tend to establish. The radical error seems to be that the law commands, whereas such a relation cannot mold itself according to external arrangements, but depends wholly on inclination, and wherever coercion or guidance comes into collision with inclination, they divert it still farther from the proper path. Wherefore it appears to me that the state should not only loosen the bonds in this instance and leave ampler freedom to the citizen, but that it should entirely withdraw its active solicitude from the institution of marriage, and both generally, and in its particular modifications, should rather leave it wholly to the free choice of the individuals, and the various contracts they may enter into with respect to it. I should not be deterred from the adoption of this principle by the fear that all family relations might be disturbed, for although such a fear might be justified by considerations of particular circumstances and localities, it could not fairly be entertained in an inquiry into the nature of men and states in general, for experience frequently convinces us that just where law has imposed no fetters, morality most surely binds. The idea of external coercion is one entirely foreign to an institution which, like marriage, reposes only on inclination and an inward sense of duty, and the results of such coercive institutions do not at all correspond to the intentions in which they originate. A long succession of distinguished thinkers, moralists, sociologists, political reformers maintained the social advantages of divorce by mutual consent, or under guarded circumstances, at the wish of one party. Mutual consent was the cornerstone of Milton's conception of marriage. Montesquieu said that true divorce must be the result of mutual consent, and based on the impossibility of living together. Seneca seems to agree with Montesquieu. Lord Morley Diderot vol. Roman 2 ch. I echoing and approving the conclusions of Diderot's Supplement au Voyage de Bougainville 1772, adds that the separation of husband and wife is a transaction in itself perfectly natural and blameless, and often not only laudable, but a duty. Block Sexual Life of Our Time p. 240, with many other writers, emphasizes the truth of Shelley's saying that the freedom of marriage is the guarantee of its durability, that the facts of life point in the same direction, has been shown in the previous chapter. The learned Caspary die Soziale Frage über die Freiheit der Ehe, while disclaiming any prevision of the future, declares that if sexual relationships are to remain or to become moral, there must be an easier dissolution of marriage. Howard, at the conclusion of his exhaustive history of matrimonial institutions, vol. Roman 3 p. 220, though he himself believes that marriage is peculiarly in need of regulation by law, is yet constrained to admit that it is perfectly clear to the student of history that the modern divorce movement is but a part of the mighty movement for social liberation, which has been gaining in volume and strength since the Reformation. Similarly, the cautious and judicial Westermarck concludes the chapter on marriage of his Origin and Development of the Moral Ideas vol. Roman 2 p. 398, with the statement that when both husband and wife desire to separate, it seems to many enlightened minds that the state has no right to prevent them from dissolving the marriage contract, provided the children are properly cared for, and that for the children also it is better to have the supervision of one parent only than of two who cannot agree. In France, the leaders of the movement of social reform seem to be almost or quite unanimous in believing that the next step in regard to divorce is the establishment of divorce by mutual consent. This was, for instance, the result reached in a symposium to which 31 distinguished men and women contributed. All were in favor of divorce by mutual consent. The only exception was Madame Adam, who said she had reached a state of skepticism with regard to political and social forms, but admitted that for nearly half a century she had been a strong advocate of divorce. A large number of the contributors were in favor of divorce at the desire of one party. Only La Revue March 1, 1901 in other countries. Also, there is a growing recognition that this solution of the question with due precautions, to avoid any abuses to which it might otherwise be liable, is the proper and inevitable solution. As to the exact method by which divorce by mutual consent should be effected, opinions differ, and the matter is likely to be differently arranged in different countries. The Japanese plan seems simple and judicious. See Ante-p. 461 Paul and Victor Marguerite Quelques idées pp. 3 et sec. while realizing that the conflict of feeling in the matter of personal associations involves decisions which are entirely outside the competence of legal tribunals. Recognize that such tribunals are necessary in order to deal with the property of divorced persons, and also in the last resort, with the question of the care of the children, they should not act in public. These writers propose that each party should choose a representative, and that these two should choose a third, and that this tribunal should privately investigate, and if they agreed should register the divorce, which should take place 6 or 12 months later or 3 years later, if only desired by one of the parties. Dr. Schufeldt, Psychopathia Sexualis and Divorce, proposes that a divorce court judge should conduct alone the hearing of any cases of marital discord, the husband and wife appearing directly before him, without counsel, though with their witnesses. If necessary, should medical experts be required, the judge alone would be empowered to call them. When we realize that the long delay in the acceptance of so just and natural a basis of divorce is due to an artificial tension created by the pressure of the dead hand of canon law, a tension confined exclusively to Christendom, we may also realize that with the final disappearance of that tension, the just and natural order in this relationship will spring back the more swiftly, because that relief has been so long delayed. Nature abhors a vacuum, nowhere more than in a marriage. Ellen Key remarks, in the language of antiquated physical metaphor, the vacuum will somehow be filled, and if it cannot be filled in a natural and orderly manner, it will be filled in an unnatural and disorderly manner. It is the business of society to see that no laws stand in the way of the establishment of natural order. Reform upon a reasonable basis has been made difficult by the unfortunate retention of the idea of delinquency. With the traditions of the canonists at the back of our heads, we have somehow persuaded ourselves that there cannot be a divorce unless there is a delinquent, a real serious delinquent, who, if he had his deserts, would be imprisoned and consigned to infamy. But in the marriage relationship, as in all other relationships, it is only in a very small number of cases that one party stands towards the other as a criminal, even a defendant. This is often obvious in the early stages of conjugal alienation, but it remains true in the end. The wife commits adultery, and the husband, as a matter of course, assumes the position of plaintiff. But we do not inquire how it is that he has not so won her love that her adultery is out of the question. Such inquiry might lead to the conclusion that the real defendant is the husband, and similarly, when the husband is accused of brutal cruelty, the law takes no heed to inquire whether in the infliction of less brutal, but not less poignant wounds, the wife also should not be made defendant. There are few cases, but only a few, in which the relationship of plaintiff and defendant is not a totally false and artificial relationship, an immoral legal fiction. In most cases, if the truth were fully known, husband and wife should come side by side to the divorce court and declare, "We are both in the wrong, we have not been able to fulfill our engagements to each other, we have erred in choosing each other." The long reports of the case in open court, the mutual recriminations, the detectives, the servant girls, and other witnesses, the infamous inquisition into intimate secrets, all these things, which no necessity could ever justify, are altogether unnecessary. It is said by some that if there were no impediments to divorce, a man might be married in succession to half a dozen women. These simple-minded or ignorant persons do not seem to be aware that even when marriage is absolutely indissoluble, a man can, and frequently does, carry on sexual relationships not merely successively, but if he chooses even simultaneously with half a dozen women. There is, however, this important difference, that in the one case the man is encouraged by the law to believe that he need only treat at most one of the 6 women with anything approaching to justice and humanity. In the other case, the law insists that he shall fairly and openly fulfill his obligations towards all the 6 women. It is a very important difference, and there ought to be no question as to which state of things is moral, and which immoral. It is no concern of the state to inquire into the number of persons with whom a man or woman chooses to have sexual relationships. It is a private matter, which may indeed affect their own finer spiritual development, but which it is impertinent for the state to pry into. It is, however, the concern of the state, in its own collective interest, and that of its members, to see that no injustice is done. But what about the children? That is necessarily a very important question. The question of the arrangements made for the children in cases of divorce is always one to which the state must give its regulative attention, for it is only when there are children that the state has any real concern in the matter. At one time, it was even supposed by some that the existence of children was a serious argument against facility of divorce. A more reasonable view is now generally taken it is in the first place recognized that a very large proportion of couples seeking divorce have no children in England. The proportion is about 40%. In some other countries, it is doubtless larger still. But even when there are children, no one who realizes what the conditions are in families where the parents ought to be, but are not divorced, can have any doubt that usually those conditions are extremely bad for the children. The tension between the parents absorbs energy which should be devoted to the children. The spectacle of the grievances or quarrels of their parents is demoralizing for the children and usually fatal to any respect towards them. At the best, it is injuriously distressing to the children. One effective parent, there cannot be the slightest doubt, is far better for a child than two ineffective parents. There is a further point often overlooked for consideration. Here two people, when living together at variation of them, perhaps it is not rarely the case nervously abnormal or deceased are not fitted to become parents, nor in the best condition for procreation. It is therefore not merely an act of justice to the individual, but a measure called for in the interests of the state that new citizens should not be brought into the community through such defective channels. From this point of view, all the interests of the state are on the side of facility of divorce. There is a final argument which is often brought forward against facility of divorce marriage. It is said is for the protection of women facilitate divorce and women are robbed of that protection. It is obvious that this argument has little application as against divorce by mutual consent. Certainly, it is necessary that divorce should only be arranged under conditions which in each individual case have received the approval of the law as just, but it must always be remembered that the essential fact of marriage is not naturally and should never artificially be made an economic question. It is possible that is a question which society will have to consider, that a woman should be paid for being a mother on the ground that she is rearing new citizens for the state, but neither the state nor her husband nor anyone else ought to pay her for exercising conjugal rights. The fact that such an argument can be brought forward shows how far we are from the sound biological attitude towards sexual relationships. Equally unsound is the notion that the virgin bride brings her husband at marriage an important capital, which is consumed in the first act of intercourse, and can never be recovered. That is a notion which has survived into civilization, but it belongs to barbarism, and not to civilization. So far as it has any validity, it lies within a sphere of erotic perversity which cannot be taken into consideration in an estimation of moral values for most men. However, in any case, whether they realize it or not, the woman who has been initiated into the mysteries of love has a higher erotic value than the virgin, and there need be no anxiety on this ground concerning the wife who has lost her virginity. It is probably a significant fact that this anxiety for the protection of women by the limitation of divorce is chiefly brought forward by men, and not by women themselves. A woman at marriage is deprived by society, and the law of her own name. She has been deprived, until recently, of the right to her own earnings. She is deprived of the most intimate rights in her own person. She is deprived under some circumstances of her own child, against whom she may have committed no offense. Whatever it is, perhaps scarcely surprising that she is not greatly appreciative of the protection afforded her by the withholding of the right to divorce her husband. No protection. A brilliant French woman has written, "We have been protected long enough. The only protection to grant women is to cease protecting them." As a matter of fact, the divorce movement appears to develop on the whole with that development of woman's moral responsibility traced in the previous chapter, and where divorce is freest, women occupy the highest position. We cannot fail to realize, as we grasp the nature and direction of the modern movement of divorce, that the final tendency of that movement is to efface itself necessary, as the divorce court has been, as the inevitable corollary of an impossible ecclesiastical conception of marriage. No institution is now more hideous, more alien to the instinctive feelings generated by a fine civilization, and more opposed to the dignity of womanhood. Its disappearance, and its substitution by private arrangements, affected on their contractive sides, especially if there are children to provide for under legal, and if necessary judicial supervision, is, and always has been, the natural result of the attainment of a reasonably high stage of civilization. The divorce court has merely been a phase in the history of modern marriage, and a phase that has really been repugnant to all concerned in it. there is no need to view the project of its ultimate disappearance with anything but satisfaction. It was merely the outcome of an artificial conception of marriage. It is time to return to the consideration of that conception. We have seen that when the Catholic development of the archaic conception of marriage as a sacrament, slowly elaborated and fossilized by the ingenuity of the canonists, was at last nominally dethroned though not destroyed by the movement associated with the Reformation, it was replaced by the conception of marriage as a contract. This conception of marriage as a contract still enjoys a considerable amount of credit amongst us. There must always be contractive elements, implicit or explicit, in a marriage that was well recognized even by the canonists. But when we treat marriage as all contract, and nothing but contract, we have to realize that we have set up a very peculiar form of contract, not voidable like other contracts, by the agreement of the parties to it, but dissoluble as a sort of punishment of delinquency, rather than by the voluntary annulment of a bond. When the Protestant reformers seized on the idea of marriage as a contract, they were not influenced by any reasoned analysis of the special characteristics of a contract. They were merely anxious to secure a plausible ground, already admitted even by the canonists, to cover certain aspects of the matrimonial union, on which they could declare that marriage is a secular, and not an ecclesiastical matter, a civil bond, and not a sacramental process. Like so much else in the Protestant revolt, the strength of this attitude lay in the fact that it was a protest based on its negative side on reasonable and natural grounds. But while Protestantism was right in its attempt it was only an attempt to deny the authority of canon law. That attempt was altogether unsatisfactory on the positive side. As a matter of fact, marriage is not a true contract, and no attempt has ever been made to convert it into a true contract. Various writers have treated marriage as an actual contract, or argued that it ought to be converted into a true contract. Mrs. Mona Caird, for instance, The Morality of Marriage Fortnightly Review 1890, believes that when marriage becomes really a contract, a couple would draw up their agreement, or depute the task to their friends, as is now generally done as regards marriage settlements. They agree to live together on such and such terms, making certain stipulations within the limits of the code. The state, she holds, should however demand an interval of time between notice of divorce and the divorce itself, if still desired, when that interval has passed. Similarly, in the United States, Dr. Schufelt, Needed Revision of the Laws of Marriage and Divorce, Medico-Legal Journal Dec. 1897, insists that marriage must be entirely put into the hands of the legal profession and made a civil contract, explicit in detail and defining terms of divorce in the event that a dissolution of the contract is subsequently desired. He adds that medical certificates of freedom from hereditary and acquired disease should be required, and properly regulated probationary marriages also be instituted. In France, a deputy of the chamber was in 1890 one so convinced that marriage is a contract like any other contract that he declared that to perform music at the celebration of a marriage is as ridiculous as it would be to send for a tenor to a notary's to celebrate a sale of timber. He was of quite different mind from Pepys, who a couple of centuries earlier had been equally indignant at the absence of music from a wedding, which he said made it like a coupling of dog and bitch. A frequent demand of those who insist that marriage must be regarded as a contract is marriage contracted for a term of years. Marriages could be contracted for a term of 5 years or less in old Japan, and it is said that they were rarely or never dissolved at the end of the term. Goethe, in his Wolverwandschaften, Part 1 chx, incidentally introduced a proposal for marriages for a term of 5 years and attached much moral significance to the prolongation of the marriage beyond that term, without external compulsion. Bloch considers that Goethe had probably heard of the Japanese custom sexual life of our time. P. 241, Professor E. Roman 500. Cope, The Marriage Problem, Open Court, Nov 15, and 22 1888. Likewise, in order to remove matrimony from the domain of caprice, and to permit full and fair trial, advocated a system of civil marriage contracts, which shall run for a definite time. These contracts should be of the same value and effect as the existing marriage contract. The time limits should be increased rapidly, so as to prevent women of mature years being deprived of support. The first contract ought not to run for less than 5 years, so as to give ample opportunity for acquaintance, and for the recovery from temporary disagreements. This first contract, Cope held, should be terminable at the wish of either party. The second contract, for 10 or 15 years, should only be terminable at the wish of both parties, and the third should be permanent and indissoluble. George Meredith, the distinguished novelist, also more recently threw out the suggestion that marriages should be contracted for a term of years. It can scarcely be said that marriages for a term of years constitute a very satisfactory solution of the difficulties at present encountered. They would not commend themselves to young lovers, who believe that their love is eternal, nor so long as the union proves satisfactory is there any need to introduce the disturbing idea of a legal termination of the contract. On the other hand, if the union proves unhappy, it is not reasonable to insist on the continuation for 10 or even 5 years of an empty form, which corresponds to no real marriage union. Even if marriage is placed on the most prosaic contractive basis, it is a mistake, and indeed an impossibility to preordain the length of its duration. The system of fixing the duration of marriage beforehand for a term of years involves exactly the same principle as the system of fixing it beforehand for life. It is open to the same objection that it is incompatible with any vital relationship, as the demand for vital reality and effectiveness in social relationships grows. This fact is increasingly felt. We see exactly the same change among us in regard to the system of inflicting fixed sentences of imprisonment on criminals, to send a man to prison for 5 years or for life, without any regard to the unknown problem of the vital reaction of imprisonment on the mono-reaction, which will be different in every individual case, slowly coming to be regarded as an absurdity. If marriage were really placed on the basis of a contract, not only would that contract be voidable at the will of the two parties concerned, without any question of delinquency coming into the question, but those parties would at the outset themselves determine the conditions regulating the contract. But nothing could be more unlike our actual marriage. The two parties are bidden to accept each other as husband and wife. They are not invited to make a contract. They are not even told that, little as they may know it, they have in fact made a very complicated and elaborate contract that was framed on lines laid down for a large part thousands of years before they were born. Unless they have studied law, they are totally ignorant also that this contract contains clauses which, under some circumstances, may be fatal to either of them. All that happens is that a young couple, perhaps little more than children momentarily dazed by emotion, are hurried before the clergyman or the civil registrar of marriages to bind themselves together for life, knowing nothing of the world, and scarcely more of each other, knowing nothing also of the marriage laws, not even perhaps so much as that there are any marriage laws, never realizing that, as has been truly said, from the place they are entering beneath a garland of flowers, there is on this side of death no exit except through the trapdoor of a sewer. When a woman marries, she gives up the right to her own person. Thus, according to the law of England, a man cannot be guilty of a rape upon his lawful wife. Stephen, who, in the first edition of his Digest of Criminal Law, thought that under some circumstances a man might be indicted for rape upon his wife, in the last edition, withdrew that opinion. A man may rape prostitute, but he cannot rape his wife, having once given her consent to sexual intercourse. By the act of marrying a man, she has given it forever, whatever new circumstances may arise, and he has no need to ask her consent to sexual intercourse, not even if he is knowingly suffering at the time from a venereal disease. See, for example, an article on sex bias, Westminster Review, March 1888. The duty of the wife to allow conjugal rights to her husband is another aspect of her legal subjection to him. Even in the 19th century, a Suffolk lady of good family was imprisoned in Ipswich Gaol for many years, and fed on bread and water, though suffering from various diseases, till she died, simply because she continued to disregard the decree requiring her to render conjugal rights to her husband. This state of things was partly reformed by the Matrimonial Causes Bill of 1884, and that bill was passed not to protect women but men against punishment for refusal to restore conjugal rights. Undoubtedly, the modern tendency, although it has progressed very slowly, is against applying compulsion to either husband or wife to yield conjugal rights. And since the Jackson case, it is not possible in England for a husband to use force in attempting to compel his wife to live with him. This tendency is still more marked in the United States. Thus, the Iowa Supreme Court a few years ago decided that excessive demands for coitus constituted cruelty of a degree justifying divorce. J. G. Kiernan, alienist and neurologist, Nov. 1906, p. 466. The slender tenure of the wife over her person is not confined to the sexual sphere, but even extends to her right to life in England. If a wife kills her husband, it was formerly the very serious offense of petty treason, and it is still murder. But if a husband kills his wife and is able to plead her adultery and his jealousy, it is only manslaughter in France, where jealousy is regarded with extreme indulgence. Even a wife who kills her husband is often acquitted. It must not, however, be supposed that all the legal inequalities involved by marriage are in favor of the husband. A large number of injustices are also inflicted on the husband. The husband, for instance, is legally responsible for the libels uttered by his wife, and he is equally responsible civilly for the frauds she commits, even if she is living apart from him. This was, for instance, held by an English judge in 1908. He could only say he regretted it, for it seems a hard case. But it was the law. Belfort Bax has in recent years especially insisted on the hardships inflicted by English law in such ways as these. There can be no doubt that marriage as at present constituted inflicts serious wrongs on the husband as well as on the wife. Marriage is therefore not only not a contract in the true sense, but in the only sense in which it is a contract, it is a contract of an exceedingly bad kind. When the canonists superseded the old conception of marriage as a contract of purchase by their sacramental marriage, they were in many respects effecting a real progress and the return to the idea of a contract, as soon as its temporary value as a protest has ceased, proves altogether out of harmony with any advanced stage of civilization. It was revived in days before the revolt against slavery had been inaugurated. Personal contracts are out of harmony with our modern civilization and our ideas of individual liberty. A man can no longer contract himself as a slave, nor sell his wife, yet marriage, regarded as a contract, is of precisely the same class as those transactions in every high stage of civilization. This fact is clearly recognized, and young couples are not even allowed to contract themselves out in marriage unconditionally. We see this, for instance, in the wise legislation of the Romans. Even under the Christian emperors, that sound principle was maintained, and the lawyer Paulus wrote, marriage was so free according to ancient opinion that even agreements between the parties not to separate from one another could have no validity in so far as the essence, and not any accidental circumstance of the marital relationships, is made a contract. It is a contract of a nature which the two parties concerned are not competent to make biologically and psychologically. It cannot be valid. And with the growth of a humane civilization, it is explicitly declared to be legally invalid. For there can be no doubt about it, the intimate and essential fact of marriage relationship of sexual intercourse is not and cannot be a contract. It is not a contract, but a fact. It cannot be effected by any mere act of will on the part of the parties concerned. It cannot be maintained by any mere act of will to will. Such a contract is merely to perform a worse than indecorous farce. Certainly, many of the circumstances of marriage are properly the subject of contract, to be voluntarily and deliberately made by the parties to the contract. But the essential fact of marriage, love strong enough to render the most intimate of relationships possible and desirable through an indefinite number of years, cannot be made a matter for contract alike from the physical point of view and the psychical point of view. No binding contract, and a contract is worthless if it is not binding, can possibly be made, and the making of such pseudo-contracts concerning the future of a marriage, before it has even been ascertained that the marriage can ever become a fact at all, is not only impossible but absurd. It is of course true that this impossibility, this absurdity, are never visible to the contracting parties. They have applied to the question all the very restricted tests that are conventionally permitted to them, and the satisfactory results of these tests, together with the consciousness of possessing an immense and apparently inexhaustible fund of loving emotion, seem to them adequate to the fulfillment of the contract throughout life, if not indeed eternity. As a child of 7, I chanced to be in a semi-tropical island of the Pacific, supplied with fruit, especially grapes from the mainland, and a dusky market woman always presented a large bunch of grapes to the little English stranger. But a day came when the proffered bunch was firmly refused. The superabundance of grapes had produced a reaction of disgust. A space of nearly 40 years was needed to overcome the repugnance to grapes thus acquired. Yet there can be no doubt that if at the age of 6 that little boy had been asked to sign a contract binding him to accept grapes every day, to keep them always near him, to eat them, and to enjoy them every day, he would have signed that contract as joyously as any radiant bridegroom or demure bride signs the register in the vestry. But as a complex man or woman with unknown capacities for changing or deteriorating, and with incalculable aptitudes for inflicting torture. And arousing loathing, is such a creature more easy to be bound to than an exquisite fruit? All the countries of the world, in which the subtle influence of the canon law of Christendom still makes itself felt, have not yet grasped a general truth, which is well within the practical experience of a child of 7. The notion that such a relationship as that of marriage can rest on so fragile a basis as a preordained contract has naturally never prevailed widely in its extreme form, and has been unknown altogether in many parts of the world. The Romans, as we know, explicitly rejected it, and even at a comparatively early period, recognized the legality of marriage by usus, thus declaring in effect that marriage must be a fact, and not a mere undertaking. There has been a widespread legal tendency, especially where the traditions of Roman law have retained any influence, to regard the cohabitation of marriage as the essential fact of the relationship. It was an old rule, even under the Catholic Church, that marriage may be presumed from cohabitation. See, for example, Zacchia Questionum, Medical Gallium Opus edition, of 1688 Vol. Roman 3 p. 234. Even in England, cohabitation is already one of the presumptions in favor of the existence of marriage, though not necessarily by itself regarded as sufficient, provided the woman is of unblemished character, and does not appear to be a common prostitute. Neville Geary, The Law of Marriage, ch. Roman 3. If, however, according to Lord Watson's judicial statement in the Dysart peerage case, a man takes his mistress to a hotel, or goes with her to Babylonian shop and speaks of her as his wife, it is to be presumed that he is acting for the sake of decency, and this furnishes no evidence of marriage in Scotland. The presumption of marriage arises on much slighter grounds than in England. This may be connected with the ancient and deep-rooted custom in Scotland of marriage by exchange of consent. Geary op. Cit. ch. Roman 18 cf. Howard Matrimonial Institutions, Vol. IP 316. In the Breadalbane case, Campbell Roman 5 Campbell 1867, which was of great importance, because it involved the succession to the vast estates of the Marquis of Breadalbane, the House of Lords decided that even an adulterous connection may, on ceasing to be adulterous, become matrimonial by the simple consent of the parties, as evidenced by habit and repute, without any need for the matrimonial character of the connection to be indicated by any public act, nor any necessity to prove the specific period when the consent was interchanged. This decision has been confirmed in the Dysart case. Geary Lock Cit. cf. Roman 100 g. Garrison Limits of Divorce Contemporary Review, Feb. 1894, similarly as decided by Justice Kekwich in the Wagstaff case in 1907. If a man leaves money to his widow on condition that she never marries again, although he has never been married to her, and though she has been legally married to another man, the testator's intentions must be upheld. Garrison, in his valuable discussion of this aspect of legal marriage Lock Cit., forcibly insists that by English law marriage is a fact and not a contract, and that where conduct characterized by connubial purpose and constancy exists there marriage legally exists, marriage being simply a name for an existing fact. In the United States, marriage by habit and repute similarly exists, and in some states has even been confirmed and extended by statute. J. P. Bishop Commentaries, Vol. Ich Roman 15, whatever the form of the ceremony, and even if all ceremony was dispensed with, said Judge Cooley of Michigan in 1875, in an opinion accepted as authoritative by the federal courts if the parties agreed presently to take each other for husband and wife, and from that time lived together professedly, in that relation proof of these facts would be sufficient. This has been the settled doctrine of the American courts. Howard op. Cit. Vol. Roman 3 pp. 177. Et sec. 23 states sanction common law marriage, while 18 repudiate, or are inclined to repudiate, any informal agreement. This legal recognition by the highest judicial authorities, alike in Great Britain and the United States, that marriage is essentially a fact, and that no evidence of any form or ceremony of marriage is required for the most complete legal recognition of marriage, undoubtedly carries with it highly important implications. It became clear that the reform of marriage is possible even without change in the law, and that honorable sexual relationships, even when entered into without any legal forms, are already entitled to full legal recognition and protection. There are, however, it need scarcely be added here, other considerations which render reform along these lines incomplete. It thus tends to come about that with the growth of civilization, the conception of marriage as a contract falls more and more into discredit, it is realized on the one hand that personal contracts are out of harmony with our general and social attitude, for if we reject the idea of a human being contracting himself as a slave, how much more we should reject the idea of entering by contract into the still more intimate relationship of a husband or a wife. On the other hand, it is felt that the idea of preordained contracts on a matter over which the individual himself has no control is quite unreal, and when any strict rules of equity prevail necessarily invalid, it is true that we still constantly find writers sententiously asserting their notions of the duties or the privileges involved by the contract of marriage, with no more attempt to analyze the meaning of the term contract in this connection than the Protestant reformers made. But it can scarcely be said that these writers have yet reached the alphabet of the subject they dogmatize about. The transference of marriage from the Church to the state, which in the lands where it first occurred we owe to Protestantism, and in the English-speaking lands especially to Puritanism, while a necessary stage, had the unfortunate result of secularizing the sexual relationships. That is to say, it ignored the transcendent element in love, which is really the essential part of such relationships, and it concentrated attention on those formal and accidental parts of marriage, which can alone be dealt with in a rigid and precise manner, and can alone properly form the subject of contracts, the canon law fantastic and impossible, as it became in many of its developments at least, insisted on the natural and actual fact of marriage, as above all a bodily union, while at the same time, it regarded that union as no mere secular business contract, but a sacred and exalted function, a divine fact and the symbol of the most divine fact in the world. We are returning today to the canonists' conception of marriage, on a higher and freer plane, bringing back the exalted conception of the canon law, yet retaining the individualism, which the Puritan wrongly thought he could secure on the basis of mere secularization, while further we recognize that the whole process belongs to the private sphere of moral responsibility, as Hobhouse has well said in tracing the evolutionary history of the modern conception of marriage. The sacramental idea of marriage has again emerged, but on a higher plane from being a sacrament in the magical, it has become one in the ethical sense. We are thus tending towards, though we have not yet legally achieved marriage made and maintained by consent, a union between two free and responsible persons, in which the equal rights of both are maintained. It is supposed by some that to look upon sexual union as a sacrament is necessarily to accept the ancient Catholic view, embodied in the canon law, that matrimony is indissoluble. That is, however, a mistake. Even the canonists themselves were never able to put forward any coherent and consistent ground for the indissolubility of matrimony, which could commend itself rationally, while Luther and Milton and Wilhelm von Humboldt, who maintained the religious and sacred nature of sexual union, though they were cautious about using the term sacrament on account of its ecclesiastical implication, so far from believing that its sanctity involved indissolubility, argued in the reverse sense. This point of view may be defended even from a strictly Protestant standpoint. I take it Mr. G. Roman 100. Maberly says that the prayer book definition of a sacrament, the outward and visible sign of an inward and spiritual grace, is generally accepted in marriage. The legal and physical unions are the outward and visible signs, while the inward and spiritual grace is the God-given love that makes the union of heart and soul. And it is precisely because I take this view of marriage that I consider the legal and physical union should be dissolved whenever the spiritual union of unselfish, divine love and affection has ceased. It seems to me that the sacramental view of marriage compels us to say that those who continue the legal or physical union, when the spiritual union has ceased, arito, quote again, from the prayer book words, applied to those who take the outward sign of another sacrament, when the inward and spiritual grace is not presentiating, and drinking their own damnation. If from the point we have now reached we look back at the question of divorce, we see that as the modern aspects of the marriage relationship becomes more clearly realized by the community, that question will be immensely simplified, since marriage is not a mere contract, but a fact of conduct, and even a sacred fact. The free participation of both parties is needed to maintain it, to introduce the idea of delinquency and punishment into divorce, to foster mutual recrimination, to publish to the world the secrets of the heart or the senses, is not only immoral, it is altogether out of place in the question as to when a marriage has ceased to be a marriage. The two parties concerned can alone be the supreme judges. The state, if the state is called in, can but register the sentence, they pronounce merely seeing to it that no injustice is involved in the carrying out of that sentence. In discussing in the previous chapter the direction in which sexual morality tends to develop with the development of civilization, we came to the conclusion that in its main lines it involved above all personal responsibility, a relationship fixed among savage peoples by social custom, which none dare break, and in a higher stage of culture by formal laws, which must be observed in the letter even if broken in the spirit, becomes gradually transferred to the sphere of individual moral responsibility. Such transference is necessarily meaningless, and indeed impossible, unless the increasing stringency of the moral bond is accompanied by the decreasing stringency of the formal bond. It is only by the process of loosening the artificial restraints that the natural restraints can exert their full control. That process takes place in two ways: in part, on the basis of the indifference to formal marriage, which has marked the masses of the population everywhere and doubtless stretches back to the 10th century, before the domination of ecclesiastical matrimony began, and partly by the progressive modification of marriage laws, which were made necessary by the needs of the propertied classes anxious to secure the state recognition of their unions. The whole process is necessarily a gradual and, indeed, imperceptible process. It is impossible to fix definitely the dates of the stages by which the Church effected the immense revolution by which it grasped and eventually transferred to the state. The complete control of marriage for that revolution was effected without the intervention of any law. It will be equally difficult to perceive the transference of the control of marriage from the state to the individuals concerned. And the more difficult because, as we shall see, although the essential and intimately personal fact of marriage is not a proper matter for state control, there are certain aspects of marriage which touch the interests of the community so closely that the state is bound to insist on their registration and to take an interest in their settlement. The result of dissolving the formal stringency of the marriage relationship, it is sometimes said, would be a tendency to an immoral laxity. Those who make this statement overlook the fact that laxity tends to reach a maximum as a result of stringency, and that the merely external authority of a rigid marriage law prevails there, the extreme excesses of license most flourish. It is also undoubtedly true, and for the same reason that any sudden removal of restraints necessarily involves a reaction to the opposite extreme of license. A slave is not changed at a stroke into an autonomous freeman, yet we have to remember that the marriage order existed for millenniums before any attempt was made to mold it into arbitrary shapes by human legislation. Such legislation, we have seen, was indeed the effort of the human spirit to affirm more emphatically the demands of its own instincts, but its final result is to choke and impede rather than to further the instincts which inspired it. Its gradual disappearance allows the natural order free and proper scope. The great truth that compulsion is not really a force on the side of virtue, but on the side of vice, had been clearly realized by the genius of Rabelais when he said of his ideal social state, the Abbey of the Lemma, that there was but one clause in its rule: fais si que voudras. Because, said Rabelais, BK, ich Romans 7 men that are free, well-born, well-bred, and conversant in honest companies, have naturally an instinct and spur that prompts them unto virtuous actions, and withdraws them from vice. These same men, when by base subjection and constraint they are brought under and kept down, turn aside from that noble disposition, by which they freely were inclined to virtue, to shake off and break that bond of servitude, so that when a man and a woman who had lived under the rule of the Lemma married each other, Rabelais tells us their mutual love lasted undiminished to the day of their death. When the loss of autonomous freedom fails to lead to licentious rebellion, it incurs the opposite risk, and tends to become a flabby reliance on an external support. The artificial support of marriage by state regulation then resembles the artificial support of the body furnished by corset-wearing. The reasons for and against adopting artificial support are the same in one case as the other. Corsets really give a feeling of support. They really furnish, without trouble, a fairly satisfactory appearance of decorum. They are a real protection against various accidents, but the price at which they furnish these advantages is serious, and the advantages themselves only exist under unnatural conditions. The corset cramps the form and the healthy development of the organs. It enfeebles the voluntary muscular system. It is incompatible with perfect grace and beauty. It diminishes the sum of active energy. It exerts, in short, the same kind of influence on physical responsibility as formal marriage on moral responsibility. It is too often forgot, and must therefore be repeated, that married people do not remain together because of any religious or legal tie. That tie is merely the historical outcome of their natural tendency to remain together, a tendency which is itself far older than history love would exist in the world today, just as pure and just as enduring, says Schufelt Medico-Legal Journal Dec. 1897, had man never invented marriage, truly affined mates would have remained faithful to each other as long as life lasted. It is only when men attempt to improve upon nature that crime, disease, and unhappiness step in the abolition of marriage in the form now practiced, wrote Godwin more than a century ago. Political Justice, 2nd edition, 1796, vol. IP 248, will be attended with no evils. We are apt to represent it to ourselves as the harbinger of brutal lust and depravity, but it really happens in this, as in other cases, that the positive laws which are made to restrain our vices irritate and multiply them. And Professor Lester Ward, in insisting on the strength of the monogamic sentiment in modern society, truly remarks, International Journal of Ethics, Oct. 1896, that the rebellion against rigid marriage bonds is in reality due to the very strengthening of the true bonds of conjugal affection, coupled with a rational and altogether proper determination on the part of individuals to accept in so important a matter nothing less than the genuine article if by a single stroke, says Professor Woods Hutchinson, Contemporary Review, Sept. 1905, all marriage ties now in existence were struck off or declared illegal. 8/10 of all couples would be remarried within 48 hours, and 7/10 could not be kept asunder with bayonets. An experiment of this kind on a small scale was witnessed in 1909 in an English village in Buckinghamshire. It was found that the parish church had never been licensed for marriages, and that in consequence, all the people who had gone through the ceremony of marriage in that church during the previous half-century had never been legally married, yet so far as could be ascertained, not a single couple, thus released from the legal compulsion of marriage, took advantage of the freedom bestowed. In the face of such a fact, it is obviously impossible to attach any moral value to the form of marriage. It is certainly inevitable that during a period of transition, the natural order is to some extent disturbed by the persistence, even though in a weakened form, of external bonds, which are beginning to be consciously realized as inimical to the authoritative control of individual moral responsibility. We can clearly trace this at the present time. A sensitive anxiety to escape from external constraint induces an undervaluation of the significance of personal constraint in the relationship of marriage. Everyone is probably familiar with cases in which a couple will live together through long years without entering the legal bond of marriage, notwithstanding difficulties in their mutual relationship, which would have long since caused a separation or a divorce, had they been legally married. When the inherent difficulties of the marital relationship are complicated by the difficulties due to external constraint, the development of individual moral responsibility cuts two ways and leads to results that are not entirely satisfactory. This has been seen in the United States of America, and attention has often been called to it by thoughtful American observers. It is naturally noted especially in women, because it is in women that the new growth of personal freedom and moral responsibility has chiefly made itself felt. The first stirring of these new impulses, especially when associated as it often is with inexperience and ignorance, leads to impatience with the natural order, to a demand for impossible conditions of existence, and to an inaptitude not only for the arbitrary bondage of law, but even for the wholesome and necessary bonds of human social life. It is always a hard lesson for the young and idealistic that in order to command nature, we must obey her. It can only be learnt through contact with life, and by the attainment of full human growth. Dr. Felix Adler, in an address before the Society of Ethical Culture of New York, Nov. 17/1889, called attention to what he regarded as the most deep-rooted cause of an undue prevalence of divorce in America. The false idea of individual liberty is largely held in America, and when applied to family life, it often leads to an impatience with these duties, which the individual is either born into or has voluntarily accepted. I am constrained to think that the prevalence of divorce is to be ascribed in no small degree to the influence of democratic ideas. That is a false democratic ideas, and our hope lies in advancing towards a higher and truer democracy. A more recent American writer, this time a woman, Anna A. Rogers, Why American Marriages Fail, Atlantic Monthly, Sept. 1907, speaks in the same sense. though perhaps in too unqualified a manner. She states that the frequency of divorce in America is due to three causes: 1, woman's failure to realize that marriage is her work in the world; 2, her growing individualism; 3, her lost art of giving, replaced by a highly developed receptive faculty. The American woman, this writer states in discovering her own individuality, has not yet learnt how to manage it. It is still largely a useless, uneasy factor, vouchsafing her very little more peace than it does those in her immediate surcharged vicinity. Her circumstances tend to make of her a curious, anomalous hybrid, a cross between a magnificent, rather unmannerly boy and a spoiled, exacting demi-mondaine who sincerely loves in this world herself alone. She has not yet learnt that woman's supreme work in the world can only be attained through the voluntary acceptance of the restraints of marriage. The same writer points out that the fault is not alone with American women, but also with American men. Their idolatry of their women is largely responsible for that intolerance and selfishness which causes so many divorces. American women are as a whole pampered and worshipped out of all reason, but the men who lend themselves to this do not feel that they can treat their wives with the same comradeship as the French treat their wives, nor seek their advice with the same reliance. The American woman is placed on an unreal pedestal. Yet another American writer, Rafford Pike, Husbands and Wives, Cosmopolitan 1902, points out that only a small proportion of American marriages are really unhappy, these being chiefly among the more cultured classes, in which the movement of expansion in women's interests and lives is taking place. It is more often the wife than the husband who is disappointed in marriage, and this is largely due to her inability to merge, not necessarily subordinate, her individuality in an equal union with his. Marriage today is becoming more and more dependent for its success upon the adjustment of conditions that are cyclical, whereas in former generations it was sufficient that the union should involve physical reciprocity. In this age of ours, the union must involve a psychic reciprocity as well, and whereas heretofore the community of interest was attained with ease, it is now becoming far more difficult because of the tendency to discourage a woman who marries from merging her separate individuality in her husband's. Yet, unless she does this, how can she have a complete and perfect interest in the life together? And for that matter, how can he have such an interest either? Professor Munsterberg, the distinguished psychologist, in his frank but appreciative study of American institutions, The Americans Taking a Broader Outlook, points out that the influence of women on morals in America has not been in every respect satisfactory, insofar as it has tended to encourage shallowness and superficiality. The American woman who has scarcely a shred of education, he remarks, p. 587, looks in vain for any subject on which she has not firm convictions already at hand. The arrogance of this feminine lack of knowledge is the symptom of a profound trait in the feminine soul, and points to dangers springing from the domination of women in the intellectual life, and in no other civilized land are ethical conceptions so worm-eaten by superstitions. We have seen that the modern tendency as regards marriage is towards its recognition as a voluntary union entered into by two free, equal, and morally responsible persons, and that union is rather of the nature of an ethical sacrament than of a contract, so that in its essence as a physical and spiritual bond, it is outside the sphere of the state's action. It has been necessary to labor that point before we approach what may seem to many not only a different, but even a totally opposed aspect of marriage. If the marriage union itself cannot be a matter for contract, it naturally leads to a fact which must necessarily be a matter for implicit or explicit contract, a matter, moreover, in which the community at large has a real and proper interest, that is, the fact of procreation. The ancient Egyptians, among whom matrimonial institutions were so elastic, and the position of woman so high, recognized a provisional and slight marriage bond for the purpose of testing fecundity among ourselves. The law makes no such paternal provision, leaving to young couples themselves the responsibility of making any tests. A permission we know they largely avail themselves of, usually entering the legal bonds of marriage, however, before the birth of their child. That legal bond is a recognition that the introduction of a new individual into the community is not, like sexual union, a mere personal fact, but a social fact, a fact in which the state cannot fail to be concerned. And the more we investigate the tendency of the modern marriage movement, the more we shall realize that its attitude of freedom, of individual moral responsibility in the formation of sexual relationships, is compensated by an attitude of stringency, of strict social oversight in the matter of procreation. Two people who form an erotic relationship are bound, when they reach the conviction that their relationship is a real marriage having its natural end, in procreation, to subscribe to a contract, which, though it may leave themselves personally free, must yet bind them both to their duties towards their children. The necessity for such an undertaking is double, even apart from the fact that it is in the highest interests of the parents themselves. It is required in the interests of the child, it is required in the interests of the state. A child can be bred and well-bred by one effective parent, but to equip a child adequately for its entrance into life, both parents are usually needed. The state on its side, that is to say the community of which parents and child alike form parties, bound to know who these persons are who have become sponsors for a new individual now introduced into its midst. The most individualistic state, the most socialistic state, are alike bound, if faithful to the interests, both biological and economic, of their constituent members. Generally, to insist on the full legal and recognized parentage of the father and mother of every child, that is clearly demanded in the interests of the child. It is clearly demanded also in the interests of the state. The barrier which in Christendom has opposed itself to the natural recognition of this fact, so injuring alike the child and the state, has clearly been the rigidity of the marriage system, more especially as molded by the canon law. The canonists attributed a truly immense importance to the copula carnalis. As they technically termed it, they centered marriage strictly in the vagina. They were not greatly concerned about either the presence or the absence of the child. The vagina, as we know, has not always proved a very firm center for the support of marriage, and that center is now being gradually transferred to the child. If we turn from the canonists to the writings of a modern like Ellen Key, who so accurately represents much that is most characteristic and essential in the late tendencies of marriage development, we seem to have entered a new world, even a newly illuminated world, for in the new sexual morality, as in Correggio's, not the light emanates from the child. No doubt this change is largely a matter of sentiment, of, as we sometimes say, mere sentiment, although there is nothing so powerful in human affairs as sentiment, and the revolution effected by Jesus, the later revolution effected by Rousseau, were mainly revolutions in sentiment. But the change is also a matter of the growing recognition of interests and rights, and as such it manifests itself in law. We can scarcely doubt that we are approaching a time when it will be generally understood that the entrance into the world of every child without exception should be preceded by the formation of a marriage contract, which, while in no way binding the father and mother to any duties or any privileges towards each other, binds them both towards their child, and at the same time ensures their responsibility towards the state. It is impossible for the state to obtain more than this, but it should be impossible for it to demand less. A contract of such a kind marries the father and mother so far as the parentage of the individual child is concerned, and in no other respect. It is a contract which leaves entirely unaffected their past, present, or future relations towards other persons. Otherwise, it would be impossible to enforce it in all parts of the world. This elementary demand of social morality is slowly beginning to be recognized, and as it affects hundreds of thousands of infants who are yearly branded as illegitimate through no act of their own, no one can say that the recognition has come too soon. As yet, indeed, it seems nowhere to be complete. Most attempts or proposals for the avoidance of illegitimate births are concerned with the legalizing of unions of a less binding degree than the present legal marriage. Such unions would serve to counteract other evils. Thus, an English writer, who has devoted much study to sex questions, writes in a private letter, "The best remedy for the licentiousness of celibate men and the mental and physical troubles of continence in woman would be found in a recognized honorable system of free unions and trial marriages, in which preventive intercourse is practiced until the lovers were old enough to become parents and possessed of sufficient means to support a family. The prospect of a loveless existence for young men and women of ardent natures is intolerable and as terrible as the prospect of painful illness and death. But I think the old order must change ere long. In Teutonic countries, there is a strongly marked current of feeling in the direction of establishing legal unions of a lower degree than marriage. They exist in Sweden, as also in Norway, where by a recent law the illegitimate child is entitled to the same rights in relation to both parents as the legitimate child bearing the father's name and inheriting his property. Die New Generation, July 1909, p. 303. In France, the well-known Judge Magnard, so honorably distinguished for his attitude towards cases of infanticide by young mothers, has said, "I heartily wish that alongside the institution of marriage, as it now exists, we had a free union constituted by simple declaration before a magistrate, and conferring almost the same family rights as ordinary marriage. This wish has been widely echoed. In China, although polygamy in the strict sense cannot properly be said to exist the interests of the child, the woman and the state are alike safeguarded by enabling a man to enter into a kind of secondary marriage with the mother of his child. Thanks to this system, Paul Dienjoy states La Revue, Sept. 1905, which allows the husband to marry the woman he desires, without being prevented by previous and undissolved unions. It is only right to remark that there are no seduced and abandoned girls, except such as no law could save from what is really innate depravity, and that there are no illegitimate children, except those whose mothers are unhappily nearer to animals by their senses than to human beings by their reason and dignity. The new Civil Code of Japan, which is in many respects so advanced, allows an illegitimate child to be recognized by giving notice to the registrar. When a married man so recognizes a child, it appears the child may be adopted by the wife as her own, though not actually rendered legitimate. This state of things represents a transition stage. It can scarcely be said to recognize the rights of the recognized child's mother. Japan, it may be added, has adopted the principle of the automatic legitimation by marriage of the children born to the couple before marriage. In Australia, where women possess a larger share than elsewhere in making and administering the laws, some attention is beginning to be given to the rights of illegitimate children. Thus in South Australia, paternity may be proved before birth, and the father by magistrate's order provides lodging for 1 month before and after birth, as well as nurse, doctor, and clothing, furnishing security that he will do so after birth at the magistrate's decision. He pays a weekly sum for the child's maintenance. An illegitimate mother may also be kept in a public institution at the public expense for 6 months to enable her to become attached to her child. Such provisions are developed from the widely recognized right of the unmarried woman to claim support for her child from its father in France indeed. And in the legal codes, which follow the French example, it is not legally permitted to inquire into the paternity of an illegitimate child. Such a law is, needless to say, alike unjust to the mother, to the child, and to the state. In Austria, the law goes to the opposite, though certainly more reasonable extreme, and permits even the mother who has had several lovers to select for herself which she chooses to make responsible for her child. The German code adopts an intermediate course and comes only to the aid of the unmarried mother, who has one lover in all such cases. However, the aid given is pecuniary only. It ensures the mother no recognition or respect. And as Wamund has truly said in his und Eherecht, it is still necessary to insist on the unconditional sanctity of motherhood, which is entitled, under whatever circumstances, it arises to the respect and protection of society. It must be added that from the social point of view, it is not the sexual union which requires legal recognition, but the child which is the product of that union. It would moreover be hopeless to attempt to legalize all sexual connection, but it is comparatively easy to legalize all children. There has been much discussion in the past concerning the particular form which marriage ought to take. Many theorists have exercised their ingenuity in inventing and preaching new and unusual marriage arrangements as panaceas for social ills, while others have exerted even greater energy in denouncing all such proposals as subversive of the foundations of human society. We may regard all such discussions on the one side or the other as idle. In the first place, marriage customs are far too fundamental, far too intimately blended with the primary substance of human and indeed animal society, to be in the slightest degree shaken by the theories or the practices of mere individuals, or even groups of individuals. Monogamith, more or less prolonged cohabitation of two individuals of opposite sexes, been the prevailing type of sexual relationship among the higher vertebrates, and through the greater part of human history. This is admitted even by those who believe without any sound evidence that man has passed through a stage of sexual promiscuity. There have been tendencies to variation in one direction or another, but at the lowest stages and the highest stages, so far as can be seen, monogamy represents the prevailing rule. It must be said also, in the second place, that the natural prevalence of monogamy as the normal type of sexual relationship by no means excludes variations. Indeed, it assumes them. There is nothing precise in nature, according to Diderot's saying, the line of nature is a curve that oscillates from side to side of the norm. Such oscillations inevitably occur in harmony with changes in environmental conditions, and no doubt with peculiarities of personal disposition, so long as no arbitrary and merely external attempt is made to force nature. The vital order is harmoniously maintained among certain species of ducks. When males are in excess, polyandric families are constituted, the two males attending their female partner without jealousy. But when the sexes again become equal in number, the monogamic order is restored. The natural human deviations from the monogamic order seem to be generally of this character, and largely conditioned by the social and economic environment. The most common variation, and that which most clearly possesses a biological foundation, is the tendency to polygyny, which is found at all stages of culture, even in an unrecognized and more or less promiscuous shape in the highest civilization. It must be remembered, however, that recognized polygyny is not the rule. Even where it prevails, it is merely permissive. There is never a sufficient excess of women to allow more than a few of the richer and more influential persons to have more than one wife. It is further to be borne in mind that a certain elasticity of the formal side of marriage, while on the one side it permits variations from the general monogamic order where such are healthful or needed to restore a balance in natural conditions, on the other hand, restrains such variations in so far as they are due to the disturbing influence of artificial constraint. Much of the polygyny and polyandry, also, which prevails among us today, is an altogether artificial and unnatural form of polygamy. Marriages, which on a more natural basis would be dissolved, cannot legally be dissolved, and consequently the parties to them, instead of changing their partners and so preserving the natural monogamic order, take on other additional partners, and so introduce an unnatural polygamy. There will always be variations from the monogamic order, and civilization is certainly not hostile to sexual variation. Whether we reckon these variations as legitimate or illegitimate, they will still take place. Of that we may be certain. The path of social wisdom seems to lie, on the one hand, in making the marriage relationship flexible enough to reduce to a minimum these deviations, not because such deviations are intrinsically bad, but because they ought not to be forced into existence. And on the other hand, in according to these deviations, when they occur, such a measure of recognition as will deprive them of injurious influence and enable justice to be done to all the parties concerned. We too often forget that our failure to recognize such variations merely means that we accord, in such cases, an illegitimate permission to perpetrate injustice in those parts of the world in which polygyny is recognized as a permissible variation. A man is legally held to his natural obligations towards all his sexual mates, and towards the children he has by those mates. In no part of the world is polygyny so prevalent as in Christendom. In no part of the world is it so easy for a man to escape the obligations incurred by polygyny. We imagine that if we refuse to recognize the fact of polygyny, we may refuse to recognize any obligations incurred by polygyny. By enabling a man to escape so easily from the obligations of his polygamous relationships, we encourage him, if he is unscrupulous, to enter into them. We place a premium on the immorality we loftily condemn. Our polygyny has no legal existence, and therefore its obligations can have no legal existence. The ostrich, it was once imagined, hides its head in the sand and attempts to annihilate facts by refusing to look at them. But there is only one known animal which adopts this course of action, and it is called man. Monogamy, in the fundamental biological sense, represents the natural order into which the majority of sexual facts will always naturally fall, because it is the relationship which most adequately corresponds to all the physical and spiritual facts involved. But if we realize that sexual relationships primarily concern only the persons who enter into those relationships, and if we further realize that the interest of society in such relationships is confined to the children which they produce, we shall also realize that to fix by law the number of women with whom a man shall have sexual relationships, and the number of men with whom a woman shall unite herself, is more unreasonable than it would be to fix by law the number of children they shall produce. The state has a right to declare whether it needs few citizens or many, but in attempting to regulate the sexual relationships of its members, the state attempts an impossible task, and is at the same time guilty of an impertinence. There is always a tendency at certain stages of civilization to insist on a merely formal and external uniformity, and a corresponding failure to see not only that such uniformity is unreal, but also that it has an injurious effect insofar as it checks beneficial variations. The tendency is by no means confined to the sexual sphere in England. There is, for instance, a tendency to make building laws which enjoin in regard to places of human habitation all sorts of provisions that on the whole are fairly beneficial, but which in practice act injuriously, because they render many simple and excellent human habitations absolutely illegal, merely because such habitations fail to conform to regulations, which under some circumstances are not only unnecessary but mischievous. Variation is a fact that will exist whether we will or no. It can only become healthful if we recognize and allow for it. We may even have to recognize that it is a more marked tendency in civilization than in more primitive social stages. Thus Gerson argues sexual problem, Sept 1908 p. 538, that just as the civilized man cannot be content with the coarse and monotonous food, which satisfies the peasant, so it is in sexual matters the peasant youth and girl in their sexual relationships are nearly always monogamous, but civilized people with their more versatile and sensitive tastes are apt to crave for variety. Senanker de Elamor Vol Roman II du Partage, p. 127, seems to admit the possibility of marriage variations, as of sharing a wife provided nothing is done to cause rivalry, or to impair the soul's candor. Lecky, near the end of his History of European Morals, declared his belief that while the permanent union of two persons is the normal and prevailing type of marriage, it by no means follows that in the interest of society it should be the only form. Remai de Guermont, similarly Physique, de Elamor p. 186, while stating that the couple is the natural form of marriage and its prolonged continuance, a condition of human superiority, adds that the permanence of the union can only be achieved with difficulty. So also Professor W. Thomas Sex, and Society 1907 p. 193, while regarding monogamy as subservient social needs, adds speaking from the biological standpoint monogamy does not as a rule answer to the conditions of highest stimulation, since here the problematical and elusive elements disappear to some extent, and the object of attention has grown so familiar in consciousness that the emotional reactions are qualified. This is the fundamental explanation of the fact that married men and women frequently become interested in others than their partners in matrimony. Pepys, whose unconscious self-dissection admirably illustrates so many psychological tendencies, clearly shows how be a logic of feeling deeper than any intellectual logic that devotion to monogamy subsists side by side with an irresistible passion for sexual variety, with his constantly recurring wayward attraction to a long series of women he retains. Throughout a deep and unchanging affection for his charming young wife in the privacy of his diary, he frequently refers to her in terms of endearment which cannot be feigned. He enjoys her society, he is very particular about her dress, he delights in her progress in music, and spends much money on her training. He is absurdly jealous when he finds her in the society of a man. His subsidiary relationships with other women recur irresistibly, but he has no wish either to make them very permanent or to allow them to engross him unduly. Pepys represents a common type of civilized monogamist who is perfectly sincere and extremely convinced in his advocacy of monogamy as he understands it, but at the same time believes and acts on the belief that monogamy by no means excludes the need for sexual variation. Lord Morley's statement, Diderot Vol Roman II p. 20, that man is instinctively polygamous, can by no means be accepted. But if we interpret it as meaning that man is an instinctively monogamous animal with a concomitant desire for sexual variation, there is much evidence in its favor. Women must be as free as men to mold their own amatory life. Many consider, however, that such freedom on the part of women will be and ought to be exercised within narrower limits. See for example Bloch, Sexual Life of Our Time chx. In part, this limitation is considered due to the greater absorption of a woman in the task of breeding and rearing her child, and in part to a less range of psychic activities. A man, as G. Hirth puts it, expressing this view of the matter, Wej zur Liebe, p. 342, has not only room in his intellectual horizon for very various interests, but his power of erotic expansion is much greater and more differentiated than that of women, although he may lack the intimacy and depth of a woman's devotion. It may be argued that since variations in the sexual order will inevitably take place whether or not they are recognized or authorized, no harm is likely to be done by using the weight of social and legal authority on the side of that form which is generally regarded as the best insofar as possible covering the other forms with infamy. There are many obvious defects in such an attitude apart from the supremely important fact that to cast infamy on sexual relationships is to exert a despicable cruelty on women, who are inevitably the chief sufferers. Not the least is the injustice and the hampering of vital energy, which it inflicts on the better and more scrupulous people to the advantage of the worse. And less scrupulous, this always happens when authority exerts its power in favor of a form. When in the 13th century Alexander Ione, of the greatest and most effective potentates who ever ruled Christendom, was consulted by the Bishop of Exeter concerning subdeacons, who persisted in marrying the Pope, directed him to inquire into the lives and characters of the offenders. If they were of regular habits and staid morality, they were to be forcibly separated, and the wives driven out. If they were men of notoriously disorderly character, they were to be permitted to retain their wives, if they so desired. Lee History of Sacerdotal Celibacy, 3rd edition, Vol. IP 396. It was an astute policy, and was carried out by the same Pope elsewhere, but it is easy to see that it was altogether opposed to morality in every sense of the term. It destroyed the happiness and the efficiency of the best men. It left the worst men absolutely free. Today, we are quite willing to recognize the evil result of this policy. It was dictated by a pope and carried out 700 years ago, yet in England, we carry out exactly the same policy today by means of our separation orders, which are scattered broadcast among the population. None of the couples thus separate never disciplined to celibacy, as are the Catholic clergy of Tade may marry again. We in effect bid the more scrupulous among them to become celibates, and to the less scrupulous we grant permission to do as they like. This process is carried on by virtue of the collective inertia of the community, and when it is supported by arguments, if that ever happens, they are of an antiquarian character, which can only call forth a pitying smile. It may be added that there is a further reason why the custom of branding sexual variations from the norm as immoral is not so harmless as some affect to believe. Such variations appear to be not uncommon among men and women of superlative ability, whose powers are needed unimpeded in the service of mankind. To attempt to fit such persons into the narrow molds which suit the majority is not only an injustice to them as individuals, but it is an offense against society, which may fairly claim that its best members shall not be hampered in its service. The notion that the person whose sexual needs differ from those of the average is necessarily a socially bad person is a notion unsupported by facts. Every case must be judged on its own merits. Undoubtedly, the most common variation from normal monogamy has in all stages of human culture been polygyny, or the sexual union of one man with more than one woman. It has sometimes been socially and legally recognized, and sometimes unrecognized. But in either case, it has not failed to occur. Polyandry, or the union of a woman with more than one man, has been comparatively rare, and for intelligible reasons men have most usually been in a better position economically and legally to organize a household with themselves. As the center, a woman is unlike a man by nature, and often by custom, unfitted for intercourse for considerable periods at a time. A woman, moreover, has her thoughts and affections more concentrated on her children. Apart from this, the biological masculine traditions point to polygyny much more than the feminine traditions point to polyandry. Although it is true that a woman can undergo a much greater amount of sexual intercourse than a man, it also remains true that the phenomena of courtship in nature have made it the duty of the male to be alert in offering his sexual attention to the female, whose part it has been to suspend her choice coyly until she is sure of her preference. Polygynic conditions have also proved advantageous, as they have permitted the most vigorous and successful members of a community to have the largest number of mates, and so to transmit their own superior qualities. Polygamy, writes Woods Hutchinson, Contemporary Review Oct. 1904, though he recognizes the advantages of monogamy as a racial institution among animals, as among men, has many solid and weighty considerations in its favor, and has resulted in both human and prehuman times in the production of a very high type of both individual and social development. He points out that it promotes intelligence, cooperation, and division of labor, while the keen competition for women weeds out the weaker and less attractive males. Among our European ancestors, alike among Germans and Celts, polygyny and other sexual forms existed as occasional variations. Tacitus noted polygyny in Germany and Caesar found in Britain that brothers would hold their wives in common, the children being reckoned to the man, to whom the woman had been first given in marriage. See, for example, Trails, Social England Vol. IP 103. For a discussion of this point, the husband's assistant, also who might be called in to impregnate the wife, when the husband was impotent, existed in Germany, and was indeed a general Indo-Germanic institution. Schrader Reallexikon Arts Jugendschelfer. The corresponding institution of the concubine has been still more deeply rooted and widespread up to comparatively modern times. Indeed, in accordance with the traditions of Roman law, the concubine held a recognized and honorable position below that of a wife, but with definite legal rights, though it was not always or indeed usually legal for a married man to have a concubine. In ancient Wales, as well as in Rome, the concubine was accepted and never despised. R.B. Holt Marriage Laws of the Cymru Journal Anthropological Institute Ogg, and Nov 1898 p. 155. The fact that when a concubine entered the house of a married man her dignity and legal position were less than those of the wife preserved domestic peace and safeguarded the wife's interests. A Korean husband cannot take a concubine under his roof without his wife's permission, but she rarely objects and seems to enjoy the companionship, says Louise Jordan Milne. Quaint Korea, 1895 p. 92. In Old Europe, we must remember, as Dufour points out in speaking of the time of Charlemagne, Histoire de la Prostitution Vol. Roman 3 p. 226. Concubine was an honorable term. The concubine was by no means a mistress, and she could be accused of adultery, just the same as a wife in England, late in the 13th century. Bracton speaks of the concubina legitima as entitled to certain rights and considerations, and it was the same in other parts of Europe. Sometimes for several centuries later. See Lee History of Sacerdotal Celibacy, Vol. IP 230. The early Christian Church was frequently inclined to recognize the concubine at events if attached to an unmarried man, for we may trace in the Church the wish to look upon every permanent union of man or woman as possessing the character of a marriage in the eyes of God, and therefore, in the judgment of the Church Art Concubinage Smith and Cheetham Dictionary of Christian Antiquities, this was the feeling of St. Augustine, who had himself, before his conversion, had a concubine who was apparently a Christian, and the Council of Toledo admitted an unmarried man who was faithful to a concubine. As the law of the Catholic Church grew more and more rigid, it necessarily lost touch with human needs. It was not so in the early Church during the great ages of its vital growth. In those ages, even the strenuous general rule of monogamy was relaxed, when such relaxation seemed reasonable. This was so, for instance, in the case of sexual impotency. Thus, early in the 8th century, Gregory Roman II, writing to Boniface the Apostle of Germany in answer to a question by the latter, replies that when a wife is incapable from physical infirmity from fulfilling her marital duties, it is permissible for the husband to take a second wife, though he must not withdraw maintenance from the first. A little later, Archbishop Egbert of York, in his Dialogus de Institution Ecclesiastica, though more cautiously, admits that when one of two married persons is infirm, the other, with the permission of the infirm one, may marry again, but the infirm one is not allowed to marry again during the other's life. Impotency, at the time of marriage, of course, made the marriage void without the intervention of any ecclesiastical law, but Aquinas and later theologians allow that an excessive disgust for a wife justifies a man in regarding himself as impotent in relation to her. These rules are, of course, quite distinct from the permissions to break the marriage laws granted to kings and princes. Such permissions do not count as evidence of the Church's rules, for as the Council of Constantinople prudently decided in 809, divine law can do nothing against kings. Art Bigamy Dictionary of Christian Antiquities. The law of monogamy was also relaxed in cases of enforced or voluntary desertion. Thus, the Council of Vermery 752 enacted that if a wife will not accompany her husband when he is compelled to follow his lord into another land, he may marry again, provided he sees no hope of returning. Theodore of Canterbury, 688, again pronounces that if a wife is carried away by the enemy and her husband cannot redeem her, he may marry again after an interval of a year, or if there is a chance of redeeming her, after an interval of 5 years. The wife may do the same. Such rules, though not general, show, as Merrick points out, Art Marriage Dictionary of Christian Antiquities, a willingness to meet particular cases as they arise. As the canon law grew rigid, and the Catholic Church lost its vital adaptability, sexual variations ceased to be recognized within its sphere, we have to wait for the Reformation for any further movement. Many of the early Protestant reformers, especially in Germany, were prepared to admit a considerable degree of vital flexibility in sexual relationships. Thus, Luther advised married women with impotent husbands, in cases where there was no wish or opportunity for divorce, to have sexual relations with another man. By preference, the husband's brother, the children, were to be reckoned to the husband. Die sexual Frage, bei Luther Mutterschutz, Sept. 1908. In England, the Puritan spirit, which so largely occupied itself with the reform of marriage, could not fail to be concerned with the question of sexual variations, and from time to time, we find the proposal to legalize polygyny. Thus, in 1658, A Person of Quality published in London, a small pamphlet dedicated to the Lord Protector, entitled A Remedy for Uncleanness. It was in the form of a number of queries asking why we should not admit polygamy. For the avoidance of adultery and infanticide, the writer inquires whether it may not stand with a gracious spirit and be every way consistent with the principles of a man fearing God and loving holiness, to have more women than one to his proper use. He that takes another man's ox or ass is doubtless a transgressor, but he that puts himself out of the occasion of that temptation, by keeping of his own, seems to be a right honest and well-meaning man. More than a century later, 1780, an able, learned, and distinguished London clergyman of high character, who had been a lawyer before entering the church, the Rev. Martin Madden, also advocated polygamy in a book called the Lifethora, or a treatise on female ruin. Madden had been brought into close contact with prostitution through a chaplaincy at the Lock Hospital, and like the Puritan advocate of polygamy, he came to the conclusion that only by the reform of marriage is it possible to work against prostitution and the evils of sexual intercourse outside marriage. His remarkable book aroused much controversy and strong feeling against the author, so that he found it desirable to leave London and settle in the country. Projects of marriage reform have never since come from the Church, but from philosophers and moralists, though not rarely from writers of definitely religious character. Senanker, who was so delicate and sensitive a moralist in the sexual sphere, introduced a temperate discussion of polygamy into his De Elamor Vol. Roman 2, pp. 117,126. It seemed to him to be neither positively contrary nor positively conformed to the general tendency of our present conventions, and he concluded that the method of conciliation in part would be no longer to require that the union of a man and woman should only cease with the death of one of them. Cope, the biologist, expressed a somewhat more decided opinion. Under some circumstances, if all three parties agreed, he saw no objection to polygyny or polyandry. There are some cases of hardship, he said, which such permission would remedy. Such, for instance, would be the case where the man or woman had become the victim of a chronic disease, or when either party should be childless. And in other contingencies that could be imagined, there would be no compulsion in any direction and full responsibility. As at present, such cases could only arise exceptionally and would not call for social antagonism. For the most part, Cope remarks the best way to deal with polygamy is to let it alone. E. Roman 500. Cope, The Marriage Problem, Open Court, Nov. 15 and 22, 1888. In England, Dr. John Chapman, the editor of the Westminster Review and a close associate of the leaders of the radical movement in the Victorian period, was opposed to state dictation as regards the form of marriage, and believed that a certain amount of sexual variation would be socially beneficial. Thus he wrote in 1884 in a private letter, "I think that as human beings become less selfish, polygamy, Roman 1 polygyny, and even polyandry in an ennobled form, will become increasingly frequent." James Hinton, who a few years earlier had devoted much thought and attention to the sexual question, and regarded it as indeed the greatest of moral problems, was strongly in favor of a more vital flexibility of marriage regulations, an adaptation to human needs, such as the early Christian Church admitted marriage, he declared, must be subordinated to service, since marriage, like the Sabbath, is made for man, and not man for marriage. Thus, in case of one partner becoming insane, he would permit the other partner to marry again, the claim of the insane partner, in case of recovery, still remaining valid. That would be a form of polygamy, but Hinton was careful to point out that by polygamy, he meant less a particular marriage order than such an order as best serves good, and which therefore must be essentially variable monogamy, may be good, even the only good order if of free choice, but a law for it is another thing. The sexual relationship must be a natural thing. The true social life will not be any fixed and definite relationship, as of monogamy, polygamy, or anything else, but a perfect subordination of every sexual relationship, whatever to reason and human good. Ellen Key, who is an enthusiastic advocate of monogamy, and who believes that the civilized development of personal love removes all danger of the growth of polygamy, still admits the existence of variations. She has in mind such solutions of difficult problems as Goethe had before him when he proposed at first in his Stella to represent the force of affection and tender memories as too strong to admit of the rupture of an old bond, in the presence of a new bond. The problem of sexual variation, she remarks, however, Lieb, und Ethik p. 12, has changed its form under modern conditions. It is no longer a struggle between the demand of society for a rigid marriage order and the demand of the individual for sexual satisfaction, but it has become the problem of harmonizing the ennoblement of the race with heightened requirements of erotic happiness. She also points out that the existence of a partner who requires the other partner's care as a nurse or as an intellectual companion by no means deprives that other partner of the right to fatherhood or motherhood, and that such rights must be safeguarded. Ellen Key Huber Lieb, und pp. 166,168. A prominent and extreme advocate of polygyny, not as a simple rare variation, but as a marriage order superior to monogamy, is to be found at the present day in Professor Christian von Ehrenfels of Prague. See, for example, his Sexualethik 1908 Die Postulate des Lebens Sexual Problem Acht 1908, and letter to Ellen Key. In her Huber Lieb, und p. 466, Ehrenfels believes that the number of men inapt for satisfactory reproduction is much larger than that of women, and that therefore when these are left out of account, a polygenic marriage order becomes necessary. He calls this reproduction marriage Zugangse, and considers that it will entirely replace the present marriage order to which it is morally superior. It would be based on private contracts. Ehrenfels holds that women would offer no objection as a woman. He believes attaches less importance to a man as a wooer than as the father of her child. Ehrenfels' doctrine has been seriously attacked from many sides, and his proposals are not in the line of our progress. Any radical modification of the existing monogamic order is not to be expected, even if it were generally recognized, which cannot be said to be the case, that it is desirable. The question of sexual variations, it must be remembered, is not a question of introducing an entirely new form of marriage, but only of recognizing the rights of individuals in exceptional cases to adopt such aberrant forms, and of recognizing the corresponding duties of such individuals to accept the responsibilities of any aberrant marriage forms they may find it best to adopt. So far as the question of sexual variations is more than this, it is, as Hinton argued, a dynamical method of working towards the abolition of the perilous and dangerous promiscuity of prostitution. A rigid marriage order involves prostitution. A flexible marriage order, largelith, not it may be entirely, renders prostitution unnecessary. The democratic morality of the present day, so far as the indications at present go, is opposed to the encouragement of a quasi-slave class with diminished social rights, such as prostitutes always constitute, in a more or less marked degree. It is fairly evident also that the rapidly growing influence of medical hygiene is on the same side. We may therefore reasonably expect in the future a slow, though steady increase in the recognition and even the extension of those variations of the monogamic order which have in reality never ceased to exist. It is lamentable that at this period of the world's history, nearly 2,000 years after the wise legislators of Rome had completed their work, it should still be necessary to conclude that we are today only beginning to place marriage on a reasonable and humane basis. I have repeatedly pointed out how largely the canon law has been responsible for this arrest of development. One may say, indeed, that the whole attitude of the Church after it had once acquired complete worldly dominance must be held responsible. In the earlier centuries, the attitude of Christianity was on the whole admirable. It held aloft great ideals, but it refrained from enforcing those ideals at all costs. Thus, its ideals remained genuine and could not degenerate into mere hypocritical empty forms. Much flexibility was allowed when it seemed to be for human good and made for the avoidance of evil and injustice. But when the Church attained temporal power, and when that power was concentrated in the hands of popes, who subordinated moral and religious interests to political interests. All the claims of reason and humanity were flung to the winds. The ideal was no more a fact than it was before, but it was now treated. As a fact, human relationships remained what they were before, as complicated and as various. But henceforth, one rigid pattern, admirable as an ideal, but worse than empty as a form, was arbitrarily set up, and all deviations from it treated either as non-existent or damnable. The vitality was crushed out of the most central human institutions, and they are only today beginning to lift their heads afresh. If to sum up, we consider the course which the regulation of marriage has run during the Christian era, the only period which immediately concerns us, it is not difficult to trace the main outlines. Marriage began as a private arrangement, which the Church, without being able to control, was willing to bless, as it also blessed many other secular affairs of men, making no undue attempt to limit its natural flexibility to human needs. Gradually and imperceptibly, however, without the medium of any law, Christianity gained the complete control of marriage, coordinated it with its already evolved conceptions of the evil of lust, of the virtue of chastity, of the mortal sin of fornication, and having through the influence of these dominating conceptions limited the flexibility of marriage in every possible direction, it placed it on a lofty but narrow pedestal as the sacrament of matrimony, for reasons which by no means lay in the nature of the sexual relationships, but which probably seemed cogent to sacerdotal legislators, who assimilated it to ordination. Matrimony was declared indissoluble. Nothing was so easy to enter as the gate of matrimony, but after the manner of a mousetrap, it opened inwards and not outwards. Once in there, was no way out. Alive, the Church's regulation of marriage, while like the celibacy of the clergy, it was a success from the point of view of ecclesiastical politics, and even at first from the point of view of civilization, for it at least introduced order into a chaotic society, was in the long run a failure from the point of view of society and morals. On the one hand, it drifted into absurd subtleties and quibbles, on the other, not being based on either reason or humanity, it had none of that vital adaptability to the needs of life, which early Christianity, while holding aloft austere ideals, still largely retained on the side of tradition. This code of marriage law became awkward and impracticable on the biological side. It was hopelessly false. The way was thus prepared for the Protestant reintroduction of the conception of marriage as a contract, that conception being, however, brought forward less on its merits than as a protest against the difficulties and absurdities of the Catholic canon law. The contractive view, which still largely persists even today, speedily took over much of the canon law doctrines of marriage, becoming in practice a kind of reformed and secularized canon law. It was somewhat more adapted to modern needs, but it retained much of the rigidity of the Catholic marriage without its sacramental character, and it never made any attempt to become more than nominally contractive. It has been of the nature of an incongruous compromise, and has represented a transitional phase towards free private marriage. We can recognize that phase in the tendency, well marked in all civilized lands, to an ever-increasing flexibility of marriage. The idea and even the fact of marriage by consent and divorce, by failure of that consent, which we are now approaching, has never indeed been quite extinct in the Latin countries. It has survived with the tradition of Roman law in the English-speaking countries. It is bound up with the spirit of Puritanism, which insists that in the things that concern the individual alone, the individual himself shall be the supreme judge. That doctrine, as applied to marriage, was in England magnificently asserted by the genius of Milton, and in America it has been a leaven which is still working in marriage legislation towards an inevitable goal, which is scarcely yet in sight. The marriage system of the future, as it moves along its present course, will resemble the old Christian system in that it will recognize the sacred and sacramental character of the sexual relationship, and it will resemble the civil conception in that it will insist that marriage, so far as it involves procreation, shall be publicly registered by the state. But in opposition to the Church, it will recognize that marriage, in so far as it is purely a sexual relationship, is a private matter, the conditions of which must be left to the persons who alone are concerned in it. And in opposition to the civil theory, it will recognize that marriage is in its essence a fact, and not a contract, though it may give rise to contracts, so long as such contracts do not touch that essential fact. And, in one respect, it will go beyond either the ecclesiastical conception or the civil conception. Man has in recent times gained control of his own procreative powers, and that control involves a shifting of the center of gravity of marriage, in so far as marriage is an affair of the state from the vagina to the child, which is the fruit of the womb. Marriage, as a state institution, will center not around the sexual relationship, but around the child, which is the outcome of that relationship insofar as marriage is an inviolable public contract. It will be of such a nature that it will be capable of automatically covering with its protection every child that is born into the world, so that every child may possess a legal mother and a legal father on the one side. Therefore, marriage is tending to become less stringent on the other side. It is tending to become more stringent on the personal side. It is a sacred and intimate relationship with which the state has no concern on the social side. It is the assumption of the responsible public sponsorship of a new member of the state. Some among us are working to further one of these aspects of marriage, some to further the other aspect. Both are indispensable to establish a perfect harmony. It is necessary to hold the two aspects of marriage apart in order to do equal justice to the individual and to society. But insofar as marriage approaches its ideal state, those two aspects become one. We have now completed the discussion of marriage as it presents itself to the modern man born in what in medieval days was called Christendom. It is not an easy subject to discuss. It is indeed a very difficult subject, and only after many years is it possible to detect the main drift of its apparently opposing and confused currents. When one is oneself in the midst of them, to an Englishman, it is perhaps peculiarly difficult, for the Englishman is nothing if not insular in that fact lie, whatever virtues he possesses as well as their reverse sides. Yet it is worthwhile to attempt to climb to a height from which we can view the stream of social tendency in its true proportions, and estimate its direction. It is necessary to do so, if we value our mental peace in an age when men's minds are agitated by many petty movements, which have nothing to do with their great temporal interests, to say nothing of their eternal interests. When we have attained a wide vision of the solid biological facts of life, when we have grasped the great historical streams of tradition which together make up the map of human affairs, we can face serenely the little social transitions which take place in our own age, as they have taken place in every age. Rosenthal of Breslau, from the legal side, goes so far as to argue Grundfragen des Eheproblems, Die Neue Generation Dec, 1908, that the intention of procreation is essential to the conception of legal marriage. J. A. Godfrey, Science of Sex, p. 119. E. Roman 500 Cope, The Marriage Problem, Open Court, Nav 1888. C. Ante p. 395. Wachter Ehiskidungen pp 95 et sec esmin marriage, en droit canonique, vol ip 6, Howard History of Matrimonial Institutions, vol Roman 2 p 15. Howard, in agreement with Lecky, considers that the freedom of divorce was only abused by a small section of the Roman population, and that such abuse, so far as it existed, was not the cause of any decline of Roman morals. The opinions of the Christian fathers were very varied, and they were sometimes doubtful about them. See, for example, the opinions collected by Cranmer and enumerated by Burnet, History of Reformation, ed. Nares, vol. Roman 2 p. 91. Constantine, the first Christian emperor, enacted a strict and peculiar divorce law allowing a wife to divorce her husband only when he was a homicide, a poisoner, or a violator of sepulchres, which could not be maintained in 497. Therefore Anastasius decreed divorce by mutual consent. This was abolished by Justinian, who only allowed divorce for various specified causes, among them, however, including the husband's adultery. These restrictions proved unworkable, and Justinian's successor and nephew Justin restored divorce by mutual consent. Finally, in 870, Leo, the philosopher, returned to Justinian's enactment. See, for example, Smith and Cheetham, Dictionary of Christian Antiquities, Arts, Adultery and Marriage. The element of reverence in the early German attitude towards women and the privileges which even the married woman enjoyed, so far as Tacitus can be considered a reliable guide, seem to have been the surviving vestiges of an earlier social state on a more matriarchal basis. They are most distinct at the dawn of German history from the first. However, though divorce by mutual consent seems to have been possible German custom, was pitiless to the married woman who was unfaithful, sterile, or otherwise offended. Though for some time after the introduction of Christianity, it was no offense for the German husband to commit adultery. Westermark, Origin of the Moral Ideas, vol. Roman 2 p. 453. This form of marriage, says Hobhouse, op. cit. vol. ip. 156, is intimately associated with the extension of marital power cf. Howard Op. Cit. Vol. IP 231, the very subordinate position of the medieval German woman, is set forth by Hagelstand Sudoches Bauernleben in Mittelalter, 1898 pp 70 et seq. Howard Op. Cit. Vol. IP 259 Smith and Cheetham Dictionary of Christian Antiquities. Art Air. It would appear, however, that the bridesale of which Tacitus speaks was not strictly the sale of a chattel nor of a slave girl, but the sale of the mund or protectorship over the girl. It is true the distinction may not always have been clear to those who took part in the transaction. Similarly, the Anglo-Saxon betrothal was not so much a payment of the bride's price to her kinsmen, although as a matter of fact they might make a profit out of the transaction, as a covenant stipulating for the bride's honorable treatment as wife and widow. Reminiscences of this remark Pollock and Maitland Op. Cit. Vol. Roman 2 p. 364 may be found in that curious cabinet of antiquities, the marriage ritual of the English Church. Howard Op. Cit. Vol. IPP 278,280, 1386. The Urha crept into Roman and Byzantine law during the 6th century. J. Wickham Legge, Ecclesiological Essays, p. 189. It may be added that the idea of the subordination of the wife to the husband appeared in the Christian Church at a somewhat early period, and no doubt independently of Germanic influences. St. Augustine said Sermo Roman 37 cap Roman 6, that a good materfamilias must not be ashamed to call herself her husband's servant ancilla. See for example Roman 50, Gaudier la Chevalerie ch. Roman 93:25. Howard Op. Cit. Vol. IPP 293, et sec. Esmin Op. Cit. Vol. IPP 25, et sec. Smith and Cheetham Dictionary of Christian Antiquities Art Contract of Marriage. Any later changes in Catholic canon law have merely been in the direction of making matrimony still narrower and still more remote from the practice of the world. By a papal decree of 1907, civil marriages and marriages in non-Catholic places of worship are declared to be not only sinful and unlawful which they were before, but actually null and void. ESP Haynes Our Divorce Law p3. It was the Council of Trent in the 16th century which made ecclesiastical rights essential to binding marriage, but even then 56 prelates voted against that decision. Esmin Op. Cit. Vol. IP 90. It is sometimes said that the Catholic Church is able to diminish the evils of its doctrine of the indissolubility of marriage by the number of impediments to marriage it admits, thus affording free scope for dispensations from marriage. This scarcely seems to be the case. Dr. P.J. Hayes, who speaks with authority as Chancellor of the Catholic Archdiocese of New York, states impediments to marriage in the Catholic Church North American Review May 1905, that even in so modern and so mixed a community as this there are few applications for dispensations on account of impediments. There are 15,000 Catholic marriages per annum in New York City, but scarcely 5 per annum are questioned as to validity, and these chiefly on the ground of bigamy. The canonists say Pollock and Maitland Lock Cit. made a capricious mess of the marriage law. Seldom, says Howard Op. Cit. Vol. IP 340, have mere theory and subtle quibbling had more disastrous consequences in practical life than in the case of the distinction between sponsalia de piacenti and de futuro. Howard Op. Cit. Vol. IPP 386, et sec. On the whole, however, Luther's opinion was that marriage, though a sacred and mysterious thing, is not a sacrament. His various statements on the matter are brought together by Strampf Luther Uber die Ehe pp. 204,214. Howard Op. Cit. Vol. Roman 2 pp. 61, et sec. Probably as a result of the somewhat confused and incoherent attitude of the Reformers, the canon law of marriage in a modified form really persisted in Protestant countries to a greater extent than in Catholic countries. In France, especially, it has been much more profoundly modified. Esmin Op. Cit. Vol. IP 33. The Quaker conception of marriage is still vitally influential. Why, says Mrs. Besant, marriage p. 19, should not we take a leaf out of the Quaker's book and substitute for the present legal forms of marriage a simple declaration publicly made? Howard Op. Cit. Vol. Roman 2 p. 456. The actual practice in Pennsylvania appears, however, to differ little from that usual in the other states. Howard Op. Cit. Vol. Roman 2 p. 109. It is indeed wonderful, Howard remarks, that a great nation priding herself on a love of equity and social liberty should thus for 5 generations tolerate an invidious indulgence, rather than frankly and courageously, to free herself from the shackles of an ecclesiastical tradition. The enforced continuance of an unsuccessful union is perhaps the most immoral thing which a civilized society ever countenanced, far less encouraged, says Godfrey Science of Sex p. 123. The morality of a union is dependent upon mutual desire, and a union dictated by any other cause is outside the moral pale, however custom may sanction it or religion and law condone it. Adultery in most savage and barbarous societies is regarded, in the words of Westermarck, as an illegitimate appropriation of the exclusive claims which the husband has acquired by the purchase of his wife, as an offense against property. The seducer is therefore punished as a thief by fine mutilation, even death. Origin of the Moral Ideas Vol. Roman 2 pp. 447, et Sec. Roman 499. History of Human Marriage p. 121. Among some peoples, it is the seducer who alone suffers, and not the wife. It is sometimes said, in defense of the claim for damages for seducing a wife, that women are often weak and unable to resist masculine advances, so that the law ought to press heavily on the man who takes advantage of that weakness. This argument seems a little antiquated. The law is beginning to accept the responsibility even of married women in other respects, and can scarcely refuse to accept it for the control of her own person. Moreover, if it is so natural for the woman to yield, it is scarcely legitimate to punish the man with whom she has performed that natural act. It must further be said that if a wife's adultery is only an irresponsible feminine weakness, a most undue brutality is inflicted on her by publicly demanding her pecuniary price from her lover. If indeed we accept this argument, we ought to reintroduce the medieval girdle of chastity. Howard Opsit Vol. Roman 2 p. 114. This rule is in England by no means a dead letter. Thus, in 1907, a wife who had left her home, leaving a letter stating that her husband was not the father of her child, subsequently brought an action for divorce which, as the husband made no defense, she obtained. But the king's proctor, having learnt the facts, the decree was rescinded. Then the husband brought an action for divorce, but could not obtain it. Having already admitted his own adultery by leaving the previous case undefended, he took the matter up to the Court of Appeal, but his petition was dismissed, the court being of opinion that to grant relief in such a case was not in the interest of public morality. The safest way in England to render what is legally termed marriage absolutely indissoluble is for both parties to commit adultery. Magnus Hirschfeld Zeitschrift für Sexualwissenschaft 8 1908. H. Nur die Richterliche Beurteilung der Zärtheit et Geschlecht und Gesellschaft BD Roman 2 Teil 8. Gross-Hofinger die Schicksal der Frauen und die Prostitution, 1847 Block, presents a full summary of the results of this inquiry in an appendix to CHX of his Sexual Life of Our Times. Divorce in the United States is fully discussed by Howard Opsit Vol. Roman 33, 47. H. Munsterberg, The Americans p. 575, similarly Dr. Felix Adler in a study of the ethics of divorce, The Ethical Record 1890 p. 200, although not himself an admirer of divorce, believes that the first cause of the frequency of divorce in the United States is the high position of women. In an important article, with illustrative cases on the neuropsychical element in Conjugal Aversion Journal of Nervous and Mental Diseases, Sept. 1892, Smith-Baker refers to the cases in which a man may find himself progressively becoming antipathetic through recognition of the comparatively less developed personality of the one to whom he happens to be marrying perhaps, before he has learned to accurately judge of character and its tendencies. He awakens to the fact that he is honorably bound to live all his physiological life with not a real companion, but a mere counterfeit. The cases are still more numerous, the same writer observes, in which the sexual appetite of the wife fails to reveal itself, except as the result of education, and practice. This sort of natural condition is the source of much disappointment and of intense suffering on the part of the woman, as well as of family dissatisfaction. Yet such causes for divorce are far too complex to be stated in statute books, and far too intimate to be pleaded in courts of justice. 10 years ago, if not still, the United States came forth in order of frequency of divorce, after Japan, Denmark, and Switzerland. Lecky, the historian of European morals, has pointed out democracy and Liberty Vol. Roman II p. 172, the close connection generally between facility of divorce and a high standard of sexual morality. So for example Hobhouse Morals in Evolution Vol. IP 237. In England, this step was taken in the reign of Henry Roman VII, when the forcible marriage of women against their will was forbidden by Statute 3 Henry Roman VII Roman 100, even in the middle of the 17th century. However, the question of forcible marriage had again to be dealt with in Derwick Interregnum pp. 40 et seq. Woods Hutchinson Contemporary Review, Sept. 1905 argues that when there is epilepsy, insanity, moral perversion, habitual drunkenness, or criminal conduct of any kind, divorce for the sake of the next generation should be not permissive, but compulsory. Mere divorce, however, would not suffice to attain the ends desired. Similarly, in Germany, Wanda von Sacher-Masoch, who had suffered much from marriage, whatever her own defects of character, may have been writes at the end of Maine, Lebenspiked, that as long as women have not the courage to regulate without state interference or church interference relationships, which concern themselves alone, they will not be free. In place of this old decayed system of marriage so opposed to our modern thoughts and feelings, she would have private contracts made by a lawyer in England at a much earlier period. Charles Kingsley, who was an ardent friend to women's movements, and whose feeling for womanhood amounted almost to worship, wrote to J.S. Mill, "There will never be a good world for women until the last remnant of the canon law is civilized off the earth." No fouler institution was ever invented, declared Auberon Herbert many years ago, expressing before its time a feeling which has since become more common, and its existence drags on to our deep shame, because we have not the courage frankly to say that the sexual relations of husband and wife, or those who live together, concern their own selves, and do not concern the prying, gloating, self-righteous, and intensely untruthful world outside. Hobhouse Opsit Vol. IP 237. The same conception of marriage as a contract still persists to some extent also in the United States, whither it was carried by the early Protestants and Puritans. No definition of marriage is indeed usually laid down by the states, but Howard says Op. Cit. Vol. Roman II p. 395, in effect matrimony is treated as a relation partaking of the nature of both status and contract. This point of view has been vigorously set forth by Paul and Victor Marguerite Quelques Idées. I may remark that this was pointed out, and its consequences vigorously argued many years ago by Roman 100 G. Garrison Limits of Divorce Contemporary Review, Feb. 1894. It may safely be asserted, he concludes, that marriage presents not one attribute or incident of anything remotely resembling a contract, either in form, remedy, procedure, or result, but that in all these aspects, on the contrary, it is fatally hostile to the principles and practices of that division of the rights of persons. Marriage is not contract but conduct. See for example P. and Roman 5, Marguerite Opsit. As quoted by Howard Opsit Vol. Roman II p. 29. Ellen Key similarly Uber Lieb, und p. 343, remarks that to talk of the duty of lifelong fidelity is much the same as to talk of the duty of lifelong health. A man may promise, she adds, to do his best to preserve his life or his love, he cannot unconditionally undertake to preserve them. Hobhouse Opsit Vol. 1 pp. 159, 2379, CFP, and Roman 5, Marguerite Quelques Idées. Divorce, as Garrison puts it, Limits of Divorce Contemporary Review, Feb. 1894, is the judicial announcement that conduct, once connubial in character and purpose, has lost these qualities. Divorce is a question of fact, and not a license to break a promise. See ante p. 425. It has been necessary to discuss reproduction in the first chapter of the present volume, and it will again be necessary in the concluding chapter. Here, we are only concerned with procreation as an element of marriage. Nyetzeld die in Gypten zur Tolmeischromischen, Zeit 1903 p3. This bond also accorded rights to any children that might be born during its existence. See for example Ellen Key Mutter und Kind p. 21. The necessity for the combination of greater freedom of sexual relationships with greater stringency of parental relationships was clearly realized at an earlier period by another able woman writer, Miss J. H. Clapperton, in her notable book Scientific Meliorism, published in 1885. Legal changes, she wrote, p. 320, are required in two directions: viz. Towards greater freedom, as to marriage and greater strictness. As to parentage, the marriage union is essentially a private matter, with which society has no call and no right to interfere. Childbirth, on the contrary, is a public event. It touches the interests of the whole nation. Ellen Kielib, und p. 168 cf., the same author's Century of the Child. In Germany alone, 180,000 illegitimate children are born every year, and the number is rapidly increasing in England. It is only 40,000 per annum. The strong feeling, which often exists against such births in England, as also in France, leading to the wide adoption of methods for preventing conception. Where are real monogamists to be found? Asked Schopenhauer in his essay Über die Weib. And James Hinton was wont to ask, what is the meaning of maintaining monogamy? Is there any chance of getting it? I should like to know, do you call English life monogamous? Almost everywhere, says Westermarck of polygyny, which he discusses fully in Chs XXXA of his History of Human Marriage. It is confined to the smaller part of the people, the vast majority being monogamous. Morris Gregory, Contemporary Review, Sept. 1906, gives statistics showing that nearly everywhere the tendency is towards equality in number of the sexes. In a polygamous land, a man is of course as much bound by his obligations to his second wife as to his first. Among ourselves, the man's second wife is degraded with the name of mistress, and the worse he treats her and her children, the more his morality is approved, just as the Catholic Church, when struggling to establish sacerdotal celibacy, approved more highly the priest who had illegitimate relations with women than the priest who decently and openly married, if his neglect induces a married man's mistress to make known her relationship to him. The man is justified in prosecuting her, and his counsel, assured of general sympathy, will state in court that this woman has even been so wicked as to write to the prosecutor's wife. Howard, in his Judicial History of Matrimonial Institutions, Vol. Roman 2 pp. 96, et seq., cannot refrain from drawing attention to the almost insanely wild character of the language used in England not so many years ago by those who opposed marriage with a deceased wife's sister, and he contrasts it with the much more reasonable attitude of the Catholic Church. Pictures have been drawn, he remarks, of the moral anarchy such marriages must produce, which are read by American colonial and continental observers with a bewilderment that is not unmixed with disgust, and are indeed a curious illustration of the extreme insularity of the English mind. So recently as A. Roman 500, a bill was brought into the British House of Lords proposing that desertion without cause for 2 years shall be a ground for divorce, a reasonable and humane measure, which is law in most parts of the civilized world. The Lord Chancellor Lord Loreburn, a liberal, and in the sphere of politics an enlightened and sagacious leader, declared that such a proposal was absolutely impossible. The House rejected the proposal by 61 votes to 2. Even the marriage decrees of the Council of Trent were not affirmed by such an overwhelming majority. In matters of marriage legislation, England has scarcely yet emerged from the Middle Ages. Chapter Roman 11, The Art of Love. Marriage, not only for procreation. Theologians on the Sacramentum Salationis. Importance of the art of love, the basis of stability in marriage, and the condition for right procreation. The art of love, the bulwark against divorce, the unity of love and marriage, a principle of modern morality. Christianity, and the art of love. Ovid, the art of love, among primitive peoples. Sexual initiation in Africa and elsewhere, the tendency to spontaneous development of the art of love in early life. Flirtation. Sexual ignorance in women, the husband's place in sexual initiation. Sexual ignorance in men, the husband's education for marriage. The injury done by the ignorance of husbands, the physical and mental results of unskillful coitus. Women understand the art of love better than men. Ancient and modern opinions concerning frequency of coitus, variation in sexual capacity, the sexual appetite. The art of love based on the biological facts of courtship. The art of pleasing women, the lover compared to the musician. The proposal as a part of courtship. Divination in the art of love, the importance of the preliminaries in courtship. The unskillful husband frequently the cause of the frigid wife. The difficulty of courtship. Simultaneous orgasm, the evils of incomplete gratification in women. Coitus interruptus, coitus reservatus, the human method of coitus. Variations in coitus posture in coitus, the best time for coitus. The influence of coitus in marriage, the advantages of absence in marriage, the risks of absence. Jealousy, the primitive function of jealousy, its predominance among animals, savages, etc. and in pathological states and antisocial emotion jealousy, incompatible with the progress of civilization, the possibility of loving more than one person at a time, platonic friendship, the conditions which make it possible, the maternal element in woman's love, the final development of conjugal love, the problem of love, one of the greatest of social questions. It will be clear from the preceding discussion that there are two elements in every marriage, so far as that marriage is complete. On the one hand, marriage is a union prompted by mutual love, and only sustainable as a reality apart from its mere formal side, by the cultivation of such love. On the other hand, marriage is a method for propagating the race, and having its end in offspring in the first aspect, its aim is erotic in the second, parental. Both these ends have long been generally recognized. We find them set forth, for instance, in the marriage service of the Church of England, where it is stated that marriage exists both for the mutual society help and comfort that the one ought to have of the other, and also for the procreation of children. Without the factor of mutual love, the proper conditions for procreation cannot exist. Without the factor of procreation, the sexual union, however beautiful and sacred a relationship it may in itself be, remains in essence a private relationship, incomplete as a marriage, and without public significance. It becomes necessary, therefore, to supplement the preceding discussion of marriage in its general outlines by a final and more intimate consideration of marriage in its essence, as embracing the art of love and the science of procreation. There has already been occasion from time to time to refer to those who, starting from various points of view, have sought to limit the scope of marriage and to suppress one or other of its elements. See, for example, ante-p. 135. In modern times, the tendency has been to exclude the factor of procreation and to regard the relationship of marriage as exclusively lying in the relationship of the two parties to each other, apart from the fact which it is unnecessary again to call attention to, that from the public and social point of view, a marriage without children, however important to the two persons concerned, is a relationship without any public significance. It must further be said that in the absence of children, even the personal erotic life itself is apt to suffer, for in the normal erotic life, especially in women, sexual love tends to grow into parental love. Moreover, the full development of mutual love and dependence is with difficulty attained, and there is absence of that closest of bonds, the mutual cooperation of two persons, in producing a new person. The perfect and complete marriage in its full development is a trinity. Those who seek to eliminate the erotic factor from marriage as unessential, or at all events, as only permissible, when strictly subordinated to the end of procreation, have made themselves heard from time to time, at various periods. Even the ancients, Greeks and Romans alike, in their more severe moments, advocated the elimination of the erotic element from marriage and its confinement to extramarital relationships. That is, so far as men were concerned for the erotic needs of married women, they had no provision to make. Montaigne, soaked in classic traditions, has admirably set forth the reasons for eliminating the erotic interest from marriage. 1. Does not marry for oneself. Whatever may be said, a man marries as much or more for his posterity, for his family. The usage and interest of marriage touch our race beyond ourselves. Thus, it is a kind of incest to employ in this venerable and sacred parentage the efforts and the extravagances of amorous license. Essays. BK Roman 29 BK Roman 3 v. This point of view easily commended itself to the early Christians, who, however, deliberately overlooked its reverse side, the establishment of erotic interests outside marriage to have intercourse, except for procreation, said Clement of Alexandria. Pedagogus BK Roman 2 chx, is to do injury to nature. While, however, that statement is quite true of the lower animals, it is not true of man, and especially not true of civilized man, whose erotic needs are far more developed and far more intimately associated with the finest and highest part of the organism than is the case among animals generally. For the animal sexual desire, except when called forth by the conditions involved by procreative necessities, has no existence. It is far otherwise in man, for whom, even when the question of procreation is altogether excluded, sexual love is still an insistent need, and even a condition of the finest spiritual development. The Catholic Church, therefore, while regarding with admiration a continence in marriage, which excluded sexual relations, except for the end of procreation, has followed St. Augustine in treating intercourse apart from procreation with considerable indulgence, as only a venial sin. Here, however, the Church was inclined to draw the line, and it appears that in 1679 Innocent I condemned the proposition that the conjugal act practiced for pleasure alone is exempt even from venial sin. Protestant theologians have been inclined to go further, and therein they found some authority even in Catholic writers. John Lasco, the Catholic bishop who became a Protestant and settled in England during Edward VI's reign, was following many medieval theologians when he recognized the sacramentum salationis, in addition to proles, as an element of marriage. Cranmer, in his marriage service of 1549, stated that mutual help and comfort as well as procreation enter into the object of marriage. Wickham Leg Ecclesiological Essays, p. 204. Howard. Matrimonial Institutions, Vol. I. p. 398. Modern theologians speak still more distinctly. The Sexual Act, says Northcote Christianity and Sex Problems, p. 55, is a love act duly regulated. It conduces to the ethical welfare of the individual and promotes his efficiency as a social unit. The act itself and its surrounding emotions stimulate within the organism the powerful movements of a vast psychic life at an earlier period. Also, Schleiermacher, in his letters on Lucinde, had pointed out the great significance of love for the spiritual development of the individual. Edward Carpenter truly remarks in Love's Coming of Age that sexual love is not only needed for physical creation, but also for spiritual creation. Block again. In discussing this question, The Sexual Life of Our Time, ch. Romans 6, concludes that love and the sexual embrace have not only an end in procreation, they constitute an end in themselves, and are necessary for the life development and inner growth of the individual himself. It is argued by some who admit mutual love as a constituent part of marriage that such love, once recognized at the outset, may be taken for granted and requires no further discussion. There is, they believe, no art of love to be either learnt or taught. It comes by nature. Nothing could be further from the truth, most of all as regards civilized man. Even the elementary fact of coitus needs to be taught. No one could take a more austerely puritanic view of sexual affairs than Sir James Paget, and yet Paget, in his lecture on sexual hypochondriasis, declared that ignorance about sexual affairs seems to be a notable characteristic of the more civilized part of the human race. Among ourselves, it is certain that the method of copulating needs to be taught, and that they to whom it is not taught remain quite ignorant about it. Gallard again remarks similarly in his Clinique des Maladies des Femmes that young people like Daphnis in Longus Pastoral need a beautiful Licenian to give them a solid education, practical as well as theoretical, in these matters, and he considers that mothers should instruct their daughters at marriage, and fathers their sons. Philosophers have, from time to time, recognized the gravity of these questions, and have discoursed concerning them. Thus Epicurus, as Plutarch tells us, would discuss with his disciples various sexual matters, such as the proper time for coitus. But then, as now, there were obscurantists who would leave even the central facts of life to the hazards of chance or ignorance, and these presumed to blame the philosopher. There is, however, much more to be learnt in these matters than the mere elementary facts of sexual intercourse. The art of love certainly includes such primary facts of sexual hygiene, but it involves also the whole erotic discipline of marriage, and that is why its significance is so great for the welfare and happiness of the individual, for the stability of sexual unions, and indirectly for the race, since the art of love is ultimately the art of attaining the right conditions for procreation. It seems extremely probable, wrote Professor E. Roman 500 Cope, that if this subject could be properly understood and become, in the details of its practical conduct, a part of a written social science, the monogamic marriage might attain a far more general success than is often found in actual life. There can be no doubt whatever that this is the case in the great majority of marriages. Success depends exclusively upon the knowledge of the art of love, possessed by the two persons who enter into it. A lifelong monogamic union may indeed persist in the absence of the slightest inborn or acquired art of love, out of religious resignation or sheer stupidity, but that attitude is now becoming less common. As we have seen in the previous chapter, divorces are becoming more frequent and more easily obtainable in every civilized country. This is a tendency of civilization. It is the result of a demand that marriage should be a real relationship, and that when it ceases to be real as a relationship, it should also cease as a form. That is an inevitable tendency involved in our growing democratization, for the democracy seems to care more for realities than for forms. However venerable, we cannot fight against it, and we should be wrong to fight against it even if we could. Yet while we are bound to aid the tendency to divorce, and to insist that a valid marriage needs the wills of two persons to maintain it, it is difficult for anyone to argue that divorce is in itself desirable. It is always a confession of failure to persons, who, if they have been moved in the slightest degree by the normal and regular impulse of sexual selection, at the outset regarded each other as lovable, have on one side or the other, or on both proved not lovable, there has been a failure in the fundamental art of love. If we are to counterbalance facility of divorce, our only sound course is to increase the stability of marriage. And that is only possible by cultivating the art of love, the primal foundation of marriage. It is by no means unnecessary to emphasize this point. There are still many persons who have failed to realize it. There are even people who seem to imagine that it is unimportant whether or not pleasure is present in the sexual act. I do not believe mutual pleasure in the sexual act has any particular bearing on the happiness of life. Once remarked Dr. Howard A. Kelly, such a statement means if, indeed, it means anything, that the marriage tie has no particular bearing on human happiness. It means that the way must be freely opened to adultery and divorce. Even the most perverse ascetic of the Middle Ages scarcely ventured to make a statement so flagrantly opposed to the experiences of humanity, and the fact that a distinguished gynecologist of the 20th century can make it with almost the air of stating a truism is ample justification for the emphasis which it has nowadays become necessary to place on the art of love. Uxor enim dignitatis nomen est non voluptatis was indeed an ancient pagan dictum, but it is not in harmony with modern ideas. It was not even altogether in harmony with Christianity, for our modern morality, as Ellen Keywell says, the unity of love and marriage is a fundamental principle. The neglect of the art of love has not been a universal phenomenon. It is more especially characteristic of Christendom. The spirit of ancient Rome undoubtedly predisposed Europe to such a neglect, for with their rough cultivation of the military virtues, and their inaptitude for the finer aspects of civilization, the Romans were willing to regard love as a permissible indulgence, but they were not as a people prepared to cultivate it as an art. Their poets do not in this matter represent the moral feeling of their best people. It is indeed a highly significant fact that Ovid, the most distinguished Latin poet, who concerned himself much with the art of love, associated that art not so much with morality as with immorality. As he viewed it, the art of love was less the art of retaining a woman in her home than the art of winning her away from it. It was the adulterer's art rather than the husband's art. Such a conception would be impossible out of Europe, but it proved very favorable to the growth of the Christian attitude towards the art of love. Love as an art as well as a passion seems to have received considerable study in antiquity, though the results of that study have perished. Cadmus Milesius says Suidas wrote 14 great volumes on the passion of love, but they are not now to be found. Rode, Des Griechisch Roman p. 55, has a brief section on the Greek philosophically writers on love. Bloch Beiträge zur Psychopathia Sexualis, Tale, IP 191, enumerates the ancient women writers who dealt with the art of love. Montaigne Essays Roman 54 ACHV gives a list of ancient classical lost books on love. Burton Anatomy of Melancholy Bells, edition Vol Roman 3 p2, also gives a list of lost books on love. Burton himself dealt at length with the manifold signs of love and its grievous symptoms. Boissier de Sauvages, early in the 18th century, published a Latin thesis de amore, discussing love somewhat in the same spirit as Burton as a psychic disease, to be treated and cured. The breath of Christian asceticism had passed over love. It was no longer, as in classic days, an art to be cultivated, but only a malady to be cured. The true inheritor of the classic spirit in this, as in many other matters, was not the Christian world, but the world of Islam. The perfumed garden of the Sheikh Nefsiaoui was probably written in the city of Tunis early in the 16th century by an author who belonged to the south of Tunis. Its opening invocation clearly indicates that it departs widely from the conception of love as a disease. Praise be to God, who has placed man's greatest pleasures in the natural parts of woman, and has destined the natural parts of man to afford the greatest enjoyments to woman. The Arabic book El-Kitab, or The Secret Laws of Love, is a modern work by Omer Halbi Abu Othman, who was born in Algiers of a Moorish mother and a Turkish father. For Christianity, the permission to yield to the sexual impulse at all was merely a concession to human weakness and indulgence, only possible when it was carefully hedged and guarded on every side. Almost from the first, the Christians began to cultivate the art of virginity, and they could not so dislocate their point of view as to approve of the art of love. All their passionate adoration in the sphere of sex went out towards chastity. Possessed by such ideals, they could only tolerate human love at all by giving to one special form of it a religious sacramental character. And even that sacramental halo imparted to love a quasi-ascetic character, which precluded the idea of regarding love as an art. Love gained a religious element, but it lost a moral element, since outside Christianity, the art of love is part of the foundation of sexual morality wherever such morality in any degree exists in Christendom. Love in marriage was left to shift for itself as best it might. The art of love was a dubious art, which was held to indicate a certain commerce with immorality, and even indeed to be itself immoral. That feeling was doubtless strengthened by the fact that Ovid was the most conspicuous master in literature of the art of love, his literary reputation far greater than it now seems to us. 380 gave distinction to his position as the author of the chief extant textbook of the art of love, with humanism and the Renaissance, and the consequent realization that Christianity had overlooked one side of life. Ovid's Ars Amatoria was placed on a pedestal it had not occupied before or since. It represented a step forward in civilization. It revealed love not as a mere animal instinct or a mere pledged duty, but as a complex, humane, and refined relationship which demanded cultivation. Art Regendus Amor Bicaccio made a wise teacher put Ovid's Ars Amatoria into the hands of the young. In an age still oppressed by the medieval spirit, it was a much-needed textbook, but it possessed the fatal defect as a textbook of presenting the erotic claims of the individual as divorced from the claims of good social order. It never succeeded in establishing itself as a generally accepted manual of love, and in the eyes of many it served to stamp the subject it dealt with as one that lies outside the limits of good morals. When, however, we take a wider survey and inquire into the discipline for life that is imparted to the young in many parts of the world, we shall frequently find that the art of love, understood in varying ways, is an essential part of that discipline, summary though generally adequate, as are the educational methods of primitive peoples. They not seldom include a training in those arts which render a woman agreeable to a man, and a man agreeable to a woman in the relationship of marriage. And it is often more or less dimly realized that courtship is not a mere preliminary to marriage, but a biologically essential part of the marriage relationship throughout. Sexual initiation is carried out very thoroughly in Azimba land, Central Africa. H. Crawford Angus, the first European to visit the Azimba people, lived among them for a year, and has described the Chensamwali or initiation ceremony of girls. At the first sign of menstruation in a young girl, she is taught the mysteries of womanhood, and is shown the different positions for sexual intercourse. The vagina is handled freely, and if not previously enlarged, which may have taken place at the harvest festival, when a boy and girl are allowed to keep house during the daytime by themselves, and when quasi-intercourse takes place, it is now enlarged by means of a horn or corncob, which is inserted and secured in place by bands of bark cloth. When all signs of menstruation have passed, a public announcement of a dance is given to the women in the village. At this dance, no men are allowed to be present, and it was only with a great deal of trouble that I managed to witness it. The girl to be danced is led back from the bush to her mother's hut, where she is kept in solitude to the morning of the dance. On that morning she is placed on the ground in a sitting position, while the dancers form a ring around her. Several songs are then sung with reference to the genital organs. The girl is then stripped and made to go through the mimic performance of sexual intercourse, and if the movements are not enacted properly, as is often the case when the girl is timid and bashful, one of the older women will take her place and show her how she is to perform. Many songs about the relation between men and women are sung, and the girl is instructed as to all her duties. When she becomes a wife, she is also instructed that during the time of her menstruation she is unclean, and that during her monthly period she must close her vulva with a pad of fiber used for the purpose. The object of the dance is to inculcate to the girl the knowledge of married life. The girl is taught to be faithful to her husband and to try to bear children, and she is also taught the various arts and methods of making herself seductive and pleasing to her husband, and of thus retaining him in her power. H. Crawford Angus, The Chensamwali Zeitschrift für Ethnologie, 1898, Heft 6p. 479. In Abyssinia, as well as on the Zanzibar coast, according to Stecker, quoted by Plas Bartels des Weib section, 119 young girls are educated in buttock movements, which increase their charm in coitus. These movements of a rotatory character are called duck-duck. To be ignorant of duck-duck is a great disgrace to a girl among the Swahili women of Zanzibar. Indeed, a complete artistic system of hip movements is cultivated to be displayed in coitus. It prevails more especially on the coast, and a Swahili woman is not counted a lady bibi unless she is acquainted with this art. From 60 to 80 young women practice this buttock dance together for some 8 hours a day, laying aside all clothing and singing the while the public are not admitted. The dance, which is a kind of imitation of coitus, has been described by Zash Sitten, Ungebroch der Suaheli Zeitschrift, für Ethnologie 1899, Heft 23 72. The more accomplished dancers excite general admiration during the latter part of this initiation. Various feats are imposed to test the girl's skill and self-control. For instance, she must dance up to a fire and remove from the midst of the fire a vessel full of water to the brim, without spilling it. At the end of 3 months, the training is over, and the girl goes home in festival attire. She is now eligible for marriage. Similar customs are said to prevail in the Dutch East Indies and elsewhere. The Hebrews had erotic dances which were doubtless related to the art of love in marriage, and among the Greeks and their disciples, the Romans, the conception of love as an art, which needs training, skill, and cultivation, was still extant. That conception was crushed by Christianity, which, although it sanctified the institution of matrimony, degraded that sexual love which is normally the content of marriage. In 1176, the question was brought before a court of love by a baron and lady of Champagne, whether love is compatible with marriage. No, said the baron, I admire and respect the sweet intimacy of married couples, but I cannot call it love. Love desires obstacles. Mystery stolen favors. Now husbands and wives boldly avow their relationship. They possess each other without contradiction and without reserve. It cannot then be love that they experience, and after mature deliberation, the ladies of the court of love adopted the baron's conclusions. E de la Badalière Histoire des Mœurs, des Franchise Vol. Roman 3 p. 334. There was undoubtedly an element of truth in the baron's arguments, yet it may well be doubted whether in any non-Christian country it would ever have been possible to obtain acceptance for the doctrine that love and marriage are incompatible. This doctrine was, however, as Ribot points out in his Logique des Sentiments, inevitable, when as among the medieval nobility marriage was merely a political or domestic treaty, and could not therefore be a method of moral elevation. Why is it, asked Redif de la Bretonne, towards the end of the 18th century, that girls who have no morals are more seductive and more lovable than honest women? It is because, like the Greek courtesans, to whom grace and voluptuousness were taught, they have studied the art of pleasing among the foolish detractors of my contemporanes. Not one guessed the philosophically aim of nearly every one of these tales, which is to suggest to honest women the ways of making themselves loved. I should like to see the institution of initiations, such as those of the ancients. Today the happiness of the human species is abandoned to chance. All the experience of women is individual, like that of animals. It is lost with those women who, being naturally amiable, might have taught others to become so. Prostitutes alone make a superficial study of it, and the lessons they receive are for the most part as harmful as those of respectable Greek and Roman matrons, were holy and honorable, only tending to wantonness, to the exhaustion alike of the purse and of the physical faculties, while the aim of the ancient matrons was the union of husband and wife, and their mutual attachment through pleasure. The Christian religion annihilated the mysteries as infamous, but we may regard that annihilation as one of the wrongs done by Christianity to humanity, as the work of men with little enlightenment and bitter zeal. Dangerous Puritans, who were the natural enemies of marriage. Redif de la Bretonne. Monsieur Nicolas' reprint of 1883 Vol. X pp. 1603. It may be added that Duran Dr. Iwan Bloch regards Redif as a master in the ars amandi, and discusses him from this point of view in his Redif de la Bretonne, pp. 362,371. Whether or not Christianity is to be held responsible, it cannot be doubted that throughout Christendom there has been a lamentable failure to recognize the supreme importance, not only erotically, but morally, of the art of love. Even in the great revival of sexual enlightenment now taking place around us, there is rarely even the faintest recognition that in sexual enlightenment the one thing essentially necessary is a knowledge of the art of love. For the most part, sexual instruction, as at present understood, is purely negative, a mere string of thou shalt nots, if that failure were due to the conscious and deliberate recognition that while the art of love must be based on physiological and psychological knowledge, it is far too subtle, too complex, too personal to be formulated in lectures and manuals. It would be reasonable and sound, but it seems to rest entirely on ignorance, indifference, or worse. Lovemaking is indeed like other arts, an art that is partly natural, an art that nature makes, and therefore it is a natural subject for learning and exercising in play. Children, left to themselves, tend both playfully and seriously to practice love alike on the physical and the psychic sides. But this play is on its physical side, sternly repressed by their elders when discovered, and on its psychic side laughed at among the well-bred classes. It is usually starved out at an early age. After puberty, if not before, there is another form in which the art of love is largely experimented and practiced, especially in England and America. The form of flirtation in its elementary manifestations, flirting, is entirely natural and normal. We may trace it even in animals. It is simply the beginning of courtship at the early stage, when courtship may yet, if desired, be broken off under modern civilized conditions. However, flirtation is often more than this. These conditions make marriage difficult, they make love and its engagements too serious a matter to be entered on lightly. They make actual sexual intercourse dangerous, as well as disreputable. Flirtation adapts itself to these conditions. Instead of being merely the preliminary stage of normal courtship, it is developed into a form of sexual gratification, as complete as due observation of the conditions already mentioned will allow. In Germany, and especially in France, where it is held in great abhorrence, this is the only form of flirtation known. It is regarded as an exportation from the United States and is denominated flirtage. Its practical outcome is held to be the demivirge who knows and has experienced the joys of sex while yet retaining her hymen intact. This degenerate form of flirtation, cultivated not as a part of courtship, but for its own sake, has been well described by Forel die Sexual Frage, pp. 97101. He defines it as including all those expressions of the sexual instinct of one individual towards another individual, which excite the other's sexual instinct. Coitus being always accepted in the beginning, it may be merely a provocative look, or a simple, apparently unintentional touch or contact, and by slight gradations, it may pass on to caresses, kisses, embraces, and even extend to pressure or friction of the sexual parts, sometimes leading to orgasm. Thus Forel mentions a sensuous woman by the pressure of her garments in dancing can produce ejaculation in her partner. Most usually the process is that voluptuous contact and reverie which in English slang is called spooning from first to last. There need not be any explicit explanations, proposals, or declarations on either side, and neither party is committed to any relationship with the other beyond the period devoted to flirtage in one form. However, flirtage consists entirely in the excitement of a conversation devoted to erotic and indecorous topics. Either the man or the woman may take the active part in flirtage, but in a woman more refinement and skill is required. Play the active part without repelling the man or injuring her reputation. Indeed, much the same is true of men also. For women, while they often like flirting, usually prefer its more refined forms. There are infinite forms of flirtage, and while as a preliminary part of courtship, it has its normal place and justification, Forel concludes that as an end in itself, and never passing beyond itself, it is a phenomenon of degeneration. From the French point of view, flirtage and flirtation generally have been discussed by Madame Benson, Family Life in America, Forum, March 1896, who however fails to realize the natural basis of flirtation in courtship. She regards it as a sin against the law. Thou shalt not play with love, for it ought to have the excuse of an irresistible passion. But she thinks it is comparatively inoffensive in America, though still a deteriorating influence on the women, on account of the temperament, education, and habits of the people. It must, however, be remembered that play has a proper relationship to all vital activities, and that a reasonable criticism of flirtation is concerned rather with its normal limitations than with its right to exist. See the observations on the natural basis of coquetry and the ends it subserves in the evolution of modesty in Volume 1 of these studies. While flirtation in its natural form, though not in the perverted form of flirtage, has sound justification, alike as a method of testing a lover and of acquiring some small part of the art of love, it remains an altogether inadequate preparation for love. This is sufficiently shown by the frequent inaptitude for the art of love, and even for the mere physical act of love, so frequently manifested both by men and women in the very countries where flirtation most flourishes. This ignorance not merely of the art of love, but even of the physical facts of sexual love, is marked not only in women, especially women of the middle class, but also in men, for the civilized man, as Fritsch long ago remarked, often knows less of the facts of the sexual life than a milkmaid. It shows itself differently, however, in the two sexes. Among women, sexual ignorance ranges from complete innocence of the fact that it involves any intimate bodily relationship at all, to misapprehensions of the most various kind. Some think that the relationship consists in lying side by side, many that intercourse takes place at the navel, not a few that the act occupies the whole night. It has been necessary in a previous chapter to discuss the general evils of sexual ignorance. It is here necessary to refer to its more special evils. As regards the relationship of marriage, girls are educated with the vague idea that they will marry quite correctly. For the majority of them, do marry, but the idea that they must be educated for the career that will naturally fall to their lot is an idea which as yet has never seemed to occur to the teachers of girls. Their heads are crammed to stupidity with the knowledge of facts which it is no one's concern to know, but the supremely important training for life they are totally unable to teach. Women are trained for nearly every avocation under the sun. For the supreme avocation of wifehood and motherhood, they are never trained at all. It may be said, and with truth, that the present incompetent training of girls is likely to continue so long as the mothers of girls are content to demand nothing better. It may also be said with even greater truth that there is much that concerns the knowledge of sexual relationships which the mother herself may most properly impart to her daughter. It may further be asserted most unanswerably that the art of love, with which we are here more especially concerned, can only be learnt by actual experience, an experience which our social traditions make it difficult for a virtuous girl to acquire with credit, without here attempting to apportion the share of blame which falls to each cause. It remains unfortunate that a woman should so often enter marriage with the worst possible equipment of prejudices and misapprehensions. Even when she believes, as often happens, that she knows all about it, even with the best equipment, a woman under present conditions enters marriage at a disadvantage. She awakes to the full realization of love more slowly than a man, and on the average at a later age, so that her experiences of the life of sex before marriage have usually been of a much more restricted kind than her husband's, so that even with the best preparation it often happens that it is not until several years after marriage that a woman clearly realizes her own sexual needs and adequately estimates her husband's ability to satisfy those needs. We cannot overestimate the personal and social importance of a complete preparation for marriage, and the greater the difficulties placed in the way of divorce, the more weight necessarily attaches to that preparation. Everyone is probably acquainted with many cases of the extreme ignorance of women on entering marriage. The following case concerning a woman of 27 who had been asked in marriage is somewhat extreme, but not very exceptional. She did not feel sure of her affection, and she asked a woman cousin concerning the meaning of love. This cousin lent her Ellis Ethelmer's pamphlet, The Human Flower. She learnt from this that men desired the body of a woman, and this so appalled her that she was quite ill for several days. The next time her lover attempted a caress, she told him that it was lust. Since then she has read George Moore's Sister Teresa, and the knowledge that women can be as bad as men has made her sad. The histories contained in the appendices to previous volumes of these studies reveal numerous instances of the deplorable ignorance of young girls concerning the most central facts of the sexual life. It is not surprising under such circumstances that marriage leads to disillusionment or repulsion. It is commonly said that the duty of initiating the wife into the privileges and obligations of marriage properly belongs to the husband, apart, however, altogether from the fact that it is unjust to a woman to compel her to bind herself in marriage before she has fully realized what marriage means. It must also be said that there are many things necessary for women to know that it is unreasonable to expect a husband to explain. This is, for instance, notably the case as regards the more fatiguing and exhausting effects of coitus on a man. As compared with a woman, the inexperienced bride cannot know beforehand that the frequently repeated orgasms which render her vigorous and radiant exert a depressing effect on her husband and his masculine pride, induces him to attempt to conceal that fact the bride in her innocence is unconscious, that her pleasure is bought at her husband's expense, and that what is not excess to her may be a serious excess to him. The woman who knows, notably for instance a widow who remarries, is careful to guard her husband's health in this respect, by restraining her own ardor, for she realizes that a man is not willing to admit that he is incapable of satisfying his wife's desires. G. Hirth has also pointed out how important it is that women should know before marriage the natural limits of masculine potency. Weege, zur Liebe p. 571. The ignorance of women of all that concerns the art of love, and their total lack of preparation for the natural facts of the sexual life, would perhaps be of less evil augury for marriage if it were always compensated by the knowledge, skill, and considerateness of the husband, but that is by no means always the case within the ordinary range we find at all events in England. The large group of men whose knowledge of women before marriage has been mainly confined to prostitutes, and the important and not inconsiderable group of men who have had no intimate intercourse with women, their sexual experiences having been confined to masturbation or other autoerotic manifestations, and to flirtations. Certainly, the man of sensitive and intelligent temperament, whatever his training or lack of training, may succeed with patience and consideration in overcoming all the difficulties placed in the way of love by the mixture of ignorances and prejudices, which so often in woman takes the place of an education for the erotic part of her life. But it cannot be said that either of these two groups of men has been well equipped for the task. The training and experience which a man receives from a prostitute, even under fairly favorable conditions, scarcely form the right preparation for approaching a woman of his own class, who has no intimate erotic experiences. The frequent result is that he is liable to waver between two opposite courses of action, both of them mistaken. On the one hand, he may treat his bride as a prostitute, or as a novice to be speedily molded into the sexual shape he is most accustomed to, thus running the risk either of perverting or of disgusting her. On the other hand, realizing that the purity and dignity of his bride place her in an altogether different class from the women he has previously known, he may go to the opposite extreme of treating her with an exaggerated respect, and so fail either to arouse or to gratify her erotic needs. It is difficult to say which of these two courses of action is the more unfortunate. The result of both, however, is frequently found to be that a nominal marriage never becomes a real marriage.